Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards. Chapter 241 to 260. Chapter 241_New World. What the hell is this place? Lei Luo, who walked out of the Gate of Light, is standing on the vast sea at the moment, and he doesn't know why. He found that the chakra in his body is like water in a bottle. When you use it, it will be less, and it can't be replenished. If no other abilities were still available, Lei Luo would doubt whether his previous experience in the Hokage world was just a big dream. Hi, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Lei Luo came up with the handprint of spirituality. Since he was in the sea, Tam, who had the title of King of the River, was definitely the best helper. How could this be? Looking at the unchanged blood in his palm, Lei Luo's brows gradually twisted into a ball. The spiritism failed. This was his first encounter. This is clearly a whole new world. But which world is it? Why can't chakra be replenished? 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan can be used, why can't he successfully cast the spiritism? The glittering fruit and Renren fruit were not affected in any way. Items such as Zanpakuto Hyaranmaru and the Central Asian Hourglass are still stored in the storage space of the system. Why can't they summon Tam by themselves? Suspects appeared one after another, and in the blink of an eye, their minds filled with integrity. Boom. About 10 minutes later, Lei Luo was pulled back from the trance by the sound of a shell explosion in his ears. Looking around, he found that 1,000 meters away on his left, there was a smoke-filled building. I'll. Ding dong. Detected an emergency. Activate the mission. Victory in the first battle. Victory in the first battle. Kill all the robbers who looted the island and rescue the innocent villagers. The task completion will be rewarded with a god-level lottery point *1. After hearing the sound of the system, Lei Luo did not hesitate, or made a golden light, rushing towards the small island in the distance at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Jia 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 Jia. All the men are killed, all the wealth is taken away, and only the young women are left. The person who spoke was a fat man with small eyes who was a full 2 meters in height. The clothes were very wide, but it still could not cover the big fat man who had accumulated more than 10 layers of belly. Compared with the guns in the hands of the fat man and the forts beside him, what makes people even more terrified is that there is only one slit left for the pair of people who are oppressed by the fat, but their eyes are still showing lust. At this moment, those eyes were looking greedily at a young girl in front of her. Lord Yakinok, please spare my granddaughter, she is only 8 years old this year. Among the villagers, an old man who was in his 60th year and full of gorgeous hair knelt down in front of the big fat man and kowtowed like crazy. However, what awaited the old man was not the forgiveness from the big man, but the muzzle of the gun between his eyebrows and the cold bullet that would take his life at some point. Don't worry, old man, I will send you to see your son who just died now. As for your granddaughter, she will definitely be reunited with your family tomorrow. The fat man called Yakinok grinned, his right hand holding the gun suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire stunned the birds living in the forest, and scared away the beasts near the village. It was strange that the old man did not die. Kei's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. After smashing a giant tree, it fell to the ground. His figure was covered by dust, and he didn't know his life or death. Are you all right, Grandpa? Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, whether it was the surrounding villagers or robbers, everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe what had just happened. A young man in his 20s who was transformed by illusory light, defeated the robber Yakinok with a bounty of 50 million Baileys in one blow. The speed of his moves was so terrifying that there was no solution. The absolute power of this person, what is the origin of this person, and why is he so powerful? Whoosh! In the forest in the distance, the dust was pierced, and a bullet made of fine steel slammed through Lei Luo's chest as if nothing, and shattered the old man's head. Ghost. Meta ghost. A person's chest is penetrated by a bullet, and the result is just a flash of gold, without any damage. In the impression of normal people, it seems that only the ghosts in horror stories can do this. Natural devil fruit like fire fist ace. Yakinok, who had not lost his life because of the protection of a fat body, just walked out of the forest in a posture that he thought was majestic, when he was shocked by everything in front of him. Why does the so-called strongest natural devil fruit appear in such a lonely ghost place? Before Yakinok broke free from his fear, a golden light was fleeting, and all the robbers who plundered on this small island were all headed and lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood has completely dyed Yuhi's land. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The system's voice sounded again, but Lei Luo was not at all interested, and looked at the old man's corpse lying in front of him with guilt, and was silent for a long time. For such a severe trauma, phototherapy is simply useless. 10 minutes later, the North Sea Division of the Navy came to the rescue. Following the docking of a warship, nearly 100 well-equipped navies rushed to the village, but the cruel scene in front of them surprised them. "Hey, that kid over there, get down on the ground." The leading Navy major put the gun to the back of Lei Luo's head, and said with extreme annoyance, "He must not be a good person for such a person in fancy clothes. Go away." Lei Luo turned his head slightly, glanced at the Navy behind him, and said lightly. He was in a bad mood, and now he was pointed at the head with a gun. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the Navy who came to rescue him, I'm afraid he would be a dead body now. Ouch, I'm so scared. Everyone obeys and takes this pirate away. The Navy major couldn't stand Lei Luo's self-righteous and arrogant attitude, so he skipped the interrogation stage and wanted to take him back to torture him slowly. Go away. This big brother is not a pirate, he is a good guy who defeated bad guys. The old man's granddaughter rushed behind Lei Luo, pushed the Navy major away, and said angrily with open arms. Seemingly infected by the behavior of the little girl, the villagers also stepped forward one by one, protecting Lei Luo behind them, and facing the Navy in front of them. Boy, talk to Tina. Chapter 242 Conqueror's Hockey. Boy, can you talk to Tina? Tina is a rear admiral. At the critical moment when the two sides were fighting each other, a sexy woman with purple lens sunglasses on her pale pink long hair and a cigarette in her mouth came over from the warship. Judging from her appearance, she was about 30 years old. Tina, who is currently a rear admiral, is a Superman who has the ability of the threshold fruit. She is in the Navy at the same time as Smog, and the two have a good relationship. They are both disciples of the former Admiral Zepha. I have nothing to talk about with you. Navy, Bay High Branch, Major General Tina, these familiar words are clearly telling Lei Luo that he is now in the world of One Piece. If so, why does he want to be a Navy instead of a pirate? If you want to be a pirate, what's your name? Hokage Pirates. Yuhi Pirates. Ding. Quest trigger. Become a Navy and calm the chaos in the pirate world. Reward God level lottery points 1. The sound of the system ringing in his ears made Lei Luo speechless. He was thinking about the name of the future pirate group just a moment ago, but now the system actually wants to call him a Navy. The most embarrassing thing is that Lei Luo turned around and walked more than 10 meters away. Well, can you talk to me? After looking at the distance and sighing, she turned around and asked her. Lei Luo. Tina nodded. Inside the warship. Ha ha ha, Lei Luo, with bounty hunters like you taking the initiative to join the Navy, the world will soon usher in peace. Looking at the back of Tina leaving, Lei Luo was lying on the bed alone in a daze, recalling everything Tina just told. The pirate world is now at the top of the war. It has just ended for more than a month. The Navy with heavy casualties has started a large-scale conscription mode under the order of the world government. As long as you admit that you are righteous, you can join the Navy unconditionally. It is precisely because she can't stand the government's recklessness that Tina decides to go out and personally find powerful and righteous people to join the Navy. Lei Luo, who has a general understanding of the current world line, casually picked up the newspaper by the pillow, and saw today's headline, Straw Hat Kid with Hades Rayleigh and Hexia Jinping, one of the former kings under the Chihuahua, reappears. Mary Ford. Has the 3D2Y message spread? Lei Luo smiled suddenly. Since he wants to use the identity of the Navy to quell the rebellion in the world of pirates, then 2 years later, as a Navy Admiral, let's face the future One Piece Straw Hat Luffy. System, come out, I want to draw a lottery. Lei Luo finished speaking. A huge turntable appeared in his mind, with 6 prizes written on it. S-Class Weapon, Supreme Daoyuai. S-Level Skills, The Great Desolate Prisoner's Finger. S-Class Skill, Conqueror's Haki. S-Class Hidden Weapon, Tingman Hidden Weapon Torrential Rain Pear Flower Needle. S-Class Item, Fallen Heart Flame. SSS Class Props, Void Mirror. Damn it, why are there SSS level items? Why have I never encountered them before? Looking at the void mirror that appeared at the end, Lei Luo couldn't help but utter a foul language because he was extremely excited. The rewards are all drawn randomly. The higher the grade, the lower the probability. It is rare for the host to possess the European Emperor once. Do you mean to say that SSS level rewards are guaranteed? Hey, look at your face. Grass. Supreme Swordsman Knight, the sword of the world's largest swordsman Hokage, one of the 12 masters of supreme swordsmanship, known by the world as the strongest black sword. The Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger is a martial art with a very high rank in another world. It is said that it was created by a peerless powerhouse. Even if it is only an incomplete crippling move, it has a terrifying destructive power that cannot be underestimated. A person of the highest level can shatter mountains and rivers with every gesture. Conqueror's Haki, a person who is born a king can have a power, a kind of spirit of the owner, and can easily stun those who are weaker than himself. According to legend, if you cultivate it to a very high level, you can cause substantial physical damage, and the attack will be invisible. Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, created by a family of hidden weapons in another world. Once the peculiar release method is used, 99 highly poisonous pear flower needles will come one after another, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe, and there is no single group attack. Not possible. Fallen Heart Flame, known as a cheating cultivator, possessing such a strange fire, the body will forge energy on its own at all times, thus reaching the point of open hook cultivation. As for the last treasure, the Void Mirror, the quality is so high that it is difficult to describe in words. Compared with it, the 5 treasures mentioned above are garbage among the garbage. Legend has it that there was a god emperor of the Master Void Avenue, who used his own strength to fight in all directions, killing demons, destroying the Supreme Being, and slaughtering everything that dared to intrude on the world he guarded. And this Void Mirror was originally a supreme artifact that accompanied the peerless powerhouse through all kinds of battles. Later, thanks to the blessings of various top-level blood essences, it had already broken through the shackles and became a magic weapon that transcended everything. Thinking of the rank he was rewarded earlier, and looking at the power of the Void Mirror, Lei Luo's heart burst into a frenzy. Pump it, I can't wait. Following Lei Luo's order, the huge turntable immediately began to turn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill reward, Conqueror's Haki. The final lottery result was not the Void Mirror he was thinking of, which made Lei Luo somewhat disappointed, but soon he realized a more serious problem. Conqueror's Haki cannot be acquired through training. It is a natural ability, but it is a unique power in the world of One Piece no matter what, and it will be a matter of time to awaken. In this way, Lei Luo felt that his face was 100 times darker than that of African Emirates. Wait a minute, observation Haki can predict other people's actions, so isn't my Taigu 5-sided omnipotent? Forget it, it's not the first time it's been like this anyway. Lei Luo, who was getting more and more angry, walked to the deck silently, facing the moonlight, and lit a cigarette. Tina's room. Tina, I heard that there is a bounty hunter named Victor in Beihai, and the task of attracting him to join the Navy will be handed over to you. Yes, General Akainu. After putting down the phone bug, Tina sighed helplessly. As a bounty hunter, this Victor is naturally uncertain, let alone recruiting him. I am afraid it will be quite difficult to find him. Furthermore, the reason why bounty hunters are bounty hunters is because they hate evil but do not like the constraints of rules. It is undoubtedly difficult to win them over to join the disciplined navy. Tina, who was a little depressed, nodded and walked towards the deck. Perhaps only the lonely moonlight could share her worries. Chapter 243_Reform, a dangerous idea. Lei Luo. Tina, who had just walked to the deck, saw Lei Luo smoking alone. Not to mention this kid, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, straight nose and square mouth, he looks very handsome under the moonlight. It's a pity, I'm already in my 30s, and I already have a big smoker in my heart. Major General Tina, what's the matter? Seeing your frowning face. Facing Lei Luo's concern, Tina didn't hide anything, and confided to him the troubles caused by the task that Akainu had just entrusted to him. It's no wonder Akainu. I heard that the Navy suffered heavy losses after the war. In addition, the great secret treasure that Whitebeard said before his death was real, and it suddenly pushed the pirate profession to the most popular ranks. Who said it wasn't? Now that Marshal Sengoku has also resigned, the situation for the Navy has plummeted. Sengoku Carp retreated behind the scenes, but the most powerful force among the pirates, the Four Emperors, was not weakened by the passing of Whitebeard, and was replaced by Blackbeard, who possessed the Dark Fruit and the Shocking Fruit. On the bright side, there is not much loss in the high-level combat power of the Navy, but the Four Emperors are the peak combat power of the pirate world, and each of them has several cadres comparable to the general level. Tough crew. On the other hand, the Navy, the older generation of combat power, has chosen to retreat behind the scenes. A marshal, 3 generals, more than 20 lieutenant generals plus more than 100 major generals. It seems that the power is not weak, but at most only if the pirates are willing to join forces with one of the 4 emperor-level forces. It is only a matter of time before the Navy will be destroyed. I heard that the relationship between Gai Duo, one of the 4 emperors, and Bigmom Charlotte Lingling is unusual. If the two of them join forces, the Navy is really at stake. After listening to Lei Luo's analysis of the overall situation, Tina exhausted the cigarette in her hand. She understood that what Lei Luo said was true, and it was for this reason that the world government unconditionally recruited the Navy. But what's the use of this? If some people with bad intentions join the Navy, not only will they not provide much help to the Navy, but it will also become a hidden crisis. In the final analysis, what the world government does is only a temporary solution. I think the Navy has to be reformed in order to calm the chaos in the world. Lei Luo said solemnly. The Navy headquarters looked extremely united before because the two legends, Sengoku and Carp, were able to unite people in terms of ingenuity and strength, but now both of them have chosen to step back behind the scenes, and the temporary unity of the Navy will definitely be broken. And this is also the most fundamental reason why Akainu and Aokiji started to fight for the position of marshal. Although the two of them have the same ultimate goal, their formal concepts are completely opposite. According to the current situation, Lei Luo believes that the Navy headquarters must be reformed from top to bottom, and everyone's ideas must be unified. Only in this way can the Navy be truly powerful. Of course, in Lei Luo's mind, reform is just a rhetoric for him to win over his own forces and build his own Navy in the future. Shish. Don't hype up this dangerous idea, or you will be killed by General Akainu as a revolutionary army. Tina knew very well that what Lei Luo said was right. His idea was indeed the best system the Navy should implement. However, the last person who said such a thing finally gave up his position in the Navy, chose to betray, and established a third-party force, the Revolutionary Army, that did not belong to the Navy and pirates. That person is the son of Carp, Luffy's father, Revolutionary Dragon. Go back to rest early, the journey to find Victor is very hard. After making sure that no one around was eavesdropping on Lei Luo's remarks, Tina thought about sending Lei Luo away. Do you have a picture of Victor? If there is, I think I can find his place. Suddenly, Lei Luo thought of something and said confidently to Tina. Taigu's 5 visions are omnipotent, an artifact with penetrating vision, farsightedness, perspective, future vision and illusion. If it is used to find people, farsightedness plus future vision is undoubtedly the best choice. Although your strength is quite strong, your methods are nothing more than telescopes and the like, which are useless. What about observation hockey? Boom. Hearing the 5 words observation hockey, Tina's heart jumped. Domineering, the world's top ability that humans can cultivate successfully. People with domineering are not necessarily strong, but the real strong must have domineering existence. Looking at the 3 major forces of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the pirates, which of the main characters in each party is not the most accomplished in terms of domineering? And using observation hockey to predict the future, the whole world can only be done by Katakuri, the deputy emperor of the BIGMOM pirates. Does the young man in front of him really have that kind of strength, or is he just underestimating himself? Don't believe me, so you give me Victor's portrait, and then tell me the data of this warship. Let me try it without any loss. Lei Luo, who read the question in Tina's eyes, didn't explain anything, but gave Tina the right to choose. Okay, I believe in you. I'll send someone to deliver everything you want to your room tomorrow morning. Then it's settled. I'll go back to rest first. Lei Luo walked straight to his room, leaving Tina alone on the deck, looking at his leaving back, frowning for some reason. At this time, on a small island dozens of miles away from the warship where Lei Luo was. Lord Saber-Toothed Tiger, as long as you spare my life, I can give all my wealth with both hands. The moon is dark, the wind is high, and the cold wind is howling. There are 7 or 8 pirates on the island tremblingly begging for mercy. In front of them, a human-shaped saber-toothed tiger is sitting on a stone, licking him with his orangutan Yuhi's tongue. He licked the still dry blood on his claws. If someone were passing by now, even if he didn't know what happened, he could easily judge that this place was invaded by a tyrannical beast just now based on the tragic death of dozens of corpses on the ground. I don't want your wealth, and I'll give you a sum of money. The human-shaped saber-toothed tiger smiled strangely, slowly got up and walked in front of the captain, shook his sharp claws with cold light at him, and continued. Going west, there is an island. As long as you go there to loot in 3 days, I will let you go today, and everything you rob is yours. Chapter 244 Akainu's attention. In the small room, in front of Lei Luo was a portrait of an elegant middle-aged man and a lot of data related to naval warships. Lei Luo's mind was condensed, and Tegu's 5-vision omnipotent future vision was activated. In just a moment, an island with a small country appeared in his mind. No, pirates will invade this country in 3 days. It seems that the future Lei Luo has not had time to inform Tina to rush to the island at the fastest speed, and the feeling of a whirlwind has already arrived. The warship seems to be attacked by some kind of creature. All guards! All guards! There are sea kings attacking warships. Lei Luo, who had just walked out of the room, heard the 3 words, Sea King Lei, and immediately turned into a golden light and rushed towards the deck. On the deck, Tina's hands turned into huge black iron railings, and a small battlefield was circled in the sea, in which several navies were fighting against a sea king. Hold on everyone! Tina shouted. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. With the passage of time, the mortal marines have long been exhausted, but the sea kings are still fierce, and the tide of defeat is expanding. Sea kings are the most powerful creatures in the sea, but they are not invincible, at least in front of the previous navy. Sea kings are just bigger animals. But now, because of the war on the top, a large number of elites in the navy have lost their lives. Most of the people who survive are soldiers transferred from other branches. Naturally, their combat effectiveness cannot be compared with the Sea Kings. Damn it, if only Smoker was here. In order to prevent the destruction of the warship, Tina had to maintain her current state at all times. In addition, the devil fruit possessed all landlubbers, and it was almost equivalent to a waste person after falling into the sea. It is precisely because of this that she, who is the strongest on the scene, can't make a move, and can only pin her hopes on these recruits. Call out. At this moment of crisis, a laser suddenly shot out of the naval warship, piercing the head of the Sea King effortlessly. Lei Luo. Looking at the silhouette gradually condensed by the laser in front of her, Tina couldn't help frowning. Such a simple killing of a Sea King without a trace of blood on the whole body, plus the move just now, a name suddenly appeared in Tina's heart, Glittering Fruit. But soon, Tina dismissed the idea. Once the devil fruit finds its host, the same second one will never appear again in the world, and now the person who owns the glittering fruit is the Admiral Kizaru of the Admiralty, and Lei Luo cannot have the ability of glittering fruit anyway. If that's the case, what exactly is Lei Luo's ability? Wow, Lei Luo, are you that strong? One finger pierces through the Sea Kings, when can I be so powerful? Even if it's a general at the headquarters, it's probably nothing more than that. Compared to Tina's overheartedness, these navies, who had never seen a big scene, surrounded Lei Luo in the center, and looked at him with adoring stars in their eyes. That's right, the weak eat the strong, and everything respects strength. It has always been the rule of the pirate world. When people face the strong, they will envy and worship from the bottom of their hearts, and there are few weak people who disobey the strong. Major General Tina, order the warship to head west with all its strength. In about a day and a half, you will see an island with Victor on it. Lei Luo said and left for a long time, leaving a very handsome back to everyone. Late at night. Lei Luo, have you rested yet? Lei Luo, who was trying to figure out how to step up to the Admiral, was awakened by a knock on the door, and it was Tina. What is she doing? She came to me in the middle of the night. Could it be that she was fascinated by my actions during the day? As soon as this idea was born, it was immediately erased by Lei Luo. He didn't think that an old woman in her 30s would be like a nymphomaniac. Come in. Sure enough, Tina, who pushed in the door, did not express her love like him, but walked up to him, lit a cigarette, and said lightly, "Who are you, or why did you join the Navy? For what purpose?" When asked by Tina, Lei Luo was a little stunned and didn't know how to explain it for a while. Just imagine, a person who joins your faction by chance, has a strength far beyond your own but is willing to be a third-class soldier at the bottom. No matter how you think about it, it feels wrong. I am who I am, joining the Navy is just to uphold justice. Oh, I don't think a person with nature-type devil fruit ability and observation hockey would be so simple-minded. Even if it is the owner of the fruit of light, so what? I said that the Navy needs to be reformed. Do you think my words are just casual remarks? Light fruit. Hearing this, Tina's eyes were full of confusion. What kind of devil fruit is this? Why have never heard of it? Looking at Tina who frowned, Lei Luo secretly smiled. It's that simple to deceive people. As long as you guide the other party to your own rhythm first, everything that follows is left to one mouth to have the final say. Yes, that's right, the guangguang fruit is not the gleaming fruit of General Yellow Monkey. The connection between my fruit and his fruit may be the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Stopping the explanation given by Lei Luo, Tina was a little dubious. After all, he was at the scene of the top war at the time. The frontier witnessed the boundary between the upper and lower levels of the Fire Fist Eisen fruit. Don't press the red dog on the ground and frantically rub. She agreed with this statement in her heart. Have you heard of photosynthesis? When the words fell, Lei Luo slowly raised his right hand, a soft light flashed in his palm, and when he touched it lightly, the huge vitality disappeared into her body along Tina's fingertips. Swept away the tiredness of her day. This trick is a derivative of light therapy. It can be used regardless of whether you are sick or not. The effect is to eliminate fatigue in the human body and inject vitality into life. It is indeed different from the glittering fruit of General Kizaru. In this case, the safety of the warship is left to you. After dispelling her doubts about Lei Luo, Tina returned to her room, while Lei Luo began to plot her own reform plan again. Office of Admiral Akainu at the Naval Headquarters. Jingle bell. Tina, what's the matter? Reporting to Admiral Akainu, a Navy named Lei Luo that I newly added a few days ago, not only has the observation Hokage above everyone, but also has the natural devil fruit, which has the strength to kill the Sea Kings in one blow. As long as he joins the Navy, nothing else matters. I accidentally discovered today that he can actually ignore the curse of the sea. Oh, remember to bring him to see the old man when you come back. Chapter 245 Bounty Hunter Victor. He's too good. This is the first Sea King to be killed in seconds. God, is this still human? Standing on the bow of the boat, Lei Luo was basking in the sun and enjoying his quiet nap time. As for those Sea Kings who dare to disturb his sleep, they will be taken away by a laser beam as soon as they show up. It was already the second day after the warship sailed to the west, and the miniature of a small island was gradually enlarged in the Navy's sight. This is a rich land. People built a country called Austria on it. They lived on their own and knew that one day a pirate ship came here. Facing the armed oppression of the pirates, the helpless residents finally chose to give up their resistance and surrender all their wealth. In this way, batch after batch of pirates came here, taking away batch after batch of wealth, until one day, a bounty hunter named Victor appeared and took people from the endless oppression. Rescued. Since then, whenever a pirate invades the island, Victor will appear, which also makes him have a pivotal position in the hearts of the people, and in the eyes of the Navy, he is a righteous man worth winning over. It's really the story of a generation of great men. After hearing the news that Tina got, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh, but he sneered at it in his heart. Bounty hunters are notoriously elusive, and as long as someone pays them, they can solve their targets by any means. In other words, bounty hunters never defend a place for free. Since Victor often protects Austria, someone must have paid a generous bounty. I heard that people in this country will take the initiative to hand in generous rewards every time Victor kills the invading pirates. I'll just say, bounty hunters are all money fans. How could they do such a high-risk, low-return thing? Lei Luo, who was hanging out with Tina in this country, did not notice that a pirate ship had quietly docked in the north of the island at this time, and the 7 people who got off the ship were among the slaughtered group of pirates that night. People who come down. Boss, I heard that there is a bounty hunter named Victor. He is very powerful. Why don't we escape? If you run away, there is a dead end. If I don't believe it, he is the only Victor who can kill all 7 of us. As for the monster named Saber-Toothed Tiger that appeared that day, it was the name that scared all pirates in this sea area. It is said that the strength of the Saber-Toothed Tiger has long been comparable to that of a vice admiral, especially his armament Hokage. Even if it is the most powerful Beihai, few people can surpass it. Terrifying strength, brutal methods, and some kind of weird ability to track others, it can be said that saber-toothed tigers are synonymous with ferocity. Any pirates who do not follow his instructions will all die after the specified time. How are we going to find Victor? Are we just doing this? Remember to let them hide the warship. Pirates will invade here in a while. We just need to wait for Victor to appear. Inside the tavern, Lei Luo and Tina were talking. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded, mixed with the screams of many people, and soon spread to the vicinity of the tavern. Boom. The gunshot killed people, and the flesh and brain in the shattered head were mixed together and splashed on the walls of the tavern. If you don't want to die, hand over your money. After the 7 pirates rushed into the tavern and shot a nearby teenager, the man in the lead said wildly. Seeing the bulging waists of the 7 people and their pockets stained with undried blood, Lei Luo grabbed the furious Tina and nodded firmly to her, letting Tina continue to choose to trust him. However, as a rear admiral, Tina naturally has a strong sense of justice. Seeing that someone dares to ignore the system set by the Navy and treat human life as a child's play, she naturally won't sit on the sidelines. Swish. I saw Tina waved her arms, and the 2 slender arms instantly turned into 2 spears made of iron bars, stabbing towards the pirates. In the face of the sudden attack, the pirates reacted extremely quickly, and the 7 people were instantly divided into a formation of 3 to 1. While blocking Tina's offensive, the pirate boss shot suddenly. It has to be said that it was not all luck that these pirates survived in the hands of saber-toothed tigers. Impulsive woman. Lei Luo shook his head helplessly, turning into a light and shadow in front of Tina. His raised fingers easily caught the flying bullet, and then flicked his fingers. Ah! A scream sounded, a pirate fell to the ground, and the other 6 made a decisive decision, turned around and fled. Lei Luo, as a navy, why don't you stop them? Seeing the pirates flee, Tina asked Lei Luo. Facing the irrational woman, Lei Luo rolled her eyes at her, and then moved his gaze to an elegant middle-aged man who appeared outside the tavern. That's Victor. Following Lei Luo's gaze, Tina recognized the identity of the person who was fighting with the pirates at a glance. Ah! 6 screams sounded in succession. Victor raised his knife and fell, and 6 brand new corpses appeared on the ground, followed by the sound of people around him shouting for Victor. This Victor is really an alternative among bounty hunters. After dealing with the pirates who came to invade, he didn't stay too long, turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Follow up. Lei Luo whispered in Tina's ear and strode up without any shyness. After walking for about an hour, Lei Luo and Victor followed Victor to a forest. What's the matter? Where's Victor? Confused, Tina asked Lei Luo that Victor had just turned a corner before he disappeared. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Similarly, Lei Luo is also very confused about this character who has not appeared in the original work. Does the character of Victor only appear when the pirates invade the country? It doesn't make sense for a big living person to disappear mysteriously. There's a lot of unreasonable things going on, but Victor must be hiding somewhere in the forest, so you'll see me next. Taigu's 5 vision omnipotence was turned on, and Lei Luo, who had obtained the ability to see through, swept his gaze across the front, but did not find any trace of Victor. Chapter 246_Hidden Secret. Suddenly realizing something, Lei Luo suddenly raised his head, only to see a long knife magnifying infinitely in his eyes. Be careful. Tina wanted to push Lei Luo away, but no matter how fast the long knife was, it cut Lei Luo's body in half in one breath. Are you also the gang of the pirates? If that's the case, then go to hell. A slightly hoarse voice sounded, and Victor's figure appeared behind Tina at some point, and he was holding a dagger in his hand. However, before Victor could take further action, the long sword made of golden light was already on his neck, which was the Tiankong Cloud Sword. I advise you not to act rashly, for my sword is faster. How could this happen? That person is obviously dead. Unbelievable. Victor hurriedly looked down and found that Mukuro, the corpse of Lei Luo who had been cut in half by him, had turned into golden light, floating between the sky and the earth. What kind of ability is this? Why didn't he realize that this was a fake body just now? At this moment, Victor doubted his eyes and his cognition. He had never seen such a situation before. Seeing Victor's stunned expression, Lei Luo chuckled lightly. Where did the turtle come from? Haven't you even heard of Shadow Clone? Hey, no, this world doesn't seem to have this setting. During the period of entering the world of pirates, Lei Luo found through research that the chakra in his body could not be replenished because the world of pirates did not have this setting, but he had Liukushan who could steal the vitality of heaven and earth. As a thief, he can also use other energies to replace the existence of chakra. Lei Luo, stop it. We came here this time to win people over to join the navy. Why did you meet with swords as soon as you came up? Hey, I rescued you, and he was the one who made the sneak attack first. Lei Luo was a little confused about Tina's brain circuit. The last moment she was reminding herself to be careful, how could her face change so quickly, and it was still when the dagger in Victor's hand was still touching her back. A woman's heart is really a needle in the sea. Navy. When Victor heard the name, his body shook violently, killing intent surged in his eyes, but he was quickly hidden by him. Hello, my name is Tina, I'm Rear Admiral, I'm inviting you to join in the name of the Navy headquarters. I'm not interested, don't follow me anymore. Why don't you think about it again? With your prestige, the official position is at least at the level of a colonel. I like to be at ease, the Navy is not for me. For a man of justice like you, only the Navy is your final destination. Are you annoying? In the face of Tina's warm invitation, Victor refused again and again, and finally couldn't help it. After yelling at Tina, he drew his long knife and walked forward alone. Looking at the scene where Tina was deflated, Lei Luo didn't know why she wanted to laugh. Wait a minute, why is Tina so enthusiastic when she draws Victor, and when she draws herself, she just wants to talk? Thinking of this, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh, such a woman who changes her face whenever she meets anyone. Lei Luo, what are you sighing? Winning Victor is my task and yours too. Now that he's lost, why don't you use your observation hockey to figure out where he went? Although Lei Luo doesn't like being forced to do things, but when Victor heard the word Navy just now, he was obviously in a bad mood and wanted to leave. In addition, the bounty hunter didn't hold a pirate. The corpse went to the government in exchange for money, and instead dumped it in the downtown area at will, which obviously does not conform to common sense. What are you in a daze? Can you hurry up? We finally found Victor, we can't waste the opportunity. After rolling his eyes and constantly urging Tina, Lei Luo closed his eyes and sensed the position of the mark he had just left on Victor. How could this be? About 10 seconds later, Lei Luo suddenly opened his eyes and looked back at Oslia when he came. If his own perception is correct, Lei Luo can be sure that Victor definitely has some unknown secret. Because the location of the current mark is actually in the National Imperial City dozens of miles away from here. This Victor is not easy. Lei Luo smiled evilly, and directly pulled Tina and turned towards Oslia on the island. Inside the Imperial Palace. Lord Saber-Toothed Tiger, we don't know what happened to those two navies, so you can just raise your hand and let us go. On the throne, the human-shaped saber-toothed tiger that night licked its claws on its own, and let the 6 people kneeling in front of him beg for mercy, but he didn't answer at all. It is normal for a servant to ask the king for mercy, but if Lei Luo and Tina appeared here, their faces would be filled with shock. The 6 people who kept begging for mercy were the pirates who died earlier. As pirates, even the mortal enemy navy didn't recognize you, you are really incompetent. After a long time, the human-shaped saber-toothed tiger snorted softly and said coldly, the killing intent pervading his body almost condensed into substance. Lord Saber-Toothed Tiger, you see that our pirate group is almost wiped out, and we have indeed come to Austria to loot today as you ordered, so let us die. Feeling the killing intent of the human-shaped saber-toothed tiger, the pirate kowtowed frantically. Even if his head was bleeding, he didn't dare to slack off, and he didn't even dare to look up at the humanoid sitting on the throne. Saber-toothed tiger. Put down all the money you stole, and then I will count from 1 to 10. If you can get out of here, I will spare one of you. Thank you Saber-Toothed Tiger for pardoning the villain. Running more than 40 meters in 10 seconds, and still putting down the cumbersome money, these pirates who licked blood on the knife edge still have great confidence in their physical fitness. However, just when the pirates put down their bulging pockets and were about to set off to run wildly, a number they were most afraid of came to their ears. 10. The figure of a human-shaped saber-toothed tiger stood up from the throne, its sharp claws turned into a white light, and cut across the necks of the pirates in the blink of an eye, and 6 great heads flew up instantly. Dong 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 dong. With the sound of the 6 corpses reaching the end, the human-shaped saber-toothed tiger clapped, and 10 figures of men in black walked out of the shadows in the palace. You 7, use the fastest time to find out where the Navy's warships are located, and wipe out all the navies. As for the 3 of you, it's still the old rules. Find the pirate group nearby and tell me their location. Chapter 247_Probe and Alternatives. Austria, as usual, everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, has abundant supplies, and has a patron saint like Victor, and the development of the country is getting stronger and stronger, but all of this, in the eyes of Lei Luo, but very abnormal. Charcoal, sulfur, saltpeter, and a lot of iron, this island is really rich in materials. Somewhere on the island, Lei Luo slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. With the help of Tegu's all-powerful vision, Lei Luo successfully discovered the unusual feature of this island. That is, under the island, there are a lot of resources buried, which are the resources for making gunpowder. Thinking about it, no one has discovered such a superior material environment and made it into a firearm, and no pirates have occupied it. This is obviously because some people have hidden all these materials and do not want to let the outside world know. To make a fortune in silence, this is the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes. In order to find out the secrets of this island, after discussing with Tina, Lei Luo decided to adopt the method of conspiracy and then act. Before investigating everything clearly, they must not attack rashly, in order to avoid surprises. Tina, have you noticed anything unusual recently? Lei Luo, who returned to a secret cave, asked Tina. Recently, a group of people seems to be investigating the Navy's trail. Fortunately, you expected the enemy to take the lead and hid the ship first. Tina was amazed when Lei Luo discovered Victor's anomaly, and suddenly proposed to hide the warship halfway to the Imperial City, and let the Navy disguise as ordinary people. A young man who has seen clearly that he has not yet been deeply involved in the world has such a brain. This is undoubtedly a talent for the Navy. By the way, I heard a request from someone just now that every time Victor solves a pirate, the king of this country will pay him privately, but the only thing that confuses me is that Victor is a bounty hunter. Actually chose to comply with the king's request and live in the Imperial City. A bounty hunter who advocates freedom and refuses the Navy's request would actually agree to live on this island. Coupled with the large amount of materials found by Lei Luo, what kind of connection is there? It still needs careful scrutiny. Why don't you do this? You and I will visit the King of Austria as a navy, and by the way, test Victor's purpose. Good. Not just for some reason, Lei Luo always felt that Victor's stay on the island had an inexplicable relationship with the resources underground. This seemingly peaceful country seemed to be shrouded in an elusive shadow. Inside the Imperial City. Report to the king, a man and a woman claiming to be the Navy came to visit outside the Imperial City. Seemingly aware of something, the human-shaped saber-toothed tiger on the throne quietly put down the phone bug in his hand, and after a little thought, nodded to the servant who came to report. After a while, under the leadership of the servants, Lei Luo and Tina entered the splendid palace, but the person sitting on the throne was not the human-shaped saber-toothed tiger, but a slightly haggard-looking man. A somewhat fat old man. Lord King, the two of us passed by here and accidentally met a bounty hunter like Victor who has a heart of justice, so we specifically wanted to ask the king for someone. As compensation, we will send a large number of naval soldiers to garrison all year round. Here, keep the people safe. Quote. According to the method taught by Lei Luo, Tina proposed an exchange to the king in front of her. The big incident of the war on the top is still the hottest topic, and everyone can clearly see the loss of the Navy on the broadcast. Against this background, if the Navy uses tough tactics to recruit talents, it makes sense. But if the Navy's Major Admiral personally proposes an exchange, as a citizen protected by the Navy, there seems to be no reason to refuse. This matter is still up to Victor. Let Victor decide for himself. Facing the king's slightly guilty reply, Lei Luo had nothing abnormal on the surface, but his heart was running fast. It is understandable for the king of a country to have a fat body, but why he looks haggard, especially when the country is developing well and there is no pirate invasion. In addition, Lei Luo found that when the king mentioned Victor, there seemed to be a hidden fear in his tone, especially just now he clearly wanted to say Lord Victor. Things are getting more interesting. Lei Luo and Tina secretly looked at each other and smiled, all of which was exactly as they thought. Behind the island there is a big secret that the Navy doesn't know. The two Navy lords must have a long way to go. I don't know if the other soldiers have found a place to live. If not, I can live in this Imperial City. Ha ha ha, thank you for the king's kindness, but the two of us also happened to pass by Austria on the way to the mission, and the headquarters did not assign soldiers. Lei Luo laughed, thanked the king for his kindness, and locked his eyes tightly on the king's face. Once he had any trouble, Lei Luo would be able to find out immediately. Sure enough, in the ensuing conversation, Lei Luo noticed that the king in front of him sneaked a glimpse of the shadow in the corner of the palace from time to time, as if someone there was teaching him how to deal with the navy. Overly humble attitude, constant testing in language, and erratic eyes, Lei Luo has basically confirmed that this king is just a substitute, and the real master of this country will only wait for Victor to appear. Likely to surface. My lord, the two of us are pressed for time, and I hope you can find Victor soon. Coincidentally, just after Tina said these words under the guidance of Lei Luo, Victor, who is in the long-term future, happened to be taken to the palace. Victor, these two Navy lords have something to do with you. You can discuss with them yourself, and I will leave first. Seeing Victor appear, the king seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, walking towards the outside of the palace as he spoke. Even if the king of a country treats bounty hunters so well, why is he still afraid of the navy? My lord, I think it is up to you to witness this matter, lest outsiders say that our navy is acting shamelessly. Looking at the sudden shock of the king's back, Lei Luo raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Just kidding, it's so easy to want to leave, how can it be so easy? Okay. The king stammered and agreed to Lei Luo's request, and then returned to the throne again, but at this time, he felt a little like sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, Tina solemnly nodded to Lei Luo. The eye contact between the king and Victor just now had proved his false identity. Chapter 248 The truth. As I said, I won't join the navy. If the two adults still have important things to do, it's better to leave first, so as not to delay the business. Victor still held an attitude of denial, once again rejecting Tina's invitation. Victor, now that the navy is showing weakness, it's the moment when the great talents of my generation contribute. Do you want to think about it again? No need. I can apply to my superiors without evaluating you. As long as you nod your head now, at least it's the position of a major general. I don't like a whole bunch of rules in the navy. The navy can send an advance force to protect Austria, and follow up reinforcements. What do you think of this condition? This is just a lonely island in the North Sea. I can do it alone. Look. You two have no end. In the end, Victor couldn't stand the double attack of Lei Luo and Tina, and he raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. But soon, Victor's mood returned to normal, and his eyes began to constantly look around on Tina's bumpy body. Or else, as long as this major general can marry me, I'll join the navy. Okay, I agree, just to marry our Major General Tina. The betrothal gift is not a small amount. Facing Victor's change of mind and Lei Luo's sudden deal, Tina was a little confused. This plot is not right. According to the plan Lei Luo said, shouldn't Victor be angry, and then the two of them will expose everything and hide the secret mastermind who is hiding in the dark. How to start discussing her marriage now? Looking at Tina who was glaring at him, Lei Luo laughed and pointed out 5 fingers at Victor. The navy will take 50% of the resources in the depths of the island as a dowry for your marriage to Major General Tina. Lei Luo said these words. The entire palace fell into a dead silence. Call out. You imposter, sit down and don't move. Just when the king realized that something was wrong and was about to run away quietly, Lei Luo's raised hand suddenly pointed at him, and a golden laser shot out from his fingertips, blasting a slender crack in the wall in front of the king. Lei Luo, look, what is that? Lei Luo, who was looking at Victor with a positive and evil smile, suddenly heard Tina's exclamation. He turned his head and looked at him. Through the crack in the wall, he saw the secret room at the back of the palace, neatly placed. Countless guns and ammunition. In addition to this, there is a gate in Lost, behind which seems to hide a bigger secret. The mystery of the underground resources has been answered. The next step is to catch the bounty hunter, so as to find out the last mastermind. It seems that I can't hide it. Victor took a deep breath, walked slowly to the front of the throne, and grinned at the fat old man he ordered to pretend to be the past. Ah! With a scream, the fat old man's eyes widened, and he looked at the hand on his chest in disbelief. No, to be precise, it was a beast arm with sharp claws. Lord Victor, I did everything you ordered, why are you still killing me? The wealth and status that I promised in advance can obviously be rejected. Swish. Victor pulled out his sharp claws and greedily licked the warm blood on it, letting the fat old man collapse to the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lei Luo suddenly had an ominous premonition and hurriedly protected Tina behind him, but even so, it was too late. His subordinates are closely guarded, and there is no retreat at all. Victor, do you know what it means to kill a rear admiral? Lei Luo roared hysterically, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his inner fear. After destroying the corpse and destroying the traces, it's over if you don't admit it. Besides, even if the Admiral of the Navy asks me to settle the account, what can he do to me? Doesn't the Navy want to pay attention to evidence, then destroy all the evidence, what can they do? Victor had already formulated hundreds of plans to torture Lei Luo and enslave Tina. As for the two escaped. Just kidding, Lei Luo may be very strong, but Tina is not necessarily. He can break through hundreds of people with a burden. Could it be that he raised all of Victor's people? Is it a dog? Can you tell us the truth before you die? Who is the man behind you, and why are you pretending to be a bounty hunter? Facing death, Tina's legs were already trembling. Is this the rear admiral at the Navy headquarters? Victor laughed. He always thought that the Navy was a group of well-trained elites, but now it seems that it is no more than that. Rear Admiral Dangtang is still afraid, and the naval headquarters is really unusable. If that's the case, let the two of you die in peace. It turned out that Victor used to be the head of the saber-toothed tiger pirates. He discovered this island a few years ago and planned to occupy the mountain as king, but God favored him. The resources under this small island can make countless arms. Coupled with a certain special gas material unique to Kojima, various forces have chosen to secretly trade with him, and many of them have top-level existences in the world. In order not to be noticed by the naval government for his business, Victor thought about it and decided to find pirates to invade Austria, and then strangle them as a bounty hunter. What Victor didn't expect was that the outbreak of the war would actually lead to heavy losses to the Navy, otherwise no one would come to the door to seek death in this life. What? Why didn't the pirates leak these out? A group of dead people, how to speak. As for what that gas is, I don't know, but using it against a natural devil fruit owner like you is the most deadly. Speaking of this, Victor smiled contentedly, then sat on the throne, looking at Lei Luo and Tina below, his eyes full of playfulness. Well, let's you experience the power of that gas, the owner of a natural devil fruit that can no longer be elementalized. Following Victor's order, several subordinates rushed into the palace and shot Lei Luo with their guns. Austria picks up the unique gas, and once it is embedded in the bullets, these bullets will be given the effect of sea towers, and this is the most fundamental reason for Victor's hot business. Self-righteous boy, do you really think that you will be invincible after eating the natural devil fruit? How ridiculous. Ding. System detection, task activation, kill Victor. Reward God level lottery points 1. Chapter 249_die. Bang bang bang. The gunshots continued, and dozens of specially made bullets were shot towards Lei Luo, like a life-threatening impermanence, and there was no room for compromise. What? How could this be? Seeing that Lei Luo, whose body was pierced by bullets, but who was safe and sound, was smiling evilly at him, Victor continued to point at Lei Luo and ordered his subordinates. Master, shoot. Originally, there were only a few gunmen in the third squad, which expanded to a dozen, then 20, 30, and finally 47 people, enclosing the entrance to the palace. Da 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 da. The constant gunshots sounded. Lei Luo just shook his head and raised his hand to cast a light barrier to protect Tina. Impossible. It's impossible. How can you be okay? Could it be that your ability is not elemental? Victor looked at the unscathed Lei Luo, and roared like crazy. He really couldn't figure out what kind of Yang's horror ability Lei Luo had, which could make him have the same horror ability as elementalization. Lei Luo's glittering fruit comes from the world of pirates. It is definitely not as simple as an ordinary devil fruit. He will not become a landlubber, and he will not be restricted by the sea-floor stone. If you have any other cards, hurry up and use it. Based on what you told me just now, I can give you a chance. Lei Luo stretched and moved his muscles and bones a little, as if the bullets hit him, massaging him and making him feel comfortable. Seeing Lei Luo's defiant appearance, Victor slowly lowered his head. What about the Navy? What if there are skills comparable to elementalization? How much combat power can a young man who looks only in his 20s have? Roar. A beast-like sullen roar came from Victor's mouth. When he raised his head again, he was still not human, but a human saber-toothed tiger. He, you two are going to die today. Victor stretched out the long tongue of his orangutan Yuhi and licked his sharp claws, which were blazing cold. Next, he was going to use these pair of sharp claws to dismember the current two people. Ancient species of animal devil fruit. Seeing the power of this devil fruit, coupled with Victor's age, a report appeared in Tina's mind. A few years ago, there was a pirate group called Saber-Toothed Tiger in the North Sea. Its leader was a first-class taijutsu master who was extremely good at boxing. He also used armament Haki, the owner of Saber-Toothed Tiger Devil Fruit. It is said that Yuhi Zapu, who entered the Great Waterway, was defeated and chose to retire after a year of dominance. The person who defeated Zapu was Victor, the captain of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Pirates. Lei Luo, when I count to 3, we'll run away together. Victor's horror is definitely something you've never seen before. After recalling Victor's true identity, Tina understood that the two mentioned the iron plate, and even if they left behind, they would never be able to compete with such a strong man galloping on the great route. Run. Why run? Do you think I'm weaker than him? Lei Luo stepped forward and stared at Victor with a playful gaze, exactly the same as Victor's gaze just now, the kind of gaze that looks at a dying person. Seeing that Lei Luo's attitude towards escaping was so disgusting, Tina wanted to die. Brother, now is not the time to be young and frivolous. If you want to prove that you are strong, when you have time in the future, why do you have to show your prestige at this moment? On one side is the servant carrying the gun, in the middle is Tina who remembers turning around in circles, and in the front is the eye contact, Victor and Lei Luo, who are all indifferent. The three of them are silent. Boy, you are too arrogant. Old man, can you stop wasting my time? Victor was laughed a lot by Lei Luo. Are young people now so anxious to seek death? In this case, so long for you. Swish. With a light sound, Victor's figure suddenly disappeared, and the vigilant Tina hurriedly looked around, but no matter how carefully she observed, she could not find any trace of Victor, as if he had never appeared. Same. Compared with Tina's hurried use of the fruit's ability to build a fence around the two of them, Lei Luo was quite calm. When facing an opponent who is good at speed, how can you have time for such useless work? And besides, is Victor very fast? Lei Luo said to Tina calmly, and at the moment when the words came to an end, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the left, the killing intent in his eyes almost condensed into reality. Who? Seeing Victor who suddenly reappeared, lying on all fours in a corner of the palace, a corner farthest from Lei Luo, gasping for breath and dripping with cold sweat, Tina's face was filled with greetings. What happened to Victor? Why do you look like hell? What just happened? Only two people present knew, one was Lei Luo and the other was Victor. Victor, who has absolute confidence in his own speed, relied on his high-speed movement and frantically around Lei Luo and Tina. From Lei Luo's eyes at the time, he knew very well that such a young and frivolous guy didn't know where he was. Place. However, just as Victor was about to make his move, Lei Luo instantly found his position and looked at him with a distance of 1 meter and 4 eyes, his eyes filled with murderous intent like an asura crawling out of hell. Avoid the reaction more, almost the instinct brought by the creature under the power of the devil fruit. the subconscious reaction of the body when encountering fatal danger, stay away. That's all. Just flying around like a fly. Lei Luo sneered and said disdainfully, followed by him and raised a hand. It's a coincidence, what I'm best at is killing flies with a slap. Between the words, Lei Luo's eyes turned into the blood of Yuhi the gorilla at some point, and 9 of the black tomo were spinning rapidly. At the same time, a huge palm made of energy appeared behind him. That was Susano. Boom. It's over. It's too hot in here. I'll go to that secret room first. A deafening bang sounded, along with the trembling earth and the shaking palace, as well as Lei Luo, who complained that there were too many people in the palace and it was overheating. With just one slap, Lei Luo actually slapped to death the owner of an animal-type devil fruit wrapped in armament hockey with just one slap. Looking at Lei Luo while humming a little tune, he casually smashed the wall behind the throne with a punch, and walked into the back of the secret room casually. Tina's face gradually returned to calm. General Akainu, you have seen it all. At this time, in Tina's pocket, the TV bug kept sticking out his head. Chapter 250 Demonic Illusion. The secret room at the rear of the Oslia Palace is far more spacious than Lei Luo wanted. It contains a mountain of well-made guns and ammunition, which is even more than the inventory in the Navy headquarters. Victor's business is big enough. Lei Luo, who flicked a cannonball lightly, said with emotion. Such a huge number of weapons, even if they are sold at the lowest price on the market, is a wealth that cannot be underestimated. Coupled with the still rich resources in the depths of the island, it is no wonder that Victor chose to give up. As a pirate, he embarked on the road of arms smuggling. If it were just these ordinary firearms, it would be difficult to attract the attention of the big forces. It seems that they still have to enter the back room. Lei Luo was also intrigued by the special gas shown by Victor. In the future, he is bound to overthrow the current navy and build an army of his own. The hardest thing about building an army is not to recruit high-level powerhouses, but to equip the grassroots soldiers with sophisticated equipment. Furthermore, most of the soldiers are just well-trained ordinary people, and they still seem a little helpless in the face of devil fruit abilities. Coupled with the scarcity of Shanghai Tower stones, it will make people so respected for devil fruit. But now, Lei Luo only needs to take the mysterious gas in Victor's mouth as his own, then all these problems will be completely solved. Boom. With the assistance of Zanpakuto Hyarinmaru, Lei Luo easily opened the blocked gate, and then a secret weapons factory appeared in front of him. What's the situation? I don't know. Who is that person? Is it sent by Lord Victor? Inside the weapons factory, dozens of staff members felt a little confused when they saw Lei Luo, who suddenly broke in. This weapons factory is the source of his wealth in Victor's eyes. The scientific researchers who go in can't get out, and the outsiders can't get in. Today, an uninvited guest suddenly broke into it. It will attract people's attention. Hey, who are you, kid? Are you here to find death? Just as Lei Luo was checking the situation in the factory, a icy teasing sound suddenly came from behind him, and then a palm twice the size of an ordinary person grabbed his head ruthlessly. Natural devil fruit. Seeing that Lei Luo's head turned into a little bit of starlight under the force that was enough to crush bones, and then return to its original state. The burly man took a few steps back abruptly, picked up a pair of submachine guns, and shot Lei Luo frantically. Faced with a person with the ability of a natural devil fruit, a burly man who does not know armament hockey will naturally not choose to confront him, especially when there is a weapon around him that specializes in restraining such a person. Looking at Lei Luo, who was beaten into a sieve in front of him, the burly man couldn't be happy anyway. The invasion of outsiders, is it that something happened to Victor? Are you the little boss here? Suddenly, the sound coming from his ear made the burly man suddenly shudder. He slowly turned his head and saw a pair of gorillas, Yuhi's 9 Tomo Reincarnation Sharingan. Why is this person behind me and still alive? Who is the person I just shot? Ollie, you traitor. In the form of a saber-toothed tiger, Victor, who was shot into a hornet's nest, pointed tremblingly at the burly man, and the man in his eyes was not content with the fusion of anger. How could this be? Ollie stood there dumbfounded. He didn't understand what happened just now, but he was sure that the person who broke into this place was definitely not Victor, and Victor had never appeared from the beginning to the end. But this is why, the bloody corpse in front of him will be Victor himself. Looking at Ollie, who was becoming more and more deranged, Leiluo did not act in a hurry, not because he did not dare, but because when Ollie saw his eyes, his final death was already doomed. Boom, boom. Aoli, who committed suicide by swallowing a gun, collapsed to the ground, and the researchers present were stunned. What just happened? Why did Ollie entertain himself in the open space by shooting at the empty space, shouting and other confusing behaviors? Just kidding. Demonic illusion in the hidden village of Konoha, the land of fire, is Leiluo's girlfriend. In terms of demonic illusion, his realm has long been unfathomable, and any part of his body can activate demonic illusion. Faced with such a power that he had never seen before, Aoli, whose body was still cold, probably would never have thought that he would finally swallow a gun and commit suicide, instead of being defeated and killed after a battle with Leiluo. You have seen it, and then do as I say, otherwise your end will be the same as this rubbish. Leiluo smiled kindly, but in the eyes of those researchers, his smile was like the smile of a demon from the depths of hell breaking out of the seal and about to start the slaughter. That mysterious gas is called Halu assimilation chi, which acts like its name. It can assimilate any item into Halu stone, which is a great threat to devil fruit abilities. Next, according to Leiluo's instructions, these researchers compressed all the Halu assimilation gas in the weapon factory into a special bottle and handed it over to Leiluo. Everyone's memory was erased, was released by Leiluo. Is there a devil fruit? This is really a surprise. With nothing to do, Leiluo accidentally found a tightly locked safe, smashed it open with a punch, and saw a grape-shaped devil fruit in it. What were those people doing just now? I have sent people to suppress them all. Looking at Tina who came to him, Leiluo secretly let out a bad cry. If the rear admiral, who is more righteous than heaven, saw the devil fruit, he would definitely ask Leiluo to turn it over. Did you find a devil fruit while I was outside suppressing the rioting prisoners? Do you believe it when I say it's a bigger grape? What do you think? Tina gave Leiluo an angry look, turned and walked outside the palace. Gather your grapes, Admiral Akainu. Oh no, our new Marshal Akainu wants to see you. Akainu wants to see Leiluo. Wait a minute, why the new Marshal Akainu? Leiluo heard this title, his body was shocked. In the newspaper, he clearly saw that the latest incident was only the news that Luffy left 3D2Y, so what is the battle between Akainu and Aokiji? When did it end, and what timeline is it now? Chapter 251 Observation Hockey. So that's what it is. It scared me. On the way back, after Leiluo mentioned this matter, Tina told him that because the original Navy soldier in his room died a long time ago due to the invasion of the Sea Kings, the newspaper has not been updated. Furthermore, according to the gossip, after the defeat, Aokiji actually chose to quit the Navy and join the Blackbeard pirates. This kind of shameful thing to the Navy is still in this extraordinary period, and the new Marshal Akainu will naturally try to suppress it to avoid the turmoil in the hearts of the Navy. After accurately knowing Akatsuki's current timeline, Leiluo no longer cared about it, and went back to his room alone to start his own lottery plan. System, get started, hurry up. After locking the door, Leiluo couldn't wait to call the system in his mind. He still couldn't forget the last prize, the SSS level void mirror. Ding! The familiar voice sounded, and then a more familiar huge circular turntable appeared in his mind, with the names of 6 different prizes written on it. S-level skills, Hayate swordsmanship. S-level skill, observation hockey. S-class prop, Gunbai Uchiwa. S-class weapon, 10-fist sword. S-class props, escape Tiso. S-class hero, Genos. Hayate swordsmanship, an extremely powerful swordsmanship in the League of Heroes. Attack, destroy the sky and the earth with the force of the gust of wind. Defense, the barrier of the wind can be everything. Move, and the figure comes and goes like the wind. However, to connect it into a terrifying kendo talent, in Lei Luo's memory, the only person who has cultivated it to the highest level seems to have the title of Happy Man. Observation Haki, needless to say, one of the three types of domineering, is generally used to enhance people's facial features, so that people can detect subtle changes in everything around them, and can also be used to predict enemy attacks. It is rumored that Charlotte Katakuri, the deputy of the BIGMOM pirate ship, can even predict the future. Gunbai Uchiwa, the artifact of the Uchiha family, was used by Uchiha Madara to perform a stunt that can bounce back and double the power of ninjutsu, Uchiha Bounce. The Ten-Fist Sword, according to legend, is the saber of Izanashi, the father of the Japanese gods. It was used by his son Susanoo to kill the famous eight-headed snake. Its power cannot be underestimated. Escape Tiso, a future technology product composed of 365 blades, can be used as a means of transportation, and can be manipulated by mental power to turn it into a terrifying weapon. As for the last Genos, this is amazing. He is not props and weapons, nor does he belong to the ranks of skills, because he is a robot, an artificial man with a dream of defending the world, with only the original brain on his body. But because of this, Genos, who is full of machinery, has various abilities far beyond ordinary people. In addition, he has this extremely strong firepower offensive, and is a loyal subordinate. Hey, what's the situation with you? How come even the hero has been sorted out for me? After seeing Genos, Lei Luo asked the system in confusion. Every time the host successfully clears a different world, the system will be upgraded, and the types of prizes will also increase. Oh, so it is. Hearing this, Lei Luo's mind appeared in the mind of a different world navy composed of strong men from various worlds, following his dashing figure of punishing evil and evil on this sea. Stop giggling, are you still smoking? Squeeze. After wiping away his saliva, Lei Luo gave an order, and the huge turntable began to turn. Ten-Fist Sword, Genos, Gunbai Uchiwa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Observation Haki. Grass. Just after the sound of the system ended, Lei Luo could clearly feel that his hearing, vision, and sense of smell had become extremely sensitive, and the functions of his body were much stronger than before. However, these enhancements made Lei Luo feel very sensitive. Luo wasn't happy at all. To say that the various enhancements brought by Observation Haki may be epic changes for others, but for Lei Luo, at most, it is just the icing on the cake. Enhance physical reflexes, please. Lei Luo's master in the Hokage world is Master Chen, who is the first Konoha physique master. With the blessing of the 8 inner gates, his physical body has extremely strong mobility and reflexes. Furthermore, whether it is Tegu's 5 Vision Omnipotent or 9 Tomo Rinnegan Wheel Eyes, it can help Lei Luo capture the enemy's movements and avoid the enemy's attack during the battle. What? Dodge in advance after predicting the enemy's moves. These things are completely unnecessary in Lei Luo's view, because his physical fitness and various bonuses from props or pupil techniques are enough to support him to avoid the attack of anyone in this world, even an invisible person. However, Observation Haki is not useless, at least it can be used to deal with the inspection of the Navy. Lei Luo can only comfort himself like this. Naval Headquarters. Sakazuki, what do you have to say quickly, or the old man can't guarantee that you will survive the next second. Cap, Akainu is now the Navy's marshal, you'd better not be blinded by emotion and act recklessly. Sengoku walked into the familiar marshal's office. He saw Garp with a black face staring at Akainu sitting on the marshal's seat, and the armrest of the chair in Garp's hand had been pinched by him. A pair of powder, sprinkled on the ground. Oh, there is a meeting after work. I have already clocked in. Oh, is everyone here so early? The lazy-looking Kizaru finally came to the office. Before him, the high-level personnel of the Navy, such as Cyborg Kong, Crane, and Smog, had already gathered here. Everyone, watch this video sent by Major General Tina. After seeing everyone coming, Akainu took out a TV bug and posted this video, a scene of Lei Luo killing Victor at that time. What kind of power is that? Who is that kid? You can slap Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, to death with a slap at such a young age. It's a man-made material. This person must be owned by our navy and cannot be tricked by those criminal pirates. What the hell is this kid? Compared to most people's shock at Lei Luo's displayed strength, Smaller's is a bit different. His attention may have been all focused on Lei Luo at first, but when Lei Luo began to protect Tina, his mood changed slightly. Smoker took a deep breath of the cigar, secretly recording Lei Luo's face firmly in his heart. Boy, you'd better not join the Navy, or I will definitely tell you what it means to be devastation from a superior. Chapter 252 Decisions at the top of the Navy. On the top of the big war event, although it seems that our Navy ended with a tragic victory, everyone here should know very well that if it weren't for the appearance of the dead Emperor Yuhi Fashanks later, the Navy may no longer exist now. However, this is not the reason why we can indulge the pirates. In the face of those extremely vicious criminals, we must execute them all, leaving none of them, just like when we executed Fire Fist Ace. Akainu's words are very direct, just like what he did. They were also cold. Pirates are absolutely evil in front of him. As long as they can destroy pirates, he will definitely do anything. Boom. With a loud noise, the angry Garp, with a face full of killing intent, was once again pressed down by Sengoku. Ace's death has always been an inextricable knot in the heart of Garp, a grandfather, and it was his biggest concession to hear the murderer of his grandson have a meeting, but Akainu still has to mention it. And this matter. Sakazuki, the green pheasant is gone. After you die, Pulsolino can be the marshal. Don't think that the old man dares not touch you. Cap, calm down. Sengoku pushed Garp's head hard, burying his entire face in the floor. You guys continue the meeting. I'll leave with Garp first. As for the content of the meeting, Crane, remember to come to the old place to find the two of us after it's over. What kind of person Garp is, Sengoku knows too much. If he and Akainu stay here for one more second, the consequences will be unimaginable, and Garp, who is in a rage, will change from a naval hero to the biggest criminal in the Navy. Kill the criminal who killed the current admiral. After Sengoku dragged Garp out of the office, Akainu glanced at Kizaru absent-mindedly. He wouldn't take what Garp had just said as an angry remark. In the face of Akainu's question, Kizaru waved his hand hurriedly, complaining in his heart that Mr. Garp really dares to talk nonsense about anything, and he obviously only wants to live a salted fish life of clocking in and going to get off work. How could he be an annoying marshal? What about the job? Now let's get down to business. Because of the departure of the traitor Aokiji and the retirement of the former Marshal Sengoku, the top combat power of the Navy headquarters and the top pirate group that cannot compete with the Great Root, for this reason, I want to accept a few new generals. As Akainu said, he handed over the information in his hand to everyone present. The current Navy can be said to be the retirement of the old generation. The middle-aged combat power is falling apart, and the young generation is even more uneven. The strong and the weak are weak. Can't achieve a tragic victory, unless the older generation of powerhouses are invited to take action. To this end, the Navy obeyed the government's orders and began a large conscription. Although the effect of the big conscription is indeed remarkable, in just over a year, the base of the Navy has even slightly exceeded the previous scale, but it is not very clear whether any of these people are scheming. Arms are absolutely impossible to twist thighs, even two arms can't fight with one thigh. Similarly, in front of the real strong, no matter how many weak people are, it will not help. Just like during the war, if it wasn't for the fact that Whitebeard was old and terminally ill, and if he was attacked by his beloved son, Skeward, the big vortex spider, Akainu wouldn't be sure that he could hurt Whitebeard. Beard, not to mention those ordinary naval soldiers. Do you mean to increase the difficulty of selecting a handsome man in the conscription? After all, Gangji Yukong was a former marshal, and he was also very familiar with the current situation of the Navy. My plan has two aspects. First, I will select 3 people from the information in your hands to serve as admirals of the Navy together with Kizaru, corresponding to the 4 pirate emperors respectively. Second, through the request of Blackbeard, appointed him as King's Shichibukai, and at the same time invited Bucky from the clown pirates to serve as King's Shichibukai, and slowly recapture those damn criminals he once took away. Facing Akainu's proposal, the heads of the Navy looked at each other and nodded. Admiral's confession is a matter of time. As for Wang Shachiwahai, although they did not expect Akainu, who has always hated pirates, to put forward such an idea, they also understand what Akainu means. Doing this will undoubtedly maximize to reduce the pressure on the Navy from pirates. A few people here are the candidates you want to accept the fate of the general. Crane looked at the information in his hand and said slowly. In the information given by Akainu, there are many people who, in the eyes of the Crane, seem to be juniors who were just emerging at the beginning. I didn't expect that after so many years, they have all become strong, and they also chose to join Navy. Fujitora and Lu Niu are the candidates I value most. As for the 4th person. After saying this, Gang Gukong didn't have any more words, and just set his eyes on the TV bug on the Akainu's table. That kid is pretty strong. Even when Sengoku and Garp were his age, they weren't that terrifying. The commander of the world's army, Mr. Kong Puo, and Lieutenant General Crane are right. Yes, I also agree to make an exception to promote the 3 of them as new admirals. As long as the 3 of them are diligent, I can give up my general position. Boom. Seeing that everyone agreed with Lei Luo's decision to become the new general, Smog slammed out the door with a gloomy face, leaving only the scent of cigars still lingering in the office. This kid Smog is jealous, but he better not mess around. He is not Lei Luo's opponent. Lieutenant General, he looked at the closed door and said with a sigh. North Sea. Is this the Navy Type 6? With superb strength and approachable personality, Lei Luo quickly became one with the Navy, and now he is learning the 6 naval styles developed by Karp. A genius is a genius, and you've learned about the 6 types of Navy at a glance. Lei Luo, who was flying higher and higher with his feet on the air, was praised by many navies. In Lei Luo's eyes, this moon step is not a high-level move. In general, its activation theory is somewhat similar to that of Wudang Qinggong Tianzong, which requires extremely strong foot strength to activate it. Well, in return, I'll teach you a few tricks from my hometown too. Watch it, Konoha Whirlwind. I saw that Lei Luo was ready for the following kicks, and then he bowed his waist and kicked it violently. The speed of the move was extremely fast. In addition, this move was a circular attack, and it looked like a whirlwind. Boom. What idiot broke the mast of the warship? Get out of here, mother. With a loud bang, Tina rushed out of the deck and roared while looking at the broken mast in front of her. Chapter 253 The Army of Evil is Coming. Above the endless sea, the bright sunlight dispels the cotton clouds and shines on the deck of a naval warship. At this time, Lei Luo is training with a group of naval soldiers. Lei Luo, what's your trick called? It's like teleportation. It's obviously not doing anything, but it can burst out the power of the sky and kill the Sea Kings easily. Can you teach us? You said voidwalking. Unfortunately, this trick can't be taught, but I can continue to teach you the brand new Konoha Gangly style body art. After these few days of getting along, Lei Luo has become a godlike existence in the minds of these new recruits. They can't imagine that there are still powerful humans in the world, even the Sea Kings known as the strongest creatures in the sea. In his eyes, they are no different from ordinary grass carp, and they can be pinched to death. On the other side of the deck, Tina was smoking a cigarette to herself, looking at Lei Luo and others from time to time and smiling. This young man who was inadvertently recruited into the Navy definitely has the terrifying strength comparable to a Navy admiral. Most importantly, he doesn't seem to have any secrets about what he has learned. In a very short period of time, the Navy on the warship has become their strength has made a qualitative leap. Huh, what is that? Suddenly, Tina saw several well-armed ships in the distance constantly moving towards them. Boom boom boom. Along with a few loud noises, white smoke floated from the ships, and at the same time, several pitch-black artillery shells shot out. All security, enemy attack. Just as Tina gave the order, her arms were constantly building the railings. However, the moment the cannonball touched Tina's arm, the ability of the threshold fruit suddenly failed, unable to stop the cannonball's advance. Immediately after, the ships fired continuously again, and the shells that filled the sky were even enough to smash the aircraft carrier to pieces. Halu Stone. Tina frowned and exclaimed, she couldn't imagine what kind of power could be so rich and powerful. It was too late to say it was too soon. Just at the moment when the shells were about to touch the naval warship, a little golden light quickly rose and spread from the deck, turning into a barrier of light to protect the safety of the warship. The power in the North Sea, and it's definitely related to Victor. Lei Luo, who was standing beside Tina at some point, said lightly. For this kind of shell that is comparable to the seafloor stone, Lei Luo clearly felt the breath of the seafloor assimilation gas contained in it. Since Victor had been killed by himself, the person who came must be a powerful force who secretly had a deal with him. Did the news leak so soon? Outside the barrier of light, the war was raging and the cannons were roaring, but Lei Luo didn't take this to heart. He used observation haki early to perceive the opponent's details, and he could clearly feel that the opponent was just a battle-hardened soldier, not enough at all. For fear, the only thing that can interest him is the forces behind these people. You don't move. Lei Luo left a sentence. He turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky, crossing his hands to cover half of his face, and the fingertips of 10 fingers gradually condensed golden light. 8 feet Joan Tomo. With Lei Luo holding both hands, countless light bullets flew out from his fingertips, like a rain of flowers, overwhelming the sky and strafing the cannonballs and ships below. However, in just a few seconds, there was nothing that could be called a ship except for a naval-exclusive ship on the sea in a radius of dozens of miles. Boom! Lei Luo reappeared on the deck and threw down a terrified little leader he had captured. All of this happened so fast, how could the little leader never imagine that his troops, which are many times more than the Navy, would be sunk by a young man in less than 10 seconds. He was the only one left alive. Tell me who sent you here. Looking at the invincible man in front of him, the little leader knew that he could never escape under his eyelids. Therefore, Lei Luo suddenly smiled, and thick blood flowed out of his mouth, dripping. On the deck, it spreads towards the sea. Bite your tongue and commit suicide. Are you a dead man trained by the forces behind you? Lei Luo frowned slightly. Even if it was him, he would never be able to get any answers from the dead, but in the current situation, if the person who really wanted to attack him could not be found out, then this warship is very likely will be subject to 24 hours of endless enemy attack. Lei Luo, who was getting more and more headaches, turned his eyes to Tina, but Tina, who had searched all over the dead man, found nothing in the end. To discharge more than a dozen ships in one go, coupled with such a large number of shells, would require more than 100 million financial support at least. It can be seen that the forces that pursued and killed Lei Luo and others because of Victor's death must be a princely level. On the second day, the kingdom of Jamal. A bunch of useless rice buckets can't even do such a small thing. The furious Wensmagaj said angrily after hearing the news from his subordinates. That's right, this is a powerful force that has always maintained business dealings with Victor, known by the world as the Army of Evil, a terrorist existence at the level of the Overlord of the North Sea, and the Jamal 66 organization that has the right to participate in the World Conference. Father, it seems that those navies are not easy. Let us brothers and sisters handle this matter. The person who spoke was a Vinsmock Ichi with sunglasses, a one-character mark on his cloak, and a Yuhi-colored battle suit. Also, I'm relieved that you have a few shots, but after you take care of the Navy, remember not to leave any traces, and remember to take back all the products under Victor's command. Yes, Father. When the words fell, 1 woman, 3 men and 4 young people walked out of the hall without looking back. On the other hand, Lei Luo and others who were in the bright place didn't know how terrifying their existence was in this attack, but they didn't have time to continue their investigation, because an uninvited guest, Smoker Smog, appeared on the warship. Your boy is Lei Luo. What's the matter? Hey, sailor, stop on the small island ahead, I'm going to train this Navy rookie. Accompany you anytime. Seeing that the relationship between Smoker and Lei Luo was very tense when they met for the first time, Tina said that she wanted to stop the fight between the two, but the more she stopped, the more determined Smoker's attitude, and finally turned into smoke. Wrapped in Lei Luo and flew towards the island in his mouth. Smog, you idiot, all out, hurry up. Looking at the two people who were getting farther and farther in the air, Tina took a deep breath and ordered. Chapter 254 Invisible Coercion. In the air, a thick plume of smoke fell, scaring away the animals that were foraging around. 2 figures slowly emerged. It was Lei Luo and Smog. Lieutenant General Smalls, I don't know how you plan to train me. Lei Luo said disdainfully, for this smoker who played very well in the original book and did not make any progress after a few years, he felt in his heart that Smog was looking for abuse. Young people, don't think that if you have some strength, your eyes are on the top of your head. You have to know that there are people outside people, and a mountain is taller than a mountain. Looking at the young and vigorous Lei Luo, Smog seemed to see the unruly self that he used to be. Young people, only after being taught a lesson, will they understand what modesty is. Hearing Smog's words, Lei Luo couldn't hold back his laughter. There are people outside, a mountain is higher than a mountain. Who do you think you are, a poor lieutenant general who is weak in the naval headquarters, who gave you such courage to speak this nonsense with a cheeky face? If you want to teach me a lesson, even if the Admiral Akainu comes, he may not be able to do it. Go ahead, as a senior, I will give you 3 moves. It seems that he was stimulated by Lei Luo's contempt, and Smog, who was quite dissatisfied with Lei Luo because of Tina, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his anger, and said to Lei Luo. In any case, he must pay attention to his words and deeds. After all, he is a lieutenant general of the Navy, and he cannot lose face of the Navy and Army. Oh, 3 moves. Do you want me to give you 10 moves? In Lei Luo's eyes, Small suddenly became a little cute. How could anyone be so confident in themselves? However, after facing Lei Luo's repeated provocations, Smog finally couldn't hold his breath. He raised his eyebrows, took a big mouthful of cigar, and exhaled a thick smoke that drifted between the two. This second-hand smoke is really irritating to the eyes. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung his left hand in front of him a few times. Wait, smoker. Suddenly thinking of something, Lei Luo immediately retreated a few meters, looked up and saw that Smoker behind the smoke had long since disappeared. Observation Hockey, Lei Luo will, and Smog will also. Since Lei Luo can predict Smog's actions, why can Smog fail to predict Lei Luo's actions? Boy, when a real master is fighting, any action is to prepare for an attack. This is the first lesson I will teach you. Behind Lei Luo, the smoke gathered and gradually formed the appearance of Smoker. At this time, he was holding a special weapon with 10 hands and smashed it towards the back of Lei Luo's head. Smoker's weapon 10 hands is a special weapon specially used to restrain swords, and the top is also inlaid with the Nemesis Halu Stone of Devil Fruit. Don't look at the 10 hands as blunt weapons. There is no sharp point on the whole body, but under the blessing of Smog's strange power, it can easily smash rocks, and even iron swords and armor appear in front of it. Fragile. Boom. 10 hands fell, the stones splashed, and a large pit with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the ground in an instant, but Lei Luo was not in it. This kind of speed is far more than the shaving in the 6 poses. The battle-hardened Smog could see at a glance that Lei Luo was relying on pure speed to evade his first round attack, but to his surprise, Lei Luo's speed was extremely fast, so fast that he might not be able to do a hit attack. Boy, this is the second lesson. Faced with different situations, formulate different combat plans, and must not remain the same. The next moment, Smog's figure turned into smoke again, but this time the scope was so wide that it almost covered the island. This is the new type of ultimate move that Smog has developed over the past year, Mist Array. Wherever the smoke shrouded, everything was in Smoker's master, and he would immediately find out any trouble. Moreover, anywhere under the smoke, he can teleport to any direction with just one thought. In addition, as long as the smoke does not disperse, he is equivalent to having an immortal body. No matter how many times the body is attacked, it will automatically recover. After casting the fog formation for a few minutes, Smog was a little puzzled. He didn't expect that he, who had already covered the entire island, would actually search for Lei Luo's trail to no avail. Could it be that this kid escaped to the ground? Impossible, he would never notice the movement of digging a hole. Suddenly, Smoker raised his head and looked into the air. There is no surface on the island, and it is impossible to go underground, so the only way to escape is in the air. Sure enough, there was not even a shadow in the sky. It's weird, is it possible that this kid can still jump into the sea? As a devil fruit person, doesn't he know that he has become a landlubber? Smog, who moved to the edge of the island, looked towards the sea with puzzled eyes. Everything was calm, and it didn't look like someone was fluttering in it. So where did Lei Luo go? Hey, Smoker, let me teach you a lesson too. Don't underestimate any of your opponents, even if he looks younger than you. Above the fog formation, the sunlight cast by the fierce sun on its surface quickly gathered, forming the figure of Lei Luo, who pressed Smoker's head into the sea. As Smog said, devil fruit powers are a group of beings cursed by the sea, and their biggest nemesis is the ocean. Smog struggled frantically, trying to escape from Lei Luo's control, but when he came into contact with the seawater, all his strange power disappeared, and he couldn't ask Lei Luo's hand at all. The fog formation slowly dissipated, and the group of Tina who had docked also understood that the battle between the two was over. Tina, who wanted to teach Smog a lesson about this matter, saw the ridiculous scene in front of her and the reaction of many navies. Same, petrified. Lieutenant Admiral Small of the dignified naval headquarters, actually did not last even a minute in Lei Luo's hands, and was fooled by Lei Luo like a child, pressing his head in the water and unable to break free. God, who is this Lei Luo, and why is he so strong? In the hearts of the Navy soldiers, Smog was still the powerful vice admiral, but Lei Luo's image was invisibly elevated. Looking at the expressions of everyone on the warship, Lei Luo sighed helplessly, picked up Small and threw it on the grass next to him. Originally, I was also a very low-key person, and I didn't want to pretend to be forceful, but why do people always want to slap the face and let me smoke? Could it be that my hands are too beautiful? Hey, invisibly pretending to be coercive is the most deadly after all. Chapter 255_Mission, to win people's favor. After a long time, the navies who returned to God hurriedly jumped off the warship, rushed to Smog's side, and performed a series of first aid such as artificial respiration. Hey, boy, let me ask you, what ability did you use? Why didn't I find any trace of you in the fog formation? Smog, who was rescued by others, was also free and easy, and he didn't care about the shame of his defeat, but began to ask Lei Luo for advice. Do you really want to know? Lei Luo turned his head and grinned at Smoker. Actually, I won't tell you, I'm mad at you. After snorting, Lei Luo turned around and left, leaving behind Smog, who was forcibly holding back his anger and accepting Tina's scolding with akimbo. Not to mention, although Tina is in her 30s, she is still well maintained. She can hold her small waist and thin hand with one hand, plus her slender and straight legs, bumpy figure and that with a delicate face, she is really a real beauty. Why didn't I notice this before? Maybe she used to smoke, so I couldn't see her face clearly. After a bit of emotion, Lei Luo thought about it and chose to give up. After all, he is still young, and if he wants to talk about friends, he must be young and beautiful women like Nami and Robin. As for Tina, he will leave it to her. Smokers of the same age. Ding! The system task has been activated, catching people's favor. Loved by, the woman who stole Tina from Smoker and made her the host. Task Wang Cheng will reward God-level lottery points *1. At the moment the system's voice sounded in his mind, Lei Luo turned around again, his eyes fixed on Tina. He suddenly felt that mature women are uniquely attractive. Looking at Lei Luo with fiery eyes, Smoker, who was already full of anger, could not wait to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Good you Lei Luo, not to insult Lao Su, but still interested in the woman Lao Su likes. Lao Su can't kill you. That's all, I can't beat you, I will kill you when you go back to the headquarters. Now let Lao Su greet you once again, your clan Tenyashira. Smoker thought angrily. Kingdom of Jamal. You have seen it all. Reiju retracted the TV bug in front of her. Even Lei Luo never imagined that the dead man who committed suicide in front of him would actually be the one with the ability to exchange fruit. At the moment of his death, he exchanged souls with a naval soldier and became a lurker in Lei Luo's heart. Undercover. Smog's power is not weak, it seems that he is not as incompetent as the news. Ichi said with a slight smile. Hey, our focus is which Lei Luo, not Smoker. Of course I know that the reason why Smoker can't find Lei Luo is not because Lei Luo is missing, but because he also used the ability of Devil Fruit and used the same ability as Smaller. This person is so terrifying to imitate. So what? You see, Lao Su can't kill him with electricity. Are you guys still men? You are watching the fight between two big men with a stunner like Rear Admiral Tina. Listening to what her younger brothers said, Leiju didn't know what to say. Iji doesn't like being directed by himself, and has always been unable to answer his own questions directly. Niji is arrogant and doesn't take Lei Luo in his eyes at all. As for the brother and sister Yuji, he is born to go away when he sees beautiful women. The immovable lecherous embryo, with these people, can really deal with Lei Luo and others without being tracked down by the Navy. That Lei Luo, who was hiding in the air at first, just watched Smoker's fog formation for a few seconds, then imitated his move, and turned into a ray of light covering the smoke, fooling Smoker's eyes, so terrifying his opponents. His younger brothers didn't even plan to make a battle plan, and Leiju really felt tired. Lei Luo, Smoker's temper is like that. He is not a bad person. Don't worry about today's affairs. At night, Tina came to Lei Luo's room and apologized to Smoker for him. However, in the eyes of Lei Luo now, whether Smog is good or bad has nothing to do with him. As long as he is sensible and does not provoke him again, it is enough. After all, after completing the tasks issued by the system, he can be a beautiful woman. At the same time, there is also a reward of God-level lottery points, which is a good thing that the fragrant can't be more fragrant. Since everyone is a navy, there is no need to fight infighting. Only by letting go of prejudices and working together can we avoid pirates and return the world to peace. Lei Luo pretended to be deep and serious and said to Tina. Yes, the Navy can only compete with many pirate forces if they unite. It's not a simple fact that Smog doesn't understand. Even Akainu and Aokiji, who are former admirals of the Navy, are not seen by Lei Luo. Clear. Just this short sentence, the image of Lei Luo has been greatly elevated in the heart of Tina, who advocates justice. Smog is such an old man, and he still does things with his will. I don't know from many perspectives. If he can have half of your mental awareness, it would be great. It may be that Lieutenant General Small wants to hone my temperament, because I am afraid that I will be arrogant because of my strength at a young age. I understand his kindness. Now that the seeds of goodwill have been planted in Tina's heart, Lei Luo will naturally not stop the offensive, continue to slam, and use words to build an excellent character for himself. I really want to pull that bastard Smoker over and listen to what you have to say and see if he feels ashamed. It turned out that before Tina came to look for Lei Luo, she had been trying to appease Smog's angry heart. He couldn't hear him say bad things about Lei Luo. Now look at Lei Luo, who is broad-minded, and think about Smog who speaks ill of people behind his back. Tina sighs helplessly. Lei Luo, you're a bastard, it's okay to be a woman I like, and now I'm still trying to belittle me, don't you, just wait. Lei Luo's room, Smog's ears were tightly attached to the door, eavesdropping. From the moment Tina left him, he had been following him, just to know what Xiaojuju was in Lei Luo's heart. Well, now I know that this guy has a relationship with himself as a rival in love. Major General Tina, you should go back to rest early, and smoking is harmful to your health. You'd better smoke less in the future, and tell Lieutenant General Smog this sentence for me. Boom. Lei Luo opened the door. Smog's burly figure fell to the ground with a thud because he lost his support. Smog, you're still eavesdropping on us. Looking at Smog who turned into white smoke and escaped, Tina chased after him angrily, leaving only the corner of Lei Luo's mouth slightly raised. Possessing Taigu's 5 vision omnipotent and 9 Tomo reincarnation Sharingan Lei Luo, he found out that Smog was eavesdropping early in the morning, and finally opened the door, saying that it was not intentional. Who would believe it? Chapter 256_Smokers Harassment. Lieutenant General Smog, Major General Tina, received an alarm that there was a pirate invasion on Mary Island to the southeast. Smog, who was receiving Tina's ideological education, was distressed. At this moment, a navy came and reported the information to them. Sail to Mary Island. Tina heard the words and immediately ordered. No, let Lei Luo go alone, and the warship continues to head to the headquarters. Smog, what do you mean? It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders, Major General Tina. Small snorted, and the word Major General was even more emphasized. Indeed, under the leadership of Akainu, the system of superiors and subordinates in the Navy is stricter than before, which is why Smog has been waiting for Lei Luo to officially become a navy before intending to take revenge. In a dimly lit tavern on Mary Island, the strong smell of gunpowder shocked everyone present. Black Bear, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your bounty has already exceeded 200 million. You're not bad. In 2 months, you have become a viper worth 190 million Baileys. Among the two who spoke, the man known as the Black Bear, Gujun, lived up to his name, and was quite burly. Now he was eating half-cooked barbecue, letting the blood in it stain Yuhi's jagged kiba teeth. Beside him, there was a musket, and the smoke from the muzzle had not yet dispersed. On the other side, the pirate named Viper is a thin man with a yellow complexion and drinking fine wine. The 2 eyeballs in his deep-set eye sockets are constantly turning, as if he is always calculating his surroundings. Everything of, "Boss, it's not good, there is a navy here." At this moment, a voice filled with fear suddenly came from outside the tavern. Navy. Hearing this familiar term, the Black Bear and the poisonous snake looked at each other and smiled. Since the top of the war, the Navy has suffered heavy losses, and its combat power has not survived. Coupled with the retirement of Sengoku and the defection of Aokiji, there are only 2 high-level combat power left, Akainu and Kizaru. The pirates became more and more unscrupulous, and did not take the navy in the slightest. Boom. Just as the little pirate rushed into the tavern in a panic, the Black Bear shot back and killed his subordinates. What a waste, scared by the navy into this, and in front of his opponent Viper, the Black Bear immediately lost interest in eating barbecue. You, go out and see how many people are in the navy. The poisonous snake smiled coldly and ordered to the subordinate beside him. Compared to a black bear with a single tendon, a poisonous snake is more calm when it comes to troubles. In any battle, when he does not know the details of the opponent in advance, he will never attack rashly. That is why he is called a poisonous snake. Name. Humans and animals are harmless when they don't attack. Once they do, it must be fatal and cruel. This is the portrayal of poisonous snakes. It is also because of this that black bears look down on poisonous snakes. In his eyes, men should fight, and there is no need to play. The next 3 indiscriminate means. Don't look at it, it's just me. Before the Viper's men could stand up, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and Etienne walked in, who was spotless on his body, pulled a chair casually, and sat in a triangle with the Black Bear and the Viper. Just came a navy, why would his subordinates be frightened like that? The Black Bear looked at Etienne, whose face was still slightly immature, and his anger grew stronger, especially when he saw the faint smile of the poisonous snake. Your subordinates plus the one you just killed, the whole army was wiped out. He took a bottle of wine from the table next to him and drank it, Etienne said to the Black Bear. Hearing Etienne's words, Black Bear instantly understood why his subordinates were so flustered. Killing dozens of pirates by himself was indeed a terrifying thing in the eyes of ordinary people. Hey hey hey. What are you laughing at? You think you can hide from me by letting your cuties hide? The poisonous snake just laughed out loud, and before he had time to ridicule his nemesis, Lei Luo smashed a wine bottle. Although he did not smash the poisonous snake, the invisible slap in the face resounded through everyone. Mind. Even if the current navy is not in the eyes of most pirates, they still have a deep fear of the navy in their hearts. After all, the camel that died of starvation is bigger than a horse, and he is only a boat. No matter how bad the navy is, sending more than a dozen warships is still a breeze. However, now there is only one navy, and he still looks so young. Although he can destroy 2 pirate ships by himself, in the eyes of the Black Bear, Etienne is still not a strong enemy. On the other hand, the poisonous snake was constantly looking at Etienne up and down. Age has never been used to judge a person's strength or weakness. Just like Ace, who was executed in the war on the top, the bounty has reached a sky-high price of 550 million at a young age. Looking at the naval hero Garp and the former Marshal Sengoku, even if the 2 of them are already half in the earth, no one will think that they are weak. Now that the navy is recruiting, Viper has to wonder if Lei Luo has the same level of terror as Ace. I wonder what the official position of this navy lord is. The Viper's voice was hoarse and a little harsh. You'd better stop talking, or I'll kill you first between the 2 of you. Lei Luo rubbed his ears and said to the poisonous snake with a frown. At that moment, a supreme and domineering king's aura gushed out of Lei Luo's body and shrouded the poisonous snake. Conqueror's Haki. Feeling the dizziness in his mind, Viper immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head, not even daring to look at Lei Luo. The former poisonous snake once met a middle-aged man who asked Yuhi to borrow alcohol from him. At that time, he not only did not borrow it, but also gave the man a bad lesson. Later, because of the outbreak of the war on the top, he realized that that person was actually the king of this sea, the legendary 4 Emperor Yuhi Fashanks. Knowing everything, the Viper wanted to apologize to Yuhi. Unfortunately, he met Yuhi's pirates and the Beast's pirates who were at war on the way. In a great battle, he and his crew even shot both sides. He fell into a coma without seeing it. The Viper will never forget the kingly air that Shanks glared at Guy for a long time. Now, he felt the same breath on the navy in front of him. Boy, what you said really looked down on your grandfather Black Bear. The Black Bear with a ferocious smile suddenly picked up the musket beside him, pointed at Lei Luo's eyebrows, pulled the trigger one after another, and shot several cold bullets in an instant. Chapter 257_bet. At such a close distance, the icy bullets cut through the air, and the hit is almost inevitable. Even if you are a natural devil fruit person, you can't do anything, because these bullets are special weapons developed by the arms dealer. How is this possible? The Black Bear exclaimed, his eyes in disbelief. But at a distance of less than 2 meters, Lei Luo caught all the bullets with his bare hands. A product of Victor Industries. Feeling the familiar smell of gas inside the shell, Lei Luo smiled and understood why he could smell a strange smell on the 2 pirate ships outside. You know, Lord Victor, it seems that you were also involved in the extermination of Austria. The already furious Black Bear heard Lei Luo mentioning Victor, and the anger in his heart was even more difficult to calm down. The weapons sold are extremely effective and the prices are favorable. Such a conscientious arms dealer will be wiped out by the Navy. For the black bear, who is a frequent visitor of Victor, it is as uncomfortable as having his arm cut off. I'm a little hungry, you'd better stay still. Lei Luo turned around, turned his back to the black bear, and even ordered food to the tavern owner. That's a black bear, a super criminal with a bounty of 200 million Bailey, and Lei Luo dared to be so provocative in front of him. The Navy is over. Whether it was the poisonous snake or the other people in the tavern, they all sighed in their hearts. Go to hell, brat. At this time, the black bear stood up, like a small black tower, picked up a chair next to him and smashed it hard at the back of Lei Luo's head, without leaving the slightest effort. Why do people of this age want to die so much? Call out. Lei Luo didn't even turn his head back, just raised his hand and pointed back. A golden laser shot instantly from his fingertips, piercing the chair, the black bear's chest, and the wall behind him in turn. Between the three, there appeared a void with a view to the street outside. Boss, take his head, even if it's my meal, there will be compensation for you. Lei Luo never looked back, but the black bear's heart had stopped beating forever. Hiss. The people in the tavern took a deep breath. What is the origin of this navy, and why is it so powerful at such a young age? Hey, where are you going? Lei Luo dragged his chin with his hand and looked at the poisonous snake that had quietly walked to the door of the tavern with a playful face. Sir, I beg you to let me go. I will absolutely listen to you when I am young. This poisonous snake was also decisive. The voice of Lei Luo just sounded in his ears, and he immediately knelt on the ground with all his body thrown to the ground, without the slightest sign of a 119 million Bailey level big pirate. Just kidding, what is a card face? What is the face again? Can these be eaten as meals? In the eyes of the poisonous snake, as long as he can survive, let alone kneeling down, even if Lei Luo asks him to eat shit, he can finish it all without taking a sip of water. A good one who can bend and stretch. If you are in my hometown, you must be a great hero. Looking at the poisonous snake who didn't even look up, Lei Luo's mind came up with the famous allusion to the humiliation of the crotch. However, it is a pity that the world in which the poisonous snake lives is a world that believes in the law of the weak, and the fist is not big enough. Even if you can endure the humiliation, it is useless. Well, you play a game with me. If you win, I'll pretend I haven't seen you, but if you lose. If I lose, I'll be a bull and a horse for you. It's very smart, but I don't need a servant. If you lose, just kill yourself here. Good. After listening to Lei Luo's words, Viper's heart sank, but he still agreed to Lei Luo's request. After all, he had a 1/2 chance of survival, and it was worth a gamble. Lei Luo really admired the speed of the Viper's mind, but a pirate is a pirate, and the Navy is the Navy. It is absolutely impossible for him to leave here today. I ask you 3 questions. If you can answer them correctly, then you can go. Lei Luo is also very direct, directly speaking his own problems. The first question is, how many suns are there? 1. Quote. Correct answer. Second question, how many moons are there? 1. It's quite clever. Lei Luo's compliment made Viper let out a sigh of relief. It seems that this Navy Lord is quite good at talking. As long as you put down your face to please him, it's not a big deal to survive. The third question, how many stars are there in the sky? As Lei Luo's third question blurted out, the smile on Viper's face stopped abruptly. How many stars are there? Who the fuck knows? Even if he can give an accurate answer, if the Navy in front of him doesn't know, he will think his answer is wrong. Lord Navy, I beg you, as long as you let me go, I will be good in the future, and I will never go out to sea as a pirate again. The poisonous snake hesitated for a moment, then suddenly jumped up and hugged Lei Luo's thigh, begging frantically for mercy. It's a pity, I'm a person who keeps my word. Since you can't do it, then I'll help you. Lei Luo made a move from the air, and the black bear's musket appeared in his hand, and the next moment it pointed at the snake's eyebrow. Geek. Are you out of ammo? You're lucky, get out. Looking at the musket in his hand, Lei Luo frowned, flicked his calf, and the poisonous snake flew out of the tavern in an instant. Thank you, Lord Navy, for your spare life. The overjoyed poisonous snake climbed up from the ground and ran wildly towards the seaside. Boom. Suddenly, a gunshot came, and the bullet passed through the back of the snake's head and out of his eyebrows, taking his life. Sorry, I forgot to load it just now. Inside the tavern, Lei Luo blew thick smoke at the muzzle of the gun, turned around and quietly waited for him to order fried rice. After an hour. Look, it's Lei Luo. Lei Luo is back. Among the advancing warships, a navy shouted with joy. Tina, who came over after hearing the sound, looked at Lei Luo who was unscathed and breathed a sigh of relief, while Smog beside him had a sullen face. Lei Luo, do you know that returning without completing the mission is absconding and will be sentenced? Lei Luo landed, Smoker's voice rang out. What did Lieutenant General Smog say? Only you have no blood on your body, and you have completed the task with your face. You think everyone is as weak as you. Lei Luo rolled his eyes at Smog, then smiled at Tina, and walked back to his room on his own. Chapter 258_Reward Mystic Sword. Watching Lei Luo's reckless departure, Smog took a deep breath of his cigar, turned and returned to his room, wondering what he was thinking about. This smoker, why is he so hostile to Lei Luo, who is illiterate and illiterate in the past? Looking at the two who left in tandem, Tina sighed. She never thought that he was the most crucial problem between Smog and Lei Luo. System, come out quickly, I want to draw a lottery. It turned out that the reason why Lei Luo rushed back to his room was not because of his emotions, but because he was going to draw a lottery now. Previously on Mary Island, he was going to let the poisonous snake go, but the task assigned by the system appeared in his mind. As long as the poisonous snake was killed, he could get the reward of God-level lottery points won. It was the familiar big turntable that appeared in Lei Luo's mind again, with 6 prizes still written on it. S-Class Item, Mysterious Sword. S-Class Item, Maya's Soul-Stealing Scroll. S-Class Weapon, Magic Knife 1000 Blades. S-Class Skill, Indestructible Body. S-Level Skill, Art of Change. S-Class Skill, Conqueror's Haki. Mysterious Sword, an equipment from the League of Heroes game, a piece of super pervert AD attribute equipment that has been removed due to its powerful low investment and high profitability. The effect is mainly to accumulate layers by killing or assisting. It will increase the physical attack power, and when the 20th stack is full, it will also get a 20% attack speed bonus. Note: System Enhancement. The maximum limit can be stacked up to 100 layers, and every 20 layers will get an attack speed increase effect. Maya's Soul-Stealing Scroll, Book of Famous Killing, is also a piece of equipment from League of Legends, but it has not been removed. The effect of the number of kills is similar to that of the Mysterious Sword. The difference is that the killing book increases the magic attack power. After stacking 20 layers, it will get a 10% movement speed bonus. Note: System Enhancement. The maximum limit can be stacked up to 100 layers, and every 20 layers will get a bonus on movement speed. The Sword of 1000 Blades, the Sword of Qi, the strongest assassin of the Xuanwu Kingdom in another world. It is said that the blade is composed of 1000 pieces. It has countless ways to attack. It is the most offensive weapon. Indestructible Demon Body, the hero armor's ultimate move in Glory of the King, will cause continuous damage to surrounding enemies while increasing its own attack power, movement speed and damage block. Note: the system is strengthened, the duration is extended to 10 minutes, and each value is doubled. The Art of Transformation, similar to the ability of Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, can change his own appearance and body shape at will, which is a skill that most people in the world dream of. Conqueror's Haki, nothing more to say. Why is there still Conqueror's Haki? It's the same sentence. Don't blame the system for a black face. Smart. Lei Luo, who was in a good mood at first, was dealt with like this by the system, and his face was black in an instant. It was indeed an African chief. Turn around quickly. Lei Luo, who lit a cigarette, pondered the effect of this reward. For him, Conqueror's Haki was the first to be useless, followed by the technique of change and the magic sword, and the last mysterious sword, Meijia's soul-stealing scroll and skill indestructible demon body are extremely useful rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-class item, the mysterious sword. Looking at a small green dagger that appeared in his mind, Lei Luo breathed a sigh of relief. How does this thing work? Stored in the storage space of the system, the number of layers will be automatically stacked. The number of layers won't drop, right? Not as long as the host doesn't die. What about the duration of that tier? Forever. At this moment, Lei Luo couldn't wait to jump up with joy. The 100-layer mysterious sword is too easy to stack up in the pirate world, and the benefits are permanent. Where is the black face? It is obviously the European emperor. At this moment, outside Lei Luo's room, a puff of white smoke drifted away. The next morning. Tina, listen to me, that boy Lei Luo has mental problems. He was talking to himself in the room last night, and he also mentioned various words that he had never heard of before. Facing Smog, who was talking bad about Lei Luo early in the morning, Tina became more and more disgusted in her heart. Why are you eavesdropping again? That's not the point. The point is that Lei Luo has a mental problem. Looking at this Smog who grew up with her, Tina couldn't believe her eyes. What happened to Smoker, who followed the way of justice in the past, and why did he become what he is now? Lieutenant General Smalls, it's not a good habit to speak ill of others behind your back when you talk early in the morning. The sudden appearance of Lei Luo just smiled at Smaller, not taking these things to heart at all. Boom! A sudden loud noise fell into the ears of the three, and at the same time, there was a dazzling lightning strike from the distant sea and slammed into the warship. Enemy attack. Almost at the same time, Lei Luo, Tina and Smoker understood what was going on. Golden light shield. Lei Luo formed a peculiar magic mark on his hands, and countless golden rays of light spread out from his body, condensed into a huge shield, and appeared between the naval warship and the lightning. The lightning hit the golden light shield and vanished in an instant. The extreme waves of waves still showed that the destructive power of this offensive was far from simple. Smog, who was standing beside Lei Luo, was not idle either. After giving the order to be on guard, he turned into a white fog and rushed into the air to look into the distance, to detect the enemy's situation. It has to be said that although Smoker and Lei Luo have a bad relationship, they still have a tacit understanding. There are 18 pirate ships in total, and that is the Overlord of the North Sea, the army of the Kingdom of Jamal. The Kingdom of Jamal, the strongest military organization in the North Sea, is also a scientific research and combat unit, mainly existing in the world as mercenaries. The North Sea, the strongest sea area among the 4 major sea areas, the Jamal Kingdom can become its overlord, and its strength is no longer needed. Sanji's family. Lei Luo whispered, thinking about all the information about Jamal Kingdom quickly in his mind. How could we be targeted by the Kingdom of Jamal? Confused Tina asked. You two destroyed Victor's weapons factory. I think the Kingdom of Jamal is Victor's big customer. Smog in the air suddenly took a cigar, and his figure gradually dissipated, turning into a white mist that continued to spread, and the fog formation opened. Suddenly, a brutal smile appeared on Lei Luo's face. Ha ha ha, it's true that the gods are not kind to me. I just got the mysterious sword, and someone came to give me a head stack so soon. Chapter 259_1 person is enough. On the endless sea, a warship shrouded in smoke and sheltered by golden light was quietly suspended in place. At this moment, in all directions of the warship, more than a dozen ships dragged by giant snails are coming forward. No, to be precise, they are not ships, but moving buildings. This is the kingdom of Jamal 66, a sea fortress composed of snail boats, the former overlord in the strongest sea area of the North Sea. Smog, is that the unit under Jamal 66? Can you see who the leader is? Looking at the approaching snails and the sails with the words 66 written on their backs, Lei Luo asked Small. In the face of this force that was once called the evil army in Nami's mouth, although Lei Luo did not take it to heart, knowing the bottom line is the foundation of victory. Smog, who heard the words, looked intently, and at the top of the core snail ship in the southeast and northwest directions, stood a pink, Yuhi, blue and green figure. Reiju, Ig, Niji, and Yuji. All the children of the Vinsmoke family are here. It seems that the old guy from Gage still attaches great importance to Victor's weapons factory. Lei Luo smiled and said, in those eyes, there seems to be a new plan constantly being planned. The Vinsmoke family used to be powerful and had an unparalleled position on the sea. All of this was due to their family's research and development of technology, the blessing of bloodline factor cloning technology and combat uniforms. However, in the face of this potential threat, the world government will not allow it to grow unchecked. After all, a random clone has the weakest combat power at the level of a major of the Navy. If they are given time to cultivate the population, the grassroots strength will surpass the Navy sooner or later. When it comes to the grassroots, you have to improve your level. Combat uniforms are the standard for the senior executives of the Vinsmoke family. Although they wear combat uniforms, although their combat power is not comparable to the naval generals, it is still extremely easy to beat the lieutenant generals. As long as there is enough time, once a clone army fully dressed in battle suits appears, it will completely change the situation on this sea. This is the horror of the Vinsmoke family, and it is also the most fundamental reason why various forces secretly suppress it. Dear Navy, you have been surrounded. Surrender. At least one life can be saved. The person who spoke was Reiju, known as the Toxic Fan. Among the 5 children of the Vinsmoke family, like Sanji, they still had a special presence of emotion. What are you talking about? Hey, Navy, hand over Tina, then just die honestly and you're done. Winch Green Yongji is a lecherous embryo, and even now, he still misses Tina. Court death. After hearing Yuji's words, the expressions on the faces of Lei Luo and Smoke suddenly changed at the same time. It's okay to kill the Navy, but he dares to think about the woman he likes. Call out. In the smoke, a giant white fist blasted out like a cannonball, accompanied by a golden beam of light. Hey, Smog, dare to shoot at me, are you taking yourself too seriously? Yuji, who took the white giant fist with his bare hands, took advantage of the situation and flew into the air at a speed as fast as lightning. The speed of technology, after all, can never be compared to the speed of light, especially when faced with a beam of light that can make sharp turns. Yuji. Fourth Highness. Under everyone's attention, the beam of light that Lei Luo had previously emitted seemed to meet a mirror, shooting at a 90-degree angle towards the defenseless Yuji in the air. In front of the beam, the proud battle uniform of the Vinsmoke family was like a piece of paper, a big hole with a thick line at the mouth of the bowl, starting from the center of Yangji's left foot, running through his flesh, mixed with flesh and blood. Soared to the sky. I'm sorry, the smoker smoke is a little annoying and missed. In the Navy warship, Yi Tian, whose body was covered by golden light, stepped out of the void slowly. Asshole, asshole, fire the gun and blow this kid into rubbish. Yuji roared like crazy, the pain from being penetrated through his body completely angered him. Lei Luo was somewhat shocked to see Yongji acting like a normal person, which further increased his interest in the cloning technology of bloodline factors. After all, normal people don't have such a powerful body. Boom boom boom. With a loud bang, countless bullets and shells shot into the air, and the moment they touched the golden figure, they all exploded, causing bursts of white smoke. That is a special weapon filled with Halu assimilation gas. You are really unfriendly. The explosion that lasted for most of the day finally stopped, and Lei Luo's extremely disdainful voice sounded. What? How is this possible? That's a weapon developed by Victor. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure wrapped in golden light reappeared in front of everyone. There was not a single scar on his body, not even his clothes were burnt. This golden light possessing trick was developed by Lei Luo accidentally thinking of Longhu Mountain and based on the famous defense technique Golden Light Mantra. However, because the development of this move is not perfect, he can only use this move when he is not moving. As for the effect, it is more than enough to block the guns and the like. When facing the real killer moves of the masters, it is better to use the Central Asian hourglass. Looking at the glass-like golden light on Lei Luo's body, Smog frowned slightly, sucked the cigar in his mouth, and thoughtfully. Lei Luo was safe and sound. Tina breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone in her heart fell. Long before Lei Luo shot, he had told Smoker and Tina that the two of them only needed to protect the safety of the soldiers, and he was enough to leave the rest to him. Have you ever been hit by a bullet made of light? Lei Luo suddenly raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Yuji. What did you say? Bounce. Lei Luo made an onomatopoeia, and the next moment, golden light condensed on his fingertips and burst out. With Yuji's eyes widened as he plunged into the sea, the scene became extremely peaceful. That's right, Yuji died so easily. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 levels of brutality. The sound of the system sounded in Lei Luo's mind. Feeling the sudden increase in strength in his body, a smile gradually appeared on Lei Luo's face. The effect of the mysterious sword is really powerful. You don't need anyone else to deal with you bastards, I alone are enough. Lei Luo chuckled. Today, he must let the contributions of the members of Jamal 66 die. Like becoming his power. Chapter 260 _ full of mysterious sword. How arrogant words are for one person to fight against dozens of ships. I'm going to kill you. Break off your bones one by one. Niji, who was wearing a blue robe, turned into a lightning bolt and rushed towards Lei Luo. Regarding Yangji's death, his heart had no turbulence, but when Lei Luo killed Yangji in front of so many people, he was hitting him in the face, which Niji absolutely couldn't bear. The 6-stand light prison. Lei Luo snorted softly, grabbed the previously raised fingers, and the light elements in the air quickly converged to form a prison, binding Niji inside. Nich, the second son of the Vinsmoke family, holds the title of Shock Blue, precisely because of his lightning-fast speed. However, in front of everyone, Lei Luo easily captured Niji's figure. Looking at his calm appearance, it was as if Niji was just a slow turtle in his eyes. It's just lightning, have you heard of light? The speed of lightning is 106 meters per second, while the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. The difference between them is like heaven and earth. Lei Luo's words fell, and his figure didn't move, just appeared in the air with a cold smile. What the hell is he doing? Smog looked at the bound Nige and Jamal army, and there was a hint of confusion in his heart. However, at the next moment, the giant snail heads of the 4 snail boats in Jamal's army seemed to have suffered heavy damage, and they all tilted to one side while driving their bodies. The snail boat is down. Strange, how come none of Jamal 66 jumped off the boat? What the hell did Lei Luo do? Smaller was even more confused when he saw this, because in his eyes, Lei Luo was still floating quietly in the air, the same as before. No, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, Yuji the Spark. Smog, who suddenly remembered something, looked again at the snail ship that was about to sink into the sea. On the 4 snail boats, all the clone troops collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, including Ichi. When did you get it out? At this moment, Lei Luo's previous words consciously resounded in everyone's mind. Have you heard of light? Right, in this world, apart from the existence of the speed of light, who can achieve such a scene? Even if it is as strong as the dead white beard, he must use the ability to shake the fruit, but Lei Luo did not move. No, he moved, it's just that none of our eyes caught him. Realizing that the opponent's powerful Jamal army subconsciously took a few steps back, they deliberately wanted to stay away from Lei Luo. The current Lei Luo, in their eyes, is like a god of impermanence coming out of hell, coming to claim his life. Congratulations to the host, the power of brutality is stacked to 54 layers, and you get a 40% attack speed bonus. Attack speed bonus? I'm not playing a game, how can this thing be reflected? Confused, Lei Luo turned his head and set his eyes on Niji, who was still trying to break through the shackles of the light prison. What are you doing? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a hair on me, the entire kingdom of Jamal will not let you go. Seeing Lei Luo's cunning smile, Niji yelled angrily, but there was a trace of fear in his voice, which everyone could clearly feel. The killing god in front of him has already killed Iji's two brothers. He still thinks that the kingdom of Jamal will have a deterrent effect on Lei Luo. I'm afraid he is not a fool. Lei Luo, who was smiling, kept approaching Niji, and the smile on his face became more and more hideous. In the next second, hundreds of beams of light rushed out from Lei Luo's right hand and landed heavily on Niji's body. That turned out to be a fist. Congratulations to the host's brutal power stacking up to 56 layers. It turns out that the bonus on attack speed can reduce the time before I make a move. Lei Luo said excitedly, and at the same time turned his incomparably fiery gaze to the rest of Jamal 66. These living clone troopers, in his eyes, are the source of power Izumi. As for Niji, who had already died, Lei Luo ignored him and let his body, which had been smashed into flesh, fall into the sea piece by piece, becoming an underwater creature and entering their belly. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Without any hesitation, Lei Luo crossed his hands in front of him, and countless light bullets appeared in an instant, shooting frantically towards the Jamal 66 army below. 1, 2, 3, 16. But in just 10 seconds, all the snail boats in front of him were shot into sieves by light, and the blood instantly stained a sea of yuhi. Congratulations to the host for stacking 100 layers of brutal power and getting a 100% attack speed bonus. The sound of the system sounded again. Lei Luo felt the surging power in his body, and the smile on his face became more and more rampant. On the way to cast Tomo, he found that the bonus brought by the attack speed can actually affect the flight speed of the light bomb. Hey, boy, you seem to have another fish that slipped through the net. Seeing Reiju, who slowly lifted off from the sea with an ugly face, Small said with a pause. I did it on purpose. Cut. Faced with the answer given by Lei Luo, Smog made a cut. He didn't understand why this kid likes to pretend so much. He obviously missed one, and he actually said that he did it on purpose. In fact, Lei Luo really did it on purpose. For the clone army, his heart is still full of longing, but most of the people in the Vinsmoke family are ruthless, cold-blooded animals who only care about interests. A group of super idiots who would rather die than reveal half of their family's research and development results. Only Sanji and Leiju, these two people, are an alternative that retains their feelings. Since Sanji was abandoned by the family since childhood, Leiju is naturally Lei Luo's best choice. Why didn't you kill me? Because you are a good man. Nice guy. Lei Luo's words were like a bolt from the blue and exploded in Leiju's heart. The entire Vinsmoke family was called evil by the world, and now some people say she is a good person. Leiju, I'll give you two choices. First, I will let you go. Second, join the Navy and follow me to build an era of great peace full of flesh and blood. Join the Navy and build the era of great peace. She was treated as a guinea pig by her father since she was a child. She kept experimenting, and finally became a sharp weapon. Reiju, who only felt respect and affection from her abandoned brother. Are there many others in the world who are facing the same fate as me? Suddenly, Leiju raised her head and asked Lei Luo. I think you should know this better than I do. Okay, I choose to join the Navy. Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards. Chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261 _ Brainwashing Master Tina. Lei Luo, are you crazy? She is the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Smaller rushed directly to Lei Luo's side, grabbed him by the collar and said, "Get your dirty hands off, and I trust her. Pay attention to your attitude and remember that you are just a third-class soldier who has just joined the Navy, and I am the Lieutenant General." With just one or two words, Lei Luo and Smog became tense in an instant, the two glaring at each other, as if they might fight in the next second. Smog, I agree with Lei Luo, Lei seems to be different from those clones. At this moment, Tina's voice suddenly remembered. Tina, that's all, just pretend I haven't been here. Seeing that Tina, who had always stood by her side, was actually standing on Lei Luo's side this time, the furious Smog shoved Lei Luo's chest, turning into thick smoke and drifting away. Your name is Lei Luo, right? Have we met? No. Then why do you believe me so much? Intuition. Reiju, who was born in the Vinsmoke family, had never felt the trust between people. In her father's eyes, all things are only interests, and they, as children, are just tools. As long as the time is right, they can give up at any time for the sake of status. Reiju, who has lived in darkness since childhood, saw the light for the first time, and it was so warm. After smiling gratefully at Lei Luo, Reiju flew to a navy on her own, spit out a pale pink poisonous gas, and a suffocated corpse appeared in front of everyone. What's the situation? Even Lei Luo was a little confused at this time. Why did Reiju act like this in front of everyone after accepting his invitation? Isn't that just killing yourself? This person is the undercover agent our family placed beside you, and it is because of him that we know your whereabouts like the back of the back. In full view, Reiju found the TV bug hidden in the Navy's backpack to show her innocence. When I joined the Navy for the first time, I did such a frightening act to prove my sincerity, and I explained it afterwards. Tina couldn't help but sighed. It seems that this little sister who just arrived seems to be growing up in a very dark environment. Ding! The system task is triggered, the charm of men. Charm of a man. Use your own charm to save the helpless girl Reiju, and establish a relationship with her boyfriend and girlfriend, and reward God-level lottery points won. With the sound of the system, Lei Luo smiled helplessly. This is the rhythm of building a harem in the world of pirates. A few days later, the naval headquarters. What did you say? There is a close relationship between the Kingdom of Jamal and the BIGMOM pirates. Kai put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at Kizaru sitting lazily in front of him. The impact of the war is not so easy to heal. Also, I'll clock in and get off work first, so I won't disturb Marshal Akainu, and you can continue to work. After the words fell, Kizaru stretched his waist, turned into a beam of light, and left the Admiral's office in the blink of an eye, not knowing where to go. No matter what you do, it's the first place to clock in and get off work. After rolling his eyes in the direction where Kayabu left, Akainu's face showed bursts of sadness. The current situation in this sea, just as Kizaru said, because of the influence of the war on the top and the slow progress of the government's conscription, countless pirates have become more and more arrogant, and they have started in private. alley. The power of the four emperors, coupled with the technologically developed Kingdom of Jamal, the power that can be generated by the fusion of the two is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it is a leap between quality and quality. Looks like I'll have to give the Jamal family some color. Akainu, who had just had this idea, had not had time to make a plan. A bigger problem appeared in front of his eyes, that is, the Navy was currently understaffed, and the Kingdom of Jamal was far away in the North Sea. Even if Kizaru went all out, it will also be noticed by the other party in advance to prevent it. Dong dong dong. Just when Akainu was at a loss, there was a knock on the door, and before he could say please come in, a white smoke floated in through the crack of the door. Smog, don't think that you are my junior, the old man will not punish you. Akainu snorted. Master Marshal, I am here this time to report something important. Speak. Victor, who was wiped out by that newcomer Lei Luo and Tina together, had business dealings with the kingdom of Jamal, and the relationship was extremely close. After hearing Smog's report, Akainu's brows furrowed even tighter. Is this Jamal kingdom tired of living, not to mention collaborating with the BIGMOM pirates, but still daring to have close contacts with the arms dealer Victor? Could it be that the Vinsmoke family thought that the Navy would not dare to move far away in the North Sea? Is he? Wait a minute, Lei Luo, Jamal Kingdom, Bay High. Suddenly, the worry on Akainu's face was swept away, and he picked up the phone bug in his hand. Since the Jamal Kingdom is dishonest, let Lei Luo check it out. This will not only solve a hidden danger in the future of the Navy, but also test the strength of the newcomer Lei Luo, killing two birds with one stone. What? Can't go back to headquarters? After hearing Tina's order from Akainu, Lei Luo was so angry that she wanted to curse. Lei Luo, who has always wanted to build his own naval army, understands that this is something that can only be done with a very high status, but now that he has been wandering in the North Sea for so long, he can return to the Navy headquarters as soon as he sees it. There is such a sudden out. Wait a minute, destroy the kingdom of Jamal. While speaking, Lei Luo cautiously looked at Lei Ju, who was beside him, who he cheated not long ago. Others have just joined the Navy, and you have to exterminate their families. What kind of thing is this? What's the matter? If you need my help, I will definitely do my best. After all, I am also a glorious Navy who maintains justice. I will never allow evil forces to run rampant in this sea. What a righteous extermination. Hearing Lei Ju's reply that was completely different from what he thought, Lei Luo gave Tina a thumbs up in his heart, and his eyes were full of admiration. In the past few days, Tina has already brainwashed Lei Ju so profoundly and righteously that it would be a pity not to do pyramid schemes for this eloquence. As long as you don't mind, I can refuse this task. That won't work. I know better than any of you about the evil deeds of the Jamal Kingdom. Such extremely evil forces must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Well said. In order to establish the era of great peace that everyone dreams of, Tina ordered a diversion, targeting the kingdom of Jamal. Chapter 262_Siren. Neptunes are really vulnerable in front of Mr. Lei Luo. On the deck, Lei Ju smiled as she looked at Lei Luo, who was holding the Tiankong cloud sword to kill the Sea Kings in front of him like cutting vegetables. The strength of the kingdom of Jamal is no trivial matter. Although IG and the others belong to the high-level combat power in the country, in the final analysis, they are just test products. As long as there is enough time, the Vinsmoke family can completely mass-produce them. Yes, it is mass production. In the eyes of the Vinsmoke family, whether it is a child or a soldier, it is not just a product, a fusion product of bloodline factor cloning technology and technological combat uniforms. Lei Luo's strength is very strong. According to the combat during this period, at least in the naval forces, the combat power below the general is definitely not his opponent. Tina lit a cigarette and said to Reiju. This trip to the Jamal Kingdom was an order from Akainu. Although he did not have any serious intentions, how could Tina know that if Lei Luo showed absolute oppressive power, then his status would be at least a lieutenant general. There may even be an impact on the position of the general. What's that? Lei Luo, who casually killed a shark-like sea king, suddenly felt that in the depths of the sea, a behemoth was constantly approaching. Boom! With a loud bang, the calm sea just a moment ago began to vibrate, and waves of huge waves continued to beat. Even though Tina had ordered the warship to drop anchor, the warship was still vibrating constantly, and there were always people being attacked. Danger of overturning. Everyone is on alert. A big guy is coming. Lei Luo grinned, his eyes fixed on the sea beneath his feet. At this moment, a group of black shadows really quickly enlarged. Under the sea, there are countless terrifying creatures sleeping. Even the ligers that are kings on land are at most a bigger thing in front of them, and there is no comparison in terms of combat power. Territorial awareness is the innate instinct of all types of creatures. Lei Luo massacre of the Sea Kings who blocked the road obviously angered the overlord of this area. Swish. What is that? What a terrifying giant creature. What to do? Is Lei Luo its opponent? I don't want to die yet. I've just been transferred to the headquarters not long ago. I haven't had time to get promoted and get rich. On the warship, the Navy soldiers looked at the behemoth that suddenly appeared in front of them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Humans are always afraid of the unknown. The Sea Kings have always been the largest and most dangerous creatures in their knowledge, but the monster in front of them is so big that only the part of the body that emerges from the sea level is already bigger than the Sea Kings, which completely touches them. Knowledge blind spots. When the head of that huge creature emerged from the sea safely, everyone on the warship felt a layer of depression in their hearts. That orangutan Yuhi's huge eyes shone with breathtaking cold, and light ink-colored liquid continued to slide down from his bare skin, exuding a disgusting stench. However, these are not the most terrifying, and the most unacceptable thing is that the size of this creature can no longer be described as a living creature. It is a huge island, a towering mountain, and the naval warship is in front of it. Weak as a baby. That is the most terrifying creature in the North Sea, the North Sea monster. With the appearance of the monster in front of her, Leiju was also pale. She didn't expect that the legendary creature would be encountered by them today. What is the sea monster? Why are you so afraid even? Although she was also shocked by the size of the monster in front of her, Tina always believed that it was just a creature like the Sea King, not an invincible existence. That is the myth and legend of the North Sea. Even if it is my father, when he encounters it, he will definitely turn around and run without hesitation. Leiju's voice was already trembling. She was afraid of death, and she was even more afraid that she would not be able to build that era of great peace full of warmth and affection with Lei Luo. In this sea that has existed for countless years, legends and myths have never been born, but in the North Sea, there is a terrifying monster, a giant tentacle monster called the North Sea Monster. In the unfathomable sea abyss, there is a giant sea beast sleeping. No one knows when it already exists. 10 years, centuries. The story of the North Sea Monster has always been a shadow in the hearts of the residents of the North Sea. According to legend, when someone wakes it up, it will attack in anger, destroy everything on the sea, and reveal its kamui to the world. Originally, in Leiju's heart, this was just a myth and legend, but now, she has seen the legendary object. How can it make her not afraid? 14 years ago, two extremely powerful pirate groups in the North Sea fought on a 1,000-meter-long island in order to compete for superiority, but the final result was that the small island suddenly fell into the deep sea, and the pirates and their ships haven't been seen since. Tina's eyebrows were tightly locked, and she told Tina the secret Navy news slowly. That's right, it's just a tentacle stretched out by the North Sea giant monster, and the two pirate groups are real, because one of them is the pirate group that my father originally joined. The answer that Reiju gave was the last thing Tina wanted to hear. However, this is the cold reality, the irresistible legend, which they encountered today. Call Lei Luo, evacuate. Tina forcibly suppressed the fear in her heart, holding the walkie-talkie and calling Lei Luo's name frantically. Major Tina, it's too late. Mr. Lei Luo Reiju had tried very hard to control her emotions, but even so, tears kept rolling in her eyes. Tina, whose heart was beating suddenly, raised her head suddenly, and saw the huge tentacle that seemed to be touching the sky and slapped it fiercely, causing thousands of waves, and even a small island in the distance was hit by this blow. No longer exists. Lei Luo. Tina roared piercingly. Just now, she clearly saw that there was a figure covered with golden light who was swept into the deep sea by the huge tentacles. After dealing with one ant, it seems that there is still a colony of ants that needs to be killed by itself. The North Sea monster slowly turned its head. Even this simple action caused a huge sensation on the sea, causing waves of waves, and a strong fear filled the entire warship. There is a big dead letter written all over it. Chapter 263 Susano launches _. I go to your uncle's tentacle monster, don't say anything in advance. Just when everyone's hopes were all dashed, a loud shout sounded, followed by a dazzling golden light rushing out from the sea, and finally solidified into the appearance of Lei Luo, blocking the warship from going. Still alive, Lei Luo is still alive. The slightly thin back of Lei Luo in midair is incomparably tall in the eyes of the Navy. Even though they knew that the appearance of the North Sea giant demon had already represented its demise, they still believed in integrity. Because this man, in their hearts, is the light in the darkness, the hope in the despair. I just took so much pain. You should get ready now. Konoha whirlwind. I saw Lei Luo turned his body slightly, and then exerted force on his waist. The whole person slammed, and the extremely fast speed drove the surrounding airflow, and his right foot slammed into the North Sea monster. How can a person plan to shake the North Sea giant demon with his own strength? Could it be said that this is the legendary mayfly shaking the tree? Indeed, the hearts of the Navy are full of hope for Lei Luo, but that hope is more that Lei Luo uses his ability to push the warship to escape. As for defeating the sea monster, no one has thought about it, and they dare not go there. To think. The deep-sea giant whale faced the ant. No matter how hard the latter tried, it would not hurt or itch on the opponent, not even a trace of feeling. At this time, Lei Luo and the North Sea giant monster, in the eyes of the Navy, are exactly the ant and the whale. The two are not the same weight class at all. How to fight? This light ink-colored liquid is not only lubricating, but also extremely corrosive. Looking down at his calf that had been peeled off in the dormitory due to strong corrosion, Lei Luo's eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Because of the mysterious sword, Lei Luo's current pure physical destructive power has reached an appalling level, but even so, he can't hurt the monster in front of him. This North Sea monster is indeed worthy of the legendary horror, and it is more than 100 times stronger than the Sea King. Don't be afraid everyone. Get your popcorn and Coke ready, I'm going to start pretending. Just as the atmosphere became more and more depressing, Lei Luo suddenly cleared his throat and said with his back to the crowd. What? Popcorn, cola. Brother, now that we are all dying, who is in the mood to eat and drink? Who said popcorn and Coke just now? Ah. A few people dressed as chefs suddenly rushed out from the lower deck of the warship, carrying a large bucket of popcorn and boxes of Coke on their shoulders. However, the moment they just appeared on the deck, the warm smiles on their faces disappeared instantly, replaced by extreme panic, and the whole person seemed to be petrified. Which bastard has a sick mind? At this time, I still want to eat, drink and watch a play. Quack. Leiju, do you really eat? Mr. Lei Luo believes in me so much, I think we should believe him too. Hey, get me a bottle of Coke, maybe I won't be able to drink it later. Is there any wine? I want to drink some wine. Come on, do you want me to cook 2 more dishes for you? Hearing the voices of everyone making fun of their misery, Lei Luo helplessly shook his head. Isn't it just the size difference? Does the sea monster look big? The next moment, the golden light that flickered in Lei Luo's eyes slowly dissipated, and a little yin yuhi began to spread from the pupil, gradually occupying the entire eyeball. At the same time, 9 dark tomo appeared one after another, every 3 in a circle, a total of 3 circles, circles of purple lines connect tomo. Okay, let's do a trick for you. Lei Luo smiled evilly, coupled with his handsome appearance, it should have been a beautiful picture, but it was destroyed by the blood flowing out of his eyes. 9 tomo Samsara Sharingan open, full body Susanoo, activate. It was a cyan giant the size of a mountain, dressed as a samurai. The pair of open wings behind him covered the sky and the sun. His movements were exactly the same as Lei Luo standing between his foreheads. Kamui. Then, is that a god? How can this be bigger than Martial Sengoku's great Buddha? Could it be that this is a god sent by God to save us? Looking at Susanoo, who was standing quietly on the seat in front of him, facing the sea monster far away, the Navy was stunned. That hand once slapped Victor to death. With just one glance, Tina recognized the left hand of the giant in front of her, the one that slapped a legendary pirate to death with a single slap. She could never forget the palm of her life. Against the sea monster, Lei Luo can fully use the power of Renren fruit, but once he uses the God Buddha mode, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the Navy. Therefore, Lei Luo chooses to use the more powerful Susanoo. Seemingly feeling the pressure, the North Sea giant demon retreated for a few miles, and the 8 huge tentacles buried under the sea also stretched out and surrounded itself. You know what you're afraid of. It's over. Lei Luo chuckled lightly. Susanoo's hands poked backwards, pulled out a pair of long knives from the pair of huge wings, and pointed at the sea monster in the air. Fear. This is such a ridiculous word. In these endless years, only humans have always been afraid of the North Sea monster. It has never felt any fear because of a human being. It never did before, and it will never happen now. 8 tentacles sprang out like a thunderbolt. The arrogant power combined with this incomparable speed can easily turn everything on the sea into powder. The provocation of human beings, the giant monster of the North Sea accepts it. Humph. Lei Luo looked at the menacing tentacles in front of him, and snorted softly. The long knife in Susanoo's hand was standing in front of him. Cross-cut. The sharp blade chi roared out in the shape of a cross, splitting the huge waves, splitting the air, and without hesitation attracted the huge tentacles that destroyed the sky and the earth in 8 days. Clap lala. It was just a face-to-face, a strong bloody aura spread in the air instantly, and a large stream of stench blood fell like a waterfall, dyeing the sea surface of Yuhi, followed by a loud bang. Something fell into the sea, sinking into the abyss. Just a face-to-face, the most powerful tentacle of the North Sea giant monster was cut off. I'm not mistaken, the North Sea giant demon has already lost the advantage as soon as they confronted. Pinch me now and tell me it's not a dream. Pinch me too. With the severe pain coming from the waist, the faces of the Navy soldiers did not twist at all, but laughed happily. All of this is true. With just one blow, Lei Luo smashed the sea monster. Chapter 264 _ The body of a mortal is comparable to a god. Roar. The North Sea monster was in pain, roared up to the sky, and the deafening sound reverberated in the sky, stirring up huge waves, and fish corpses with shredded internal organs constantly appeared on the sea, and many of them contained the existence of sea kings. The North Sea monster is crazy. Since it remembered, it has never suffered any injuries. It is the overlord of the ocean, an invincible existence, and an existence that all creatures fear. This human being in front of me completely angered me. Boom boom boom. The out-of-control North Sea monster slapped the sea frantically, enough to engulf the island and destroy a kingdom with huge waves appearing one after another. Immediately after, the North Sea giant monster opened its bloody mouth, and the ink-colored liquid was released like the flood of the Yellow River. Its strong corrosiveness was unbearable for even seawater. An unpleasant smell of burnt smell entered the nose, and some people in the Navy vomited on the spot. Do you want to die so much? Lei Luo said calmly, but the murderous intent on his face and the strong desire to condense it into reality. Maybe you are the overlord of this sea area, a terrifying existence that everyone fears, but you made a mistake, that is, you appeared in front of me and blocked my way. How about a legend? What about the North Sea monster? What about the overlord in the sea? Since your presence is blocking my way, then you can end your life and let the myth end. Swish. As if conjuring a trick, Susanoo's hand somehow appeared several shuriken, and was thrown out by him seemingly at random. This is the Kamui shuriken, the Kamui shuriken that cuts through everything. Roar. Looking at the giant shuriken that splits the huge waves, the giant shuriken that is constantly approaching, the furious roar of the giant ocean in the North Sea, the extremely long tentacles penetrated into the deep sea, rolled up pieces of sturdy stubborn stones, and moved towards that which made it feel life-threatening. Smashed the hidden weapon. Facing the resistance of the sea monster, Lei Luo just smiled disdainfully. Kamui's shuriken is an attacking technique that incorporates the mysteries of space. How could it be hindered by this ordinary, At best, a bit hard stone. Lei Luo, help. Suddenly, Tina's urgent cry for help sounded. Looking back, Lei Luo's face changed dramatically. It turned out that the target of the North Sea monster was not him, but the warship that had no resistance behind him. Shish. Several laser beams shot out from Lei Luo's fingertips, smashing the upper half of the stubborn stone. But even so, due to Lei Luo's underestimation of the enemy at the beginning, the first two boulders that hit the warship were blocked by Tina and Leiju. Leiju is nothing, the powerful body given by the super soldier's genes and the protection of the technical combat uniform, but the arms are a little sore. However, Leiju has these, but Tina doesn't. She can only use her devil fruit ability to forcibly resist the boulder. She finally spit out a large mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and fell into a coma. I'm going to tear you to pieces. At this moment, Lei Luo was completely plunged into rage. He couldn't imagine how helpless Tina was in his heart when Tina called for help just now. Susano seemed to feel Lei Luo's emotional change. His face sank suddenly, and then turned into a blue light that was hard to discern with the naked eye, and rushed towards the North Sea monster. The light of the knife flickered, and the flesh and blood flew. The current Lei Luo is like a machine without the slightest emotion. In his eyes, he can only chop the monster in front of him into flesh-chan. Roar! A heart-wrenching cry of sorrow came from the mouth of the North Sea monster, but Lei Luo's knife was so fast that it couldn't react to dodge at all. Furthermore, even if he could react, what if his body could not bear the sharpness of those pair of long knives? Escape. If you don't run away, you will die. In the heart of the North Sea giant demon, an emotion that has never appeared in his long years, fear, comes from the depths of the heart, cannot escape, cannot avoid deep fear. But how can you escape? Where can you escape? In a trance, the mind of the North Kraken suddenly appeared in the mind of Lei Luo, who had just used the laser light. That familiar smell, yes, that is the incarnation of the devil hated by the sea, the devil fruit ability. The North Sea giant monster who grasped this point desperately walked towards the depths of the sea as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Different from the devil fruit's ability, it is born to be the overlord of the ocean, the child of this sea, facing itself. The ocean will never stop it will only open its arms. Roar! The sudden pain in the back made the North Sea monster speed up its sneaking speed. Now it is still too close to the sea, and it is still within the attack range of that terrifying human being. As long as it goes deeper, it will be safe. Even if the human is not a devil fruit capable person, the huge pressure of the deep sea is definitely not something that his weak body can bear. Roar! At this time, it was nearly 3 kilometers below the sea level, and the pain behind him and the pungent smell of blood had always warned the North Sea giant demon that he was not out of danger. 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters in the deep sea. 10,000 meters. With the passage of time, the fear in the North Sea monster's heart became more and more intense. What is this? Why did he escape for so long, but still did not escape the attack range of that human being? Subconsciously looking back at the North Sea giant monster, its huge eyes are about to burst open, and the extreme panic that pervades it has reached enough to affect the existence of surrounding creatures. That's right, it's not that it didn't escape Lei Luo's attack range, but that Lei Luo was following it all the time. Fu. The North Sea monster roared like crazy, as if saying that this is impossible. As a demon hated by the sea, how could it appear in the deep sea? Go to hell. Lei Luo's angry face became bigger and bigger, and the pair of long swords shining with golden light were getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, the North Sea monster didn't even have the idea of resisting. The enemy is too powerful, and his life is about to end. As if they could be reproduced, those sea kings would die when they died, and they would never wake up from their slumber and rise to the sea. A loud noise sounded, and Lei Luo, who was possessed by golden light, jumped out of the sea and appeared beside Tina as a ray of light. In the warm palm, the warm golden light carefully entered Tina's body. It is phototherapy with full power on. At the same time, the soldiers on the warship stared blankly at the North Sea monster, which gradually emerged from the sea. No, it was minced meat to be precise. There is only one thought in my heart, that is, Lei Luo has managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods with the body of a mortal. Chapter 265 Will stars visit? How is it? Is there any discomfort? The bright light on the warship faded, and Lei Luo, who was full of sorrow, looked at Tina, who was slowly awakening in his arms. Lei Luo's heart was instantly filled with guilt and indebtedness when she thought that Tina's life-threatening injuries were all caused by her underestimation of the enemy. Where's the sea monster? Are you all okay? Lei Luo. Lei. Great, you're still alive. Tina, who had just woken up, looked around in a panic. When she saw the face of the young man who held her tenderly in her arms, 2 lines of tears fell, and she tried her best to hug him. Along the way, there are too many dangers, all of which are borne by this young man in his early 20s. He has never had a single complaint, but silently overcame obstacles and cleared obstacles for the Navy. Don't worry, it's all over. For some reason, looking at the 2 of them who were at peace in front of her, Leiju, who should have been happy, felt that she couldn't be happy, and the strange emotions in her heart kept haunting her thoughts. Kingdom of Jamal. What did you say? All my children were killed by the Navy, and the only surviving Reiju was deceived by their rhetoric and joined the Navy. As the Commander-in-Chief of Jamal 66, the King of the Kingdom of Jamal, the head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmokegage, known as the strange bird Garuda, sat on his throne, with sadness and rage written on his face. At this time, it was a burly man with a bun on the top of his head, a long nose, and a small head and a strong body who came to transmit information to him. Facing the Jamal 66 Corps, known as the Evil Army, this man did not show any fear in his eyes, and even ridiculed it because of this incident. Even so, Jaji, who has always been vindictive, did not dare to say a word to blame. All of this was because of that man, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, the top cadre of the BIGMOM pirate group, and one of the 4 desert generals. Charlotte Snag. Your Majesty, something has happened. At this moment, a soldier suddenly came running in a panic, and knelt down at Jaji's feet. If it's about a few His Royal Highnesses, forget it. Facing Gage's words, the soldier shook his head frantically, but the panic in his eyes did not diminish by half. What the hell happened? Deep in the North Sea, that sleeping monster was wiped out. You said the North Sea monster was wiped out. This time, the scene instantly quieted down. Whether it was the soldier, Gage, or Charlotte Snag, there was a deep shock on their faces. In the hearts of the Beihai people, the North Sea giant monster has always been an invincible existence, the devil sent by God to suppress the North Sea. But now, the demon has been wiped out. Note that this is not a defeat, but an eradication, a real killing, and it was done by a human being. How is this possible? The North Sea giant monster is an existence that even mothers dare not provoke easily. Schwarzenegger still doesn't quite believe the soldier's words. After all, he hasn't seen it with his own eyes. The news spread by people will be deified to some extent, and it has a great initial entry with the reality. Defeating the North Sea monster is not a difficult task for BIGMOM, but if it is eliminated, it will not be more difficult and can be summed up. Like this extremely vengeful creature, once the weeds and roots are not cut down, the future troubles will most likely be that the whole family will be buried in the endless abyss below the sea. Are you sure you're telling the truth? What's that human being called? Lei Luo, a navy. Lei Luo. When Gage and Snag heard the name, they both read a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. This name sounds so familiar, as if it was mentioned not long ago. Wait a minute, Navy Lei Luo, it's him. After a few seconds of silence, both Gage and Snug remembered who the Navy Lei Luo was. The person who killed the 3 royal highnesses of the Jamal Kingdom and tricked the eldest princess into joining the Navy was not named Lei Luo. How could this be? When did such a powerful figure appear in the Navy? The expression on Gage's face became more and more ugly. The Vinsmoke family was already under surveillance by the Navy for illegal scientific research projects. Under this premise, they still had close contacts with the BIGMOM pirates. Why is this? It's not that the Navy's strength has plummeted after the Top War. Coupled with the development of the big conscription and the madness of the pirates, they naturally can't separate their minds to take care of the Vinsmoke family. But now, with the emergence of a strong man like Lei Luo, all this has been changed. General Snug, I don't know why you came here this time. As for the highest-ranking cadre of the BIGMOM pirates in front of him, Jaji naturally wanted to deal with him in a few words, and then left, so that even if the Navy came, he would definitely die without any evidence. You are lucky. Mom, thinking of getting your technology, ordered my brother Katakuri to predict your chest blows. That's how Katakuri's prediction turned out. 3 days from now, you will be devastated, and it will be your beloved daughter Leiju with a powerful navy. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary to say who the navy is. After hearing Katakuri's prediction from Snag's mouth, Gage's previously feigned look of heartache was replaced by an emotionless indifference. In Jaji's eyes, the family is nothing but chess pieces. As long as the family can regain control of the North Sea, everyone can disappear anytime, anywhere, even his own sons and daughters. He will not have a trace of heartache. This is Vinsmoke Gage, a man who admires strength and power and hates kindness and weakness, but in order to create a righteous image in the eyes of the world, he always pretends to be a kind father and a gentle gentleman. Now his daughter is going to take the Navy to destroy the family. In this case, he doesn't need to act anymore. Snagger, what the hell are you doing here? Didn't I say, you are lucky? You are playing word games with me. Do you believe that from now on, the BIGMOM pirates will only have dessert 3 stars? Hey, if you do that, the 4 generals will still be the 4 generals, but the kingdom of Jamal will be crushed by the anger of her mother and wiped from the world. Humph. Having said that, Gage snorted softly and chose silence. I said your luck is good. My brother asked me to come here to protect you. Chapter 266 Recruitment from Pirates. The North Sea, the strongest sea among the 4 major sea areas, has a warship, which is rapidly advancing under the desperate drag of the 4-headed sea kings. Reiju, are you sure that the kingdom of Jamal is in this direction? What if you run the wrong way? The location of the Jamal kingdom has always been a big problem for Tina. Because this country is not built on an island like an ordinary kingdom, but a land supported by a giant snail on its back, a country that can move at will on the sea. Well, I can sense the location of the family, but these sea kings have been on their way for a whole day and night. Will they suddenly bite the rope and escape? Our warship has run out of fuel. Hearing Leiju's worry, not only Lei Luo and Tina were shocked, but also the 4 sea kings. That's right, they are only bound by ordinary hemp ropes. If they are special, they are a little thicker. In front of their sharp claws, Kiba, this is simply soft tofu. Since you can't beat the man on the deck, can you escape? After a short silence, the 4 sea kings bit each other's hemp ropes, but just as they were about to dive into the sea and return to the embrace of the mother sea, 4 golden lights roared and turned into shackles. They are bound in it. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lei Luo waved his hand again, and 4 golden light chains spread out from his palm, linking the 4 sad sea kings and the naval warship. The warship traveled for hundreds of meters and disappeared in place. A submarine suddenly surfaced on the sea, with a large one-eyed skull drawn on its side. Boss, it's the Navy who shot out the bells and whistles. I saw with my own eyes that he put an end to the myth of the sea, the giant monster of the North Sea. To catch up, whether it's wealth or a woman, I can give him everything, even if it is the position of the deputy captain of our one-eyed pirate group, of course, only if he agrees to join us. In the submarine, a thin middle-aged man with a huge scar on his chest sat in the captain's seat and said slowly. Time passed, and another day and night passed. It seems that they felt humiliated. The 4 sea kings chose to kill each other and understood each other's lives. Even if the corpse was drowned in the sea and the sea was stained with blood, they would not act as a leg for these people. It's over, what's going on here? Looking at the sea of Yuhi the orangutan in front of him, Lei Luo couldn't help but feel his head big. The blood of the four-headed sea kings is like a warning. Not only are their kin quickly fleeing this area, but even the larger marine creatures smell the danger and stay away. Standing on the deck, Lei Luo opened the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan and looked around. Not even a small fry could be seen. I'm still blaming you for being too brutal. I've said it before. When we go to bed at night, let the four of them rest for a while. It's better for you to let them travel 24 hours a day. This kind of treatment will be accepted by everyone. Nope. Tina also sighed helplessly. Now, even if they ask for assistance from the headquarters, they have to wait at least a week. Leaving these aside, there are not many things in fresh water left. In addition, it happens to be the world of the Sea Kings. Looking up, there is only an endless sea, not even a small island. It's a pity that all the fish around here have run away, or... Lei Luo, Major General Tina, look, there seems to be something floating on the bottom of the sea. While the navigator on the warship was sighing, he suddenly saw a shadow under the sea that gradually enlarged. This picture had a feeling of déjà vu. That's right, when I met the North Sea giant monster, it was exactly the same as the current scene, but the movement was much bigger at that time. That's great, no matter what kind of monster he is. You wait, I'll go down and catch it up. Lei Luo, who smelled the smell of the means of transportation, rolled up his sleeves, but just as he was about to jump into the sea, he saw an iron sight glass first emerge from the sea. What are you doing? It turned out to be a human being, making me happy for nothing. Feeling a little lost, Lei Luo suddenly thought that he could borrow some fuel from the other party. When he turned around and planned to ask Tina to talk to the middleman in the submarine, he saw the solemn faces of everyone. Lei Luo, who noticed something was wrong, turned his head again. At this moment, the submarine had all surfaced, and the huge one-eyed skull pattern above was instantly brought into view. Pirates. This is the message that popped out of Lei Luo's mind. Perhaps for others, this situation is now aggravated by pirates, but in Lei Luo's eyes, it really comes from God's blessing. Since the other party is a pirate and he is a navy, there seems to be nothing wrong with killing people and taking fuel. Tina, why are you pulling me? Just when Lei Luo was about to start, Tina suddenly grabbed him. That's the one-eyed pirates. Their captain, One-Eyed, is a terrifying existence with a bounty of 800 million Baileys. After hearing Tina's explanation, a look of confusion appeared on Lei Luo's face. 800 million Bailey, doesn't that mean that it is higher than Ace? But why have you never heard of the existence of this character in the original book? Seeming to understand the confusion in Lei Luo's eyes, Tina continued to explain. One-Eyed was a big pirate who fought for wind and rain in the North Sea 20 years ago. At that time, he was captured by the hero Carp himself and held on the 6th floor of the big submarine prison in Jincheng City. It was because of the war at the top that he narrowly escaped. As soon as he heard the 6th floor of the great underwater prison, Lei Luo's expression also changed subtly. That is the place where Shiki the Golden Lion, Ace the Fire Fist, Jinping the Sea Hero, and Doflamingo who will be defeated by Luffy in the future are imprisoned. Few outsiders know about the 6th floor of the underwater prison, but among the navies, there is a saying that the pirates active in the sea are not necessarily strong, but as long as they are detained in the 6th floor the criminals of the highest level must be the great pirates with the greatest prestige and strength on the sea. Junior Navy, although I don't know your name, I invite you to join my pirate group. Remember, this is an invitation from Lord One-Eyed. There are not many people in the world who can enjoy this treatment. Looking at this one-eyed man who usually praises himself for his strength, Lei Luo turned to Byakugan. If he were to follow such a disgusting captain, he was really afraid that the pirate group would be disbanded the next day because the captain died. Chapter 267 Destroy the remnants of the old era. This is an invitation from the one-eyed adult. There are not many people in the world who have this kind of treatment. Tilda. Lei Luo imitated the one-eyed tone. Ha ha ha, good boy, with the spirit of my youth. You and I have the same expression when I refuse to be the co-captain with many guys. Guy Moore. Upon hearing the name, Lei Luo suddenly set his eyes on the one-eyed middle-aged man with a kind smile. Unexpectedly, this person is still in contact with Guy Duo. Could it be that he was once a member of the Rocks Pirates? Kid, I know that you killed several children of the Vinsmoke family. If you choose to join my pirate group, I think Ling Ling will not only forgive you for being on the same ship in the past, but will also marry you. Your beautiful daughter. After Guys, I heard Ling Ling again. Either the Navy soldiers were so frightened that their legs were weak, or they would have found a place to hide long ago. Those two are two of the 4 emperors on the sea today. What if I say no? Then I'll have to kill all your companions, and then give you to Ling Ling. Have you been locked up for a long time and your brain is not working well? Why do you like to brag so much? Facing Lei Luo's cynicism, the smile on the one-eyed man's face became more and more prosperous. It's really too similar. You are just like me when I was young, the same strong, the same arrogance. Like your mother, I'm not a one-eyed guy with a high self-esteem. You mean this eye? This is the medal left by Whitebeard in the initial defeat. It's a pity that he has already taken a step forward. Whitebeard is another 4 emperor level figure. Whether it is the 4 emperors of the older generation or the brand new 4 emperors, the man named One-Eyed in front of him can actually know half of them. You know, whether it's Yuhi's hair or Blackbeard, in the eyes of Whitebeard, Guy and Charlotte Lingling, they're nothing more than juniors. Also lost to the medal left by Whitebeard, I have ended your myth of Beihai. Do you think that the North Sea giant monster is really invincible in the eyes of our level? During the speech, the remaining eye of the one-eyed stunned suddenly, and an unstoppable supreme domineering aura spread instantly. Boom, boom, boom. On the warship, the Navy lost consciousness one after another and fell to the ground. Even Tina and Leiju persisted for a few seconds before being defeated and fell into a coma. Conqueror's Haki. Lei Luo's tone was a little surprised, but calmed down quickly. To be able to ride the sea more than 20 years ago and compete with Roger, Whitebeard and others for the existence of the world, must be a born king. I feel it, I am a natural leader. Follow me, I will be the 5th emperor in the future, and you will be the strongest emperor. The one-eyed tone became more and more arrogant. In his eyes, the silent Lei Luo was a child who was completely frightened by this king's breath. However, in the next moment, the eyes of the one-eyed suddenly changed, and the sound of falling to the ground continued to be heard in the submarine. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be a born king, no wonder you are so rebellious. With the familiar aura surrounding him, One-Eye said in ecstasy. He did not expect that this child whom he had taken a fancy to, actually had the same kingly spirit as himself. Son, join my pirate group. The Navy is not suitable for you. The place with a bunch of rules and regulations is not suitable for you. Only pirates, it is the best home for people like you and me. Can you stop stinking here? You hurt my friend. I advise you to cut yourself off here, or at least keep the whole corpse. Looking for death. Faced with this young man who has repeatedly refused his invitations and constantly offended himself, the only cherishing heart of one-eyed talent has disappeared. Young people are always high-spirited and high-minded, but today I have to make him understand that if they don't know how to obey the old and powerful, there is a dead end. I saw One-Eye slowly raised his left hand and held it against Lei Luo in the air. A powerful suction burst out in an instant. After a pause, Lei Luo, together with the naval warship under his feet, was actually suspended on the sea, facing towards him. Fly away with One-Eye. At this moment, One-Eye raised his right hand again, which was the exact opposite repulsion force to his left hand. Once sucked and repelled, the final result is only to collide and shatter. Golden Light Curse. Boom. The deafening loud sound came, penetrated the space and the sea water, and continued to spread into the distance. At this moment, On the open sea, a gilded naval ship kept stirring violently, and on the surface of the golden light, energy ripples continued to spread. Oh, light or gold, it seems that you are also the power user of devil fruit. One-Eyed was not shocked by the sight in front of him, and it was understandable that the young man who had killed the North Sea giant demon possessed the ability of devil fruit. Compared to the one-eyed calm, Lei Luo frowned. According to the ability displayed by the one-eyed and his words, Lei Luo only knew that his power came from the devil fruit, but he did not know what kind of ability. Suddenly, the one-eyed grinned grimly, his hands slammed forward, the powerful repulsive force was released, and the Golden Navy warship flew thousands of meters away, but it only took a few seconds, and the warship still constantly thinking about flying into the distance. Ding! The system task is generated, and the old era remnants are destroyed. Destroy the remnant party, defeat the mighty one-eyed, and reward God-level lottery points *1. Before the sound of the system in Lei Luo's mind ended, the powerful gravitational force struck again. Click. At the moment when the flight trajectory of the warship was forcibly changed by external force, the huge force generated frantically tore the golden light spell on the surface of the warship, and tiny cracks appeared one after another. Damn one-eyed guy, if I hadn't wanted to protect my companions, I would have shredded you and fed it to the fish. On the sea, a warship was constantly flying around at an extremely fast speed, its trajectory was changing, and there were more and more cracks on the golden light spell. At the same time, Lei Luo's roar continued to echo on the sea. Do you want to protect your companions? Are you looking down on me, or are you loving those burdens? The one-eyed laughed wildly, and between the grips of his hands, he continuously released suction and repulsion. The reason for recruiting Lei Luo to join is entirely because One-Eye sees his strength. After all, in One-Eye's eyes, those weak people on board can only be summed up in 2 words. Burden. Chapter 268 The helplessness of the great pirate. Hearing the weak burden, Lei Luo's mind suddenly came to Uchiha Obito, the young man in the tail of the crane wearing goggles, and the genius Kakashi of Konoha who was slapped by himself. Companions have always been the closest people around a person, which Lei Luo always agrees with. Do you know why Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world? Lei Luo's voice suddenly came, and the force that was constantly repelling each other came to an abrupt end, and the expression on the one-eyed face froze. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, if it weren't for the power of the devil fruit, how could he deserve this title? Don't talk to me about that bastard with Whitebeard, if it weren't for him, I would never be what I am now. After being stunned for a few seconds, One-Eye's emotions erupted, and his sanity was engulfed by endless anger. The whole person was like a crazy monster, about to destroy everything in front of him. Fortunately, the few seconds just bought enough time for Lei Luo to cast Shadow Clone. I tell you, Whitebeard has been guarding his children all the time. He will never regard the child as a burden because of its weakness. This is the real gap between you and him. Boy, what this old man has experienced is more salt than what you have eaten. It is not your turn to point fingers in front of this old man. Now you have been sentenced to death. Finally, the last piece in One-Eye's heart was broken by Lei Luo's stimulation. In his consciousness, this young man who seemed to be able to control the light in front of him had to be buried in the sea to relieve his hatred. Oh, do you think you really have the power to kill me? The sudden voice behind him made One-Eye's complexion change drastically. He didn't understand how the young man who was still standing on the deck of the Navy warship at this moment managed to do this. For a person to have the ability to clone, it is completely in the blind spot of one-eyed knowledge. After all, even the yellow monkey has never developed this level of terrifying ability. How can this kid in his early 20s do it? You have to be confident and firm in your own mind, like looking back at me. Lei Luo's voice sounded again, like a heavy hammer hitting One-Eye's chest. The existence of being able to kill the North Sea giant demon and showing that his combat effectiveness must not be underestimated. Alone is fine. One-Eyed thinks that he is no weaker than Lei Luo, but if there are two Lei Luos, let's not talk about his blind spot due to his eyes. Just two masters who have the same mind join forces. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 anymore. Boom. I saw the one-eyed complexion sinking. With him at the center, the air within a radius of 1 meter shrank first and then slammed open. The explosive force generated by the rapid change of the running trajectory was like 9 bulls colliding together, 2 tigers killing each other. It was just a face-to-face that sent Lei Luo flying 100 meters. It feels a little familiar. For some reason, Lei Luo always felt that he had seen the one-eyed fruit's ability before, but he couldn't remember it all of a sudden. Tianjin. The one-eyed left hand clenched into the air, and the black spot that appeared in the palm was like a black hole in the silver river, with a powerful force to attract everything. Lei Luo was standing still at the moment, as if he was recalling something. Although he would be said to take advantage of others' danger if he made a move at this time, in the one-eyed eye, it was clearly called an opportunity. That is, as the saying goes, take advantage of your illness to make you sick. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, Levy. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. The moment Shadow Clone shattered, Lei Luo, who was standing on the warship, suddenly remembered the familiar power in his memory. That's right, the power of the devil fruit that one eye devours gives him, just like the heavenly path in Pain 6 Paths. Haha, interesting. Facing this familiar ability, Lei Luo showed a smile on his face. Rinnegan gives to the host, how can 9 Tomo reincarnation Sharingan not? I don't know what the reason is, even though I have already killed a clone of Lei Luo, one eye can't be happy. In his eyes, Lei Luo looked at him at the moment, just like the most talented senior among the brothers taught by the same master, and he looked at the younger juniors who were not very good at learning. Kid, I figured it out, I'm not going to kill you, I'll just gouge out your eyes, cut off your tendons, and then throw you into a country where you can be laughed at as 1010. Hey, just want to, it's exciting to think about it. Quote. He is the strongest among the old generation of pirates, a great pirate of the same era as Roger One Piece, the strongest man Whitebeard, and now being so despised by a new generation of Navy, the cruelty in One Eye's heart erupts again. I have already figured out your abilities, and Tian Yin. As he spoke, Lei Luo's eyes had turned into the color of the gorilla Yuhi. He slowly raised his hand, and an unstoppable suction filled his palm. This recruitment is called Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, sign, but it is called by Lei Luo as a heavenly lead. As for the reason, it is naturally to ridicule One Eye. Feeling this familiar power, the pupil of the one-eyed narrowed to ultimate, and he couldn't understand why his abilities would be copied by others. Could it be that Lei Luo's fruit ability can replicate the ability of others? However, copying is copying, why is his suction stronger than his own? Earth Blast. The one-eyed body that was flying towards Lei Luo quickly raised his right hand and tried his best to release the reverse thrust, because he saw that, in front of Lei Luo, there was a dangling handle at some point in time. The cold long knife, the tip of the knife is facing his throat. Fu. One-eyed, who was struggling to stabilize his body, gasped for breath. The cold sweat on his back wetted his clothes. At this moment, he looked at Lei Luo with the eyes that were no longer the same disdain seen by a veteran when he saw a newcomer. It's the horror of humans when they see ghosts. Escape. A thought suddenly appeared in the one-eyed mind. As a great pirate of the previous era, he would be frightened by the new generation and flee. Rather than let the world laugh like this and become a laughing stock after dinner, it is better to fight to the death. But can he really win? The ability that he is proud of, Lei Luo is stronger than himself, and he also has the ability of the light element similar to the fruit of the yellow monkey, plus the long knife that combines cold and killing intent. How is it possible to win? The only way left is death. The hesitant one-eyed didn't even dare to look up at the boy's gorilla Yuhi's eyes. At this moment, he felt helpless like never before. Chapter 269_Heavens Royal. Lei Luo couldn't help but smile as he looked at the one-eyed expression that was constantly changing in the distance. As early as the moment he opened the Sharingan of 9 Tomo Samsara, the one-eyed that looked at him had fallen into demonic illusion, and all the thoughts in his mind were arranged by Lei Luo. Just kidding, Sharingan was born for demonic illusion, not to mention the level of divine eyes of 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. Hey, have you thought about it? Are you going to apologize yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? After waiting for a long time, Lei Luo yawned and said. Although he didn't use the demonic illusion of Tsukuyomi's level, the one-eyed can endure for so long without breaking down. Ah! At the moment when Lei Luo's words came to an end, the one-eyed exclaimed and snapped back to his senses. The confusion and helplessness in his eyes were dispelled, and light gradually emerged. After the one-eyed struggle just now, there was less disdain in the eyes of Lei Luo, and more shock and fear. Who the hell are you? What power is your devil fruit? One-eyed took a deep breath to calm his mind, and asked Lei Luo. A little-known little devil, a devil fruit ability that he has never seen before, and the pair of eyes that are different from everyone else, combined, they are the biggest shadow in One-Eye's heart. Even Roger and Whitebeard were far inferior to him. The current third class in the Navy, no one Lei Luo. Your full name. Are you sick? Lao Tzu's full name is just 2 characters, Lei Luo. How is that possible? This time, it was Lei Luo's turn to be confused. What did the one-eyed think of, and what kind of person did he separate himself from? In this situation, it seems that Lei Luo himself has exceeded the scope of the one-eyed expectation. In the world of pirates, the most mysterious and noble race is the Tianlong people, but most of the fighting power of the Tianlong people is garbage in the garbage, even Doflamingo, it is not even a real top master. Big cut. Could it be that the one-eyed man regarded Lao Tzu as a Tianlong person? Thinking of this, Lei Luo's face instantly turned ugly. What kind of scumbag is Tianlongren, and it deserves to be compared with Lei Luo himself? It shouldn't be, except for the D family. How can anyone else be able to pervert like this? Suddenly, one-eyed whispers came into Lei Luo's ears. D family, in the eyes of the world, they are the enemies of the gods, even if the blood of this family is thin, but they have appeared or are still alive, all of them are big and famous. One Piece Gore D. Roger, the head of the Rocks Pirates Rox D. Gibbok, the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, the revolutionary founder Monkey D. Dragon. Every member of the D family, if they either completed the feat and died tragically, or stood on the top of the world, no one can shake their lives can be summed up in epics. Oh, if you can tell me everything you know about the D family, I may choose to spare your life. As for the secrets hidden by the D family, since Akatsuki was not revealed in the original book, Lei Luo was also very interested. Now that he has finally encountered a legacy from the past, he naturally wants to ask everything he wants to know. Is this true? More real than an embroidery needle. Okay, the secret of the D family. Haha, I won't tell you even if I die. Lei Luo thought that One-Eye had already chosen to be soft, but what he never expected was that this legacy from the previous era is so disgusting, it whetted your appetite without filling it up. I'll give you one last chance to tell the secrets of the D family. I'll spare you, otherwise, I'll kill you. This is Lei Luo's last patience. If One-Eyed doesn't know what to do, he doesn't mind killing One-Eyed. After all, the system's mission is still there. However, to Lei Luo's surprise, One-Eyed stood on the spot without speaking. His face still looked very anxious, and the most important thing was that he had no intention of running away. Not good. Suddenly, a subconscious crisis alert flashed in Lei Luo's mind, and the source of that crisis was the one-eye that was smiling at him. Little devil, as I said, I've been through more battles than you have eaten, and you're still too tender. At the moment when the one-eyed words came to an end, with Lei Luo and the naval warship as the center, in the space within a radius of 1 kilometer, countless gravitational and repulsive forces burst out. Under this powerful force, the sea has become high and low, and even the space has become faintly distorted. It turned out that all the conversations just now were a trap set by One Eye to delay the time. The secret of the D family was just a gimmick to attract Lei Luo. He didn't even know what the secret of that family was. Haha, break it, this sea, you and the soldiers you love, will be torn to pieces by gravity and repulsion together. When the one-eyed hand pressed down, the already surging repulsion and gravitational force became even more violent, and the endless destructive force continuously crushed Lei Luo's body, and the naval warship under his feet also faintly appeared one after another. Damn, careless. Lei Luo glared at the one-eyed. In this situation, Lei Luo can easily avoid damage by using the Central Asian hourglass, but in the end, Tina, Leiju and others will only be torn apart, and one-eyed takes advantage of the 2.5-second gap to escape. Since you want to play like this, then I will give you a big one. Heaven's Royal Palace. I saw Yui the gorilla flickering in Lei Luo's eyes, and in the next moment, the scene above the surrounding sea was transformed into an area of ice and snow. How is it possible? Is this still the power possessed by human beings? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings and feeling the biting cold wind, One Eye can be sure that this is a brand new world. So what if I came to the new world? As long as my devil fruit ability can be used, then I still have nothing in the world. How could it be? How could it fail? Huh. Looking at the panicked one-eyed below, Lei Luo smiled disdainfully. The Royal Palace of Heaven is the highest level of mysticism in Rinnegan's pupil technique. It can freely drive everything around it into a space created by itself, whether it is lava fire, ice and snow, or 1,000 miles of barrenness, it is all up to the caster. Just a thought. In this space, Lei Luo's idea is all the order of heaven and earth, and he is the only god here. One-eyed man, go to hell. Chapter 270_Chance Encounter. Go to hell, one-eyed man. Lei Luo made a big move, and the already dark sky became even more gloomy. Hundreds of huge ice smashed from the sky, or the sharp or dull, smashed One Eye without exception. It seemed that he felt that the death was approaching, and the one-eyed just closed his eyes quietly, without any resistance. Failure is equal to disappointment, and this is most vividly shown in battle. Now that one-eyed is defeated, he has never wanted to ask Lei Luo for mercy, because the natural kingly spirit in his body will never allow him to bow his head to anyone. There is only one-eyed standing to die, and there is no king who is kneeling to live. Hours later. Lei Luo, what's wrong with the one eye? Tina looked at the stern of the boat, her eyes were blank, she just raised the one eye that put down her right hand as always, and asked Lei Luo. People are going to be free boatmen for us. How can I refuse their help with such intense enthusiasm? After looking back at the one-eyed at the stern, Lei Luo smiled and returned to his room. One-eyed has long since died, and now he is just a corpse controlled by Lei Luo using the 9-Tomo reincarnation Sharingan. After all, the warship has no fuel to propel it forward, so there is no way to move forward. As for which submarine One Eye is in, let alone, this is the pain in Lei Luo's heart. When he returned from the heavenly imperial world with the one-eyed corpse, he found that the submarine had been torn apart by the repulsive position arranged by the one-eyed, together with the comatose pirates, the mixture of blood and fuel, constantly surfaced on the sea surface. Float on. Since there is no fuel replenishment, the warship must continue to move forward. Soon, under the suggestion of the system, Lei Luo chose to use demonic illusion to control the one-eyed corpse to drain his last use value. When the energy is used up, it is just a pool of rotten meat that has no effect at all. Inside the room. System, come out. Making mosey. You understand. Okay. After the words fell, the familiar big turntable appeared again, and it was still 6 top quality rewards. S-class item. Bone melting and blood pill. S-class pet. Fantasy. S-class weapon. Ancient staff of forbidden demon soul eater. S-class weapon. Free-hearted hardcore soldier. S-level skill. ALLFORONE. S-class props. Pokeball. Bone blood melting pill, the legendary 8th grade pill, has the effect of the flesh and bones of the living dead. Fantasy, a pet from the Pokemon world, seems to be the ancestor of all pets, with multiple abilities. Note, it can evolve if certain conditions are met. The ancient wand of forbidden demons and soul eaters is a product of a world where three heroes are competing for hegemony. It is said to have the terrifying power of banning all personal abilities, and at the same time, it can also increase the upper limit of the body's strength, such as chakra, spiritual power, etc. The Shinshin Iron Soldier is the weapon of the six-eared macaque, one of the four god monkeys. Allforone, that is, for everyone, for their own sake, can have the ability to seize others, give them to others or use them for their own use, which is an extremely selfish secret. Pokeball, nothing to say, use it when catching Pokemon, there is a chance of failure. The first 5 rewards were fine. When he saw the 6th reward, Leilua wanted to rush to scold his mother, but he knew that no matter what he said, the system's answer would be that the host's face is black. Don't blame the system. Let's start the lottery. After finally sighing, Leilua gave the order to draw the lottery. Among the 6 prizes, Leiluo's favorite is Allforone, a personality from another world. After all, the X-Heart Iron Soldier is too heavy, and the pet dream is not as effective as the original Pikachu. Besides, the bone-melting blood-melting pill, his light therapy has become more and more perfect, and it is only a matter of time before reaching the level of the light of resurrection. As for the ancient wand of forbidden demons and soul eaters, Leilua believes that he does not need to be silent about anything, he is an invincible existence in the world of pirates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting all. Dream. Are you kidding me? Allforone has already said a third of it, how can he suddenly change his mind? The pointer exceeds the tick mark of Allforone, regardless of the system. Looking closely, Leilua, who even opened the Sharingan of 9 Tomo's Samsara, sat frantically and took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. It's just over a millimeter, how can this not make Leiluo's mind explode? Boom! There was a slight explosion in the air, and a pink cute dream about 40 centimeters appeared in front of Leilua. Seemingly reading out that Leilua was in a bad mood, the smiling Leilua with both dreamy eyesight rubbed his face. Don't say, this little guy doesn't have much effect, but he looks really cute, so it's not too bad. Just as Leilua was playing with Dream, his door was suddenly kicked open. Leilua, are you all right? Mr. Leilua, what just happened? Looking at Tina and Leiju who suddenly broke into his room, Leilua was also dumbfounded. When this little guy, Dream, had a small explosion when he was just born, they were mistaken for someone who attacked him. Wow, such a cute little guy. After seeing the dream of Leilua shrunk like a quail in her arms, with a frightened expression on her face, Tina and Leiju instantly overflowed with love, hugged the dream in their arms, and gently stroked its little head. The scene in front of him made Leilua feel helpless, and the words his mother had said before resounded in his mind. Women are indeed fickle animals. The moment before, they came running in a panic, not even changing their pajamas, just because they mistakenly thought that Leilua was attacked by the enemy, but now, after seeing the dream, just leave Leilua aside and say no more. That's all, you two can hug and play. This little guy is called Dream. If you two want it, I'll give it to you too. Leilua, who originally planned to use his identity as the master of the dream to emphasize his status, found helplessly that in terms of giving it away, the dream guy seemed to be happier than Tina and Leiju. Heartless little thing. After staring angrily and immersed in the inextricable dream in the beauty's arms, Leilua turned his head away, Tegu's 5-vision omnipotent hyperopia and perspective activated, and began to search for the nearby islands. After all, the one-eyed corpse was almost exhausted. Just as the Navy warship was more than 10 miles away, dozens of huge snail boats carrying the land were constantly approaching, and a huge flag with 66 written on the boats was still showing their identity, the Kingdom of Germa. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet by chance. Chapter 271 Must give bad service attitude. A Navy ship is approaching us at supersonic speed. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Gage suddenly had a very strong premonition, and his subconscious gaze turned to Charlotte Snag. According to Snag's news, 3 days later, that is, today, the kingdom of Jamal will be destroyed, and it will be executed by a navy and the princess of the kingdom, Raju. What are you afraid of? Get close to them and leave everything to me. Snug has always fully trusted his brother Katakori's prophecy. However, the other party was just a little-known young man, and with the help of Leju in the language, in Snug's heart, he believed that the so-called annihilation of the Jamal kingdom was just a conspiracy. Final results. For conspiracy and tricks, the best way is always to kill the leader of the other party before the plan is implemented, and the ordinary navy without a leader will naturally not stir up any storms. Boom. Suddenly, the bursts of explosions coming from outside attracted the attention of Gage and Snag. Logically speaking, even if the naval warship was advancing at supersonic speed, it would never have come to the kingdom of Jamal so quickly. It seems that some pirates with short eyes are coming to your site to make trouble, so let's just take it as my warm-up. Snage Sensen smiled. After all, in this sea, he can be regarded as a generation of tyrants. Naturally, he will not put some pirates who are not in the mainstream. Warm up. You are so arrogant. The 4th star of dessert of the BIGMOM pirates, the Minister of Fried Food Charlotte Snag. Before Snag could act, a young man dressed in white walked to the hull on foot. Looking at his spotless clothes, he would never think that the riots in the outside world had something to do with him. Of course, if you think so, you are wrong, because in the hands of the young man, he is also leading a comatose army leader. Boy, sign up, I won't kill nameless people. Besides, if you want to use this method to attract your mother's attention, then you still don't need to live anymore. In Snug's 30s, he had seen too many pirates who wanted to join the BIGMOM pirate group and find the protection of his mother. These people are strong and weak, and the means they implement are endless, such as advertising their loyalty to Ant without authorization, breaking into Ant's territory alone, defeating a group of minions to show their strength, or begging Ant, just for the sake of become a lowly servant on the BIGMOM pirate ship. Snug, who has been used to seeing these scenes since he was a child, will naturally not regard the young man in front of him as his future companion. After all, those who have done this before have all been permanently removed from this sea. Attracting Ant's attention. You made me laugh. If I want to attract Ant's attention, it must be the moment when the BIGMOM pirates disappear. As soon as the young man said this, Snag's face sank obviously, and endless killing intent instantly emerged. Seeing this scene, Gage, although on the surface, stood firmly on the same side as Snug, but his heart was constantly laughing. Maybe Snag doesn't know who this young man is, but Gage knows Akatsuki. No matter who wins or loses in the next battle between the two, the final result must be that the victor's combat power is also inexistent. Snug wins, then everything will be done step by step, and soon the kingdom of Jamal will find a backer at the level of the 4 emperors. But if Snug loses, he only needs to destroy the navy in front of him and then provide Snug with medical treatment, which can easily increase his favorability in Auntie's heart. Like this kind of thing that is beneficial and harmless, Jaji will naturally not say anything to prevent the battle between the two. One last time, what's your name? Don't let my sword add another nameless ghost. Navy rookie Lei Luo. When he heard the name of Lei Luo, the protagonist who appeared in the Kakutari prophecy, Snag was a little confused. There are 4 emperors and their subordinates in the naval headquarters. Since Lei Luo knows that Snug is a big pirate with a bounty of 600 million, why does he dare to break into the kingdom of Jamal, which is known as the Evil Army? Could it be that this is the legendary newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers? If you have any last words, say it quickly, or there will be no chance again. Snugger pulled out the long knife around his waist, and from somewhere he got a rag, carefully wiping the blade, without any intention of looking directly at Lei Luo. Last words. A pirate with a bounty of only 600 million dares to say the last words to himself. Lei Luo can't help but absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't he know that a pirate with a bounty of 800 million was killed by himself just a day ago? Wait a minute, it seems that the people on the warship know this. Okay, don't talk so much nonsense with me. If you want to fight, you can fight. I'm in a hurry to go back to the headquarters to report. Facing Lei Luo's urging, Snug chuckled lightly, and stopped wiping the long knife in his hand. Sizzle. At that moment, with Lei Luo as the center, the ground under his feet suddenly changed, turning into hot boiling oil, steaming hot, and the rising oil bubbles soon surrounded Lei Luo. Devil Fruit awakens. In just 1 second, Lei Luo recognized the ability that Snug displayed, and at this moment, Snug's voice suddenly sounded in Lei Luo's ear. Bubble explosion. Boom boom boom. One after another, the explosions continued to roar, and the oil bubbles that surrounded Lei Luo were like powerful timing ***, all of which would be detonated with a single order from Snug. The terrifying high temperature, the thick gunpowder smoke, and the scalding hot oil soon filled the entire hall. Is this the strength of Zhongxing? Gaji, who originally thought that technology could be turned into combat power, felt a little melancholy in his heart. As far as the highest technology of the Jamal Kingdom is concerned, the destructive power that can be generated is at most equal to that of Snag, but above him, there still has a stronger presence. It seems that the second brother is old, and there is a problem with his domineering. For such a weak person, it is my turn to act in person, and the people of Jamal 66 can handle it themselves. The gunpowder smoke has not dissipated, but there is no movement at all, which undoubtedly indicates the death of Lei Luo. Since the initiator of the disaster of extinction is no longer alive, there is no need to stay here. Hey, don't rush to leave. Why is your service attitude so poor? When the guests are in the most comfortable sauna, you actually plan to go home. Just as Snug was about to step out of the hall, Lei Luo's dissatisfied voice sounded in the smoke. Chapter 272_Snag's hesitation. As far as your attitude is concerned, in my hometown, I will definitely give you a 0 negative review. 0 bad review. This new vocabulary puzzled Snug. However, the 3 words sauna, as well as touching the bottom line of Snug. You can say that his strength is the weakest among the 4 desert generals, or you can say that he is not even as good as the deputy of the other 4 emperors, but you say that his ability is as comfortable as a sauna, and if it has no destructive power, then he can only be the end of fried to slag. The next moment, the earth, which had already returned to normal, boiled again, and the heat was bubbling upwards. The whole hall was like a frying pan. That was a punishment that even Spectre would be afraid of. Yes, that's it. Comfortable. Lei Luo's voice was like. After drifting on this sea for so long, it was the first time he experienced the pleasure of taking a sauna. Once again stimulated by Lei Luo, Snagger swung the long sword, and the invisible sword gas turned into a gust of wind to blow all the heat away, leaving a deep crack on the wall of the hall in the distance. At the same time, Lei Luo, who was wearing only a pair of underwear, leisurely suspended in the air, with an intoxicated face was revealed. Why do you suddenly feel a little cold? Hey, why don't you respect the privacy of your guests at all? I haven't dressed yet. Lei Luo, who hurriedly shaken off the sweat from her body, scolded Snug while wearing her clothes, like a customer who did not achieve the expected results after consumption. You really think of me as a bathroom, don't you? In the face of Lei Luo's provocation, Snug's figure turned into a blue light and rushed to Lei Luo's side. The long knife that was shining brightly was also on the way to slash, and was gradually covered with bright black. This is armament hockey. Gage, who recognized Snag's ability at a glance, smiled even more in his heart. It seemed that the new recruit named Lei Luo was about to end his life, and the kingdom of Jamal was about to find a new backer. However, at the next moment, Gage's wide-open mouth was filled with joyous laughter, but silent shock. I said that you are a person, how can you face each other with swords if you don't agree? I give you a bad review, but the ant doesn't know. At this moment, Lei Luo's left hand casually held the long knife that was slashing at him, and his right hand continued to wear clothes. How could this be? How could this man's brute force be so terrifying? Snag, who had exhausted all his strength, found that after his long knife was pinched by Lei Luo, he began to move at all, and it was just this pure strength gap. Lei Luo, who already has a strange power, plus the blessing of a mysterious sword, not to mention Snag, even Whitebeard is not necessarily his opponent in terms of single physical strength. Just when Lei Luo was getting dressed, the left hand holding the long knife flicked lightly, and the humming sound from the rapid vibration of the iron plate was like the explosion of thunder, and the huge force was transmitted along the blade to Snag's hands. It almost made him want to split his mouth, and he almost couldn't even hold the handle of the knife. I'm here this time to produce some stinky mice that secretly act secretly. For the time being, it has nothing to do with the BIGMOM pirates, so you'd better stay still and don't force me to do it. For Snugger, who in the original novel was defeated by the future supernova monster Yerky and was removed from the Desert 4 stars by Big Mom, Lei Luo really didn't want to waste time with him. Furthermore, it is now estimated that Tina, Leiju and others are about to reach the territory of the Jamal Kingdom. If Snug is allowed to leave, he will definitely threaten him with Tina and Leiju as hostages. So, keeping him where he is the best option. You alone want to wipe out our entire kingdom of Jamal. Could it be that you think my tech clone army and Lord Snag are just a bunch of garbage? When Snug was hesitating whether he wanted to help the kingdom of Jamar, Gage spoke, and in a few words tied the kingdom and Snug together. To be honest, before Snag's action, Katakuri had quietly told him that the navy that came to destroy the kingdom of Jamal was covered in a fog that he could not see clearly. Even if there is no Jamal 66 in the world since then. But now, Gage, who is good at playing tricks, is still relying on one sentence to bind Snug to the entire kingdom of Jamal, so that he can only choose to fight now. You should know very well that you are not my opponent, so don't waste my time. Lei Luo snorted lightly. For Snug, it would be easy for Lei Luo to kill him, but once he kills Snug, he will definitely find endless revenge from the BIGMOM pirates. In terms of Akainu's unscrupulous character in order to implement justice, once Lei Luo starts to be hunted down by the ant in Beihai, it is very likely that Akainu will suffer heavy losses from the current navy and cannot be an enemy of the 4 emperors from the navy. Eliminated in the middle, resulting in their own tasks can never be completed. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, Akainu leaves Lei Luo alone, but he will not be removed from his identity, but once Lei Luo takes power and destroys the BIGMOM pirate group, he will be used by Akainu as a naval marshal. Ordered to annihilate the other 4 emperor-level forces. Lei Luo naturally wouldn't accept this kind of thing being used as a gunman. Lord Snag, don't worry, I have given an order just now. Or one of the warriors from Jamar will come in battle uniforms and kill this arrogant navy with you. Gage looked at Lei Luo with a sneer. He didn't think a young man could be strong enough to deal with a general and the entire Jamal army alone. However, at this time, Snug still hadn't made a move, because in his heart, he always felt that Lei Luo was really like what his brother Katakuri said. Chilling fog of fear. Fortunately, you are still a scientist. It's been a long time since you gave the order. Haven't you found out that no team leader has responded to you yet? Lei Luo's words were like a thunderbolt, banging in Jaji's mind. Yes, as the king, I received the reply from everyone in less than a minute of the previous order, but why today, 3 or 4 minutes have passed, and the communicator beside me has not received it? Any reply? How does this thing work? I rely on it. How can it be like this? Suddenly, a bright light with a sense of science and technology shot out from the throne under Jaji, and it was cast in the air to form a large screen. In the center of the screen was Lei Luo, who was playing with the communication device in his hand. Chapter 273 _ The Cry of Vinsmoke Gage. How come there are 2 Lei Luos? Whether it was Snug or Gage, their faces were full of shock, because behind the Lei Luo on the screen, there were Jamal soldiers who fell to the ground. At this moment, the throne under Jiaji suddenly shook, and several beams of the same light as before shot out, and they were thrown into the air to form a big screen. That's it. Hello. Show you two look behind me. Brother, I know you are still alive, come and have a heart with you, the king, with me. Hey, how does this communicator work? Tell me that one of you. See for yourself in shared memory. Looking at Gage and Snag, who had more than 20 Lei Luos in the air trying to transmit their own images through the communicator, they looked at Lei Luo standing in front of them in disbelief. With just one glance, he immediately turned his attention to the big screen again. How could this be, and why are there so many Lei Luos? As the shock in the hall became more and more disturbing, Lei Luo had no choice but to smile. The number of soldiers in the kingdom of Jamal is much more than Lei Luo expected. In order to complete the task quickly and return to the headquarters, he had to use multiple shadow clone techniques. The main body came to kill King Gage, and the others handed over to the clones. In the end, when you don't wear combat uniforms, you are all just a special race with physical strength and self-healing ability far exceeding others, and your combat effectiveness is also stronger than Zanwu scum. No wonder 2 years later in the original book, Sanji, who didn't improve much, would be so strong in a combat uniform. By comparing the ordinary soldiers encountered by the clone with the soldiers in combat uniforms, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh that the technological power of the Jamal kingdom is indeed not to be underestimated. No wonder so many powerful forces are vying to control this power. Lineage factor cloning technology and technological combat uniforms, the final product is comparable to the existence of a vice admiral. Coupled with the Halu assimilation gas from the Victor Arms factory, even Lei Luo couldn't help but be moved by it. As the avatars on the big screen disappeared one by one, the aura of Lei Luo's body in the main hall continued to rise, and soon it reached a terrifying level that made Desnager stunned. That is the difference in strength that can only be felt by mothers, second brothers, and powerhouses such as Akainu. Fried blast. Suddenly, Snug folded his hands together, and the entire palace instantly exploded into scalding hot oil. The huge smoke directly covered the largest snail boat in the kingdom of Jamal. Cough, cough, what's going on? What the hell is Lei Luo doing? Tina, who had just landed, accidentally choked on the sudden thick smoke. Phew. Reiju suddenly felt a heat wave rush away from her side, and she could only faintly see that the man's whole body was covered by the dark armament haki. Tina, hurry up and follow me. The site of the explosion just now is the royal city, and my father's palace of the king has been completely blown up. Turning back, using the ability of the combat uniform to see the bare earth through the thick smoke, Leiju's complexion suddenly changed, because she felt that Lei Luo seemed to be in that generation. The main hall at this time, is exactly a big pit. You're running pretty fast, so you can count yourself. The golden light all over his body gradually dissipated, and Lei Luo said indifferently as he looked at Snug's escape direction, and then turned his attention to Gage, whose life was saved by him. It seems that he has not recovered from the big explosion just now. Jiaji still looks terrified. He doesn't understand why Zhongxing, whom he trusts, will use such a method in the end. This is clearly intended to kill Jiaji as well. Attack. Hey, don't be in a daze, hand over all your research results. Lei Luo gently pushed the dumbfounded Jiaji and said. The constant approach of Tina and Leiju has already been noticed by Lei Luo. If the two of them find out that they are also using the bloodline factor cloning technology and technology battle suits, they will have worked hard to build a beautiful image for the two women. Will collapse instantly. Woo, Aunt, I'm about to die, come and save me. Even Lei Luo didn't expect that Jiaji, who had finally recovered from the shock, actually knelt on the ground and started crying in the direction of Snug's escape. What about this old guy's previous toughness? Is he joking? Lei Luo looked at Jiaji with more and more disgust. It seemed that the difference was due to the emotional change of the demon beside him, Jaji turned and knelt in front of Lei Luo without hesitation. Lord Navy, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I am willing to give everything I have with both hands. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Bloodline factor cloning technology and technological combat uniforms, sloppy. Lei Luo, Mr. Lei Luo, are you alright? Hearing these two familiar voices, Lei Luo chopped off his feet angrily. Seeing that he was about to get everything in the Jamal kingdom, Tina and Reiju appeared at this time. Leiju, my good daughter, hurry up and beg this Navy Lord to let me go, I'm your biological father. Seeing Leiju, Jaji was like seeing a life-saving straw, and he said softly to Leiju while crying, as if he had always been a kind father before. However, in the face of her own father's acting, Leiju just turned around silently without saying a word. Gage can deceive everyone with his superb acting skills, but he can't deceive Leiju, who has lived with him since childhood. Leiju is so disappointed with his father's behavior. Vensmagage, I'm Rear Admiral Tina, and now in the name of justice, I will impose sanctions on your actions. Lei Luo, do it. Seeing this, Lei Luo could only helplessly take a breath, turned around and took the pistol in Tina's hand, slamming his eyebrows at Jaji. Late at night, on the deck of a naval warship. Leiju, how are you? After all, the person executed today is your biological father. His death is a good thing for world peace. The only thing I want to know now is where my brother Sanji was shot by the violent coon bear. Well, I can help you investigate this. Also, when Lei Luo was executed, did you notice that his eyes seemed to change to Yuhi? I turned my back to you and didn't notice. Okay. At this moment, in which submarine the one-eyed pirates were in, a man in a coma suddenly opened his eyes, and that one was the eyes of Yuhi, a gorilla with 9 pitch black tomo. Lord Lei Luo, Jaji promises to complete the task you have given. Chapter 274 Big Mom's Rage. Cake Island. At this time, a tall and fat woman, wearing a pink Yuhi dress, with thick eyeshadow and bright mouth Yuhi, was grabbing a lot of sweets in front of her and chewing frantically. This scene, in terms of etiquette, is extremely unsightly, and even using rudeness to describe this woman's rudeness is too much, but it was such an unbearable scene, but no one dared to stand up and drink it. All of this is because that woman is a legendary figure in this sea, the aunt of one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling. Mom, I advise you not to fully believe Vinsmokeji, the commander of Jamal's army. As long as we get all his scientific research results, we must promptly abandon him. The person who spoke was Auntie's eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, a thoughtful talker. For her son, the aunt originally valued it very much, but he had too many words. Even if all of them were harsh words, the aunt would not tire of it, and finally chose to ignore it. Because of this, the top cadre of the top 4 generals of dessert was not replaced by Perispero, but was replaced by Snug, whose bounty was 100 million Baileys lower. Shut up, it's rude to talk while others are eating, haven't I taught you? But Mom, people like Jaji are really not worth it. If you dare to mention something related to the kingdom of Jamal, don't blame your mother for being ruthless. Haha, I'm really not a qualified son to be able to bore my own mother. Perispero has always been optimistic and good at self-deprecating. It doesn't matter whether his words are heard by his mother or not. Anyway, his position as a military advisor in the pirates is unshakable. Anything needs to be resolved after discussing with his younger brother Katakuri. Just fine. In the distance, Katakuri, who was sitting alone on the roof of the candy, was a little annoyed by his eldest brother, but he understood that everything about the eldest brother was for the development of the whole family, so he always stood by his side. Suddenly, Katakuri's whole body jolted, and there was extreme disbelief in his eyes. Dude, what's wrong? For his younger brother, who has the top observation haki, Perispero has always paid special attention to his words and deeds, just as he captured the picture just now. Brother, I just saw that my mother will become very angry soon. The reason is related to the navy I mentioned to you before. As for the specific process, Snag will make it clear when he comes back. The ant who was enjoying the food suddenly became furious. This is very rare, because no one would dare to disturb the joy in the ant's heart at this time. Even Sparrow would just accept it with knowledge, and would never dare to say a word. Just when Sparrow guessed what news Snug would bring about the Navy to make Andy fall into a rage, the temperature of the entire Cake Island suddenly rose, but whenever the silhouette in the far distance passed by, the place, as if it had been fried, became golden and crisp. Charlotte Snag came back anxiously. Sweets already contain a lot of calories. Coupled with Auntie's fat body, sweat has already soaked through her clothes. Now the sudden increase in the surrounding temperature has completely destroyed Auntie's appetite. At this time, in the hands of the ant who stopped eating, the cake that was bitten off in half has been crushed by her hunger. The anger in her heart is needless to say that the ant who is willing to mobilize and destroy a country for the sake of sweets does such a move. Snag. Ant's shrill voice hovered above the entire Cake Island, and an oppressive force that did not attack the flesh and was designed to make people feel fearful instantly crushed everything, and finally all gathered in Cena, who was kneeling in front of Ant and didn't dare to speak. On the grid. Mom, don't be so arrogant. Snug is so panicky when he comes back this time. It must be important news. After all, the second child asked him to go to protect the safety of the country you didn't let me mention. It seems that Sparrow's words played a role, and Ant's mood gradually calmed down. Obtaining the various technologies of the Jamal Kingdom has always been the most important thing in Auntie's heart at present, and there must be no mistakes. As the BIGMOM pirate group that has always been at the bottom of the four emperors, Auntie has been unhappy with this ranking for a long time. Now that Whitebeard is dead, there is still a three-legged confrontation on the sea. If the technology of the Jamal Kingdom can be obtained, then the BIGMOM pirates will become the most powerful pirates. It is precisely because of this that she will force herself to be rational about anything related to the survival and belonging of the Kingdom of Jamal. Mom, there is a boy named Leiluo who just joined the Navy. He wiped out the entire Jamal Kingdom by himself. Except for Leiju, who joined the Navy, there is no one alive. Snug's words instantly attracted the attention of all the officials and ministers on Cake Island. The Kingdom of Jamal was wiped out by a new recruit alone, and with Snug still there, could it be that the Navy named Leiluo has a terrorist force comparable to that of an admiral? Look for it. Go and find it for me. Be sure to find that kid named Leiluo, and I will thunder his soul. Under the roar of the ant's rage, innocent buildings were smashed down by their wanton destruction. Since all his plans are in vain, then the person who ruined his plans, don't even think about living in this world. Facing the wanton destruction and the irrational ant, the cadres and ministers fled very quickly in a very tacit understanding. They didn't want to give the damn Navy a life for free in front of the giant mother. Snag, what the hell is going on? After hiding in a quiet place, Sparrow asked Snug. The Navy named Leiluo is too powerful. I think only the second brother and mother can fight him. Snag's description made Sparrow and Katakuri look at each other and stopped talking. There is no need to say more now. During the Navy's big conscription, it really accidentally found a treasure, and it was a top treasure. You said that Vince Mokriju was still alive and joined the Navy, didn't you? I remember she had a younger brother who was a cook on that Straw Hats ship. Chapter 275_Man's Paradise. Yan. You scold Lao Su in the morning. Leiluo, who was speeding up the ship with the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push expedition, suddenly sneezed. It's all said to go back at night. It's only a matter of time before arriving at the headquarters. In the cabin, Tina, who came slowly with her dream in her arms, gently put on Leiluo's cloak of a major general. Along the way, she has experienced too many things, and she has no idea what kind of feeling she has in her heart for the young man in front of her. However, Tina always believed that as long as Leiluo returned to the naval headquarters, he would be directly promoted to a very high position. Under his leadership, the Navy would sooner or later build the imaginary era of great peace for the world. I'm fine, but you, you were tossed by this little guy last night, right? In the middle of the night, Lei Luo saw many times that the lights in Tina's room were turned off and off, and they continued to toss until the early morning. Reiju was taking care of this little guy last night. I'm used to deep sleep, so it didn't bother me. Indeed, as a Navy cadre, you must always keep your mind awake and avoid some mistakes in decision-making. Therefore, every senior Navy officer has a special method to allow himself to enter the deepest depth as quickly as possible. In sleep. As for Leiju, because of the arrival of Lei Luo, there were no casualties on the warship, so she could only share a room with Tina, the only female on the ship. Without the Navy sleeping method, she must be sleeping soundly in bed now. Tina, what is that island for? Why did you build such a statue of Venus? Far away, Lei Luo saw a huge statue in the center of a small island. The exquisite face and perfect figure are the embodiment of love and beauty in mythology, the most enviable existence of all women, beauty and beauty. Love God Nevis. Looking in the direction Lei Luo pointed, Tina's face instantly showed extreme excitement, but she was quickly suppressed by her force, and Lei Luo saw all this. It's supposed to be a place for shopping, right? Well, Venus Island is the most desirable place for every woman. Come on, let's go and see. But aren't you in a hurry to get back to headquarters? Hearing this sentence, Lei Luo smiled and couldn't help but warm up in his heart. It turned out that Tina forcibly suppressed her inner excitement in order not to delay Lei Luo's return to the headquarters. Wake up Leiju later, let's go shopping. But you. Before Tina could finish speaking, Lei Luo stood up and asked all the Navy soldiers on the warship, Venus Island is ahead, do you want to go shopping? What about beauties from all over the world? Shopping. Venus Island. Beauties from all over the world. Think. Lei Luo's words were quickly extracted by the Navy. They were just at their age. Tenten watched all kinds of marine creatures from the sea. When he heard the beauty, his inner restlessness could not be suppressed. They cheered hysterically. Tina, what the people want, I don't think you will refuse everyone. Okay, let's take a day off today. Seeing Tina agree, Lei Luo hurriedly raised his right arm and shouted long live. Long live Major General Tina. Long live Major General Tina. Long live Major General Tina. Seeing the enthusiastic looks of the sailors, Tina smiled, lowered her Yuhi face, and played with the little guy dream. Lei Luo's move was first to satisfy Tina's inner desire, and secondly, it also raised Tina's image among these Navy soldiers. This act of killing two birds with one stone naturally made Tina feel warm in her heart. After about an hour. We'll meet here at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, now, let's play. At the ferry of Vienna Island, with Tina's order, there was a smile that could not be concealed on their faces, and the Navy soldiers in casual clothes were literally running towards the center of the island. Delicious food, beautiful young girls, and gorgeous clothes, here we come. Wow, Sister Tina, this cheongsam you are wearing is really a stunner in the world. Leiju, this floral dress of yours can only be controlled by a goddess like you. Lei Luo was sitting on the sofa in a clothing store, watching the countless beauties in front of him trying on all kinds of clothes one after another. Pure, cute, royal, lowly, sexy. At this moment, the lamb in Lei Luo's heart was about to collapse. Vienna Island, what kind of yearning for women, this is clearly a man's paradise. Sir, do these clothes that the two ladies tried on need to be packed? Suddenly, just when Lei Luo was reluctant to think about the feast in front of him, a gentle and pleasant voice suddenly sounded, pulling him back to reality. That's right, why don't you come and try on clothes? Since I want to buy it, I have no money. Damn it, a piece of clothing sells for 120,000 Baileys, why don't you grab it? Lei Luo's restless heart instantly turned cold when he casually flipped through the prices of the few clothes beside him. Now he just wants to change the previous sentence, Vienna Island is a paradise for single men. At this moment, Tina and Leiju, who had just walked out of the fitting room, saw Lei Luo's sad face. It's okay, it's enough for the two of us to come here and try it out. These clothes are rarely worn anyway. Sister Tina is right, there is no need to spend so much money on clothes. Tina and Lei Ju, one is the Rear Admiral of the Navy, and the other is the eldest princess of the Jamal Kingdom. The two of you can try it with confidence, open it up and buy it as long as you like it. I said, even if the pirate King Roger is resurrected, it will not work. In order not to make the second daughter feel sorry, Lei Luo said without thinking. Actually, I used to be a bounty hunter. Although I'm not particularly rich, I can still buy a few clothes, so you two are welcome, or I'll be angry. Facing Lei Luo's follow-up additions, Tina and Lei Ju's eyes also showed excitement again. With Lei Luo's terrifying strength, even if he has only been a bounty hunter for half a year, the wealth he possesses is definitely beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Chapter 276_Upstart Lei Luo. With a determined face, Lei Luo watched as the two beauties picked up a fur coat and walked into the fitting room. The expression on her face instantly disintegrated. Well, if I can work part-time to pay off my debts, I'll just come when I have time, until the debt is paid off. Sir, this shop does not have this rule. Then you can always get a discount, right? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have this rule either. Beautiful. These two words were originally used by Lei Luo to express the helplessness in his heart, but they happened to be heard by Tina and Lei Ju, who had just tried on the clothes. Lei Luo complimenting my beauty. Then you must buy this one. Huh, that one seems pretty good too. Looking at the two girls who misunderstood what he meant and tried more and more clothes, Lei Luo sighed silently, turned and sat back on the sofa. Every time he encounters this kind of life or death matter, but he can't solve it, Lei Luo will try to ask the system for help. System, I used to read that the golden fingers owned by the protagonists in other novels all have the function of the mall system, don't you? This system can only be used for lottery draws, and there is no low-level reward like currency. Then what the fuck am I going to do now? For the answer given by the system, Lei Luo was going crazy. I have already boasted about Heiko in front of Tina and Lei Ju. If I can't pay in the end, it will definitely affect my image in their minds. This is the end of the girl hunting plan I finally made. In this system, there is a loan function. Listen carefully. Suddenly, the system, like a kindness, proposed a brand new feature to Lei Luo that he had never heard of before. It's very simple. A billion Bailey only needs to pay back a God-level lottery point. A bit of God-level lottery points is equal to 1 billion Baileys. Why does it feel like a loss? At the beginning of the period, Lei Luo really thought so, but later he remembered that he is a navy and not a pirate. He only needs to deposit the money in the silver bank. Can't he complete the cycle of money generating money? It seems that this God-level lottery point is not too bad. Then what are you waiting for? Give me Wawa for 1 billion, hurry up. Sorry, the host's current God-level lottery points are 0 and cannot be directly exchanged. Lei Luo, who was speechless for a while, only felt that his forehead was hurt by the systemic anger. After being silent for a long time, he still could not control his emotions. Then what the hell are you talking about? Don't worry, this system has said that it is a loan function, and it can be credited. You're the best for me, just exchange 1 billion for me first. With Lei Luo's extremely attentive smile, after a ding in his mind, the storage space that came with the system was instantly filled with countless green notes of the largest denomination, without a single gap. As a young man with no car, no house and no money before crossing the road, Lei Luo had never seen so much money, and never thought that there would be so much cash in 1 billion yuan. Everything, I love you. Don't worry, remember that this is a loan. If you can't turn in 1 God-level lottery point within a month, then the president's interest will be paid, and... Alright, go and rest, I'm going to start spending. At this time, Lei Luo instantly understood why those upstarts should wear big gold chains and 20 jewelry rings on 10 fingers. With so much money, if I don't spend it, I can't put it down at home, and it's so crowded that there's not even a place to sleep. Waiter, come here. Lei Luo sat on the sofa with a knife, and waved to the waiter in the distance who had humiliated him one after another. Now he understands another truth, that is, if you have money, you can really speak with confidence. Hello sir, can I help you? How much does your store sell for? A customer also asked the same last time. After our boss gave him a 30% discount, it looks like about 10 billion. Sir, are you meeting our boss? No, I'll ask. Lei Luo, who managed to squeeze out a little smile, was obviously a little embarrassed. At this moment, he once again understood a truth, that is, there are people outside people, and a mountain is higher than a mountain. After a long time, Tina and Leiju, who had been busy all morning with the scorching sun in the sky, finally stopped trying on various types of clothes. Waiter, check out. A total of 76,253,800 Baileys. I'll give you a zero, 76 million is fine. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? The waiter who made Lei Luo repeatedly embarrassed has already brought it to the credit card machine, such as a large amount of consumption, who would bring so much cash. Boom. With a loud bang, a mountain of Baileys appeared in the open space in front of Lei Luo, which shocked everyone present. This is 80 million, don't look for it, the rest is the tip I gave you. Lei Luo waved his hand lightly, ignoring the shock mixed with envious glances from the people around him. There are still a full 920 million Baileys in the system's storage space, and the space that is large enough is still full. Lei Luo, where did you hide all this money? My fruit power is only used. That's great, I'll give you all these clothes to save the trouble of carrying them. Facing Tina and Leiju's request, Lei Luo's face twitched, because as early as when the second daughter asked him this question, the system had already emphasized to him again that only the prizes of the lottery were allowed to be stored in the system's storage space. Naval Headquarters. Report to the Marshal, General Kayaburo, Lei Luo and the others, and the successful extermination of the Jamal Kingdom, and it seems that Charlotte Snag, the general of the BIGMOM pirates, was present at the time. In the Marshal's office, a third-class soldier reported to Akainu and Kizaru who was going to be lazy during the lunch break and was caught by Akainu. Yo, it seems that my future partner has been completely determined. Kazuna said with a lazy smile. As early as a few days ago, Fujitora and Green Bull had been invited by Akainu to become quasi-navy admirals, and they were only short of the final promulgation ceremony. Fujitora and Lu Niu have great reputations, and Lei Luo is just a young boy, and he is so young, I am afraid that directly promoting him to general will make the soldiers dissatisfied. Emotions. Akainu put down the newspaper in his hand and sighed silently. Sakazuki, don't worry, if it's a big deal, let that kid Lei Luo go through the Navy enlistment process. Anyway, as long as he performs well enough, no one will say anything more. Chapter 277_Road Force Detection. New World Naval Division G1. After a long wandering in the sea, Lei Luo finally arrived at the place he longed for. I thought it would not be difficult to become a general based on my glorious record along the way, at least they should all start as lieutenants, but what Lei Luo didn't expect was that Akainu would let him and this batch of conscripts return to the headquarters of people take the moral test together. That's enough, seeing that the war is about to end for 2 years, it's better to get a half-official job soon, and let's go and have a good relationship with Fujitora and Midori. Lei Luo, who reluctantly walked to the square, swept his gaze across the crowd, looking for his target. At this moment, the noisy square is full of people, not to mention looking for someone, it is very good to know that you are there. For the group of people who returned to the headquarters, Akainu was generally quite satisfied. After all, there were some devil fruit-capable people and some well-known powerhouses in some areas. Everyone gathers and lined up in 10 columns. don't waste this old man's time off work. A slightly lazy voice resounded through the human ear, and there were thousands of light spots and lingering attacks from all directions. On the high platform, a slightly wretched figure gradually gathered. The Admiral Kizaru Kurisalino. Boom. Before Kizaru could stand firm, the giant magma fist that suddenly appeared in the air slammed down, and the golden light scattered again, staring again at another place. As a general so lazy, don't blame the old man for being ruthless next time. Looking at Akainu who was standing in his previous position, Kizaru just smiled shyly. The point of being ruthless is at best a literal meaning, and Akainu is afraid that it will take a lot of effort to catch the light. Start the quiz. Akainu snorted coldly. In this test, the person he likes most is Lei Luo, and Tina once said that Lei Luo's fruit ability is somewhat similar to Kyabu. He doesn't want a future admiral to be a lazy one. Lazy office worker. This seemingly small farce is over, but it has taught every newcomer who has just entered the Navy and is still arrogant. The fastest Kizaru, the most destructive Akainu, this is the undeniable terrifying strength of the Admiral of the Navy, the apex that newcomers look forward to. Perhaps it was unintentional or intentional, the scene in front of him was not important in Lei Luo's eyes. What really shocked him was the tall figure standing on the left and rear of Akainu, wearing the military uniform of the general, Teng Tiger. The plot is not going right. Why should I take part in the Dao strength test here, when Fujitora and Lu Niu have already become generals? Seeing the scene in front of him, Lei Luo was quite dissatisfied, but he had no choice but to continue his boring test at the moment. Dao Li, a counting unit used by the Navy to reflect a person's combat power, 10 Dao Li is equivalent to an ordinary Navy soldier. Having said that, most of them understand that this Dao strength test, to put it bluntly, is to test a person's physical strength, that is, how destructive a blow with all one's strength is, and it does not indicate the level of real combat effectiveness. For example, a devil fruit person with pure physical strength of 500 Dao power. The animal system can easily burst out several times the physical strength with one punch. However, the natural system cannot obtain any strength enhancement through the fruit. However, if this is not domineering, it is an enemy of the animal system and not the natural system, not to mention the large-scale destruction, the former is far behind the latter. Therefore, although Dao strength represents a person's physical strength, it cannot represent a person's true combat power. Jack Rose, 700 Dao strength. The next Lei Luo. When Lei Luo stepped out of the queue, the eyes of the three generals on the high platform were instantly attracted. Each of them wanted to see how powerful this man, who Tina and all the soldiers on the warship called God, would be. Brothers, can you all push back and stay away from me? Lei Luo's voice sounded, and great confusion appeared on the faces of the newcomers and the testers on both sides of him. Do as he says. Thank you, Lord Marshal. A young man who was so concerned by Akainu, this was an extremely attractive gimmick, and all the other testers stopped what they were doing, and all silently looked at Lei Luo, who was moving his joints. Back then, Akainu and Kizaru, the current marshal and general, who punched more than 4,000 terrifying numbers with one punch, did not fight like this. Now they want to see if this young man is grandstanding or self-righteous. After all, the strength of the material used in this force detector has never been shaken by anyone other than Carp. Fujitora, what do you think? Looking down at Lei Luo, who hadn't shot for a long time, just warming up and letting the people around him keep retreating, Akainu asked Fujitora behind him. Master Marshal, I'm just a blind man, what do you want me to think? If you talk again, the old man will throw you out as a ***** tomorrow to blow up pirates, do you believe it? Just kidding, this kid is full of blood and energy, and his every move seems to be light, but he has a powerful and heavy state. I am afraid that his punch is expected to be equal to Lieutenant General Garp. Oh, do you look down on him that much? After getting Fujitora's high evaluation, Akainu sneered instead. Carp, that is a mythical existence. He just relied on his own pair of iron fists to fight the old generation of pirate overlords in the sea, the cross pirates. Even if it was a powerhouse such as Roger and Whitebeard, at that time, he was also very afraid of the Navy. This little boy in front of him can be on par with Garp. Doesn't that mean he can kill the old man? Akainu snorted softly again. Regarding Garp's repeated threats to kill him, he always had a lot of shadows in his heart, for fear that Sengoku would not hold Garp down one day. Then, woo. After finishing a series of warm-ups, Lei Luo slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Lei Luo, who was already very physically fit, through the training in Beihai and the blessing of the mysterious sword, even he himself is not very clear to what extent his pure physical strength has reached. At least one thing is clear to Lei Luo. Of all the people present, including the three generals, there is absolutely no one who can rely on his physical body to confront him. Suddenly, Lei Luo took a deep breath and evacuated all the air around him in an instant. At that moment, his eyes radiated an undisguised edge. Chapter 278_Unprecedented. With the hot air entering his lungs, Lei Luo's blood flowed extremely fast, and his muscles were bulging like hills, and the surging power that was hard to hide swept through everyone's heart. Life is back. Whether it was Kyabu or Akainu, when they saw the changes in Lei Luo's body, their expressions suddenly changed, and a slight exclamation came from their mouths. The return of life, a powerful ability that can control one's body, blood and hair according to consciousness, is the profound meaning of the 6 types of naval profound meanings. At this moment, Lei Luo raised his right hand and slowly stretched out his index finger to lightly touch the center of the mechanical instrument in front of him. Dao's strength is 0. This kid is in such a big battle just to show us a 0. At that moment, not only someone's exclamation sounded, but the entire square was instantly boiling, and everyone was constantly sneering at Lei Luo. Let's step back, so that there is room to escape after humiliation. In the face of this overwhelming ridicule, Lei Luo still stood motionless, with no expression on his face. He was waiting. Akainu, Kyabu and Fujitora were also waiting. They were all waiting for the moment when the blood flow in Lei Luo reached its peak speed. The power brought by the return of life is like this. The faster the blood flow, the stronger the explosive power. As Lei Luo's fair skin gradually infiltrated and bleeds Yuhi, the air beside him gradually became restless. Boom! A loud noise came out, and the ground spread and cracked like a spider web with Lei Luo's feet as the center. On the big screen of the truth detector, the dazzling 0 still did not change, but in the area in front of Lei Luo's fingertips, a pitch-black finger hole appeared. Did he make a move? The detector tube, which hastily climbed up from the ground, said in disbelief. Not only him, the other testers also did not see any movement of Lei Luo, still the same as before standing in front of the truth detector. However, the terrifying appearance of all this destruction kept telling everyone that Lei Luo moved, but his speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly with only a pair of naked eyes. Finger gun. Kizaru and Akainu frowned. The Lei Luo just now, at the moment when his blood flow rate reached its peak, perfectly integrated the inch strength and the finger spear, and with a single finger, the strength could not be properly described even if it was terrifying. Is this the end? No, not yet. The inspector, who thought that the Dao power detector had malfunctioned, hurried forward to check it, trying to find out why the numbers on the display still did not change. At the moment when his palm touched the instrument lightly, the scene of the collapse was unforgettable for the rest of his life. The truth detector is broken. After the sound of the equipment hitting the ground, the whole square was silent, and everyone opened their mouths and eyes to the maximum. This is an instrument made of the most sturdy metal in the world, and it shattered so easily. Even the hero of the Navy, Lieutenant General Garp, the original full blow was just a crack. Sakazuki, what do you think? Kizaru's figure appeared beside Akainu like a ghost, and solemn words sounded. Fujitora, I made a bet with you just now, and you won. After a long time, Akainu let out a long sigh. Fujitora's estimate was correct. The power contained in this newcomer's body was indeed greater than that of Garp. Compared to the varying degrees of shock to everyone, Lei Luo couldn't wait to cry out to the sky. What the fuck is this metal so hard? Lao Su's bones are broken. With the faint golden light appearing on Lei Luo's fingers, the light therapy technique started slowly, and the pain of the broken bone was slightly relieved. Inspector, have I passed this? After the injury recovered, Lei Luo, who moved his fingers at will, asked the inspector. Destroying a Dao force detector with one blow has never happened before. Lei Luo's question made the inspector also bewildered, and he had no choice but to pin his head to Akainu. The others continued to do the Taoist test. As for Lei Luo, follow the old man. Akainu's words fell, and with a wave of the cloak with the word justice written behind him, he left. Fujitora, who was beside him, smiled politely at Lei Luo, while Kizaru waved his hand, turned into a light, and rushed to the check-in room as fast as he could. When it's time to get off work, no one can stop Lao Su from punching in. This yellow monkey is really lazy. Looking at the light beam that disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, Lei Luo sighed with emotion, and also turned into a light and shadow to follow behind Akainu. Just after Lei Luo left. I didn't read it wrong just now, did that kid smash the Dao force detector? Your reaction arc is too long. Didn't you guys notice that Lei Luo's fruit ability seems to be similar to that of General Yellow Ape? Invincible power coupled with the speed of light, what a terrifying person this is. Among the shocked crowd, a girl with long pink hair looked at the back that was gradually drifting away, and a trace of Yuhi gradually appeared on her face. She could clearly feel that the momentum that Lei Luo had erupted in his body before, swept the crowd randomly, but avoided her as if consciously. Go ahead and start testing, the next one is Vince Mokriju. Okay. After smiling slightly at Lei Luo's back, the pink-haired girl walked to the front of a Dao force detector. Office of the Admiral. Sit down, Lei Luo, huh. Glass Salino sneaked away again. After greeting Lei Luo to be seated, Akainu's voice was clearly filled with anger. The last time he confessed his fate to Fujitora and Lu Niu, Kizaru also sneaked away. Now it's Lei Luo's turn, and he's still not there. It seems that we must find a chance to have a good talk with him. Master Marshal, I don't know why you are looking for me. The Navy has always been a model of one marshal and 3 generals. Now that Fujitora and Green Bull have taken the lead, Lei Luo can't think of any other position at the same level. Do you want to be a general? Just as Lei Luo was guessing, Akainu's voice suddenly sounded, hitting Lei Luo's heart. Do you want to be a general? Isn't that nonsense? I'm aiming for the future. If you are not a general after joining the Navy, what is the difference between being a salted fish? Rather than being a pirate. Chapter 279_eyeliner. Lei Luo's heart, the obsession with the general cannot be described in words. However, in front of Akainu, he must not be so straightforward. I joined the Navy in order to punish evil and promote good, in order to create an era of great peace for the people of the world, in order to restore peace to this sea, a peace without killing and fighting. With justice as the gun, defeat the evil in the world. Well said, little brother Lei Luo, it is a blessing for the Navy to have you join us. Faced with Lei Luo's high-sounding righteous speech, without waiting for Akainu's reaction, the tearful Fujitora rushed forward. Marshal, I think it's necessary for the Navy to pay for Admiral Fujitora's eyes and ears. Looking at Fujitora, who was holding a humanoid sculpture in the office tightly and telling his grand ideals, Lei Luo turned his head and said to Akainu. The current 3 generals of the Navy, Kizaru, are lazy and never do anything extra, and Lu Niu can't find anyone after receiving the task without authorization. Akainu sighed involuntarily, and then looked at Lei Luo with more and more fiery eyes. This kid is still young, and his mind is not that mature. He just instills his mind a little bit and guides him, and he will definitely be a talented person in the future. Fortunately, Lei Luo didn't know the terrible thought in Akainu's heart. You must know that, with the time in the Hokage world, his age can even be called brothers with Sengoku and Carp, and his thoughts are naturally unshakable. Lei Luo, it's rare for you to have an earth-shattering combat power and a heart of justice at the same time. Please accept the position of Admiral. The righteous Akainu directly threw an olive branch to Lei Luo without any hesitation. Okay, I agree. Lei Luo and Akainu hit it off. At this time, Fujitora was still enthusiastically speaking about his grand wishes to the sculpture. In the port, two full-haired but lively old men sat quietly cross-legged. One was catching fish and looked at them calmly, while the other was eating the senbei in his hand. Cap, after all this time, I think your hatred for Sakazuki isn't that strong, is it? The old fisherman looked at the motionless fish float in front of his eyes, and asked the old man beside him who lay down and basked in the sun after eating the senbei. I said Sengoku, it's not your grandson who died after all, you should stop mentioning Sakazuki in front of me. That's right, these two old men are Garp, the famous hero in the Navy, and Sengoku, the former martial god Buddha. After Akainu killed Ace in front of Garp, he often used Ace as the representative of those evil pirates, and Sengoku also persuaded him to no avail. Since he couldn't do the thinking of the young man, he had no choice but to work on his life and death brother. However, the answer is obviously useless. I'm getting old, and my combat power has declined a little compared to when I was young. I'm really afraid that one day I won't be able to hold you back, and the Navy will become leaderless. Don't worry about this, in case the old man really can't hold back and kill Sakazuki, isn't there still you and the steel bone empty? And if it doesn't work, let the kid from Kazaru bear it first. Calling the Admiral a kid, even if you look at the whole world, not many people have the courage to do so. At this moment, two figures came slowly. It was Colonel Kirby and Major Bailu Mabe. Teacher, the Lei Luo you are concerned about, just pointed a finger today, and planned a force detector, and has now been brought to the office by Marshal Akainu. Even though it has been a while since this incident, there is still some hard-to-hide shock in Kirby's voice. As soon as he heard the Dao strength detector was smashed by someone's finger, Garp got up at once, and even Sengoku, who had always been calm, the fishing rod in his hand shook a few times. That is the latest instrument built by the Navy headquarters. Even if the physical strength is stronger than Garp, it can only leave a few tiny cracks on it. That young man named Lei Luo can be so fierce. Hey, looks like the Navy has found a great kid. A few seconds later, Carp grinned, stood up and walked towards the headquarters from GUZ. Kirby, Balloon, you two are fishing with these old men. As the person who knows Carp best, Sengoku naturally understands that Carp wants to test the depth of Lei Luo. However, Lei Luo is now in the Marshal's office. If Carp and Akainu have any other quarrels alone, with Carp's violent temper, Sengoku hardly dared to think further. Oh, is there another powerful newcomer in the Navy? The secret base of the Revolutionary Army. Long put down the phone bug in his hand. Teacher, do you mean that I can finally take action? Beside the dragon, a young man with wavy blonde hair and a scar on his left eye smiled confidently. Sabo, wait a minute, it's not the right time. Hey, it's been a long time since I went out to see it. Sabo rested his chin and looked at the familiar sea through the window, tears gradually forming in his eyes. In that direction, Ace was lying quietly in the grave, and he, as his brother, hadn't gone to visit until now. There is also the crybaby who has been following behind him and Ace since he was a child. I heard that the current follower, Rayleigh, is practicing. I don't know if he still remembers another brother named Sabo. Cake Island. That kid named Lei Luo must be resolved as soon as possible to avoid serious trouble in the future. Looking at the picture from the TV bug in front of him, although Perospero still had that smile on his face, the cold-killing intent that pervaded his smile still had nowhere to hide. That's right, the Navy has eyeliners all over the place by pirates. The big conscription is indeed the best way to fill the losses of the Navy, but it is precisely because the world is mixed with fish and dragons, coupled with the government's order to win over the strong by any means, the Navy at this time has already been dominated by the spies of the major pirates and the Revolutionary Army. All over. For Navy rookie Lei Luo, it is now spreading on this sea. Holding your coronation next week, just stay at the headquarters lately and don't run around. After talking with Lei Luo for a long time, Akainu became more and more pleasing to the boy who yearned for justice. What he didn't know was that all this was what Lei Luo wanted him to see. As for Lei Luo's desire to form a navy of his own, as well as the technology of the sea tower assimilation gas in the kingdom of Jamal that he secretly mastered, Akainu didn't know anything about it. Chapter 280 _ Good Play begins. Good play begins. Lei Luo, who walked out of the office alone, looked at the huge naval headquarters, and his pride became more and more high. Soon, a brand new navy will appear here. A navy with the world's top equipment, and its combat effectiveness is not weaker than the powerful navy of the four emperors. Boy, are you Lei Luo? Just when Lei Luo was thinking about his future ambitions, an old and bloody voice entered his ears. Hearing the sound, it was the naval hero Garp who came. Lieutenant General Garp, I wonder if you were looking for me for something. As a rookie who has just joined the Navy, the only thing worth noting is that he has been appointed as an admiral by default, but apparently Garp doesn't know Akatsuki yet, so what exactly is Garp's intention? Whoosh. Before Lei Luo could continue to ask, Garp in the distance casually picked up a stone the size of a fist, raised his arms, and attacked Lei Luo like a cannonball. Did this happen as soon as we met? Lei Luo's mind, he subconsciously raised his hand and firmly caught the stone. Terrible brute force. Lei Luo couldn't help sighing in his heart as he felt the that spread along his palm to his shoulders. This is just a simple collision, and it is enough to show that the naval hero is not a vain name. Yes, how about this? I saw Garp's figure disappeared instantly. According to the stone bricks that had been turned to dust under his previous location, this seemed to be a shave in the Navy's sixth form. However, when can the speed of shaving reach such a speed? A crisis signal suddenly sounded in his mind, driving Lei Luo's body to make a subconscious reaction to escape and dodge. As for why he didn't use elementalization to avoid damage, because the index finger that attacked him was completely dyed by the rich and deep black, that was ultimate armament hockey. Lieutenant General Garp, what do you mean? The figure turned into golden light. Lei Luo, who was more than 10 meters away, asked with a sullen face. However, Garp's answer to him was only a pair of pitch-black giant fists that appeared in front of him in an instant. If that's the case, then you have to be careful. The fist wrapped in golden light was extremely dazzling, like a crystal diamond, and like a falling star. Lei Luo didn't keep his hand at all, and he didn't dare to keep his hand even half. Boom. The unpretentious pitch-black fists ripped apart the air and collided with the slightly fancy golden light. In an instant, two unrivaled fighting spirits clashed. The fierce fist wind suppressed the space, and the ruthless force ripped apart the earth, and even the sky trembled faintly. As time passed, energy ripples visible to the naked eye gushed out from the bodies of the two, and continued to spread around. Conqueror's Hockey. Sengoku, who had just arrived, saw the vision at the moment. His eyes gradually narrowed slightly, and he stood quietly aside, as if he had no intention of blocking it. At this moment, he also wanted to know the depth of this young man who was so valued by Akainu, who was invincible to Beihai in Tina's mouth. Boy, the strength is not bad, but it can shatter the Tao force detector with one blow. You are really old and strong. Lei Luo, who was a few meters away from Garp, stood with his hands behind his back. On the surface, he looked calm, but his right hand was constantly trembling, and there was a faint light flickering on it. Obviously, the frontal attack of this blow was tough. Because of armament hockey, Lei Luo secretly suffered a lot. Even with the blessing of light therapy, can't I use my right hand again in a short time? After feeling a little bit about his own situation, Lei Luo calmed down and began to think about the battle plan. Head-to-head is obviously Garp's strength. In front of so many people, neither Susanoo nor the Buddha form, nor the vessel Godzilla mode can be exposed. Ultimate. Swish. With a soft sound, Zanpakuto Hiranmaru appeared out of thin air in Lei Luo's hand. He held a knife in his left, his spine like a sword, and his eyes gradually became cold. Is he still a swordsman? This kid is hiding deep enough. Sengoku is getting more and more interested in this newcomer to the Navy. The next moment, Lei Luo moved, swung the long knife, and the half-moon-shaped knife chi ripped apart the air. On the way, it turned into a sharp ice, as if it would cut everything in half. At the same time, Lei Luo's body flickered, and a large number of light spots appeared behind Garp's back to solidify again. Iron. In the face of the attack from the front and back, Garp calmly folded his arms around his chest and stood silently on the spot. Not even armament hockey used it. Seeing this, Lei Luo chuckled lightly, as if he was underestimated. Iron block. This move in the Navy's 6 forms is said to be invincible, and it is the absolute strongest shield in the eyes of the Navy. But it is precisely because of the trust in this move that countless navies have lost their lives because of it. At the moment when the long knife in Lei Luo's hand came into contact with Garp's body, the aura of the ice knife came as promised, like the humming sound of steel colliding with each other for a long time. The rumbling explosion sounded again, and the ice blade gas shattered. Lei Luo didn't hesitate to see this, and in a flash, he flashed a few meters away. On the other hand, Garp at the moment was still standing still. This is Garp, the founder of Navy 6, who has trained Navy 6 to ultimate. Lei Luo's brows wrinkled even more, with the tiger's mouth in his left hand aching, and relying only on physical strength to fight. The gap between the two is still too big. Boy, if you only care about this, I'm afraid that the high-level Navy's expectations of you are a little too high. Garp chuckled. He knew very well that Lei Luo still had a stronger hole card that was not used. Facing Garp's aggressive approach, Lei Luo helplessly shook his head and put away Zanpakuto Hiranmaru. Since the old man wants to see it, I will not hide it, but I don't use this trick often, so you may need to wait for a while. After the words fell, Lei Luo slowly closed his eyes. His breathing gradually became steady, but the whole person's spirit was constantly rising, and soon reached a critical point. This momentum, I'm afraid even Garp, Roger and Whitebeard of this age group can't compare to this kid. Sengoku, who was watching the battle, found a place to sit down at random, no longer speaking, just watching quietly. What is the real strength of Lei Luo? Those who were not stunned by the previous Conqueror's hockey released by Lei Luo and Garp were also occupying the commanding heights at this moment, waiting for the next real good show. Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards. Chapter 281-300. Chapter 281 _ Guild Wars Garp. Wu tilde. After more than 10 seconds, Lei Luo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this time, when he opened his eyes, the flickering light in his eyes announced that he had reached his final form. However, it didn't end there. The 8 inner gates, open. With a loud snort coming out of Lei Luo's mouth, a light flashed between his eyebrows, and then the breath that had already climbed to the top actually broke through again. A terrifying aura erupted from Lei Luo's body and shot straight into the sky, but even so, there was still a peculiar force that kept hitting the acupuncture points in his body. Isn't it over yet? Feeling the change of Lei Luo, Kapu's fighting spirit that had not been ignited for a long time was also ignited at this moment. Open the door, the body door, the life door, the injury door, the do door, the jing door. Lei Luo opened 6 doors in a row, and his body was surrounded by thick green light. Even if he stood still at the moment, he gave people the kind of power that could shake the 9 bulls with just a few gestures. Launch armament hockey. Before Lei Luo could act, Garp's body instinctively completed armament hockey. In the next moment, Lei Luo and Garp made a very tacit movement. The speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it clearly. They could only judge their position based on the sonic boom that sounded from time to time. Boom. The two of them who suddenly appeared, were slamming their fists against each other, but the strange thing was that the collision after raising their breath to the peak was not as destructive as before. And this is just because the two of them have a very deep level of power control and precision. Although every move is simple, there is no useless waste. Taking advantage of Lei Luo's neutral, Carp turned his fist into claws, his hands suddenly clasped Lei Luo's wrist and elbow, and then his waist suddenly exerted force, throwing Lei Luo into the air. As we all know, during a battle, the most taboo is to be in the air, because after the feet are off the ground, people can't burst out with all their strength, and their movements will be greatly restricted. Seeing such a good opportunity, Garp stomped on the ground with his left foot, and he held the rubble as small as a human head, wrapped it in armament haki, and threw it towards Lei Luo. At this moment, Sengoku jumped up, because he knew that Garp's armament haki was definitely not something a young man could bear, even if he had the power to destroy the kingdom of Jamal by one person. However, at that moment, Sengoku found that Lei Luo was not panicking at all, but seemed to have a smile on the corner of his mouth. Morning Peacock. Quote. Lei Luo's light speed punches instantly ignited the air and turned into fireballs, setting them off, as beautiful as a peacock with an open screen. In the air, the fireball collided with the pitch-black stones rapidly. The dust in the sky completely obscured Lei Luo's figure. According to the sound of fists in the air, it could be judged that Lei Luo and Carp were evenly matched. It's enough to be able to do this, but it's a pity. Sengoku smiled helplessly. When he saw Garp's figure disappearing from the spot, he already knew the final outcome. Who is Carp? A navy chasing the famous big pirates who fled everywhere, a navy who only used a punch to hit a 500 million bounty level green pepper to a navy who has been incognito for several years, a navy called a hero, he is invincible. Symbol of it's over. Akainu sat back on the office chair, and Kizaru closed his eyes. They never imagined that Garp would lose to Lei Luo, even if it was a draw. The 8 inner gates, open. Lei Luo's voice came again, and the dust in the sky was instantly blown away by the momentum he erupted at the moment, and the entire naval headquarters was constantly shaking due to this sudden impact. How can it be? The people who suddenly burst out looked at the grinning young man whose whole body was wrapped in blue air waves and all his hair was upside down in the air, with extreme shock in his eyes. Lei Luo actually took Carp's full blow. Boy, it's not bad. Even Sakazuki and the others may not be able to take the punch from the old man under such circumstances. Lieutenant General Garp, boy, I can't maintain this state for too long, so let's make a final blow. Facing Carp's generous praise, Lei Luo slowly closed his fist and fell to the ground with a swoosh. Final blow. Garp smiled, and his fighting spirit became more and more high. Since this form can't last for too long, let's do the last blow. It's called Day Tiger. Lei Luo's breaths and breaths, the breath all over his body rushed towards his right fist at a high speed, and even before he made a move, he could already feel the mighty power like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Looking at Lei Luo's slow closing of his fist, Carp nodded, and raised his right fist as well, and the dark armament haki on it became more and more intense. Since he recognized that Lei Luo's last move was physical art, Garp naturally wouldn't choose to dodge. 7 Gates Profound Truth Day Tiger. Along with Lei Luo's straight punch, with him as the center, all the air in the surrounding tens of meters was evacuated by that punch, and there was a faint roar of a tiger that shook the world. Yeehoo, that's a good name. Watching the giant white tiger that gradually appeared in the air and pounced on him, Carp laughed, just a very simple punch, without any bells and whistles. Damn it, Sakazuki, Pulsalino, Fujitora, and you, Doflamingo, hurry up. Sengoku, who had already incarnated in the form of a giant Buddha, roared at the surroundings. He did not expect that the sparring between Lei Luo and Carp would actually develop to such a level that it was enough to overwhelm the Navy headquarters. At that moment, the white tiger, the black fist, the Buddha's palm, the lava, the light bullet, and the aura of the king collided. The thunder continued, the sky and the earth changed color, the terrifying lingering power spread, the naval headquarters was crumbling, and on the sea surface within a few kilometers around it, the corpses of marine creatures continued to emerge, even the sea kings. Survive. Cap, you're fucking insane. As time passed, this earth-shattering scene gradually subsided, and only Sengoku's angry voice resounded through the sky. In the distance, with the help of his fruit ability, Doflamingo caught the clouds and kept moving away in the air. He looked back at the large hole in the sky behind him that had not healed for a long time, and then looked at the 5 people below, with a cold sweat on his forehead. Sliding slowly. 2 monsters that aren't human, or I slipped early, I'm afraid I'd at least be crippled just now. Inhuman monsters, this is the only word in Doflamingo's mind that can be used to describe the horror of Leiluo and Carp. Chapter 282_Mission, Admiral. In the square of the Navy headquarters, Leiluo, who was like a water man, felt that he was almost collapsed. At this moment, only the backs of Akainu and Kizaru appeared in front of him. As for Sengoku, he was standing between Leiluo and Carp in the form of a big Buddha. Is the difference so big? Leiluo struggled to squeeze out a self-deprecating smile. However, if it weren't for the restriction of this world's rules, it was impossible to condense chakra and use ninjutsu. No matter how strong Garp is, he will never be his opponent. Apparently, Akainu and Kizaru were positioned to help themselves defend against Garp's attack, while Sengoku threw the power of the 2 into the air to avoid unnecessary destruction and death. Hey boy, what was that blue gas around you just now? Carp still had his arms crossed and asked Leiluo. Sweat, a trick that consumes a lot of water in the body in exchange for strength. Seeing that Carp was still unscathed, Leiluo felt that he couldn't even laugh. Then I have time to teach this old man. Okay. The last 2 words blurted out, Leiluo fell to the ground and fell into a faint. Sakazuki, it seems that Lieutenant General Carp is not only not less impressive, but even better. You must remember not to mention Ace in front of his old man in the future. Kizaru, who felt like his arms were about to break, didn't forget to make fun of Akainu. It's just a pity that, in the face of Kizaru's ridicule, Akainu snorted coldly and turned away. I've been opened up again. It seems that I have to practice hard. Knowing that Akainu didn't suffer any injuries, Kizaru laughed, turned into a golden light and went away, leaving only Sengoku, who sighed alone. Cap, do you have to stand even if you are unconscious? Sengoku, who had returned to his normal form, sighed as he looked at Garp with a cheerful smile. Since Roger was executed, the forces on the sea have gradually stabilized, and this guy has not had a happy battle for a long time. It seems that before Kirby inherits the title of naval hero, this kid will inherit the title of your strongest navy. Sengoku, dragging Leiluo and Carp, looked at the sunset that had completely set in the distance, and the rising moon, with a strong expectation in his eyes. The next day. Balloon, wake up, do you remember how the 2 of us fell asleep at the port? When the fishing rod moved, Kirby, who was awakened by it, looked at the sea that had been stained with blood in front of Yuhi, and kept pushing his friends beside him. Where did the smell of blood and fish come from? It's so disgusting. I'm a jerk, what's going on? After seeing the scene in front of him, Bailu Mabe, who was half asleep and half awake, suddenly shuddered, and his brain was instantly awake. No matter how hard the 2 of them remembered what happened last night, the last memory stayed with a loud noise, and then they didn't know anything. Could it be that a powerful enemy is attacking, or the vicious criminals on the 6th floor of the underwater prison have escaped? Facing Belameb's conjecture, Kirby shook his head, because in his memory, he vaguely remembered that the loud noise seemed to be mixed with a very familiar aura. The marshal's office at this time. Akainu, who had not slept all night, stared at the wretched figure sneaking into the office in front of him, without saying a word. Ouch, Lord Marshal didn't go back to rest. The yellow monkey who turned around was really startled. What's the matter? Say it directly, don't waste the old man's time. Facing Akainu's icy attitude, Kizaru hesitated for a moment, then squeezed out a slightly embarrassed smile, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and put it in front of Akainu, and it turned into a light and shadow that disappeared. Without a trace. I, Admiral Porisalino of the Navy, are temporarily unable to use due to the soreness of his arms due to a work-related injury last night, and hereby apply for a leave of absence to Master Marshal, hoping for approval. Looking at the content on the piece of paper, Akainu's face sank, and the request for leave was burned to ashes by lava in an instant. Fujitora, bring Porisalino to my office. After putting down the phone bug, Akainu waited silently for Fujitora's arrival. At the same time. Water. I want water. The awakened Lei Luo murmured. Because of the shock of the seventh of the 8 inner gates, Lei Luo's body water evaporated seriously. If this happened to ordinary people, he would have died long ago. Coincidentally, someone just handed him a large bucket of water. Boy, you're finally awake. Lieutenant General Karp. Sitting up slowly, Lei Luo, who still felt extremely aching all over his body, saw Garp sitting in front of him alive and well at a glance. It was also after a war. It doesn't matter if this old man woke up earlier than him, why does he still seem to have nothing to do? At this moment, Lei Luo couldn't help shouting pervert for the setting of the original book in Karp. Boy, what's your trick called? Bahia? No, Dunjia. It's not right either. The 8 inner gates. Yes, as the saying goes, it is better to choose the day than to hit the sun. Today you teach this old man. Facing Karp's urging, Lei Luo really felt that people were more popular than others. The current self has not fully recovered, but Karp is completely nothing. Nonsense. Garp, Lei Luo hasn't passed the weak period yet. Besides, when he is healed, he will have to fight for new recruits. How can he teach you? Sengoku, who pushed in the door, gave Garp a blank look. Battle of the Recruits. What is that? For Lei Luo, a Navy novice, Sengoku is happy to explain it to him. The Battle of Recruits is the solution that the government came up with for the post-conscription job. Both the new Navy and the old ones who joined the conscription can participate in this war. To put it simply, the world government has decided to issue military positions based on strength. That is to say, only those with sufficient strength can hope to be qualified for higher positions, and the strongest person can directly become a military officer. General. Hasn't Marshal Akainu discussed it with me? Will I be the general next week? After hearing Sengoku's introduction, Lei Luo's already not so beautiful mood became even less beautiful. Everything was going well at first, but when I woke up, everything changed. It was like the duck that reached its mouth suddenly came to life, spread its wings and flew away, and by the way, drank a pot of soup. This is a temporary announcement issued by the world government this morning. We can't do anything about it. Besides, with your strength, no one should be able to shake your footsteps. Sengoku saw Lei Luo's dissatisfaction at a glance, and hurriedly said something to comfort him. Yes, your kid can be on par with the old man, who will be your opponents among those recruits. Karp agreed. Lei Luo, who heard the words of the two, did not reply, because at this moment in his mind, the system's task prompt sound suddenly remembered. Task trigger, Admiral. Chapter 283_Spike. This competition will be played in pairs. According to the rules set forth by Akainu, the way of attacking and defending in this competition, there are a total of 6 arenas, the period is 1 day, and the 6 people who stand on the arena at the end are the winners and can obtain the status of Vice Admiral. The rest of the people are converted based on the situation of points, and a point is added for winning a game, and then the military rank is determined according to the number of points. In addition, the only thing you need to pay attention to is that you must not kill your companions, otherwise you will be stripped of your military posts and sent to the underwater prison. Battle of the Recruits, start now. With Akainu's order, the atmosphere instantly became active, and everyone locked their eyes on the 10 empty arenas. This seemingly simple rule hides disparity. If a strong man, after a whole day of fighting, will eventually experience a decline in combat effectiveness due to mental fatigue, that is the opportunity to pull him down. Similarly, if a few people agreed to use the way of wheel battle to consume the physical strength of the defending party, it is not a bad idea, but it is unknown who will enjoy the final result. Just when everyone was hesitating whether they should step forward to occupy the ring at this moment, a tall figure dragged a blind man holding a long knife, slowly walked out of the crowd, and each boarded one side of the ring. Even Green Bull and Fujitora were asked to participate in this competition. Looking at the blind man standing quietly in the center of the ring, and the tall figure sleeping on his back, most people helplessly turned their eyes to the remaining 4 rings. Is it not a waste of effort to challenge a strong man who already has the power of a general? Did Lei Luo and Lei Ju also choose to occupy the ring at this time? As the 2 most dazzling new stars who came back from this wave of conscription, Lei Luo and Lei Ju's actions naturally attracted everyone's attention. It seems that they were driven by the 4, and the recruits who were eager to try at the bottom of the ring finally no longer hesitated and rushed to the rest of the ring, or challenge the first 4. As an existence that no one dares to challenge easily, Lei Luo completely focused his attention on the arena where Lei Ju was. Captain Dusky, challenge. Looking at Dasky, who walked into the next ring, wearing pink-rimmed glasses, a faint smile appeared on Lei Luo's face. Dasky is Smog's direct subordinate. Although she is only a major, her strength is generally good, but compared to Reiju, she is still a lot worse. By the way, why haven't you seen Smokey recently? Lei Luo, who was still guessing where Smoker went, also heard the challenger's voice. The current Navy Colonel Kirby, challenge Mr. Lei Luo. Lei Luo turned his head and quietly looked at the tall and straight teenager who appeared in front of him. Kirby, Luffy's friend and Garp's apprentice, once created a few seconds that were enough to change history in the top war. You are not my opponent. Perhaps the future Kirby will become a naval hero comparable to Garp, but now he is a rookie at best, and he may not even be able to make a move under the real powerhouse. Facing Lei Luo's contempt, Kebi laughed at himself. Shave. I saw Kebi suddenly stomped on the ground with both legs, and appeared in front of Lei Luo like a ghost. Hit. With the real touch coming from his fingertips, Kirby was overjoyed, even if the attack hit was only because of his sudden attack. According to Karp's description, Lei Luo's strength is far from being comparable to any admiral in the Navy, and now, this is the only chance for Kirby to understand the gap between himself and the admiral. Yes, but unfortunately you are still too weak. Lei Luo's voice came from the edge of the ring, and Kebi looked up, only to see that Lei Luo in front of him instantly turned into a golden light and disappeared. Weak. It is true that Kirby has always been weak, but he has never given up trying to become stronger. Mr. Lei Luo, this is a 6-style mix technique that I developed myself. I hope it can arouse your fighting spirit a little bit. After slightly adjusting his mentality, Kebi jumped up in place and continued to climb in the air with the help of the ability of the moon step. What is this kid doing? Lei Luo never cared about any of Kebi's actions, just as an elephant never cared about a weak ant slamming into him desperately. Soon, Kebi, who had reached the critical point, flicked his waist, and the whole person stood upside down on top of Lei Luo. With the appearance of his right finger on the ground, he quickly fell. Is it a combination of iron blocks and finger guns? Lei Luo could see what the 6-style mixing technique in Kebi's mouth was, just like Kebi's current move. First use the moon step to raise yourself to the commanding heights, then use the paper painting to change your own movements, and finally, while condensing the finger spear, cast iron blocks all over the body. The strength of the acceleration brought about by the acceleration of gravity, the sturdiness of the iron block sacrificed for its own mobility, and the destructive power of the finger gun are perfectly integrated at this moment. The idea of this trick is really good. However, in the face of Kebi's offensive, Lei Luo just stood there quietly. This move of Kobo combines strength and defense, and it may have miraculous effects against ordinary people, but in front of Lei Luo, who has the speed of light, it is like a snail crawling, extremely slow. The next moment, Lei Luo turned sideways and his eyes twitched slightly, and the aura of the king who stood above everyone burst out. It was just a face-to-face, and Kobo lost consciousness. It is indeed a good thing to have a heart that is not afraid of strong enemies, but no matter how strong a heart is, it can never make up for the hard gap in strength. This is Lei Luo's first lesson for Kobo. My god, Major Kobo is already considered an upper-level existence among the younger generation, but he was instantly killed by Lei Luo with one look. Is this the strength of a real strong man? That's Conqueror's Haki. Lei Luo ignored the noise of the crowd and just focused on the person who recognized Conqueror's Haki. It was a man with a more refined appearance, but a muscular body. Not only that, but Lei Luo could feel the same aura from him. The breath of the Overlord. It seems that this conscription has really found a lot of powerful beings. Lei Luo said calmly. Conqueror's Haki is the ability that a person is born with, and it is the courage that cannot be cultivated. Anyone who awakens Conqueror's Haki can basically occupy a place in this sea in the future as long as he does not die. Chapter 284 Superhuman Air Fruit. Hey, how many tricks have you had? Seeing that Dusky was defeated at the speed of light in Lei Zhou's hands, the bored Lei Luo suddenly spoke to the crowd below the ring. Who is he talking to? It shouldn't be me. How can anyone with my strength like me? It can't be you. At this moment, the young boy among the recruits who was previously concerned by Lei Luo slowly walked out of the crowd, made a gentle jump, and appeared on the ring. That's gorgeous. With just one glance, the identity of the young man was revealed in one sentence. To say that this Gedger is also a newcomer who has been paid attention to by the high-level navy. In the reason test a few days ago, Gedges, who punched up to 4,200 points, shocked all four. The Dao strength value is above 4,000. Although it is not as pervert as Lei Luo, it is also an extremely terrifying number. Because in the Navy's records, people with a Dao value above 4,000 have basically become generals. In other words, Gedgers is a potential stock that is expected to become a general in the future. You are very strong. I am not your opponent, not in every way. However, what surprised everyone was that the first sentence of Gedges after entering the ring was to directly admit the strength of Lei Luo. Cowardice without fighting is a big taboo in the military. However, I will never be killed instantly by you. Gedges' voice sounded again. I will never be killed by you in seconds. Isn't this still another way to say that Lei Luo is stronger? Since you feel that you are inferior to the other party, why should you step into the ring? Not only the recruits watching from the arena, even Lei Luo couldn't guess what Gedges was really thinking. Hiss. Suddenly, Gedges took a deep breath, not even his chest bulging. Ha! Under everyone's attention, Gedges glared angrily, squirting out all the air that had been sucked into his stomach earlier. What kind of power is this? Looking at the air bombs that had condensed into substance and rushed towards him, Lei Luo's heart also showed a hint of confusion. This kind of ability, even in the original comics, has never appeared. Lei Luo, who had just dodged the blow in a blink of an eye, was not able to stand up yet, and several air bombs followed. Perhaps Lei Luo, who was dodging, didn't notice it. In the eyes of the audience below the ring, these air bombs didn't seem to be for attacking, but more like paving the way for the next move. Why are these air bombs so weak? Lei Luo frowned slightly. He could feel that Gedger's attack was nothing more than a paper tiger on the surface, and at best it could work against ordinary people. However, those air bombs lingered in the air for a long time and never disappeared, which caught Lei Luo's attention. If it's to pave the way for the next move, then the preparation time is too long. In an instant, Lei Luo's figure turned into a golden light and appeared behind Gedges, and the voice of great disappointment sounded. However, at the next moment, Lei Luo's complexion suddenly changed, and he actually chose to give up the chance to shoot. What kind of power is this? Lei Luo's voice. At the moment he just appeared behind Gedges, he could clearly feel that there was no more oxygen in the circle centered on Gedges, and the creatures would enter, and they would suffocate and die soon. Suddenly thinking of something, Lei Luo raised his hand, the golden light from his palm was concentrated, and the terrifying high temperature penetrated into the air bomb that was stagnant in the air. Boom! The originally calm air bomb exploded the moment Lei Luo touched it, and the sky filled with fire was like a deadly poisonous snake, madly attacking Lei Luo. Sure enough, it's oxygen. After some testing by himself, Lei Luo verified his idea, that is, these air bombs are more like a sealed jar, and what is hidden in it is the oxygen that all things depend on to survive. Snapped. A snap of fingers suddenly sounded. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions sounded one after another, the entire ring was instantly engulfed by flames, and the terrifying high temperature turned into a demon, trying to burn everything in front of him. Looking at the arena that had turned into a volcano in front of them, everyone subconsciously swallowed a sigh of relief. Lei Luo, is he dead or alive now? Is this the kid you're talking about? Not bad for fruit development. Akainu on the high platform turned and asked Lieutenant General Mole behind him. It's a pity that the flames still can't keep up with the pace of light. Lieutenant General Mole, who smiled helplessly, slowly raised his head and looked at Lei Luo, who had already appeared in the sky at some point in time. Over the frenzied burning arena, Lei Luo, whose shirt on his right arm was slightly charred, looked down at Gedges, who was standing in a vacuum and was not eroded by the flames, with a look of approval on his face. With the appearance of ferocious, in essence, no destructive air bombs as a cover, it has the effect of deterring the enemy. After the enemy found out that something was wrong, he wanted to launch an attack on Gedges' body, but found that there was a vacuum around him, which deepened the panic in the enemy's heart. For an unknown thing, human nature is to panic and stay away, and this is the basis of Gedges' third step. Among the air bombs that were arranged in advance, he deliberately left a safe place, that is, the center of all the air bombs. Once the enemy enters the safe zone, then it is the turtle in the urn. At that time, Gorgeous only needs to exert a little force to detonate all the air bombs, and then everything will die in the explosion. Sure enough, it still can't cause any substantial harm to you. After the flames gradually dissipated, Gedges raised his head, and the golden light that rushed into the air at the moment of the explosion did not escape his eyes at all. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Lei Luo, who slowly landed, didn't pay much attention to the shocked gazes outside the ring, and asked directly to Gedges. Well, Superman is an air fruit. Air fruit. Then you should be able to control more than oxygen, right? The flame just now was due to oxygen, and the explosion was due to hydrogen. Oh, by the way, you know, after inhaling too much carbon dioxide, people will be in a trance in light, fainting or even death in serious cases. Looking at Gedges with a more sly smile on his face in front of him, Lei Luo faintly found that there seemed to be something wrong with his mental state. The burning of the fire produces a lot of carbon dioxide. Suddenly realizing that he was in a rich carbon dioxide environment at the moment, Lei Luo quickly held his breath, but when he looked at Gedges again, what appeared in front of him was an ink-like fist. Chapter 285 Armament Hockey. Lei Luo recognized the arrogance of this person who was specially used to restrain the natural devil fruit ability at a glance. As for the natural devil fruit, only armament hockey can damage it. But even so, his unresponsive brain due to inhaling a lot of carbon dioxide did not make a timely evasion judgment. PFF'd. Like a kite with a broken string, Lei Luo's figure flew to the edge of the ring, and a mouthful of blood spurted out instantly. Hee, Gedges is a fighting genius. With a thoughtful mind and superhuman strength, it seems that Lei Luo is going to suffer a lot now. Lieutenant General Mole has absolute confidence in the young powerhouse he recruited. Even if he can't win, he will definitely lose. After all, this is Gedges who defeated himself. In the ring, Lei Luo, who had just got up, just wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and before he could do anything else, he felt a huge force attacking him again, buckling his whole body to the ground again. Boom! In the muffled sound, cracks spread on the ring, dust covered the sky, and only a faint picture could be seen of a person being severely pressed to the ground and ravaged. Could it be that Lei Luo is going to lose? At this moment, the few words Gedges said when he first entered the ring appeared in everyone's mind. It turned out that he was being humble. Maybe Lei Luo underestimated the enemy, or maybe Gedges' ability was too weird, but in the defensive competition, people would only praise the winner and never ask the reason of the loser. Gedges lost. Akainu's voice suddenly sounded, making Lieutenant General Mole somewhat unhappy. He knew that Akainu valued Lei Luo very much, but in this situation, Lei Luo had lost the possibility of a comeback no matter what. With just a little flick, Lei Luo will be thrown out of the ring by Gedges and lose the qualification to defend. And now the fact, it is true, Lei Luo has been thrown out of the ring. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause in the air, and everyone who looked at Sunshung was horrified. Why is there a Lei Luo in the air? If that's the case, then who is the one outside the ring? Your brain and brute force are really worthy of this face and figure. Lei Luo in the air smiled slightly, but he didn't do anything, just a slight smile, because at this time Gedges had already jumped off the ring. After losing, Gedges knew very well that he had lost, because Lei Luo, who had been fighting with him, had disappeared with a bang at this moment. It's just a shadow clone. Everything just now was developed according to the plan made by Gedges. He thought it was foolproof, but he didn't know that Lei Luo would still do this trick. Now that all the trump cards have been exposed, it is only a clone that defeated the opponent, and then there is naturally no reason to continue fighting. On the high platform, Lieutenant General Mole was also surprised. Even as an outsider, he didn't even notice when Lei Luo changed into a clone. Oh, take a closer look. The Lei Luo you saw just now is not as high as it is now, and it's not at this position. If Kayabu said that, Lieutenant General Mole was awakened at once. Hello, what's your name? Lei Luo, who slowly descended from the ring, asked the figure who had disappeared into the crowd. However, no one responded to him, but the air in front of him was separated according to the type, and it became the three words of Gedges. Gedges. Lei Luo grinned wickedly, and it seemed that he already had a candidate for his team in the future. It seems that Gedges' defeat had an effect. Now an hour has passed, and the ring where Lei Luo is standing is deserted, far less lively than the ring where Lei Luo is next door. Fujitora and Midori are known to have general-level strength, so no fools will challenge them. As for Lei Luo, in the eyes of the recruits, he was already classified as a general, and naturally no one challenged him. In contrast, although Leiju has achieved an unbeaten record of more than 10 consecutive victories, her strength is relatively weak. In addition, as a woman, her physical strength is still weaker than that of a man, and the burden of successive battles has turned into fatigue and appeared on her face, making her the target of most people. Meanwhile, Cake Island. According to the information returned by the spies, the Navy is engaged in a battle of recruits. If there is no accident, Lei Luo's lowest position will be Lieutenant General. Go down. In a house made of candy, Perospero and Katakuri both frowned and remained silent. Because of the lack of high-level combat power, the world government ordered a new recruit war, which led to the promotion of high-level officials, rather than a step-by-step promotion. If Lei Luo was just an ordinary third-class soldier, or a major, even if he was killed by the pirates, he would not have attracted the attention of the Navy. However, if Lei Luo passed the battle of recruits and reached the rank of Lieutenant General, everything would be different. The death of the Lieutenant General will directly lead to the final battle between the Navy and the BIGMOM pirates. Mom has already issued a killing order for Lei Luo, but now the situation. What should I do now? Perospero sighed deeply, with an indescribable sadness in his tone. With the temper of the ant, she is completely arrogant and does not put the Navy in her eyes. Even if Lei Luo holds the important position of the naval marshal, the kill order will never be withdrawn. But at the moment, compared to the 100 Beasts pirates and Yuhifa pirates, the situation of BIGMOM pirates is getting weaker and weaker. It is absolutely impossible to make too many losses in order to obliterate Lei Luo alone. Wait a minute, I seem to see that in a month's time, there will be several powerful young pirates in the Chambord Islands, and maybe their appearance can change the situation. It's just a group of young people, what else can they be used for? Perospero doesn't care about the future foreseen by Katakuri. He doesn't think that the new pirate has the strength to fight against the Navy. Even if they join forces, there is absolutely no chance. Furthermore, in Snag's description by Lei Luo, the combat power is definitely not under the generals, and how much trouble can be caused by only a few calves born. Among those young men, there was a boy in a straw hat who seemed to be called the fifth emperor of the sea by the Navy. What did you say? The fifth emperor? Wait a minute, can we use a trick to kill someone with a knife? The shock on Perospero's face was quickly replaced by a touch of treacherousness. The Navy, which has always advocated justice, was killed by the fifth emperor who represented the evil of the new generation. This seems to be a good plan. Chapter 286_Semifinal. As the battle of recruits gradually came to an end, the next round of decisive battles began between the remaining 6 finalists. Lei Luo vs. Gedgers. Fujitora vs. Reiku. Green Bull vs. Yaks. Obviously, Akainu's group deliberately avoided the battle between Lei Luo, Fujitora and Green Bull. I abstain. Gedges didn't hesitate because he knew that even if he tried his best to fight against Lei Luo, the final result would only be defeat. I also abstain. Me too. Likewise, Reiju and Yaks had a clear understanding of their own strengths. As a result, only 3 people remained in the final semifinals. One by one. Akainu pondered slightly. He didn't know how to formulate the schedule, but by chance, he saw Kizaru who was about to clock in and get off work. Stop, Pelusalino. The thick male voice suddenly came from behind, which sounded like a devil's call in the ears of Kizaru. If he turned around at this time, it would definitely be nothing good. Master Marshal, it's already off work now. There shouldn't be anything to work overtime, right? The reluctant Kizaru turned around, revealing his signature slightly wretched smile. However, Akainu ignored him, and instead announced to everyone below, tomorrow, on Ice and Fire Island, in the semi-finals, Lei Luo will play against Kizaru, and Fujitora will play against Green Bull. Akainu's words fell, and the atmosphere of the naval headquarters was instantly pushed to a climax. This is a battle between 4 naval supreme powers. Being able to witness such a great battle between the powerhouses is bound to yield a lot, but the location of the semifinals is an extremely dangerous area, which can't help but discourage most people. Ice and Fire Island was originally just a little-known abandoned island that didn't even have a name. However, because Akainu and Aokiji fought for the position of marshal on the island for 10 days and 10 nights, the originally deserted environment was artificially turned into a harsh area of half lava and half ice. Surviving on the island is extremely difficult. It is precisely for this reason that the Ice and Fire Island where Wanjing has disappeared will be the best occasion for the semi-finals, a ring where the 4 Lei Luo can be allowed to exert their power without any scruples. Can I abstain? Yes, in exchange for all your vacation time. His last struggle was rejected so decisively. Kizaru accepted the order helplessly on the surface, but he was secretly scolding Akainu in his heart. The moon rises, and the night falls. First of all, congratulations to Lei Ju for becoming a lieutenant general, and secondly, congratulations to Lei Luo who is about to become a general. Tina, who was holding her dream, was in a good mood. Long before the 2 of them returned, Lei Luo had already left the stage and cooked a table of sumptuous dark dishes. According to the internal information Tina inquired, the so-called semi-finals are just a cover for Akainu. His real purpose is to take this opportunity to make things difficult for the daily lazy Kizaru. After all, whether it is Fujitora, Green Bull, or Lei Luo, they are all terrifying beings with general-level combat power. What do you mean? Fujitora and Green Bull may just be walking on the set on Ice and Fire Island. Probably neither of them will pass, to be precise. The answer given by Tina made Lei Luo speechless. Akainu wants to make things difficult for Kyabu, so why is he looking for me? I think it's because you're the only one who can keep up with the speed of Admiral Kizaru. Indeed, the yellow monkey with the speed of light can be said to be an undefeated existence. Even if it is defeated, with the advantage of speed, there will never be a situation of defeat. Since he wants to find trouble with Huang Yuan, Lei Luo is naturally the best choice. You two eat, I'm going back to work out tomorrow's battle plan. To fight against the yellow monkey, to formulate a combat plan. This is absolutely impossible. Maybe when fighting Fujitora and Green Bull, Lei Luo would also think about a battle plan because the comics did not show the full strength of the two, but if the opponent is Kyabu, he just needs to adapt accordingly. As for why Lei Luo said this, it was because he saw that Dream just ate a small bite of Tina's carefully crafted dark food, but he rolled his eyes and stuck his head on the ground. Lei Luo, don't leave yet, come and see what happened to the dream. Just as Lei Luo was about to walk out of the second daughter's room, Tina's voice suddenly sounded. Hey sister, are you really ignorant or pretending to be stupid? Isn't the half-dead appearance of the dream because of the dishes cooked by your superb cooking skills? Although he thought so in his heart, Lei Luo didn't dare to say it out, so he had no choice but to walk to Dream's side and activate the light therapy. After more than 10 seconds, Dream coughed, and a black solid the size of a wrench flew out of his mouth, almost rubbing against Lei Luo's face, and finally embedded in the wall. Good guy, this ghost dish is so pervert. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lei Luo's idea of never moving his chopsticks became more firm. Oh, yes, Reiju, this devil fruit is for you. After thinking about it for a long time, Lei Luo, who really had no excuse to delay time, had no choice but to take out the devil fruit that he accidentally obtained in Victor's weapons factory. This is a papaya-like fruit with fine lines all over its body. Looking at it, it seems like the ethereal wind. Leiju didn't show anything, and took the devil fruit directly from Lei Luo's hands. Reiju, who already has the strength of a vice admiral, has the blessing of a technological combat uniform. If she adds the power of a devil fruit, she will become a general sooner or later. Moreover, he is also a devil fruit person who can swim in the sea with the help of a combat uniform. Click. When Reiju Silver Kiba took a bite, a vacancy appeared on the devil fruit, and at the same time, her complexion suddenly changed. Smelly, rotten, bitter. All the words that humans can think of to describe the unpleasant taste are all concentrated on the devil fruit in Reiju's mouth. Growing up as a princess since childhood, Leiju is naturally delicious and spicy, and the taste of devil fruit is 100 times more unpalatable to her than chewing wax. Yuck. Feeling a surge in her stomach, Leiju wanted to spit out the pulp, so scared that Tina directly covered her mouth with a rude method, and then slammed the devil fruit into her stomach. In order to obtain the power given by the devil fruit, you must swallow the first mouthful, no matter what method you use. If you don't swallow the first mouthful and spit it out, you will also not get the ability of the devil fruit. Boom. Suddenly, on the ground where the devil fruit in Leiju's hand fell, a faint breeze lingered in her eyes. Chapter 287_Natural Department. The next moment, Leiju sprinted to the bathroom and vomited while holding a big pout. What is that and how does it feel like I'm eating shit? Wait, shit, toilet. Yuck. Reiju was once again disgusted by the picture she imagined, and she retched again. She is a girl, and she is also the princess of Germa. When has she ever eaten such an unpalatable thing? At this moment, Lei Luo flicked his fingers, and a golden light penetrated the wall and submerged into Leiju's body, constantly soothing her restless stomach juices. Feel the power of the devil fruit. After a while, Lei Luo said to Leiju who came out of the bathroom. The only thing Lei Luo can be sure of about this devil fruit with unknown abilities is that it is a fruit related to Hefeng. As for which category it belongs to, he has no idea at all. According to what Lei Luo knew, Lei Ju slowly closed her beautiful eyes, adjusted her state to an extremely quiet state, and quietly felt the new power that just appeared in her body. Suddenly, with a cool breeze caressing the faces of Renaud and Tina, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. This is the wind and wind fruit of the natural system. However, just as Lei Luo was about to wake up Lei Ju, the howling wind was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, unscrupulously vented out of Lei Ju's body and swept up everything in the room. What a terrifying power! Tina, who was holding Lei Luo's arm tightly, looked at Lei Ju, who was motionless and unaffected by her duty, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The sight in front of her was just that Lei Ju had unintentionally triggered the ability of the devil fruit, and more importantly, the intensity of the wind seemed to continue to rise, and there was no sign of stopping. Click. The sound of objects breaking into Lei Luo's ears. Looking for the sound, he only saw a number of small cracks on the roof, which were constantly expanding. Lei Ju, wake up! Lei Luo's voice suddenly sounded, passing through the howling wind without hindrance and falling into Lei Ju's heart. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by Lei Ju, who suddenly opened her eyes, the power of the wind disappeared in an instant, only the sound of furniture breaking after falling to the ground. Looking at the messy house in front of her, and Lei Luo and Tina with messy hair, a deep guilt appeared on Lei Ju's face. At this moment, several high-level officials also stopped watching at several locations in the naval headquarters. The next day. Boy, what happened to you last night? Why are you like Panda now? Carp, who got up early for a stroll, saw Lei Luo with two big dark circles under his eyes, and asked thoughtfully. Last night, because of Lei Ju's unintentional release of the fruit power, her room with Tina was almost completely destroyed. Lei Luo, who had been busy cleaning up all night, was naturally listless. It's nothing, it's just that I haven't had a good rest. Lei Luo, who stretched and relieved the fatigue in his body a little, said slowly. Why don't I ask Sakazuki to postpone the battle between you and Pulsolino for a day? It doesn't have to be. You remember, Pulsolino has a fatal flaw, which is that he relies too much on the ability of the glittering fruit. Thanks to Lieutenant General Carp for the reminder. For Huang Yuan, Lei Luo didn't take it to heart at all. There is no need to say much about the difference between a yellow monkey who mainly relies on glitter fruit to fight and Lei Luo whose glitter fruit is only one of his abilities. Yo, did Lieutenant General Garp help Lei Luo like this? Suddenly, a light and shadow appeared beside Garp and Lei Luo. It was the yellow monkey who was going to Icefire Island. Looking at Huang Yuan's lazy smile, Lei Luo understood that he didn't seem to be cared by someone either. Boy, I heard that your light fruit ability is very different from this old man's sparkling fruit. Why don't you and I warm up a little first? Huang Yuan lowered his head slightly and looked down at Lei Luo with a playful look. In the world of One Piece, the height setting is extremely abnormal. As an ordinary person, Kizaru has a huge body that is 3 meters away. With his mocking smile at the corners of his mouth, Lei Luo feels very uncomfortable. What do you say? Lei Luo snorted and didn't give Huang Yuan a good look. It's not big, but it's quite temperamental. Since we both have the speed of light, how about a race? The endpoint is Ice and Fire Island. After giving Lei Luo a chuckle, Kizaru turned to look at Carp. Then asked Carp to read in the future. The competition between light and light, this gimmick suddenly aroused Garp's curiosity. Then get ready, the old man counts 3 and starts, 3, 2, 1. At the moment when the words rang out in Garp's mouth, the figures standing on both sides of him disappeared in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the 2 golden traces in the air, even if it was said that Garp had always been the only one here, many people would believe it. As expected of the light. Looking at the 2 figures that disappeared on the sea level with just one breath, Garp couldn't help sighing. Call out. Bastard, do a sneak attack. Lei Luo, Luo's face sank after a slight pause due to the sudden beam of light in front of him. He didn't expect that, as a dignified admiral of the Navy, Huang Yuan would actually use this method during the race. Light prison binding. Unwilling to be outdone, Luo waved his hand, and along with the slight vibration of the space, tiny cracks appeared one by one, and the dazzling golden light of 6 paths shot out, connecting with each other and encircling each other, holding the fast-moving yellow monkey tightly. Surrounded. In this regard, Kizaru just smiled slightly, and the figure in the next moment turned into a little golden light drifting away. After passing through the gap in the light prison, it solidified again and continued to move forward at a more terrifying speed. On the sea, 2 golden lights were running side by side, and various light-related visions that appeared from time to time in the air kept hitting the 2 of them. But even if the visions became more numerous and the power contained in them also increased, they could not stop the 2 golden lights from advancing. Ultimate came, and Luo knew very well that 100 meters further ahead was where the Ice and Fire Island was located. Wait a minute, why did Kazuna suddenly turn around? Just when the 2 were evenly matched, Luo discovered that the direction of the Japanese ape had changed. Even if it had the speed of light, it was a very time-consuming decision. The next second, the moment Luo touched the Ice and Fire Island with his feet, his face changed again. He raised his head suddenly, and looked at the Yata mirror that appeared in the air at an unknown time. Boy, it seems that the winner of this race is the old man. Kizaru's frivolous voice sounded above the sea, and the Ice and Fire Island under Luo's feet also vanished with a single thought. Chapter 288 Light vs. Light. Sure enough, ginger is still old and spicy. The figure fell into the real Ice and Fire Island and felt the real touch of the earth under his feet. Luo's view of the yellow monkey changed a little. When the 2 of them attacked each other just now, Kizaru actually took the opportunity to set up a golden light 8-tag mirror in the sky, and then use the refraction of light to insinuate the fantasy of the Ice and Fire Island in front of the 2 of them. Perhaps this trick is useless for most navies, but it is the most effective for Luo, who has never been to Ice and Fire Island. The real Ice and Fire Island and the feeling of heat and cold from the other direction are so real, coupled with the phantom, this mirage really deceived Luo's eyes. The fact that the yellow ape is too dependent on the ability of the glittering fruit has long been known to Luo. He has always thought that the yellow ape relies on the power of the fruit, but now he really understands that the so-called dependence is just the yellow ape's influence on the fruit. The degree of development of the fruit ability is too deep. Hey, boy, Ice and Fire Island is half fire and half ice. Don't you feel that your feet are no different from ordinary dirt? At this moment, after the yellow monkey in front of Luo laughed, the figure turned into golden light and disappeared. Suddenly thinking of something, Luo raised his head again, only to find that the golden light 8-handed mirror in the sky slowly began to dissipate at this moment. Played again. Looking at the island that gradually became green all around, Luo's heart was burning with anger. He didn't expect that Kyabu would set up 2 mirages one after another. The first was an illusion, and the second was an illusion that covered the real thing. Luo raised his hands, and tens of thousands of tiny light beams continued to converge, extending from his wrist, gradually forming the appearance of a spear. Boom! Driven by his emotions, Luo slammed the ground under his feet, and his body shot out. The sharpness of the light spear in front of his arms even split the space faintly, and slaughtered towards the yellow monkey. Wow, so scary. Looking at Luo, who had already rushed in front of him in just one breath, Kizaru had a frightened look on the surface, but there was no sign of dodging. The light spears crossed and fell, and Kyabu's body, which was cut into 4 halves, did not flow out of a drop of blood, but turned into an aurora-like daytime, causing Luo to be temporarily blinded for a while. Danger! The sudden warning from observation Haki made Luo forcibly stop his unfinished offensive, and backhanded the light spear behind him. Ding! A harsh voice sounded, and I don't know when it appeared in the hands of the yellow monkey behind Luo. The Tiancong Yunjian and the light spear collided, and with that fierce force, Lei Luo's body sank in an instant. The terrifying high temperature emanating from the ground lava slapped Lei Luo's face, but Lei Luo smiled slightly. Kazuna, do you think you are the only one who has been calculating? The same Tiankong cloud sword suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru's throat, and behind him was Lei Luo, who was holding the sword in his backhand. Is it a clone again? Kizaru watched the figure below him turn into golden light, but there was no shock on his face, as if all this had always been in his master. Swish swish. In the air, countless light bombs suddenly appeared and smashed into the ground overwhelmingly, causing bursts of lava to splash in an instant. Seeing the bad situation, Lei Luo turned into light and shadow, and rushed into the distant ice area. You ask why Lei Luo didn't directly take action to get rid of the yellow monkey. Remember, the current Lei Luo doesn't know armament hockey, besides, who said that the yellow monkey he countered must be the body? Kid, remember, emotions can affect a person's judgment. Above the firmament, the previous golden light eight-handed mirror merged together, and the body of the yellow monkey officially appeared. In the battle between Lei Luo and Geges yesterday, Kizaru already knew Akatsuki that Lei Luo has the ability to make a clone. As a battle-hardened veteran, he naturally won't forget this. At this moment, if someone is present, they will definitely not be cheering for the mutual calculation between the two, because their fight is too fast. It was almost not even a second from the time when Lei Luo condensed the light spear to the appearance of the yellow monkey body. This is the battle between Light and Hang, an absolute speed battle. This bastard, Kizaru, has been playing me with applause since it affected my mentality from the very beginning. It seems that I haven't fought against the strong for too long, and my mentality has deteriorated. Lei Luo, who was hiding in an ice cellar, took advantage of the low temperature of the ice to ease the anger in his heart. It is necessary to remain calm during the battle, especially when facing a strong enemy, because the opponent was weak in Beihai. Lei Luo's mood unknowingly swelled, which led to the situation just now. Hey, I found you. Suddenly, Huang Yuan's wretched face appeared in front of Lei Luo's eyes, almost touching his face. This is the speed of light. Even if you search the entire ice and fire island, it will only take a few seconds. Boom. The two fists, which were also wrapped in golden light, collided, and the power emitted instantly shook the entire ice cellar to collapse, and the two light and shadows jumped into the sky to face each other. As annoying as you look, I have to say, I should thank you for teaching me a lesson. Lei Luo didn't act rashly as before, but thanked the yellow monkey. As the Navy, this is what the old man should do. Next, the old man will not show mercy. That General Yellow Monkey must be careful. Lei Luo and Huang Yuan looked at each other and smiled, and the two lights and shadows collided again in the sky. A warship off the ice and fire island. This kid's future achievements are definitely above the three of us. Akainu, who had a panoramic view of everything that happened just now, said that he valued Lei Luo more and more. Pelusolino is not a fuel-efficient lamp, but depending on the situation, the battle between the two of them will not end for a while. Fujitora smiled slightly. He had also personally experienced the true strength of Kizaru. Since it won't be over in a while, then go back and wait for the result. Fujitora, remember to call me later. The green cow in the green robe yawned, lay casually on the deck, and fell asleep. Return to headquarters. Akainu didn't say much about Green Bull's attitude. After all, compared to the yellow ape who clocks in and goes to get off work on time every day, Green Bull is usually lazy. Once he has a task, he will always be the first. Individual. Lei Luo, let this old man see how deep you are hiding. Looking back at the two dazzling golden lights on Ice and Fire Island, Akainu murmured. Akainu firmly believed that if Lei Luo was trained properly, he would definitely be the next Marshal of the Navy. Chapter 289 The Strength of the Ape. Come again. Before he finished speaking, the two golden rays of light collided again, and the speed was far beyond the number of posts that could be discerned by the naked eye. Looking at the entire Ice and Fire Island at this time, Whether it is in the sky and underground, in the lava or in the ice, there are only the afterimages left by the battle between the two, and the aftermath of the energy that made the sea surging. Speed has always been one of the factors to measure a strong person, because reaching the ultimate speed already means invincible defense and unprecedented power. Is that even a battle between humans? On a ship on the sea in the distance, Gedges supported the guardrail. As a swordsman, Yax just stood there dumbfounded, looking at the sword energy on the island, and his eyes kept flashing. Gedges or Yax, both of them clearly understand that the slashes flying in the sky on the ice and fire island, even if it is just one, is enough to destroy the ship and both of them. This is a terrifying battle they have never seen in their entire lives. Still too slow. Sweat gradually fell from Lei Luo's forehead. He didn't expect that this yellow ape, who had been relying too much on the fruit ability, would have such a terrifying speed, even surpassing the speed of light. What depends on the ability of the fruit? This is clearly the degree of development of the fruit, which is enough to deal with all the powerhouses in the world, and there is no need to cultivate too much three-color domineering. Aren't you armament hockey? Suddenly, golden light flickered in Kyabu's arms, and Tiankong Yunjian's blessing skyrocketed several times in an instant. It was just a challenge that separated him and Lei Luo. Armament hockey is the only effective way to deal with natural devil fruits. However, Kizaru saw Lei Luo's observation hockey and conqueror's hockey, but never saw Lei Luo use armament hockey. None of the enemies I encountered in ordinary times was worth using armament hockey, so I didn't practice much. Lei Luo casually made up a reason. He couldn't tell Huang Yuan that he was from another world. He had only been here for more than a month, and he didn't know anything about the cultivation method of three-color domineering. Natural devil fruit people also have their own limits. With your strength, you really don't need to practice. To the reason given by Lei Luo, Huang Yuan gave a positive answer, but soon he changed his voice. However, among the real powerhouses, the competition is the three-color domineering. Throughout the whole pirate world, not every strong person is necessarily a devil fruit person, but they all have one thing in common, that is, at least in observation hockey and armament hockey, they have extremely high attainments. In the eyes of powerhouses such as Carp and Roger, only by cultivating the three-color domineering to ultimate can they be among the crowd. As for the ability of the devil fruit, it will indeed change the status of the weak, but for them, this is just the icing on the cake, and it is not worthy of praise. But whether it's you, Marshal Akainu, or the former General Aokiji, aren't they all world famous for their fruit abilities? Lei Luo agrees with the conclusion given by Huang Yuan, but he also knows that the really powerful devil fruits are always in demand. It is rumored in the world that the Admiral of the Navy is a little worse than the four emperors, but does this line really exist? After the words were finished, the lazy and wretched expression of Huang Yuan changed, which was a seriousness that Lei Luo had never seen before. At this time, I saw Kizaru holding the Tiankong cloud sword in front of him, and the middle between his hands and the sword body gradually moved towards both ends. Every time he moved an inch, part of the bright golden light disappeared, and it was replaced by a dark light. Attach armament hockey to the elements. The scene in front of him was also the first time Lei Luo saw it. Even in the original comics, he had never heard of such an operation. Swish. Just as Lei Luo was shocked, the pitch-black Tiankong Yunjian shook violently, and in one breath, he gave birth to 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to 16. That was a full 16 Amangus cloud swords wrapped by armament hockey. The domineering of the old man is indeed weaker than that of the four emperors, Akainu and Aokiji, and even less commendable than Lieutenant General Garp and others, but in terms of fruit ability and domineering compatibility, this old man is the first recognized by the world's strong. 1. Huang Yuan smiled. There was no trace of wretchedness, only endless domineering and arrogance, approaching Lei Luo. Go. Accompanied by a light move with Kizaru's right hand, the Tiankong Yunjian, which carried an extremely dangerous aura, shot out one after another, leaving 10 six-paths pitch-black ink lines in the sky. Seeing that Huang Yuan was not holding back, Lei Luo naturally didn't dare to despise him at all, and frantically mobilized the power in his body, forcing his speed to break through the shackles and enter a new realm. Damn, there's just not enough time. Before Lei Luo could mobilize all the power in his body, the pitch-black Tiankong Yunjian had arrived as promised. In a hurry, Lei Luo had no choice but to dodge first. No, why are there only 9 swords and the remaining 7? Observation haki suddenly started in his mind, and pictures appeared in Lei Luo's mind. The 5 Tiankong Yunjian behind him, after dodging by himself, will just be pierced through the chest by the remaining 2. On this day, Kong Yunjian was actually given observation haki by Kyabu. Since you can't dodge, you have to fight hard. Golden Light Curse. At that moment, Lei Luo compressed all the light in his body to the extreme, and turned into a golden robe to cover his body. This was the first time in his history that he used such a level of golden light spell. At the same time, with the protection of the golden light spell, Lei Luo never stopped, and continued to use the light emitted by the sun to condense the 6-sided light shield and tightly wrap himself up, down, left, right, front, and back. Even so, Lei Luo still has no confidence in his heart. After all, the attack of Kizaru is armament haki, who is known as the nemesis of the natural devil fruit. Little devil, if you only use fruit ability and 3-color domineering, you still have a long way to go, and now, using the trick you did when you fought against Lieutenant General Garp, physique is your only way to win. Just as the voice of the yellow monkey fell into Lei Luo's ears, the 16 Tiankong cloud swords that were about to touch the golden light shield vanished in an instant. Will taijutsu really be effective for those who possess the elemental nature devil fruit ability? Such a question appeared in Lei Luo's mind. But now, when he can no longer play cards like Susano, he can only rely on the 8 inner gates. 7th Gate View Gate, open. The golden light dissipated, blue air waves rose into the sky, and Lei Luo with red skin stood in the sky. Inside his body, there was a violent force that was hard to hide. Chapter 290_closing. What's that? Gedges and Yaks looked at Lei Luo in the distance, and the excitement in their hearts was pushed to a climax again. Whether it is the Tiankong Yunjian of the previous Japanese ape, or the current Lei Luo in this state, they have left an indelible impression in their hearts. Strong, indescribable in words, this is the real top powerhouse between heaven and earth. Lei Luo, you don't seem to be the pinnacle now. I don't know if it was his own delusion or not, but Kizaru could feel that when Lei Luo used the 8 inner gates, every time he opened a gate, there would be a roar in his body, but 7 sounds seemed not to be the limit. Because these 7 sounds came from the blood vessels in various parts of Lei Luo's body, and there seemed to be another door at the heart that finally surrounded him. Yes, there is another gate, but that gate is the gate of death. Once it is used, the enemy will die, and I will die or be disabled. Only those who have practiced the 8 inner gates themselves will understand that after Might Guy fought against 6 Paths Madara, it was not that Naruto did not treat his leg bones, but that the bones had been completely turned into powder and then burned by the high temperature in the body. The gate of death is the supreme meaning of life towards death, the profound meaning of ultimate power in exchange for irresistible death. I hope you can observe the next blow carefully, and it is not in vain for the old man to take the risk. Huang Yuan took a deep breath, and there was a hint of fear in his tone. Why should people with natural devil fruit abilities be afraid of physical art? Moreover, his next attack will inevitably be the Day Tiger. Is there any other secret hidden among the Day Tiger? One after another doubts appeared in my heart, but Lei Luo didn't hold on to it for too long. After all, even with his physical fitness, he couldn't hold on for too long with all 7 doors open. Then I'll make a move, Day Tiger. Lei Luo's fist swung out at a very slow speed, but this punch, every inch it moved, would attract all the forces around it. In the last moment, the tiger roared into the sky, and the white tiger the size of a hill opened its blood basin. With a big mouth, he slaughtered towards the yellow monkey. Just as Lei Luo punched, Kizaru didn't stop for a moment. An unfathomable handprint appeared in his hands constantly. The appearance of each imprint also took time out of the light around him, turning it into a shape. A multicolored vertical light array stood in front of him. The ultimate flash. With the final push of Kizaru's hands, the light array became dazzling, and the naked eye could not look directly at it. At the same time, a light energy ray suddenly blasted out and collided with the day tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Ice and Fire Island began to collapse, and countless huge waves were aroused on the sea, and the giant energy ripples continued to spread. Even the naval headquarters, which was 100 miles away, could feel a slight vibration. Lei Luo can actually push the yellow monkey to the point of being real. Akainu's eyes narrowed slightly, and through the window, his eyes fixed on the dazzling light in the distant sky. It's a rare time that the yellow monkey didn't release water in the battle, and I don't know if Lei Luo has a chance to win in the end. Lieutenant General Crane rubbed her ears and said to Sengoku and Garp, the incessant sound of tiger roars really startled her. Lieutenant General Crane, can't the elementalization of General Yellow Ape avoid this trick of Lei Luo? Kirby and Balloon couldn't believe that this man who seemed to be only 3 or 4 years older than him could actually deliver a blow that surpassed the limit of Kizaru's endurance. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, what is this kid's move called a tiger, but he has already touched the limit of taijutsu indefinitely. Even me, I'm not sure that it must be better than him in this respect. Hey, Kizaru is going to suffer a bit this time. After all, armament hockey is a brand new power condensed after reaching a certain level of taijutsu. Karp and Sengoku looked at each other and said in harmony that although they didn't think Lei Luo would definitely win, they definitely wouldn't think Kyabu could easily win. After a long time, the Ice and Fire Island was over. The original 2 figures have completely disappeared, only Lei Luo lying on top of the ice, with a big mouth in his mouth, Kazuya whose clothes are mostly broken, and 2 young figures in a coma. Thank you, General Kizaru. Keep your hands, and give pointers. Lei Luo smiled at Huang Yuan with difficulty. Now, because he has kept all 7 doors open for a long time, his muscles are already sore, and he can no longer move freely at least for a short time. Just at the beginning of the fight, Lei Luo still didn't understand what Niigata wanted him to observe, but after a long time in the two's offensive, a little bit of darkness gradually appeared above the day tiger, and then told Lei Luo. Armament hockey, he will too. However, it is a pity that the ultimate flash of the yellow monkey was better in the end, which made Lei Luo, who was suddenly forced to release the 7-door state and temporarily unable to act, could not stop it. Fortunately, Kizaru discovered this in time, and at the risk of being swallowed by the day tiger, he forcibly transferred the ultimate flash to the Ice and Fire Island, so that the original island was only half its original size. As for the 2 comatose young figures, they were stunned by the Conqueror's hockey erupting from the bodies of Lei Luo and the Yellow Ape, and Gedges and Yaks who were submerged by the waves. This is the point that Lei Luo admires the most. He didn't expect that even if he was hit hard by the day tiger, he would still be able to transform into a beam of light and save the 2 through the waves. It seems that what everyone else said is quite right. The old man's cultivation of domineering is a little loose because of the power of the glittering fruit. Otherwise, you won't be so embarrassed by your kid. Looking at the blood flowing out from time to time under the golden light on the chest in front of him, Lei Luo knew very well that Kizaru was injured by himself this time, but he seemed to have a technique similar to light therapy, and he was constantly treating his injuries. But it's embarrassing to say that, this old man is a dignified generation of naval admirals, and he has the appearance of being seriously injured by your kid, but after you recover, it is time to clock in after work, and this old man will not care about you. When it comes to the topic of clocking in and going to work, Huang Yuan has once again returned to his former wretchedness. The iconic smile and the happy appearance of dancing can't help but make Lei Luo feel speechless. Are you seriously injured? Even if you are seriously injured, why are you still lighting a cigarette now? Seeing Huang Yuan smoking and giggling on the side, and from time to time, Oye's villain's wretched appearance was heard from time to time, Lei Luo had to mobilize the light therapy technique by himself, while constantly recalling the last collision between the two just now. Recalling the feeling when armament hockey was activated. Chapter 291_Akainu's Frenzy. Have you heard? The battle between General Kisamu's and Lei Luo, Fujitora and Green Bull actually sank the Icefire Island in half. I seemed to see a tiger and a super large light energy ray on the sea in the distance that day. Ah, am I the only one who suddenly fainted when I saw half of it? Brother, so am I. We both have a hard life. We are inexplicably faint. We missed a visual feast in vain. Gedges and Adams watched the hotly debated content of the passing navies, which was all about the decisive battle on Ice and Fire Island yesterday, and helpless smiles appeared on their faces. Yesterday, the two of them only remembered that Lei Luo had transformed into a brand new form, and then the yellow monkey seemed to condense a light formation, and then they didn't know anything. They only knew that they were in the marshal's office after waking up. Even after a night of rest, the two of them still did not forget the cold eyes of Akainu, and the words that dared to reveal what they saw, and then went to the underwater prison to spend the rest of their lives. How could you beat a hairy boy? In the marshal's office, Akainu's tone was extremely frivolous, and he seemed to have the feeling that he was about to burst out laughing. And the person who was ridiculed by Akainu was at this moment, in the way that Jyu was paralyzed, sitting on the sofa opposite him with a lazy face. This is for the purpose of guiding the newcomers, and in addition to saving those two boys, otherwise victory will be nothing more than turning around for the old man. Oh, is that so? Now, as an admiral, explain to you, where did you go in the 3 hours before the end of work after the battle yesterday? Hey, Sakazuki, your suspicion is getting worse and worse. How can a good employee like this conscientious worker be absent from work? Facing the embarrassingly smiling Kizaru, Akainu rolled his eyes at him. The two have been dealing with each other since they were teenagers. Can you still not know who Kizaru is? Okay, let's get down to business. What do you think of Lei Luo's real combat power? Can he be qualified for the position of the 4th Admiral? The Admiral of the Navy represents the face of the Navy, and the strength must be the strength of the invincible party to be competent. In the current Navy, Akainu knows very well that, not to mention the older generation, not to mention his own generation, let alone the current younger generation, it is only the generation that will inherit the naval heritage from Smog and so on, is too weak. Today's Smog's strength is at the upper level of his generation. Putting aside the world-famous powerhouses such as Yuhi Shanks and Hokage Mahawk who are about his age, he is just a doflamming brother, a thing that can be instantly killed by Aokiji. Smog is far from an opponent. The future of the Navy is so unsatisfactory, and Akainu can only choose the strong from the younger generation to support the face of the current and future Navy, which is why he values Lei Luo. Enough young, stronger than the Lieutenant General. How should I put it? That kid's strength in front of me is not as good as that of the 4 emperors, but it shouldn't be a problem to be a general. However, that kid still has a great improvement in the 3-color domineering, plus he has exposed or the trump card that is still hidden. I believe that in the near future, even you and I are no match for him. Quote. Kazuna closed his eyes and recalled. During the battle with Lei Luo, Huang Yuan found many times that Lei Luo's eyes had turned into Yuhi color, but he was quickly suppressed by him. But in that short-lived time, Kizaru's observation haki kept telling him that he was invincible and must escape. In addition, in the video that Tina once sent back, Lei Luo used some of Susano's methods when beheading Victor, which also made Kizaru unforgettable. There is also the door of death in the mouth of Lei Luo. In the later conversation, Huang Yuan learned that once the 8 inner gates has opened the last door of death, it has already drawn a clear line with humans and entered the realm of God. Although it is said that after the door of death is opened, it can only last for a short time, and it will still die, but that sentence is enough to allow ordinary people to gain power that is several times that of a naval admiral. The 8 inner gates. Was it the way he fought Lieutenant General Garp? A flash of enthusiasm suddenly appeared in Akainu's eyes. If what Kayaburu said is true, then the Navy will reach an unprecedented level of strength. You think too much. Lei Luo said that this move requires extremely high physical fitness. Although ordinary people can practice it, it may take years or even a lifetime to open the final door to death. Intensive exercise. Besides, even the first few doors, the physical load it brings is far beyond your imagination. Quote. As for Akainu's thoughts, how could Kizaru not know? As long as ordinary people can practice it, it doesn't matter how many doors you can open. Seeing Akainu, whose frantic flames in his eyes were growing even higher, Kizaru sighed helplessly. This guy who wants to implement justice is too extreme, and he does not consider the consequences at all. However, if Lei Luo is willing to teach the 8 inner gates to the Navy, it seems like a good choice. Little devil, do you mean that? Somewhere in the Admiralty, Garp and Sengoku were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. The moment they opened their eyes, there was a faint blue wave of air beating around their bodies. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lei Luo was also quite speechless. The physical fitness of these two old men is too strong. Even if they just practiced, they have changed and reached the point where they are infinitely close to opening the 7th door. Do you two want to learn too? Inadvertently noticing the adoration of Kebi and Bailu Mabe in their eyes, Lei Luo asked with a smile. Want to learn the 8 inner gates? The answer must be yes, so why not ask? However, after thinking about it for a while, Kirby and Bailu Mabe only nodded slightly. Mr. Lei Luo, this is your unique skill. Although we both really want to learn, but you don't agree, we won't secretly ask the teacher for advice. Come to me when you want to learn, don't talk so much nonsense. In the face of Kebi's politeness, Lei Luo simply chose to ignore it. The 8 inner gates is not a secret. As long as they have the patience to insist on high-intensity training every day, they can teach it, and there is no harm. Really, thank you Mr. Lei Luo. It's okay, you two see, there are many acupuncture points in the human body, and these 8 places limit the human body's potential. The so-called the 8 inner gates are. Since that day, in the waters around the naval headquarters, every morning, 2 teenagers have been swimming desperately again. Chapter 292 General Award Ceremony. The Naval Headquarters, formerly the G1 Division of the New World Navy. Countless reporters from all over the world gathered at this moment, and all the officers of the Navy, except those who were on special missions, also returned. Such a huge scene, even if Akainu was the marshal at the beginning, was beyond the reach, and all of this was due to the unprecedented move of the Navy, the promulgation of generals. The previous Navy, whether it was in the era when Sengoku was a marshal, or when Kobo Kukong was a marshal in the era, had never seen such a scale, but this time, the Navy actually released the news of the appointment of 4 generals. After the war, the Navy plummeted, and this time, it was Akainu to prove to the people of the world and the unscrupulous pirates on the sea that the Navy has never failed, and its industry has never declined. For most people, their strength will reach the real peak from the age of 40, and it will not decline until the age of 50, and the special case of Lei Luo is the best choice to regain face for the Navy. A general who seems to be around 20 years old, everyone knows that this is beyond the existence of young men such as Garp, Roger and Whitebeard who stood on the top of the world. Victor, the saber-toothed tiger who used to be all-powerful in the New World, seems to have been killed by that young general. I heard that the young general destroyed the entire kingdom of Germa with only 1 man and 1 ship. I also heard people say that he alone ended the myth of the North Sea monster. The other 2 generals are said to be terrifying existences that are not weak to the 4 emperors. As for the young general, who knows if he is a work packaged by the Navy? Ha ha ha, without seeing it with my own eyes, I definitely don't believe that there is such a young strong man in the world. Could it be that the Navy really wants to establish an era of great peace without pirates running rampant? Without waiting for the senior officers of the Navy to appear, heated discussions began all over the world. In the eyes of most of them, maybe Fujitora and Lu Niudu have the fighting power of the 4 emperors, but Lei Luo, but no one wants to believe that. As for any glorious achievements of Lei Luo released by the Navy, in them in the eyes, it is more like a kind of packaging, a fake powerhouse specially created in order to maintain the face of the Navy. Woo tilde. The long sound of the horn came from the sea, and a warship with a huge naval flag came from the sea, riding the wind and waves. The people standing on the bow were Carp, Sengoku, Akainu and other high-ranking Navy officers. The 4 generals who were on the cusp. When the warship docked, Lei Luo walked from the top to the bottom of the ship. Facing the crowd of people, he did not dodge anything, and he was neither humble nor arrogant. As early as yesterday, the Navy headquarters had already completed the awards for the lieutenant generals and newcomers with the following positions, so as not to have any accidents that would steal the limelight of Lei Luo and the 3 of them today. Thank you for coming from all over the world, today. Akainu recited the cliché lines in his hands, and no one was willing to listen carefully, because this was the countless times they had heard it, whether it was Carp being proclaimed the title of naval hero, or the position of the Navy's senior high-ranking, it was all this. A set of rhetoric that never changes. After a long time, the speech was over, and under the chanting of Akainu, Kizaru was the leader, Green Bull and Fujitora were second, and the last 4-member team of Lei Luo strode onto the ceremony platform representing the highest Navy salute. In the second step, the 3 Army Commander Cyborg Kong, the former Marshal Sengoku, the Navy hero Carp and the current Marshal Sakazuki issued medals and uniforms for the 4 generals respectively. With the medal representing the highest status of the Navy worn on the chest, Lei Luo and the others took the cape from Carp and the others, threw their arms and draped it behind their backs. At this moment, a gust of breeze blew, accompanied by the word of justice on the cloak of the 4 people, which was like a dragon, and thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire sea area. The next item, the general's speech. As the 3rd step of the award ceremony unfolded, Lei Luo was suddenly taken aback. Fortunately, Lei Luo was the last speaker, and there was still plenty of time for ideas. The old man is Kiraru Pulsalino, so I won't say much about self-introduction. For this re-election, the old man hopes that the Navy will be united. My name is Green Bull. I have forgotten my real name for too long. As for why I want to join the Navy, it must be to maintain world peace. Between the yellow ape and the green cow, the contrast is extremely obvious. Both of them are clearly capable of being in their 50s, but Huang Yuan has a wretched appearance and a lot of nonsense, and at the same time exudes a lazy atmosphere all the time. On the other hand, the green cow is tall and straight, with strong vigor, and the heroic spirit between the eyebrows is overwhelming. The unparalleled handsome appearance and the cold feeling brought by the short speech have instantly attracted a large number of fans. Hello everyone, I am Fujitora Life. The goal is to protect everyone's safety and prevent the interests of the people from being desecrated by pirates. Fujitora's personality is very gentle, and he treats people with equal courtesy regardless of identity. The heart buried under his chest that is always missed by ordinary people has also gained a lot of fans for him. Hey, boy, have you thought about the code name? Garp's voice suddenly sounded. What code name? Kizuka, Akainu, Aokiji, Fujitora, and Green Bull, these are all code names they came up with based on their own abilities. You don't understand the award ceremony at all, right? Looking at Lei Luo's slightly wrinkled brows, Carp said inwardly, isn't this kid doing his homework before? Lei Luo, who was also looking at Garp, kept blaming Garp in his heart. If it wasn't for your old Tenten who took me to practice the 8 inner gates, how could the people sent by Akainu visit no one again and again? I hope everyone can work hard with us. Fujitora bowed deeply to everyone, and his speech was over. At this moment, everyone focused their attention on this boy who was built as a myth by the Navy and had a helpless expression on his face. Lei Luo, who was already thinking about his speech, was disturbed by Carp, not to mention the code name, and even the long speech in his mind disappeared. Seeing Lei Luo faltering and unable to say a word for a long time, Akainu's complexion suddenly changed drastically, his eyes bursting with man-eating gleams, staring straight at Lei Luo. He didn't expect that this man, who had been given high hopes by him, would make such a low-level mistake at this critical juncture. Ha ha ha, it turns out that he is really a young man who has never seen the world. Chapter 293_Evil Eye. Ha ha ha, it seems that he is still a stinky boy who has never seen the world and smells dry. The Navy seems to have picked the wrong person this time. It's this kid who can leave so many myths in Bay High. I'll just say, those must have been dispatched by the high-ranking Navy, and in the end the credit was forcibly attributed to him. Boy, go back to your mother's arms for milk. Go down. Get off. For a time, there was overwhelming swearing and ridicule at the naval headquarters, which made Akainu's face even more ugly. After all, this was an award ceremony that was broadcast live to everyone all over the world. Broken. Huang Yuan gave a wry smile. He also did not expect that Lei Luo would appear timid on such an occasion. This is not Lei Luo's style. One after another, the sarcasm came out unnoticed, and the audience's rhetoric became more and more dirty. Lei Ju and Tina, who were standing at the bottom of the ceremony platform, looked worriedly at Lei Luo, who bowed her head and said nothing. Right now, they didn't know how to save the situation in front of them. Boom. In the air, a thunderstorm suddenly appeared out of thin air, like God's laughter, laughing at Lei Luo's embarrassing appearance. Shut the fuck up, Lao Su. Suddenly, Lei Luo raised his head, and under his grin, there was a cold killing intent. It was at that moment that the incomparably domineering aura of the king spread crazily from Lei Luo's body. In the blink of an eye, the entire naval headquarters was shrouded, and the hearts of everyone present were shrouded in layers of thick layer upon layer. Fear. This kid's conqueror's haki has reached this point. Cyborg Kong's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't even think that Lei Luo could do something that even Yuhi Fa Shanks couldn't do. In the case of not stunning others, just relying on his own courage makes everyone feel the fear of ultimate. Whether it is the Navy, the reporter, or the audience guarding the front of the TV bug, they will never forget Lei Luo's pair of bloody Yuhi eyes. As an admiral of the Navy, I don't need the approval of any of you in terms of strength. The future era of great peace will make you understand how blind you are today. Lei Luo's voice was like the roar of a dragon above the 9 heavens, and the roar of an evil spirit under the underworld. Every word kept circling in everyone's hearts and minds, and it never dissipated for a long time. This is what kind of person, and there has never been a Navy who dared to speak to the world in such a tone. This is clearly what the pirates do. Oh yes, one more thing. After a long silence, Lei Luo's voice suddenly became gentle, and his loving eyes fell on the faces of Tina and Leiju. Ms. Leiju, Ms. Tina, can you be my girlfriend? After the words fell, Lei Luo's figure appeared beside the two women in a flash. Snapped. A snap came from Lei Luo's fingertips. The next moment, the headspace of the naval headquarters suddenly burst, and the beautiful and dazzling colorful lights slowly condensed into the smiling faces of Tina and Leiju under the eyes of the whole world. Immediately following, Lei Luo opened his arms, revealing his not so broad, but full of security chest. I do. After Tina and Leiju were briefly shocked, 2 lines of tears fell on their faces, but they were smiling, like the 2 most beautiful flowers in the world, showing their beauty to the world. Now, I no longer dare to question Lei Luo's strength. Whether it is the Conqueror's haki he released earlier, or the colorful aurora that appeared in the air later, they are constantly showing his strength and real strength. A happy smile appeared on Lei Luo, who embraced the 2 daughters in his arms. Play pig eat tiger, first down then up. The long-lost smile once again appeared on the faces of Akainu and other senior Navy officials. Lei Luo's actions were just his willful actions, but in the eyes of the high-level people, it looked different. First, he lowered his image in the eyes of the world, and then showed his ruthlessness with absolute arrogance. At this time, the overall image of the Navy would be greatly discounted in the world's hearts because of Lei Luo's actions. However, Lei Luo's last affectionate confession was the finishing touch, telling everyone that the Navy's ruthlessness is only in the face of criminals, because the Navy also has affection, and the Navy also has love. The last step is the reporter's question and answer session. Akainu's voice sounded, and all of a sudden the atmosphere of the naval headquarters was pushed to a climax. General Yellow Monkey, I don't know where the former General Aokiji is now. I can't comment on this, old man. General Green Bull, do you really have the confidence to realize your lofty ideals? Ideal, this is a word that a person who has full confidence in himself will say. Among those rubbish mouths who live their lives in a hurry, there will always be only distant daydreams. General Fujitora, when you treat pirates, will you be as gentleman as you are today? Not all pirates are necessarily evil, we must have a clear mirror heart that can distinguish right from wrong. Lieutenant General Leiju, Lieutenant General Tina, can you tell me how you feel now? It seems that because of Lei Luo's killing intent just now, the reporters would rather ask Leiju and Tina than have any verbal contact with Lei Luo. General Lei Luo, I don't know what your title is. Time passed, and just as the last session was about to end, a reporter finally gathered up the courage to ask Lei Luo an irrelevant question. But it is precisely in such a question that has no gold content, and in the blink of an eye, it attracts everyone's attention. Actually, I don't have a title yet. Evil Eye. Yes, he is Lei Luo, the new admiral of the Navy. Just as Lei Luo was scratching his head, Sengoku stepped forward very quickly and made up a title for Lei Luo casually. Evil Eyes, as the name suggests, a pair of eyes full of evil. The 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan, which Lei Luo had inadvertently exposed before, seems to be quite suitable for this title. Well, as General Sengoku said, my title is Evil Eye. With Lei Luo's personal confession, all the reporters thought about tomorrow's newspaper headlines. The youngest and most special general in prehistory, Evil Eye Lei Luo. Whether it is Akainu, Kyabu, Aokiji, or Fujitora and Green Bull, these titles all have animal names, and Lei Luo directly uses human organs as the code name, which is what makes him unique in the eyes of the world. Fortunately, Lord Sengoku responded quickly, and this old man didn't expect that Lei Luo didn't really come up with a code name that suits him. Looking at the reporters who were gradually leaving, Akainu heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 294_World Uproar. The next day, the announcements issued by the world government, as well as the newspapers printed by major newspaper offices, all closely revolved around the 4 current admirals of the Navy. Boss, don't let this kid compare you to Conqueror's Hockey's accomplishments. Jezusbu, what are you talking about? The boss will definitely be compared by that kid named Lei Luo. Well said, Larch Road. Haha. The cooperation between Fatty and Jesus Cloth is really tacit understanding. On a small island, Yuhi Fashanks and Ben Beckman were sitting in front of the bonfire, smiling as they looked at their comrades who had been drinking heavily in front of them. Captain, the harvest of this naval conscription is not small. According to the information I have collected, that Lei Luo, as well as Lu Niu and Fujitora, are all first-class top powerhouses. Ben Beckman took a breath and said to Shanks that he had always been in close control of the whereabouts of the Navy. At this moment, a stern man with a dark sword suddenly appeared on the island, which made the original lively atmosphere stagnant for a moment. Only Shanks picked up the wine in his hand and threw it at random. Hawkeye, we are having a party, you came just in time, come and tell us that your Navy is a trustworthy general. In the face of Yuhi's warm invitation, Hawkeye, a regular customer of Yuhi's pirates, didn't have any airs, and sat in front of the bonfire casually and drank the wine in his hand. I have good news for you. Straw Hat Boy Luffy studied with Raleigh, the Underworld King. Now he is on his way to the New World. The originally stagnant atmosphere became hot again with the appearance of Straw Hat Luffy. Ha ha ha, Hawkeye, drink and drink, I am happy today. Over the island, Yuhi's laughter resounded. On the empty island, a tall body comparable to a giant jumped down and sank to the bottom of the sea after stirring up huge waves on the sea. After a long time, the giant suddenly walked out from the bottom of the sea, carrying several Sea King corpses in his hands. 4 new admirals in the navy. Oh, and a hairy boy. The giant took advantage of the newspapers scattered in the air, and a strange smile appeared on his face. That day, Guy Duo, the captain of the Beast Pirates, attempted suicide again. Kalabali, an island with the flag of the clown flag. Oh, yesterday's awards ceremony, there were actually 4 generals. Bucky the Clown, who had initially built Bucky Express, looked at today's newspaper and picked up the phone bug with Yuhi's hair on the top of his head and 3 scars at the corners of his eyes. A certain branch of the Navy was dead at this moment, and the stench of blood permeated the entire sea. Captain, all navies have been massacred. Badgers, who was wearing a wrestling mask, crushed the head of the last navy in his hand and turned back to the Blackbeard who was eating cherry pie in a big mouth behind him. Hey, now that the things have been obtained, the position of this king under the 7 Marshalseas is of no use. It's time to meet the navy as the king of the sea. Blackbeard swallowed all the cherry pie in his hand, and on the newspaper he was stepping on, there were 4 big characters, Lei Luo, with evil eyes. Senior Rayleigh, Aunt Shachi. The big thing is bad. Xiaoba, what's making you so nervous? Come on, drink some water and talk about it. In the Chambord Islands, in Shachi's tavern, Xiaoba looked flustered. Aunt Sha, hurry up and inform Senior Rayleigh and the Straw Hat Boy that the Navy appointed 4 new generals yesterday. That's bad. Rayleigh wrote that little monkey has set out on his way to the New World. Shachi took off the cigarette butt in her mouth, and there was a helpless wry smile on her face. However, in the whole world, whether it is the Navy or the pirates, or the king under the Chihuahai, the matter of the 4 new generals of the Navy has caused an uproar. In terms of which force has changed the most because of this matter, there is also the BIGMOM pirates. Snagger, Cracker, Smoothie. Quick, tell everyone to destroy all today's newspapers, and don't let Mom see the news that Lei Luo has become an admiral. The most anxious look appeared on Sparrow's face. Once the ant finds out about this, her idea of killing Lei Luo will only become stronger, even if the BIGMOM pirates will face the entire navy in the end. And this kind of thing, Sparrow will never let it happen. The 3 snags, who understood the seriousness of the situation, hurriedly ran out of the house, but before the 3 of them walked out of the door, they saw a gloomy Katakuri. No need to go, my mother watched the whole process of the live broadcast of the Admiral's Awards ceremony yesterday. The news brought by Katakuri caused panic on the faces of the 3 generals present, a military advisor, and the most senior officials in the BIGMOM pirates. Could it be that the battle with the Navy is coming so soon? This thought emerged in each of their minds and could not be dispelled. No, why did the mother know about this, but she still hasn't called all the children for a meeting? Suddenly thinking of something, Sparrow hurriedly looked at Katakuri. He hoped that his grumpy mother would make the right decision that a sea emperor should make on this crucial decision. However, Katakuri's answer was helplessly shaking his head and saying something the 4 were most afraid to hear. I have persuaded my mother, but in the end, my mother directly issued the highest level Dark World Pursuit Order without authorization. The Pursuit Order in the Dark World is the most terrifying pursuit order in this sea. Those who can initiate the pursuit order are the powerhouses who dominate the side in the second half of the Great Route, and the highest level is only the sea. Only the existence of the Emperor level can be activated. What is the Dark World? A virtual world that includes pirates, navy, world government, Tianlong people, bounty hunters and other forces. Here, you can abandon your own identity, and as long as you can complete the task, you can get enough to satisfy all your belongings. At the same time, for anyone who completes the pursuit order in the Dark World, his identity will be kept secret forever by the initiator of the pursuit order. It is precisely because of this that the forces known as Justice will appear and some people will secretly join them. Now it's like the Navy has declared war, and the consequences must be failure, even if it is the destruction of Whitebeard at that time, we can't do it. It's over. Cut, it's a big deal. Let Mom issue a few killing orders to kill Akainu and Kizaru. Perospero and Katakuri looked at their younger siblings with different attitudes, and only felt a headache to death. Chapter 295 _ Staff Assignments. Smog, you are the Navy, you represent justice. Justice cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately. On the sea, there is a pirate ship that has been dilapidated and may sink into the abyss at any time. Above it, there is a thick smoke, and below the smoke, there are dozens of icy corpses and several cadres who are seriously injured and dying. Mr. Lieutenant General, the order we received is to escort all the pirates caught on the way to the nearest prison. Would it be inappropriate for you to do this? Looking at the cruel scene in front of him, even the Navy soldiers who had always been on the opposite side of the pirates couldn't bear it, and they all spoke out to discourage Smog's indiscriminate killing. Although Smog is not a top expert in strength, his devotion to others, coupled with his upright conduct style, has a large number of supporters who admire him in the Navy. And these people, who have never seen their idols want to kill like this today. Woo! Seemingly moved by the pity of his soldiers, Smoker took a deep breath while taking back his own smoke. The thick white smoke covered his face, and his expression could not be seen clearly from any angle. Gu Lulin, you're right, it's my actions that are wrong. After a long time, the words slowly spit out from the smoker's mouth made the faces of the pirates show a little joy. Ha ha ha, I can survive. Good luck today. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, several spikes condensed by white smoke penetrated the chests of the pirates, and even at the moment of death, their faces still showed the cosmic joy that they could survive. There is still warm blood along the deck of the pirate ship, and soon left at the feet of the Navy soldiers. The disgusting smell of blood did not affect anyone at all, because at this time, they all stared. He closed his eyes and looked at Smog's familiar but unfamiliar back in disbelief. Listen well, in the face of pirates, you must kill them. In Smog's voice, there was no ruthlessness or killing intent, but only infinite burning anger. Why? Why did Lord Smoker become like this? Why is he, who has always cherished his life, so bloodthirsty today, when he was clearly the big brother who fought with everyone yesterday? The answer to this matter, no one except Smog knew the reason for Akatsuki. The only clue that could provide a clue was to write a word on the crumpled newspaper in his hand. Compared with the shaking around the world, the naval headquarters is much quieter, from the generals down to the miscellaneous soldiers, all waiting for Akainu's orders. From today's newspaper, I think everyone has seen the reason why the number of generals in the Navy has changed from 3 to 4, in order to correspond to the 4 emperors. However, in the case of equal top-level combat power, it is their own subordinates who decide the outcome. Fighters. Akainu's simple sentence or two greatly boosted morale and made the junior officers of the Navy understand the importance of their existence. So, now for freestanding, each of you has the right to choose to follow your favorite general. Another sentence that instantly binds the hearts of every soldier to the Navy. Such a democratic and free place is absolutely unmatched by other forces. The chaotic and disorderly autonomous lineup that was supposed to be chaotic, but this time, it took an extremely short period of time to come to an end. As a re-elected general, Kazuna has already had a group of loyal followers and new admirers. As for Green Bull and Fujitora, the former is a goal of self-confidence because of that ideal, and it also attracts many young and vigorous young people, while the latter is more because of its gentle attitude, which makes most people choose own final belonging. Perhaps it was because of the murderous intent that he showed yesterday and the presence of Yuhi's eyes, Leiluo found that there were very few people standing behind him. To put it bluntly, these people were all Yi-Ti, headed by Na and Reiju, old friends from that warship. Leiluo, who smiled helplessly, didn't expect that he would be so unpopular, but that's fine. With a small number of people, he has a lot of energy to train the elite. An elite division is enough to be worth thousands of troops. Yaks, Gejas, why don't you two choose a team? After a long time, Akainu's voice suddenly sounded, which also attracted Leiluo's eyes. At this moment, Gedges and Yaks, who were standing on one side, had a hard time deciding. The strength of Huang Yuan and Lei Luo, the two of them can be said to have seen with their own eyes, but one of them was lazy, and the other showed that performance yesterday. Then turn your attention to Green Bull and Fujitora. Although it is rumored that the two are extremely strong, the strong should not remain anonymous for decades. In addition, they have never participated in the Navy before, and it is very likely that they will not know how to lead them. Soldiers fight. For a team, the basic combat effectiveness of the soldiers determines the lower limit of the strength of the army, and the leader's talent and actual combat experience are the fundamentals for raising the upper limit. The old man is old, it is enough that so many children are willing to follow the old man. I don't need someone who is indecisive. Huang Yuan and Lu Niu took the lead in expressing their stance. The rejection in their mouths will not be a stain on Gedges and Yaks, because everyone can understand that this is to give Lei Luo the power of the two high-level leaders. Two children, you can choose to join the old man's team. Fujitora said righteously, but his hands were holding Green Ox and Kyabu, and there was a sly smile on the faces of the two of them with their backs facing away. At present, 3 of the 4 generals have already expressed their opinions, and the problem left to Gedges and Yaks has become the only channel from multiple choices. After the 2 of them walked behind him, Lei Luo bowed to the 3 of them. Lei Luo, do you mean that you are going out to find team members? After the staff assignment was over, Lei Luo followed Akainu directly to the office and put forward his own ideas. In Lei Luo's heart, he already had a default goal, that is, Enelu, who can be called the most powerful thunder fruit in the nature department. Yes, but the old man has one more thing to ask for. Master Marshal, but it doesn't matter. About the 8 inner gates. Hearing the words the 8 inner gates, Lei Luo suddenly realized. Akainu saw the battle between Lei Luo and Garp, and he must have learned more about the practice of the 8 inner gates from Kizaru. Akainu naturally won't let go of such physical skills that can directly enhance the combat power of the entire navy in a short period of time. Chapter 296_Target Moon. After giving Akainu the training methods of the first 5 gates of the 8 inner gates and the profound meanings of body art such as the lotus flower, Lei Luo embarked on the road to find Ani Road alone. Only the first 6 doors. Kazuna walked in slowly from outside the office, with a somewhat surprised face on his face. Originally, in his heart, he thought that the 8 inner gates was Lei Luo's unique stunt, and would not teach it easily, but the reality was that Lei Luo handed over the top 5 cultivation methods without any hesitation. As for the last 3 doors, these are already related to Morning Peacock, Tianyu, Shixiang, and finally the mysterious Night Guy, and naturally they will not be taught by Lei Luo to the personnel who remove the accidents under his command. Sky Island, the Kingdom of God. Lei Luo, who finally came here through various tedious steps, just asked an old man about Anilu's whereabouts. The whole street was quiet in an instant. Staring at Lei Luo. What are you doing here? Lei Luo, who was stared a little hairy, managed to squeeze out a kind smile. Lei Luo is naturally very clear about Anilu's whereabouts. After he was defeated by Luffy because of his restraint by using the fruit's ability, he fled to the infinite land in his mind and ruled. And the so-called infinite Earth is exactly the moon in the world. According to common sense, after so many years, the shadow brought by Anilu should disappear. Why do the residents of the Sky Island still react this way? Could it be that Anilu is back? A bold idea appeared in Lei Luo's mind. Young man, Anilu has been away from the Sky Island for many years, and no one knows his whereabouts. Facing the indifference in the words of the originally enthusiastic old man in front of him, Lei Luo felt more and more that this matter was not simple. Then it bothers me. After thanking the old man, Lei Luo disappeared at the corner of an alley. With Lei Luo's departure, everything on the street returned to normal, as if there had never been a visitor from outside. On that day, the sky above the kingdom of the gods on the island was shrouded in a faint golden light. Master Shinbing, today there is a young man who is inquiring about any road from Sky Island. The old man who had talked to Lei Luo earlier was kneeling before a hall made of gold. At this moment, an army led by a pair of twin brothers suddenly burst out of the sky. Meet Zhongwu and Xiaowu adults. It turned out that since Luffy and his party left, the people led by Gonfure announced that there will be no more oppression on the empty island, and everyone will coexist peacefully. However, what no one thought was that some of the priests under the command of Anilu had never died. They had used various methods such as alienation and sneak attacks to imprison Gonfure and others, and put the master of the Sky Island again in one palm. You said someone inquired about the whereabouts of Anilu. What was that person's identity? Looking at his appearance, he should be a few years older than the Straw Hat Boy. As soon as they heard the words, Straw Hat Boy, the expressions of Zhongwu and Xiaowu suddenly changed drastically. To this day, the two of them can still clearly remember the scene of how Anilu fled in embarrassment. It's a pity that Lord Ashan noticed the abnormality at high altitude, and he can't return for the time being. Ashan, the former chief priest of Anilu, and the current leader of the empty island, with a tall stature contains far more power than ordinary people, and often uses a large number of slashing shells as the main attack method. Boom! Suddenly, a behemoth fell from high in the sky, stirring up dust in the sky, and at the same time leaving a human-shaped deep pit on the ground made of gold. Is it an enemy attack? Because of the purpose of the dust, Zhongwu and the others didn't see what had landed, but the figure slowly falling from the sky at the moment had a look of contempt on its face, and it was definitely not a kind person. Hey, boy, what kind of person dares to make trouble here? Xiaowu stretched out his arm, and a large shell was aimed at the person who came. Didn't he tell you? The visitor chuckled, and with a flick of his finger, the shock shell in Xiaowu's hand was completely shattered because it was difficult to absorb all this power. With just one blow, he knew that the powerful and unparalleled Middle and Small Wu turned his head and set his eyes on the trembling old man. It's him who inquired about El Nilu. The old man pointed at Lei Luo and shouted like crazy, because he had just accidentally probed into the hole and saw the dying priest Ashan. A strong man inquired about Enilu's news. Could it be that this is Enilu's enemy? Middle and Small Wu did not dare to hesitate, took out a shell and blew it forcefully in his mouth, and the loud sound instantly resounded throughout the kingdom of gods. In just a few minutes, an army of gods that numbered more than 1,000 tightly surrounded Lei Luoli with 3 circles and 3 circles. Why hasn't the priest Ashan come back yet? There was a hint of confusion in his heart, and Zhongwu blew the shell representing the highest collective order again. Different from the previous rally, this time, it was like a horn for war, because Lei Luo moved. Hey, boy, retract your foot, did I let you move? The arrival of the army gave Xiaowu enough confidence again. He didn't believe that everyone who came to the empty island would be as terrifying as the Straw Hat Boy. For Xiaowu's scolding, Lei Luo smiled, and really retracted his right foot, which had only taken 1 step. Dong dong dong. At that moment, the army of the gods that numbered more than 1,000, as if their souls had been evacuated, rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground foaming at the mouth. Lei Luo really just a step forward? No, it was because his speed was so fast that he had reached a state where these weaklings could not see clearly at all. For the last time, has Anilu ever been back? No, no. Very good. Boom, boom. Lei Luo finished speaking, 2 laser beams shot out from his fingertips, easily taking Zhang Xiaowu's life. Now that he knew that Anilu was still deep in the moon, Lei Luo had no plans to stay. As for the biggest problem now, it is to wait here until it is dark, in order to identify the position of the moon. Go away. Lei Luo, who was sitting on the ground, glanced at the old man who came to complain. As a navy, killing these bullies on one side belongs to safeguarding justice and saving the people in dire straits, but the old man is just an ordinary resident of the empty island in the final analysis, and there is no need for execution. In a flash of time, the dark night replaced the clear sky, and amidst the twinkling stars, the moon Kiba slowly rose. That is the destination of Lei Luo's trip, the moon. Chapter 297 SS Level Rewards. It was almost early in the morning, but Lei Luo still stood there blankly, because before he left, he suddenly realized a very serious problem, that is, how to solve the problem of breathing in the moon in a vacuum state. Life-related issues. Is Enel really still alive on the moon? Lei Luo couldn't help but sent out a torture from the depths of his soul. Humans are destined to be inseparable from oxygen. Even if Enelu is a resident of an empty island, he is born with a low demand for oxygen, but in the vacuum of the universe, can he survive until now? System, are you there? Do you have an oxygen tank or something? As a last resort, Lei Luo had to ask this bastard system for help. The last time I was in Venus Island, I wanted a system loan of 1 billion, and I promised not to increase any interest within a month, just make up a bit of God-level lottery points later. But this crap system has automatically deducted a bit of God-level lottery points without notifying Lei Luo. When Lei Luo took the initiative to hand it in, it was actually too embarrassed to accept it. In this way, after going back and forth, Lei Luo, who had completed the 3 tasks originally, only had a few God-level lottery points left at hand. That thing doesn't exist, but as compensation, in this lottery, the system will give the host the Turtle Breath Datha. Turtle Breath Datha, the ultimate in breath holding. As long as you practice it, you will not suffer from discomfort caused by the lack of oxygen supply for a long time. HMPH, if you still have some conscience, let's draw a lottery. After the words fell, the unchanging turntable of Eternal appeared in Lei Luo's mind again. S-Class Skill, Armament Hockey. S-Level Skills, Turtle Qigong. S-Class Props, Water Silver Ribbon. SS Level Reward, Promise Juggernaut. S-Class Weapon, Magic Sword, Apophis. S-Level Skills, Kimin After the Wind. Armament Hockey, exclusive to Pirate World, no need to explain too much. Turtle Qigong is a luck stunt developed by the world's first martial artist, Turtle Immortal, in the Dragon Ball world. The power will vary according to the strength of the user, but there is no doubt that the destructive power of this move is absolutely calculable. Top is top. Water Silver Ribbon, a piece of equipment from League of Legends, is used to release all controls while increasing movement speed. After system enhancement, the Water Silver Ribbon will restore 1/5 of its original function to the user. One's stamina can trigger up to 3 times a day. Wuji Sword Saint, whose real name is Master Yi, is the highlight of this lottery draw. He is a swordsman from Ionia. However, Master Yi advocates peace, and he will never use violence until it is necessary. Demon Sword, Apophis, an artifact from the dungeon world, has the most stylish giant sword shape, at the cost of slowing down the speed of attack, in exchange for unparalleled destructive power. The Kimin of the Queen of the Wind, one of the 8 magical skills from the Immortals. Kimin has skills, and the Queen of Wind is king. Among the thousands of worlds, there are as many Taoist techniques as the stars at night. Among them, Kimin Dunjia, Antishui 8 trigrams and Tai Xuanshu are the most famous, and the Kimin behind the wind is the ultimate heaven-reaching technique based on the 3. Seeing the 6 prizes in this lottery draw, Lei Luo felt a lot of joy. Not to mention the existence of the SS level reward Wuji Juggernaut, as long as there are no such tricks as Toya Lake and Pokeball this time, it is already the most European emperor of Lei Luo. Hurry up, draw the lottery. Lei Luo, who couldn't wait, felt like the system had given an order for the first time. The turntable was spinning rapidly, and Lei Luo's heart kept beating. If he can draw the promised Juggernaut, then even if his next few draws belong to the ranks of super non-chiefs, he will never have any complaints. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the S-level award. No, it should be the SS level award, Promise Sword Saint. I'll go to your second uncle, his uncle, are you kidding me? At this time, Lei Luo's face was covered with black lines. Just now, the pointer clearly stopped on the water silver ribbon, but he silently set the flag in Lei Luo's heart. Superior. Other people's systems are all invincible and invincible. How can they be so stupid? Just as Lei Luo continued to sincerely greet the ancestors of the founders of the system in his heart, a deep male voice sounded in his ear. My sword is your sword. Naval Headquarters. The furious Akainu pinched a Navy soldier's throat and held him in the air, the thick smoke with high temperature in his mouth. Just one mouthful, burned the Navy's face into blisters one after another. Say, who issued the order to hunt down the Dark World? Lei Luo's departure. Apart from Akainu, Tina, and Leiju, no fourth person knew about Akatsuki. Just now, when Karp was going to ask Lei Luo some questions about the seventh gate of the 8 inner gates, he was mistaken for a sneak attack by Lei Luo. With Garp's skill, he could easily counteract this man, but when the Navy investigated his information, it was discovered that he was a newcomer who had just registered for the military. Just this, the most terrifying pursuit order in the world instantly appeared in the minds of the Navy's top management. Cough, cough, The Navy was breathing hard, but Akainu's extremely powerful fingers were incomparably precise, and the force happened to be grasped at a scale that was not enough to kill, but it was difficult to breathe. However, what Akainu did not expect was that the Navy chose to bite his tongue and commit suicide at the last minute. Mighty and unyielding, then you will be reduced to ashes in the last pain. Akainu sneered. The palm that squeezed the assassin's throat slowly turned into boiling lava, and instantly turned a living person into a pile of black ashes. Anyone who has been in contact with the Dark World understands that anyone who dares to reveal the identity of their employer or assassin will be regarded as a public enemy, which is equivalent to the highest level pursuit order. Rather than knowing when and how to be killed, the overall fear, it is better to choose the joy of self-destruction now. I have issued a hunting order for the Admiral, and I have enough ability to pay for it. It seems that Lei Luo has provoked a guy with a lot of background this time. These bastards in the sea are really scary. Kizaru shrank his neck and looked very scared, but there was never a hint of timidity in the iconic wretched smile on his face. Didn't that kid just come back from Beihai? Someone, call Lieutenant General Tina and Lieutenant General Leiju. The green cow smiled slightly, and an uncontrollable fighting intent emerged from the depths of his eyes. Chapter 298_Anilu appears. In the vast universe, there are countless secrets and billions of planets. Whenever a star burns, there is a galaxy formed by it as the core, such as the well-known solar system. In the solar system, there are 8 planets. The bluest of the 8 is surrounded by a satellite, and this is the moon. Looking around, there is no life on the moon, and there seems to be a faint flash of thunder on the pitted surface, and a golden light descends. Master, is there really any human existence here? Master Yi, who also learned the turtle breath Dafa, asked Lei Luo, who was also beside him with a confused face. According to the normal biological setting, there is only an endless vacuum on the moon, and even if a weak human stops here for a second, it will become an eternal corpse due to ultra-low temperature and breathing. However, Lei Luo's target, Anilu, is indeed ruling this satellite. Speaking of evidence, the constantly alternating thunder is the best proof. What's more, in the original world, there used to be a special race on the moon. Sure enough, the world of comics cannot be viewed with common sense. Lei Luo quietly cancelled the turtle breath Dafa, but found that he was not affected by the lack of oxygen supply when he was on the moon. It was at this moment that Lei Luo realized one thing, that he seemed to be slaughtered by the old fox of the system. Manga. What is a manga? This is the vocabulary of my hometown, and I just said it casually, you don't have to take it seriously. On the surface, Lei Luo, who was explaining to Master Yi, swept the surface of the moon quickly, and the most dazzling place of lightning must be the location of Anilu. However, Lei Luo and the two who have turned the whole planet around, let alone human beings, haven't even seen anything that has the breath of life. This makes Lei Luo very different. Could it be that Anilu is dead? However, according to the setting of Pirate World, the thunder fruit did not reappear on the sea, which means that the previous capable person is still alive, and even if he is only lingering, he still has not died. Strange, why is that? Lei Luo's expression became more and more puzzled. Is Anilu dead or alive? If he is dead, where is his body, and if he is alive, why is there any trace? What is going on in all this? Master, be careful. At this moment, Master Yi jumped up, his figure turned into a green light, and he kept jumping into space, and the long sword in his hand flashed a strange light. In silence, a small star fragment turned into rubble and fell on the surface of the moon, making its already uneven surface even more pitted. No sound can be transmitted in a vacuum. Lei Luo, who understood why there was no sound from the explosion of the star fragments, was even more puzzled. According to the laws of physics, he and Master Yi should not be able to hear each other's speech, but why couldn't hear the roaring thunder? The sound and the explosion of the stars, the dialogue between the two has no effect. Because the Wuji juggernaut belongs to the rewards issued by this system, it is connected with your heart. The two of you just talked on the surface without sound, but there is an invisible bridge between your spirits. After a systematic explanation, Lei Luo reluctantly accepted this world setting that is closely related to real life, but slightly different. Suddenly, in the depths of the lunar land, a bearded cat was covered with stains all over, and a scrawny man came out of it, and there was a trace of joy in those extremely contemptuous eyes. Finally, after so many years, I finally saw a living human again. Although Lei Luo recognized at a glance that the person who appeared in front of him was the Anilu he was looking for, he was now faced with a bigger problem, which was how he should talk to Anilu. System, are you there? There is no way for the system to solve the problems encountered by the host, but there is one person in this world who can temporarily change the air environment of a planet. Who? Gurges. Suddenly realized, Lei Luo slapped his forehead sharply. Yes, Gurges can use the ability of the air fruit to mobilize a part of the air and the moon from the earth, and he only needs to create a closed space with the six-pole light prison. In darkness, the thing that exists the most is the light that is swallowed up in an instant. As soon as he said it, Lei Luo set out a shadow clone on the spot, traveled in the void with the speed of light, and hurried to the naval headquarters to look for Gurges. Master, what you just did seems to annoy the person above. The voice of Master Yi of Wuji Jiansheng resounded in Lei Luo's mind. When he looked up, he only saw Anilu in the air. At this moment, his hands were replaced by lightning. In an instant, two dazzling thunderbolts rushed towards Lei Luo and Master Yi respectively. Without the air barrier, the speed of these two thunderbolts was at least multiplied several times. Plateau bloodline is on. Instant light. Two figures, one green and one gold, moved rapidly on the surface of the moon, but the two thunders seemed to be of extraordinary intelligence, following the two of them, either curved or straight, without the slightest slack. This bastard has been alone for a long time, has his brain gone wrong? Lei Luo, who didn't intend to force the shot, complained in his heart. He really couldn't understand why Anilu suddenly burst out and launched an attack. But at this time, the smell of blood gradually spread. Lei Luo turned his head to look, but what he saw was that due to the difference in speed, Master Yi was mobilized by Anilu to the thunder in the distance, forming a flanking trend, even though Master Yi had already reacted very quickly and entered into meditation in the state. There is still a wound on the shoulder, and the blood is in the form of beads, one by one suspended in the air. Although Master Yi has always advocated the justice of freedom and peace, and believes that violence is not the solution to troubles, when the opposite party has the will to kill, he will definitely resist at the first time. Just like his line, leading to the key to immortality is immortality. I saw that Master Yi's left hand touched the end of the sword from the hilt, and the light blue light on the long sword flickered. Even Lei Luo's heart trembled because of this. The most special true damage in League of Legends seems to have a similar effect to Conqueror's Haki, that is, it has the ability to damage the entity of the natural devil fruit ability. Yi, this battle is up to you. Lei Luo casually squeezed the thunder that was chasing him to nothing, and stood quietly in place. Chapter 299 _ Juggernaut vs. Thor. The way of promise will teach this person a painful lesson. Master Yi said calmly, no matter how powerful the enemy is, he will always maintain a calm state of mind. Lei Luo is not too worried about this battle. The real damage brought by the way of promise can hurt the body of the natural ability person, and the 7-degree compound eyes on Master Yi's head can provide him with a broad perspective. Even if Enelu has the blessing of the heart network, too, the real gap between them is not that huge. Just gently swinging the sword slash that exudes a light green light seems to turn 1 into 1,000, and the next moment, the 1,000 slashes become 1, and between every movement and a thought, the subtle sword energy spreads, causing the space to vibrate at the same time. And did not shatter it. It's a good move to kill 1,000 machines. Seeing this scene, Lei Luo couldn't help but be amazed. 1 and 1,000 represent the very small and the great respectively. The vertical and horizontal sword chi has the power to crush space, but it coexists with it. While this move is extremely powerful, it does not cause a devastating blow to foreign objects. The way of promise is really an ultimate avenue that accommodates all the rivers and advocates peace. Feeling the terrifying pressure contained in the slash that flew towards him, Anelu's face sank, and he raised his right arm and banged on the drum on his right shoulder, and the endless thunder was released from his body. At the same time, Anelu's left hand was not idle either. He beat the taiko drum on his left shoulder with a slow but rhythmic regularity, constantly gathering the unbridled thunder on the surface of the moon. With the corners of Anelu's mouth slightly raised, the shocking Lei Wei was out of the world. A phoenix-shaped thunderbird and a wolf-shaped beast came up and down, and they all slammed into the slash. There was no deafening loud noise, only brilliant blue and blue colors spread in the vacuum, and the aura full of destruction continued to spread across the universe, and even the moon vibrated in position. That's not right. I remember Enelu's 2 tricks only need to beat the taiko drum alone. Why does he need to beat both at the same time? Lei Luo, who noticed something was wrong, suddenly sounded something and wanted to remind Master Yi, but it was already too late. A crystal dragon made of thunder appeared from the blind spot of Master Yi's vision. Zhang Qiba's claws shredded the previous blue-blue mixed color and whistled to kill Master Yi. This was Enelu's unique trick 6000 10,000 volt Trairan. Of course, the whistling sound was just what Lei Luo imagined. Using 230 million volt tricks as a feint, and then paving the way for the follow-up ultimate move, Anelu's combat skills and strategic deployment are very clever. It is not like being defeated by a kid who just went to sea, and finally fled in embarrassment. To the presence of the moon. Fruit ability restraint. Smile. The thermal energy from this level of lightning is enough to ignite the rubber, and in the end not even slag is left. Strength gap. Anelu's physical skills are indeed very poor, but with observation haki, heart net, his development of fruit ability is even better than that of Kizaru, and coupled with such an excellent combat mind, it is simply impossible. Shouldn't be beaten by a hairy boy. As for why Anelu still lost to Luffy in the original book, the answer is only the 3 words, plot kill. Sure enough, it's not worth my heart's desire. Anelu's combat power is infinitely close to the level of a general. It was just a fight, and Lei Luo already had a rough judgment on Anelu's strength. Such a talented person, if he learns the 8 inner gates and improves his domineering, his future strength will definitely not be weaker than Whitebeard. A moony mover Moko coaxes. A sudden chanting sound of scriptures caught Lei Luo's attention. At this time, Master Yi floated the long sword horizontally in front of him, the other hand with 2 fingers was erected in front of his mouth, and his whole body was covered by a dark green light. Thunder Dragon arrived as promised, but at the moment when it touched Master Yi's body, Master Yi cancelled the meditation state in an instant. The instant W with the highest damage reduction in the game. Good guy, the game characters will have high-end operations. In the real world, Lei Luo, who is an avid fan of League of Legends, although his favorite game character is not the Juggernaut, he is familiar with any high-end operations of this simple and mindless hero. However, what happened next made Lei Luo very strange, because Master Yi, who avoided the first impact damage, did not choose to take advantage of this gap to further evade the subsequent damage, but launched an attack on Lei Luo. Sword move Alpha Raid. The green light flashed 3 times in succession, leaving a cyan trail on the Thunder Dragon's body. When the 4th and last flash of the green light went out, Master Yi, who was holding the Qingfang, and Ani appeared. In front of the road, a sword followed. Will the landing point of the Alpha Raid move in front of the final target? Now, Ben is also worried that Lei Luo, who has been weakened due to the different fighting styles in the world of pirates, will be overjoyed. Sure enough, no matter how the fighting style changes, the fighting consciousness and on-the-spot reaction honed in the battle of life and death will never dissipate. Analu, who had never seen Wuji Kendo, was a little confused. He didn't know how the green-clothed opponent in front of him ignored his Thunder Dragon and appeared in front of him, but he was sure of one thing. That is, by elementalization alone, it is impossible to stop the sword that is about to pierce into his chest. Electric light. Analu did not dare to relax at all, and directly collided all the thunders in his body together. The light generated by the collision actually managed to temporarily transform his thunder attribute into a more ethereal light attribute. At the same time, there are countless small the razor was attached to Master Yi's body. This electric light move is the strongest defense when Analu is close to him, and in the defense, there is also a counterattack, which is enough to paralyze all the opponent's meridians in a short period of time. The 2 future generals seem to be waving to me. General Evil Eye, what are you talking about? In the high sky of the earth, Lei Luo, who had just described the operation formula of Turtle's breath Dafa to Gedges, suddenly showed a touch of ecstasy on his face. It's nothing, you're ready, I'm going to speed up next time. Lei Luo, who had fooled Gedger for a while, was still unable to calm the excitement in his heart. Whether it is the Promised Sword Saint or Analu, they have extremely strong combat power and infinite potential. As long as they are cultivated and an independent navy capable of fighting against the 4 emperors is established, it is just around the corner. Chapter 300_God's Form. I have 3. What kind of swordsmanship is this? With the help of the miraculous effect of the electric light, Analu, who had regulated the damage of this blow, was shocked, because just as he was about to counterattack, he found that the sword move that should have been stagnant actually had a second sword. When he started, the second sword was definitely not controlled by Wuji Juggernaut himself, but more like an attack prepared in advance. Juggernaut's passive. No, from the time of the shot to the present, the Juggernaut has not swung the sword enough times. Does the passive refresh automatically after W? Lei Luo, who was watching the game, gave the correct answer. Suddenly, a thunderstorm descended out of nowhere, hitting Sword Saint Tianling Gai directly. In the face of such a sudden situation, Master Yi, relying on his final control over his body, forcibly moved with the explosive force generated by the collision of thunder in Analu's body, and opened a sufficient safety distance from the injured Analu. Blood-like thunder slush continuously flowed out of Analu's chest and mouth, and his heartbeat, which was originally strong and powerful, also became fragile at this time, and finally almost came to a complete stop. On the surface of the moon, Master Yi, who was completely paralyzed by the little white thunder snake, had a nervous signal on his face, because he seemed to feel that something in his body was about to explode. As expected by the Juggernaut, after completing their mission, those little white thunder snakes collided head to head, turning into dazzling thunder, defeating Master Yi, who was unable to defend from the inside out. Ah Mu, Mani, Foko. The Promised Sword Saint kept his mouth closed, but he didn't make any sound. The only movement was probably the blood of the gorilla Yuhi that kept pouring out of his throat. Victory. Feeling that the wounds in Wuji Jiansheng's body began to heal slowly, and a trace of vitality reappeared, Lei Luo couldn't help wrinkling. He didn't expect that this supposedly huge confrontation would end so quickly, and even the final result turned out to be 1 handicap and 1 death. Keep meditating and I'll heal you. Looking at Anilu, who was suspended in midair in a free state, Lei Luo sighed helplessly, walked to the side of Wuji Swordsman, and activated the light therapy technique. Lord, little. Just when Lei Luo's palm with warm golden light was about to touch Master Yi, Master Yi resisted the blood gushing out of his throat and squeezed two vague tones from his mouth. At that moment, Lei Luo's observation Haki suddenly activated, and his body subconsciously condensed a golden light spell on his body. Just now, a thunder like the judgment of the gods crashed down. Ellen is back to life. Looking back, Lei Luo clearly saw through the wound in front of Analu's chest that the heart that should have stopped beating was now surrounded by thunder and lightning, faintly returning to the previous rhythm. Electrotherapy. Analu can use electrotherapy to make his heart stop beating and revive it again. Next, before Anilu could continue to take action, Lei Luo's body was full of golden light, and a huge hexagram that covered a radius of several hundred meters appeared. The next moment, in the top of the three people's heads, one of the two figures that suddenly appeared shattered, and it also turned into a hexagram that was exactly the same as the surface of the moon. One high and one low, call each other accordingly. 6 paths shot out from the sharp corners of the double array, blocking the space. At the same time, a very familiar feeling flooded into his heart, completely dispelling the panic that appeared in Enalu's heart because of Lei Luo's power. Replace. It's air. It's air. Analu greedily gulps, with a look of extreme shock, as if he was afraid that everything that happened in front of him would be a big dream. Wait, was that my voice just now? Suddenly, realizing the slightly dry voice beside his ears, Analu began to tremble, and tears rolled down his eyes. Air, sound, after so long, I finally saw the things that I used to have at my fingertips, and now I am looking forward to it day and night. Analu, are you willing to follow me back? At this moment, Lei Luo, who had roughly treated Master Yi's internal injuries, suddenly made a sound in his mouth. Go back. Hearing this word, Analu's mood obviously fluctuated greatly. Sky Island, the Kingdom of God, Angel Island. These familiar names mixed with unfamiliar names appeared in Analu's mind. Going back, Analu was trying every way to go back day and night, but this infinite land that he dreamed of in his heart was a hell at all, constantly weakening the power that was eating away at him. When he found the clue, he has lost the ability to return to his hometown. I will take you back, and you will be my master and continue to live as a navy. Lei Luo's voice sounded again. Navy, pirates. Straw Hat Luffy. In a trance, the beauty in Analu's mind was shattered by a young smiling face that suddenly appeared. If it wasn't for the appearance of this bastard, I would still be the god of the empty island, and I would never have gone to this ghost place, tortured by hunger, loneliness, and emptiness day and night. You think about it, at least I won't leave until the air here runs out. Lei Luo, who was confused by the various problems of Gedgers, didn't even want to say a word, and directly threw the problem to Analu. Going back is his own extravagant hope, but he can be a human being as the master. How can this be a dignity that a god can abandon? Want me to recognize you as the master? It's very simple, to prove that you are stronger than me. 200 million volts, the god of thunder, came into the world. Boom boom boom. The violent power continued to explode in his ears, accompanied by endless thunder. At this time, Analu seemed to have transformed into a thunder giant, closing his eyes and enjoying the long-lost sound. Looking at Analu's strongest form, Lei Luo just shook his head and grinned, and suddenly knocked Gedges unconscious with his backhand. In your form, I have 3. In the next moment, Lei Luo's figure is divided into 3 parts. Although the appearance is the same, there are great differences in the subtleties of the facial features. On the left, golden eye shadow and red Yuhi's robes are added. In the middle, in appearance, a pair of bloody eyes of Yuhi containing 9 pitch black tomo were added. On the right, the skin on the whole body is covered with gold. Wizard Godzilla Sage Mode is huge, open. Full body Susanoo, turn on. The ultimate god and Buddha form, open. At that moment, Sandao glanced at it, and could not see the huge figures with heads appearing on the faces of Analu and Wuji Jiansheng. The violent energy contained in the 3 bodies reminded them all the time, the difference between ants and beasts. The gap is so huge. Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards. Chapter 301 to 320. Chapter 301 Enlisted. Frustration, helplessness, despair, fear. There is even a trace of awe, the awe of mortals for gods. It was the first time that Anilu, under the blessing of Thor, had such complicated emotions. Even when facing the Straw Hat Boy who could ignore all his attacks, he had never been like this. Different from Ernie Road, Master Wuji Zhangshengyi looked at the three endless backs towering in the clouds in front of him. No, it should be towering into the universe, and there was actually a kind of God, devil, Buddha, and three families standing side by side in his heart. And integrated ideas. Do you think it is necessary to continue fighting? The three voices sounded at the same time, all of them roaring like falling thunder, which lasted for a long time. Continue. I don't want to die. Why is there such a powerful existence in this world? Anilu took a few steps back subconsciously, and the 200 million VOD blessing that he had wrapped was also dissipating little by little. At this moment, he couldn't even mention a little war intent. I don't like to force people, so talk. Lei Luo, who also cancelled his three strongest states, merged with his avatar, looking at Anilu whose legs were already shaking with a playful look in his eyes. Talk. Talk about what? Yes, talk about it. Kunzi speaks and does not speak. Undecided, Anilu didn't know what he was talking about. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, that is, if necessary, even kneeling down, he must survive. Seeing that Anilu agreed to his proposal, Lei Luo was relieved. The most effective way to deal with such arrogant people is always to use absolute power to make the other party surrender. The same sentence, would you like to follow me? Follow you. Is there any benefit to me? As soon as the words fell, Anilu couldn't wait to slap himself. How long has it been? Facing a powerhouse who can easily kill him in seconds, he still dares to make conditions. Hearing the good news, Lei Luo was also taken aback, but he soon recovered his calm. The advantage is that you can become a navy, and I will try my best to improve your combat power to the peak. At that time, Straw Hat Luffy is just a clown jumping beam in your eyes. After a little thought, Lei Luo said the greatest benefit he could offer. Taking revenge on the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, this is the goal that Anilu is thinking about every day, but he can only think about the relationship between the restraint of the Devil Fruit's ability. But now, it seems that someone can do this for themselves. Okay, I agree, but I have one request, and that is that no one in the Navy can give me orders except you. As the only true god of the Sky Island, Anilu always has an arrogance in his heart, which drives him to choose to obey orders only to those who are powerful enough to convince him. Anilu's request is nothing to Lei Luo, because he intends to build his own navy in the future, and he will not let others judge his subordinates, even the Lord of the World Government. Neither. Okay, I promise you, now you go back with me, take care of your body first and then talk about the rest. After a simple exchange, after enlisting Anilu in the army, Lei Luo took the two and drove towards the earth. Master Yi, the master-level swordsman, Anilu, who can be called a generation of French kings, plus Gejis, Leiju and others who still need to be improved in the future, Lei Luo is only the final layout in his heart. The hardest part is the huge base of soldiers. Although a high-level combat strength is enough to be worth hundreds or even more ordinary soldiers, after all, when 2 fists are invincible and 4 hands are finally exhausted, these basic combat strengths are still of considerable importance. But not a group of troops with bloodline factors, wearing technological combat uniforms, and holding weapons forged by Halu assimilation gas. The sum of their combat power cannot be underestimated. Whoosh! Lei Luo and the others, who had just landed on the ground, had not had time to stand firm, and a bullet accurately passed through Lei Luo's eyebrows. The enemy attacked, and the other party seemed to be an experienced sniper. It's a pity that he doesn't know Conqueror's Haki. Seeing the unresponsive Lei Luo and the unconscious Master Yi in the face of such a situation, Anilu knew very well that this was his chance to express himself. To the southeast, about 400 meters or so, the target is still moving away at high speed. Anilu, who slowly opened his eyes, raised his thin arm, and a thunder with the thickness of the mouth of the bull turned into a cheetah and swept out instantly. The next second, there was a scream in the distance, and there was a black smoke rising up. Your heart net seems more search-oriented than observation hockey. Lei Luo's voice sounded. After observing the heart net, he found that the heart net is more like a radar, which can capture the enemies around him, while observation hockey is more like a spiritual time travel. Slowly develop to the point of foreseeing the future. Where is this? At this moment, Gedges suddenly woke up and looked at Lei Luo with puzzled eyes. General Evil Eye, who are these two? After briefly introducing Anilu and Master Yi to Gedges, Lei Luo did not take the fact that someone sneaked up on him, but walked towards the island with 24 numbers written in front of him. This is the Chambord Islands. 24 is mainly an island with restaurants and other industries as a supplement. Lei Luo, who has traveled all the way from the moon to the earth, even if he has the displacement skills of light speed and void walking, with 3 people, it also took a very long time. However, in the chaotic universe, there is no concept of time, and now Lei Luo does not know how far the world of pirates has developed. He only knows that he is hungry and needs to find a place to eat to replenish energy. This, and this, don't want all of them, and the rest will be served 4 times. Lei Luo, who still has more than 900 million Baileys in the system storage space, is naturally rich, and even the waiter can't believe it when he comes up to operate. Take the menu to the chef. What, are you worried that I can't pay this little money? In the eyes of others, Master Yi and others, Lei Luo once again pretended to be a big match unintentionally. Mr. Lei, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish the food after ordering so much. Navy, one of our family's rules is not to waste food. Seeing that Lei Luo made such a lavish shot, Gedges hurriedly spoke to stop him. Long before entering the 24th island, Lei Luo used his life to change his appearance into a big fat man, and at the same time explained to the 3 people that only Mr. Lei was spoken in spoken language, and the Navy used his family instead. Chapter 302 Restaurant Island Number 24. Waste. I'm not afraid enough. Lei Luo smiled helplessly, then turned his attention to Master Yi and Anilu, who were looking at the menu. After the war on the moon, Master Yi has not eaten food for a long time since he appeared on the empty island, and he is already hungry with his chest on his back. And Anilu, the last time I ate something, it seemed like 2 years ago. It's been so long that he's not sure if he will still use all kinds of utensils correctly. Mr. Lei, this is the Supreme VIP card of our restaurant. I hope you will accept it with a smile. At this moment, a gorgeous, fat middle-aged man walked up to Lei Luo with a smile on his face. In his hands with white gloves, he was holding a card made of pure gold and inlaid with the 3 letters of VIP with small diamonds. The boss is the boss, and he really knows how to be a man. Lei Luo smiled at the man after he casually threw this VIP, which represented the highest treatment, to Gedges. No matter what industry it is, whether it is civil or military, there will be 2 kinds of people. One is as blind as the waiter, and the other is someone who is very good at doing things like this boss. It is precisely because of this that employees are employees. Gudong. At a dining table not far from Lei Luo, a short man in a straight striped road suit clasped the Yuhi wine glass in his hand on the table. What a vulgar woman, it really spoils my appetite. Come on, go and gag her mouth on Lao Su. Godfather, this is near the naval headquarters. If we act in such a big way, I'm afraid we will cause unnecessary trouble. Facing the reminder from his subordinates, the short man glared angrily at the next table, and the steel fork in his hand was also deformed by him. Attracted by this scene, Lei Luo followed the man's eyes and saw a young woman with long pink yuhi hair, wearing denim shorts and white half-sleeves, and a pair of brown boots on her feet, which made the straight and slender legs even more attractive. With a young and beautiful appearance, The figure supported by a pair of long legs is extraordinarily tall, coupled with the heart-shaped mouth yuhi on her fragrant lips. No matter how you look at it, it is a rare stunner in the world. It's just a pity that the woman grabbed the food in front of her with her hands and shoved it into her mouth indiscriminately, which is simply the embodiment of rudeness in the world. Isn't it done yet? These cooks are all short of arms and legs. The plates are all bottomed out. Didn't the waiter see it? Yes, as soon as the woman opened her mouth, her originally beautiful image was greatly reduced in Lei Luo's heart. If a rude woman with foul language sits next to her, she will also lose her appetite. At this moment, Lei Luo understands the mood of the short man. Swish. Just when the little man who was holding back the anger in his heart stuffed the paper balls into his ears and was about to enjoy the delicious steak he had just served, a pair of slender jade fingers took it away with lightning speed and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah, it's hot. It's hot. That's right, the rude woman started to snatch the food from the surrounding guests. It was hot in her mouth, but she still swallowed it and continued to snatch food from the table beside her with both hands. Hey, uncle, by the way, filet mignon is best medium rare, your 7 is a bit old. After stealing Lao Su's food, there are still so many mouths. Fuck, believe it or not, I shot you now. Finally, the middle-aged man who had been silent for a long time couldn't bear it any longer. He pulled out the pistol attached to his waist, and with a clamor, the muzzle was buckled between the brows of the rude woman. You fucking threaten Lao Su again. Seeing this, the rude woman was not to be outdone. Her oil-stained palm directly grabbed the short man's collar. Most of the words were foul language, and Lei Luo couldn't hold back a laugh, and it was at this moment that he caught a glimpse of Gedges, who looked flustered. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? In Lei Luo's perception, even if Gedges, an ordinary person, is protected by Master Yi, after traveling through the universe at the speed of light, his body will feel uncomfortable to some extent. However, Lei Luo was shocked by the answer that Gedges got up and bent his ears. Born in the West Sea, the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, the godfather of the gang, with a bounty of 138 million Bailey, Kappenberg. And from the South China Sea, the captain of the Bonnie Pirates, the Big Stomach Girl, Joel Bonnie, with a bounty of 140 million Bailey. After the two tops the war, they were rated as 11 supernovas. Lei Luo, who was trying hard to recall the plot of the original novel, remembered that the scene in front of him did not appear, but he had already seen this kind of thing as a surprise. After all, because of his appearance, the original storyline had begun to shift. Boss, the guests are making trouble with you. Don't you plan to take care of them? Lei Luo, who didn't plan to reveal his identity, asked the restaurant owner, who was watching this scene with a smile. Mr. Lei, in the eyes of us people, customers are gods, and the quarrel between customers is like the battle of the gods. How can we mortals be so embarrassed to intervene? PFF'd. Facing the reply given by the restaurant owner, Lei Luo smiled. They thought that there was still such a thing to say. Hey, the two of you have the same fortune as me today. You can't kill or see killing, otherwise you'll have bad luck. In the restaurant where the sword was drawn, and life could happen at any time, a blonde, slender man with 6 paths vertical stripes on his forehead above his eyes slowly pulled Becky and Bonnie over. The captain of the North Sea Hawkins Pirates, Basil Hawkins, the magician, with a bounty of 249 million Bailey. With just one glance, whether it was Lei Luo and Gedges, Becky or Bonnie, they recognized the blonde man's identity. Hawkins, you'd better tell the truth just now, or I will crash with you. Becky slowly withdrew the pistol. For Hawkins, what is truly famous in the world is not how superb his combat effectiveness is, nor the earth-shattering great things he has done, but the divination that he has almost never made a mistake. This made Becky subconsciously choose to stop. You, Rhea fucking coward, don't fucking show up in front of my mother next time. Waiter, serve, what are you looking at? Bonnie's grumpy temper. Even if Becky had already chosen to stop, she was still unforgiving at all. The Chambord Islands, 3 supernovae. The information quickly revolved and reorganized in Lei Luo's mind, and a big question appeared in his mind. How long has it been since he went to the moon to recruit Enelu, and is it the worst era in his mind? Chapter 303_1-on-1. Boss, how long has it been since the top war event? Lei Luo asked casually. The bar business was not very good at this time, and the owner was also wiping his glasses. If everything really goes as he expected, then everything will be on track today. Mr. Lei, it should be more than a year since the end of the war on the top today. The answer given by the restaurant owner was not the 2 years in Lei Luo's mind. Wait a minute, this scene should have happened 2 years ago. Suddenly, Lei Luo's mind came up with the comics he had been chasing day and night. The appearance of Supernova 11 should have been before the war. Why is it happening again now? Mr. Lei, the owner of the house has ordered a long time ago that anyone who encounters Joe Elibani who escaped from the headquarters must be arrested as soon as possible. Gedger's voice rang softly in Lei Luo's ear again, the owner of which was the current Admiral Akainu Sakaski. Understood, now you tell me the identities of the 3 of them first. From Gedger's mouth, Lei Luo learned that Becky had married Charlotte Chifeng, the 22nd daughter of Big Mom, and Bonnie escaped from the Navy. As for Hawkins, she was still her original identity. It seems that everything is still developing according to the original storyline, which is purely accidental today. Boss, let me ask you one more question. What would you do if your customers destroyed your restaurant in Battle of the Gods? The restaurant owner was also a little overwhelmed by Lei Luo's sudden question, but he still gave a humorous answer in a very short time. Then I will report to the naval headquarters and let the gods experience what is called Ragnarok. Lei Luo, who was once again amused by the restaurant owner's words, laughed out loud this time, attracting everyone's attention. Ha ha ha, what a Ragnarok. Only this time, you don't need to report, your 3 gods will now face the flame demon that destroyed Asgardro. Lei Luo's words didn't point out who the 3 were, but for some reason, everyone present seemed to have a heart-to-heart, and all their eyes were fixed on Becky, Bonnie, and Hawkins. In the same way, the 3 of them also sensed a vague sense of danger from Lei Luo's body. Compared to Becky's silence and Bonnie's disdain, Hawkins chose to take out his divination card. Osterk, the running god. Looks like I'm going to find a chance to slip away first. Every action of Hawkins will be based on the results of his divination. Even if the opponent is very weak, as long as the divination results show that he may die because of it, then you will see a figure without looking back and leave gracefully. Hey, boy, it's not appropriate for this uncle to kill today, it's good luck for you. Bekanu, who heard Hoskins whisper, snorted. I don't know if this sentence was said to Lei Luo or to Bonnie. Anyway, after he finished speaking, he dropped a bag of Bailey and took his men with him. To leave. Swish. Lightning flashed, electric lights flickered, and a figure holding a big drumstick appeared in front of Becky. Want to go easy and beat me? Before Becky could reply, another green figure stood in front of him and killed several of his subordinates. Mr. Lei said that this person is handed over to me, and you can deal with the one who wants to get away. After being reminded by Lei Luo, Master Yi knew that Becky's devil fruit was a fortified city fruit, and he could build a castle within his body under the control of his mind or directly transform himself into stone. The stone does not conduct electricity, and Enelu, who has not yet recovered to its peak, will suffer a big loss when the fruit is restrained, especially if the opponent is a pirate whose strength is recognized by the world. Lei Luo didn't want to recruit his subordinates, because the stone could not conduct electricity and was stimulated, and finally began to find the way to the infinite land by himself again. The winning percentage is 4 or 6, I'm 4 and you are 6. Hawkins grinned for himself again, pulled over a chair and sat down, as if he had no intention of resisting. This made Enelu, who was very upset, instantly become excited after the opponent was replaced. One admits his strength and gives up resistance. This is the ability of a god, and he can defeat the opponent without taking a shot. Hey, Analu from Sky Island, how about we two play a game? How do you know I'm from the Sky Island? My divination also told me that you were in a very far away place. Tell me, what to play? What's the stake? Analu, who hadn't talked to anyone carefully for several years, became the kind of child who didn't wait in front of a fortune teller after a few words, and even chose to accept Hawkins' proposal. This is a poker card. You shuffle the cards and draw for you and me. The winner will be determined in one round. If I win, you must let me go. If I lose, there will never be any defiance when captured. What do you think, Lord Navy? Through the results displayed by the divination, Hawkins probably judged that the people in front of him were extremely difficult, and he already knew the identities of the Navy. Okay, I agree. At the moment when Analu agreed, Hawkins seemed to be conjuring up a new set of playing cards, and he threw it to Analu for the first time. Hey, boy, if you want to fight, go out and fight, don't waste my mother's time. Bonnie, who was still stuffing things into his mouth, looked at Gedges slowly walking towards him, and roared in a very unhappy heart. When tasting food, the people I hate the most are those who come to fight with my mother. At this moment, Lei Luo also used his life to return to his arms and restored his appearance to his previous appearance. The pair of Gorilla Yuhi's eyes shone in front of everyone's eyes. Yuhi-colored eyes, those are evil eyes. Could it be that that person is the contemporary Admiral Xie Mo Lei Luo? No, I heard Lei Luo went out, how could he be here? Different people have different positions, and everyone's ideas must be wild. But now, they look into Lei Luo's eyes and seem to be waiting for something. Bonnie is right. If you want to fight, go out and fight, so the three of you understand. In the next moment, the impact force erupted from the friction between Haor and Sword Chi, thunder, and the air. In just a moment, they each carried this figure and came to the humanoid passage of the civilian street. 3 1-on-1 battles are about to begin. Chapter 304 Promise Kendo. On the 24th Island Common Street in the Chambord Islands, a tall building appeared out of thin air, and Becky and Master Yi were no longer seen. Beside this building, there was Gedges standing in a daze, and an old woman who collapsed in front of him with a terrified expression. General Evil Eye, did you see where Bonnie went? After escorting the old woman to a safe area, Gedges turned to Lei Luo and asked. Strange, where did Bonnie go? Her breath is clearly still around here. This point, Lei Luo was also very puzzled, but when he used the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan to check the aura in everyone present, a message suddenly popped into his mind. That old woman just now, she's Bonnie herself. Although the original comics did not mention what the power of Bonnie's devil fruit is, she seems to be able to turn herself into a child or an old man to avoid people's eyes and ears. Forget it, let her escape again. Lei Luo, who used observation haki to realize that Bonnie had fled to the port, did not choose to continue to hunt down, because just now, he was vaguely in the crowd and saw a long-nosed man with goggles, which was fleeting. Boom. Suddenly there was a violent explosion from the castle that appeared out of thin air, and then a green figure flew out of the thick smoke, and he did not forget to swing a sword energy with his backhand on the way. However, under the eyes of the public, the lower body of the castle suddenly turned into a tank crawler, and the upper body appeared a shield made of mud and various types of guns and ammunition. This is Becky's fruit ability. There is a castle in his body that he controls personally. With just a thought, he can create anything he wants in the castle. Seeing that his sword energy was exhausted in the quagmire, Master Yi did not choose to continue to shoot, but held the long sword in front of him, and the sound of chanting came from his mouth, and the green light enveloped him like a light, meditating. Status is on. Da 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 da. In the face of the Navy, Becky will naturally not have any hold. The blue fire Gatling, the smoke is not dispersed. It is a sniper rifle with a full 20mm caliber air explosive projectile, and guns such as submachine guns. The flames didn't stop for a minute. What is a hail of bullets? This is a hail of bullets. Only Becky alone can burst out the firepower of an army. General Evil Eye, the swordsman you recruited is so powerful that he was able to block such a fierce firepower with just his sword energy. Gedges was shocked, but in the next moment, the scene that appeared in front of him made him stunned. Boom! With a loud bang, a dazzling thunder light roared out of Master Yi's body, followed by the hot blood of Yuhi. This is the thunder of Enelu. How could this be? Not only the spectators and Gedges, but even Master Yi, who was the party involved, and the owner of thunder, Enelu, were full of confusion. Lei Luo, who was the only one who knew Akatsuki's reason, didn't say anything, just glanced at the charred straw doll that appeared in the air behind Master Yi at some point. This trick is Hawkins' trick straw doll, and its effect is to transfer the damage to others. Facing the out-of-the-air thunder that seriously injured him, Master Yi quickly pressed his hands on several acupoints on his chest. At the same time, to stop the blood, the plateau bloodline was activated. Condition. Regarding Master Yi's reaction, Lei Luo had nothing to say, but because of what happened in front of him, he stood there dumbfounded, and Enelu, who had not even used any defensive measures, disappointed Lei Luo very much. In the battle of life and death, there are many variables. If you can't keep a calm mind and guess the ability of the enemy, then this person will never become a real powerhouse. Although Hawkins, who had been drifting in this sea for several years, wanted to escape, he did not mind seriously injuring the Navy when he faced the overwhelmed Navy, so as to increase his chances of winning for his escape. Swish! I saw Hawkins pull out the long sword from his waist. Before the sound of unsheathing could reach the human ear, the blade made of fine iron disintegrated instantly. When they appeared again, it was still a long whip with alternating straws. Appeared on Enelu's chest. Ah! The heart-piercing sound of eating pain sounded, and Enelu's figure turned into a lightning bolt and quickly disappeared. He couldn't understand why all the opponents he encountered were so fucked up. It wasn't that the fruit ability completely restrained him, or the monsters like Lei Luo who couldn't see the depth even if he looked up, or it was just like the one in front of him. This blonde man, while the attack is ineffective, he can easily break through his elementalization. This has never happened before. Enelu, calm down, your speed is far higher than Hawkins, plus Xinhuang, the one who takes the initiative in this battle will always be you. Lei Luo's voice sounded, and there was a strong meaning of hating iron. At the same time, Becky, who was fighting Master Yi on the other side, was not so easy. An experienced swordsman with a special ability similar to armament hockey, since he doesn't want to be captured by the Navy, he has to use his trump card. Boom! Becky's body suddenly grew and enlarged, and the human appearance was replaced by the city wall along the way, but within a few seconds, a giant in the shape of a castle that looked like a man appeared in front of everyone. That's Becky's stunt. Full-size boss. Gorgeous exclaimed. He was also from the West Sea and knew the trick of the great pirate Becky very well. If Becky's previous state was only equivalent to an immovable fortress, then now he is like a city that can move at any time, whether it is people, horses, or vehicles, guns and cannons, there will be a steady stream of guns from his wrist. It rushed out of the black hole until it completely crushed the enemy. Come out, my army. A low voice came from the inside of the castle giant, which was quickly replaced by the galloping horses and the roar of cannon carts. In the black holes on the left and right sides of the body, a chilling and powerful morale continued to exude. Although there are many enemies, they will all be slashed with one blow. Wuji Kendo, 10,000 swords will return to the sect. The figure of the promised sword saint slowly floated into the air and closed his eyes. At this time, the sword chi around his body was born from the body, and it was unparalleled. Kill. At the moment when thousands of troops rushed out of the castle giant's body, Master Yi's eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 305_200 million, is that enough? The moment Master Yi waved the Qingfeng in his hand, countless long swords composed of sword intent swept down in the air, like an unstoppable storm. The sword spirit that dances in the sky, the sword spirit that is like a net of heaven and earth, and the sword spirit that is like a broken bamboo, the three are perfectly blended, even Lei Luo is amazed. Good swordsmanship. As Master Yi's opponent, Becky, who is not a swordsman, couldn't help but sigh at the subtlety of this move. Kill. One after another, the chilling sound went straight into the sky. The troops, who were fully armed from head to toe, rode war horses made of machinery, and never flinched when they met the sword energy. In the back row, there were even soldiers with guns, shells or icy arrows. It was completely placed on Master Yi's thin body. Boom boom boom. The explosion resounded in the air, and the smoke covered people's eyes. Great opportunity. Hawkins took advantage of his hands-to-hand seal, and after reciting a strange incantation in his mouth, the long knife that had recovered to its iron body stabbed into his lower abdomen. No blood flowed, no internal organs fell, and some were just endless straws, intertwined in the air quickly, gradually forming the appearance of Hawkins. That is Hawkins' demonic appearance, which can greatly enhance his abilities in all aspects. Anilu, remember to be careful next time. It was not Lei Luo who reminded Anilu, but Gedgers. At this moment, Lei Luo, who was helpless, let out a long sigh, because as a bystander, he could see everything clearly, but the client, Anilu, was attracted by Master Yi's trick and was played by Hawkins. Dong dong dong. Aware that the battle in the other battlefield was about to end, Anilu also chose to beat the drum on his shoulders, and directly decided the outcome with Hawkins. Hey, even if you can transfer damage, there must be an upper limit, right? Next, let me see how you transfer Lao Su's trick. One after another, the lightning flashed, making the originally clear sky darkened in an instant. Among the thick dark clouds, there were thunder pythons bursting out of their heads. The triangular eyes of the gorilla Yuhi locked on the scarecrow on the ground, condensed by the thunder paste. On the snake-letter child, contains the supreme thunder power. 50 million volt python disaster, fall. Anilu raised his arms and shouted, and hundreds of sturdy thunder pythons roared down from the sky. Just a little thunder light scattered was enough to blast the construction along the way into a black hole the size of a bowl. The straw clone of Hawkins below is also struggling to blend the surrounding flowers and plants with its own straw, trying to create an absolute defense. Even if the main body has escaped, the avatar has to cooperate with him. After all, this is Hawkins' professionalism when he plays with the enemy, in order to enjoy the unbelievable expression of the opponent when they meet for the second time. The endless sword energy, the galloping army, the roaring thunder python, and the harbor condensed by straw all collided. The screams, explosions, and roars were endless, and the dazzling aurora was even more difficult to open. Ha ha ha, I really are the strongest. After a long time, Anilu's wild laughter came from the dust. At this moment, there were only endless gravel and charred flowers and plants on the soles of his feet. On the other hand, Master Yi's long sword was gently picked at Becky's chin. This scene of movement and stillness has a very strong contrast, but in the final analysis, it shows the strength of the two. Hey, it's always like this. That's the house I just built. Looks like I'm going to sleep on the streets again. Facing the victory of the Navy, the residents of the island not only did not have any intention of celebrating, but complained a lot, which made Lei Luo quite different. Mr. Lei, oh no, Lord Lei Luo, you work hard day and night as an admiral, so you may not know something. The restaurant owner was still so discerning, and immediately explained the reason for Lei Luo. It turned out that in the hearts of ordinary residents, they were afraid of the invasion of pirates, but they were even more afraid of the battle between the Navy and the pirates. For the former, handing over the money may leave a life behind, and the lost wealth will only need time to make up for it. But for the latter, the more intense the war, the more serious the damage will be. Not to mention the innocent casualties, the damage to the town alone has already caused most people to lose their families. Yes, they successfully seize the opportunity that pirates can forever prevent them from plundering money. However, the pirates have never stopped one after another, and the battle has never stopped because of this. In the end, this is just a big or small loss for ordinary people. Are you saying that the previous Navy never gave any compensation to these residents? Facing Lei Luo's question, the restaurant owner didn't know how to answer. If you answer yes in a conscience, then your business on this small island can be closed down. But if I tell the truth, the killing intent that Lei Luo burst out to the world that day, even through the screen, the restaurant owner can clearly feel it. Notice. Yes, that's right, you navies have never compensated us. Kizaru was like this 2 years ago, Akainu 3 years ago was like this, and even Aokiji 5 years ago was just using his abilities to repair it. But how long will those ice cubes last? Quote. Just when the restaurant owner was in a dilemma, an angry woman rushed out of the crowd. Judging from her dejected appearance, she must have not been doing well over the years. In order to carry out the so-called justice, he will not hesitate to use any means, not even the emotions of the people who are protected by himself. Does this count as a navy? Yes, this is the navy. Whether before or now, Lei Luo will give a positive answer. Facing the pirates that are springing up like mushrooms after the rain, all the navy can do is resolve the battle quickly and go to another place. If it takes too long because some people build their houses, others may die. Between the abuse of people's hearts and the safety of the people, Cyborg Sora, Sengoku and Akainu will firmly choose the latter, and Lei Luo is no exception. As the marshal, the three Akainu must start from the big picture. The ever-expanding base of the Navy simply does not allow for a trace of economic waste, let alone compensation for unintentional damages. These costs, for the Navy with almost zero tax revenue, will never be able to bear the burden. However, Lei Luo is different. He has 900 million Baileys in the storage space of the system, which is his personal property that he can use at will. Since it was my subordinate who caused the damage, then I will naturally make amends. When the words fell, Lei Luo snapped his fingers, and 2 piles of Baileys as high as hills appeared in front of everyone. 200 million, is that enough? Chapter 306 _ 2 years later. Hey, have you heard that there is a concert on Island 33 and it's full? Isn't it? I bought a ticket, let's not talk about it, I'm afraid I won't have a seat later. The world tour of the King of Souls concert is really hot. After dealing with the compensation, Lei Luo and his party were about to leave when they heard the above conversation when passing by island number 20. King of Souls Brook. In just an instant, the skeleton figure in a suit appeared in Lei Luo's mind. I won't go back yet. General Evil Eye, are you planning to go to the concert too? No, let's go to a pub on Island 13 for a few drinks. Lei Luo grinned and walked ahead of himself. At the same time, on a certain island. Boom. With the sound of a gunshot, all the pedestrians leaned towards the sides subconsciously, revealing a sloppy fat man with a pistol and a straw hat and a long-nosed man who was helplessly crying, hugging his bleeding girlfriend tightly. You two are a bit like the guy I'm looking for, so I shot. The man with the straw hat spoke in a hurry. Besides, I seem to think you have something against me. Boom. Before the words were even finished, another shot rang out, and 2 corpses appeared on the ground, leaning against each other. Straw Hat Luffy is too much. Sure enough, the pirates of the worst era. Hey, the 2 of them still have heartbeats, come and carry them to the hospital with me. Straw Hat Boy, wait, the Navy from Island 24 will be here soon. Boom, another shot, a pool of blood, and a dead body. The Navy, when did my uncle put the Navy in his eyes? You said yes, F. You don't have fucking eyes. The man called Straw Hat Luffy didn't seem to be at all afraid, but before he could finish speaking, a tall and straight young man with a backpack the size of 2 people on his shoulders walked past him, and the brute force directly knocked him out. Overturned to the ground. It's broken, hurry up, everyone is ready, another person is going to the hospital. Looking at the back of the young man in front of him who didn't know who he was provoking, the surrounding people said helplessly. Hey, you fucking stop. The man known as Straw Hat Luffy roared angrily, at this time, he must shoot the young man who hit him. Huh, did you bump into someone? Sorry, bye. The young man turned his head, left the sentence, and continued to walk forward. Is this being ignored? How dare a thin young man look down on Lao Su? In the blink of an eye, a few strangely dressed men, fat or thin, tall or short, surrounded the young man. Straw Hat Luffy pressed the musket in his hand to the young man's face. Hey, boy, you seem very swollen. How dare you treat Lao Su's head with such an attitude? Hey, don't scare the children. After all, my guns often go off. Straw Hat Luffy and his party were like hooligans, sing-along and verbally intimidating the young man. Recognizing the identities of these people, then being afraid, kneeling and begging for mercy, and finally turning into a cold corpse. This is the script in everyone's heart. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry, so please let me go. As the young man said these words, the entire street instantly became quiet. That person is the Straw Hat Luffy who made a fuss at the Navy headquarters during the war. How dare he talk to people like that? Do you feel that your life is too long and you want to leave this beautiful world earlier? Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the young man actually pushed away the Straw Hat Luffy just as he said, and walked towards the front as if nothing had happened. We seem to be looked down upon again. Straw Hat Luffy laughed in anger. The sound of the gun being loaded in his hand was so conspicuous. Hey, young man, why can you bear it? In the crowd, the old people sighed helplessly, the men dared not to speak out, and the women covered their eyes and the children. Boom! The gunshot rang, the smell of gunpowder filled the air, and the young man stopped. You died. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Straw Hat Luffy actually felt that the shot he just missed. However, just as he was about to step forward to find out, the young man slowly turned his face back and glared angrily. Dong dong dong. Straw Hat Luffy and his party, for some unknown reason, all fell to the ground with a bang, while the young man, under the shock of everyone, continued to move forward on his own. Island 15. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lei Luo and his group, who were approaching Island 13, did not wear Navy uniforms and drowned in the crowd as ordinary tourists. Huh. Suddenly, Lei Luo froze for a moment, then frowned and turned to look into the distance. Immediately following, Master Yi and Analu did the same. It seemed that in that direction, a major event occurred that surprised them. General Lei Luo, have you found anything? Unexplained, Gedges scratched his head and asked. At this time, Lei Luo's brows gradually stretched, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and continued to walk towards Island 13. Gedges, when you get to the tavern, you'll soon know who we're going to meet on this trip. Some of the Chambord Islands. Women. This is a real woman. A blonde man in black with a cigarette shouted excitedly. That appearance seemed like a lunatic in the eyes of passers-by. Finally got rid of the Navy. But why did Brooke have a concert all of a sudden? A tall black lady with sunglasses, looked at the newspaper in her hand in confusion. We haven't seen each other for 2 years, and the relationship between Sanji and Zoro seems to be getting better. A human-shaped reindeer with a round hat and a blue nose looked at the blonde and green-haired men in front of him, with a smile on his face. Usopp, you've become a lot stronger in the past 2 years. Well, I have graduated from the weak trio. You and Chopper will be protected by my hero from now on. The pair of men and women who were laughing on the street were exactly the ones that Straw Hat Luffy was looking for. Island 13. Super Sunshine has been refitted. Zoro, don't go to sleep, come and see if there is any dissatisfaction. This is a man who is almost 2 meters tall, and most of his body has been transformed into equipment. At this time, he is calling to lie under a tree not far away, and there are a few empty wine beside him. Bottle of green algae head swordsman. Frankie, your skills are getting better and better. I can feel that everyone and that nasty cook are on their way to the tavern. We will meet again soon. Chapter 307_auction. Compared to the excitement and joy in the hearts of the Straw Hats who were about to meet, Lei Luo's face was gloomy at the moment. In the slave trade posters posted everywhere, he saw the little girl who was rescued by him when he first came to the world of pirates, in the way of the finale auction. Change of behavior. Target Island number 1, population auction. The three of Master Yi didn't know why Lei Luo suddenly chose to let go of the Straw Hat Gang who were pirates, but from Lei Luo's expression, they read the cold killing intent. At this moment, in a splendid underground hall, there are people from all over the world sitting, including pirates wandering in the sea, and rich people with prominent identities. Among them, the most eye-catching one is sitting alone in the front row. There were more than a dozen black-clothed bodyguards and men wearing bubble hoods. That is the most honorable Tianlong people in the world. This auction item is called Blasting Rock. Even though it is only the size of a palm, the power that can explode after the container is broken is enough to wipe out any small island from the world. The price is 50 million Baileys. On the auction stage, the host pulled down the yuhi cloth, revealing a red yuhi-colored rock that was hidden in it and wrapped in various secret equipment. 55 million Baileys. 60 million Baileys. 100 million Baileys. The sound of rising prices continued to sound, and soon the rock was pushed to a price beyond its own value. That's right, this is the most chaotic area. Even the objects that are banned by the world government are endless. As long as you have enough money, you can get everything you want. Seeing that a group of lowly people behind him actually fired a broken stone for such an exorbitant price, the Tianlong man Mike Yasheng smiled contemptuously. A group of garbage that has never been seen in the world, this kind of thing in Lao Tzu's family, still on the street, no one wants to take a look. The blasting rock was quickly sold for 140 million Baileys, and none of the following items were sold for less than 100 million Baileys. Auction has always been a game for the rich. Most people do not buy what they need urgently. In their eyes, this is a game of profligacy that ordinary people cannot imagine in their entire lives. This man has a peculiar ability, that is, everything he touches has a probability of being converted into gold with a purity of 100%, starting from. Before the host could finish the introduction, the burly man suddenly broke free from the chains on his hands with brute force, and his rough hands touched the host's terrified face. Hey, the finale item is temporarily changed to a 100% pure gold figure, starting at 10 Bailey, let's start. I saw that the man who was still an auction item suddenly turned his back on the customer, and auctioned the host who had been standing on the stage for a long time. This scene did not frighten anyone present, but caused their blood to burst and their hearts to pound. Such an exciting scene, I haven't seen it for many years. Hey, you will send someone to the backstage later to chop off that man's hands for me, and I will hang them in the living room to show them to my relatives and friends. Makoya suddenly became interested, but his target was not the terrified golden man, but the hands that turned the host into gold. 4 billion Baileys once. 4 billion Baileys twice. The 4 billion Bailey deal. Congrats to the white-haired little brother who solved the last obstacle to the big axis for us. With an iron cage covered by yuhi cloth being pushed onto the stage, the entire auction room fell silent in an instant, and everyone's eyes were firmly locked on this big shaft. The main axis of this auction is the only clan from the mysterious island in the North Sea. It is said that the women on this small island have special blood flowing in their bodies. As long as they spend a good night with them, they will gain the power to control water. The starting price is 10 billion. Bailey. The host's words fell, and the already peaceful environment became even quieter. Everyone's eyes were constantly rolling, as if they were thinking about a plan. 10 billion Bailey is indeed an astronomical figure for the rich present, but this money is definitely worth the money. It is the most deadly to be able to obtain the ability comparable to devil fruit without becoming a landlubber. Temptation. Of course, if you don't have enough money, it might be a good idea to kill people after the fact to get treasures, and then destroy the corpses with one hand. I give 10 billion Baileys. In the center of the second row of the auction hall, a high-spirited young man dismissed the scum behind him. As the top 3 super rich in the pirate world, 100 Bailey is just a month's expense for him. Boom. There was a sudden gunshot, the smell of blood instantly filled the entire auction hall, and a dark deep hole appeared between the little brother's eyebrows. It is very common for someone to kill people here, but someone dares to shoot a well-known super-rich in front of so many people. Isn't this equivalent to announcing his own tragic death? 10 billion Bailey, this little girl belongs to me, I have finished speaking, is there any objection? Looking at the thick smoke rising up, the person who spoke, the murderer of this incident, was the heavenly dragon man Micah Saint. Wealth, that power, status, who can compare to Tianlong people? As for the rankings of the richest people in the outside world, it's just that the Tianlong people don't want to participate, because among the Tianlong people, even if they just randomly pull a family, they have the financial resources to absolutely crush the number one ranking. Tianlong people shot, who would dare to bid? Saint Micaiah chuckled, how could this garbage be sitting behind him? Congratulations, Lord Tianlong, for getting this big axis. As the host's voice fell, several servants carefully pushed the iron cage towards Micaiah Sheng, who had a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. The ability to control water, the mysterious family of the North Sea, these are not important. In the eyes of Mike Yasheng, this little girl who is already a beautiful embryo at a young age is worth far more than 10 billion Bailey. Because Saint Micaiah is a serious pedophile. Hee, this little face is really tender. Through the iron cage, Saint Micaiah's fingers pinched heavily on the little girl's face, and her tone of voice became extremely ferocious. Snapped. A slap sounded, and another big Yuhi handprint appeared on the little girl's swollen face that had already been twisted. Someone, take her to my room. For the grinning Tianlong man in front of him, no one in the room dared to stand up for justice. This is Tianlong Ren, the only nobleman in the world, who is above everyone else. Chapter 308 _ Death Penalty. Call out. A sudden golden beam of light pierced through the wall of the auction hall and approached Saint Micaiah's head. In just a blink of an eye, the headless corpse fell to the ground, blood mixed with brain pulp, and the stench was unpleasant. Dead, the Tianlong people are dead, someone killed the Tianlong people. The prisoners who were executed the most ferocious punishments in the world, without exception, dared to defy the existence of Tianlong people, but now, someone actually killed the Tianlong people in front of so many people. This is really heartwarming. Although they thought so in their hearts, the people present would not hesitate to confess the killer when facing the Navy's interrogation, because they also called themselves superiors. Big brother. In the cage, the little girl's eyes were already blurred by tears, and she couldn't see who the figure that suddenly appeared beside him was, but she could feel the familiar feeling. Go, Big Brother will take you back. Lei Luo felt severe pain in his heart, and his right hand, which was filled with golden light, gently stroked the little girl Yuhi's swollen face. This is a hand that is different from Saint Micaiah. It is so warm, so reliable, so. Soon, the little girl fell asleep after a long absence. Crunch. Master Yi casually slashed the iron cage with a sword, and then his eyes swept coldly across the faces of everyone present. None of these people who came to participate in the auction was not the perpetrator of this tragedy. Go back first. Lei Luo suppressed the anger in his heart, picked up the little girl, turned around and walked out of the auction room. Who is that man? Whoever he is, report it to the Navy now, or you and I will be implicated. Last time, the Tianlong people incident 2 years ago, I didn't expect it to be staged again this time. If you die, you will die, anyway, I'm still alive. The cold words that kept coming from his ears made Lei Luo's heart grow more and more angry. He turned around and glared at everyone, but he did not choose to take action. Only Master Yi and Analu turned into 2 rays of light and left first. The terrifying cold killing intent, the evil eyes of the gorilla Yuhi. He is the Admiral Evil Eye Lei Luo. General Lei Luo, I have followed your instructions, and I have finished. After Gedges hummed a few times, the rich oxygen shield wrapped all the guests and the host present. You take her out first, and by the way, help the two of them later. Yes. After seeing Gedgers walking out of the auction room with the little girl in his arms, Lei Luo looked down at everyone present. Why did the pirate Straw Hat Luffy beat up the Tianlong Ren 2 years ago, and now Lei Luo, the evil eye of the Navy Admiral, directly killed him? The kid who just left said he was done. What did he do? Wait a minute, why does the stone in Lei Luo's hand look so familiar? Holy crap, isn't that the blasting rock just auctioned off? Goodbye. Lei Luo smiled coldly, crushed the protective device of the blasting rock, and threw it into the oxygen hood built by Gedges. Boom. The deafening loud noise mixed with the sky-high firelight spread on the number 1 island. Fortunately, it was protected by sword energy and thunder, which did not affect innocent passers-by and surrounding buildings. Naval Headquarters. Lei Luo, do you know what you are doing? The furious Akainu threw a thick stack of documents directly in front of Lei Luo, with the words Yuhi inscribed on the world government's 5 old stars negotiating and condemning Lei Luo to death. Lei Luo was already mentally prepared for the fate of the Tianlongren, but what he did not expect was that the 5 old stars would act so decisively, even if the Navy was at a disadvantage in the face of the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. To put his general-level combat power to death. Hey, Lei Luo, where are you going? Akainu looked at Lei Luo, who turned and left after finishing the documents in front of him, and yelled angrily. According to the procedure, tomorrow is my execution day. Don't worry, I will not escape. Lei Luo turned around and left, leaving Akainu alone, silently burning the documents in his hand. The next day, at the center of the Great Route, the peak of the Yuhi continent, the Holy Land Mary Joa. At this moment, there are countless strongmen and reporters from all over the world, and the scene is far more magnificent than the award ceremony of the 4 major naval admirals. However, the protagonist this time is only Lei Luo, and Lei Luo is still standing upright on the execution platform wearing a sea-floor stone bracelet. What is that kid doing? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Carp and Sengoku clenched their fists. They didn't expect that Lei Luo, who has always acted steadily, would make such a reckless move. As an admiral of the Navy, killing the world's famous rich people directly in front of everyone's eyes is already a capital crime, but if Akainu and others plead for him, they are still in the position of admiral, and there is still a chance to make a contribution to the crime. However, Lei Luo killed a Tianlong man. Even if the entire Navy wrote to him, it would not be able to change the order of the world government. Will killing Lei Luo remove the anger of the Tianlong people? The answer is definitely no, because in the document Akainu gave to Lei Luo, it was clearly stated that Tina and Lei Ju, who were Lei Luo's spouses, would also be imprisoned in the Great Undersea Prison for life. 5 minutes to the execution. Lei Luo, do you have anything to say? Akainu sighed. This is the only candidate he sees as the future successor of his naval marshal. Boom. Before Lei Luo could speak, a golden light penetrated the thick smoke floating in the air, and Kizaru pinned the furious Smog to the ground. Smog, what is there to discuss tomorrow? Kizaru leaned down and whispered in Smoker's ear. Mary Joa is the residence of the Tianlong people, and the world government is also here. If Smoker dares to make trouble, then the Navy will lose another lieutenant general. Lei Luo, why the fuck are you doing this? Smog, who was stubbornly suppressed by Kizaru, hated his incompetence at the moment, and could only roar at Lei Luo's incompetence. Why does Lei Luo's fault have to implicate Tina? Why? Looking at the figure of Yiren bound by iron chains in the distance, Smog wished that the criminal who killed the Tianlong people was himself, not Lei Luo. If he could give up everything just to bear everything for Lei Luo. Release Tina from imprisonment. On the execution platform, Lei Luo's life and death were still indifferent. His eyes glanced at the furious Smog, and then swept over the sad faces of Akainu, Kyabu, Carp, Sengoku and others, and looked back again. He looked at Tina and Reiju in the distance behind him, and finally looked at the crowd from all over the world in front of him. Those ugly faces are really disgusting. Chapter 309 New Force. Hey, everyone listen to Lao Su. Lei Luo's sudden roar made the entire Marijoa quiet for a moment. The last words of a generation of young people deserve to be carefully listened to by all. In this world, there are good and evil, but what is good and what is evil? I have seen the Straw Hats fighting to protect ordinary people, and I have seen the Navy oppressing the masses, and I have personally killed the ultimate oppressor, Tianlongren, who is above the Navy, pirates, and everyone else. Quote, I am now sentenced to death by the world government, but I do not regret it, because what I have done is absolute justice. The world is being shrouded in a shadow at the moment. Each of us is a caged bird. Let those high above the Tianlong people wantonly crushed and played. When Just 1 minute later, a long bell sounded. This is the bell that represents the beginning of the execution. Why the bell rang earlier is clear to everyone present, because what Lei Luo said is the truth. The world government and Tianlong people will never allow anyone to expose them in front of the whole world in order to consolidate their status and interests. The essence. Just as the specially made spear in the executioner's hand was about to insert into Lei Luo's body, two figures suddenly rushed out of the crowd. The long sword in their hands was at the thunder spear, and they easily stopped the spear that ended Lei Luo's life. Who are you who dare to undermine the world government's highest execution? The Admiral Akainu's eyes sank, Conqueror's haki opened instantly, and the 2-meter executioner fell to the ground. For Akainu's actions, Lei Luo just smiled and expressed his gratitude. The era of great peace in my mouth is an era of equality for everyone and an era of no class. When the words fell, Lei Luo suddenly broke free from the Halu stone handcuffs. His figure flashed, and a shadow clone turned into golden light and rushed beside Tina and Leiju. The 5 old stars above the tall buildings, the slightly raised corners of his mouth contained extreme contempt. Suddenly, the sky at the top of the high-rise building suddenly changed, and a huge slash was born between the lightning and thunder, and it appeared in front of Lei Luo in an instant. Seeing this, Lei Luo did not dodge, but raised his right hand with a fist. And armament haki instantly covered it and greeted him without fear. Boom! 2 powerful forces collided, and the aftermath of the energy was unbearable even in space. The gust of wind that was aroused sent all the weak and weak. Even if it was a lieutenant general, it was difficult to stand firm. Is it finally here? Lei Luo, who crushed the slash with his right fist and claws, said slowly, looking at the 5 old men in black suits who appeared in the air. Lei Luo, Lord Yimu has given the final order, you must kill him. Among the 5 old stars, the old man with long white hair and beard said, and at the same time, the conqueror's haki, who crushed everything, fell on Lei Luo's shoulders like Mount High. Good guy, these old things are really powerful. Lei Luo, who had stabilized his body, was just about to fight back, but a crisis warning came from observation haki in his mind, and the direction was diagonally behind him. Damn guy, actually planning to attack Reiju and Tina. Susano, turn it on. Wizard Godzilla Sage Mode, turn on. 2 behemoths filled with terrifying aura appeared out of thin air. The supreme pressure passed over everyone's heart and could not be dispelled. The 2 pairs of gorilla yuhi eyes with 9 pitch-black tomo on top of the giants made the 5th old man even worse. Star locked in the sky. Cap, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, don't you plan to take action? Is the Navy raising you for watching? Suddenly, a calm and majestic voice sounded, not loud, but enough for everyone to hear clearly. I am. For this mysterious existence, Lei Luo is also very curious about his true identity, but he needs to find out next time. After all, Lei Luo didn't want to fight against this group of people who had been procrastinating for him. Bye-bye. Lei Luo grinned at Wu Laoxing, and fluttered away with the 4 of them. Want to go? I really think the old man is a vegetarian. 8-footed Joan Tomo. Kizaru, who had let go of Smog, jumped up, and in his shining body, countless light bullets came in like a torrential rain, heading straight for Lei Luo. Meteor Volcano. Akainu, whose body was turned into lava, slammed into the air with a punch, and the huge fist condensed from the hot magma instantly raised the temperature of Marihoa by several degrees. At this moment, Sengoku also folded his hands together, the Buddha form opened, and the shock wave burst out from his palms. As for Garp, it will never be so fancy, and the iron fist wrapped in black light is his deadliest move. Ming Dog. As the current marshal of the Navy, Akainu made another move, and at the same time there was Kizaru's light speed kick. Holy crap, the four of them are here for real. Feeling the huge energy aura behind him, Lei Luo was shocked. But for some reason, facing the siege of the four peak powerhouses, Lei Luo's observation haki gave him a hint to escape in a straight line, without any dodging and defense. PFF'd. Lei Luo just suddenly increased the speed to the limit, and behind him came the sound of vomiting blood one after another. Damn, let that kid escape. Sengoku, who was rubbing his face, was still in the form of a big Buddha, but the huge fist marks were the faces of the 5 old stars with gloomy faces. It turned out that after Lei Luo suddenly accelerated, Kizaru's light speed kick hit Garp. Garp's iron fist landed on Sengoku's face, and Sengoku, who was unable to stand still, slammed into the 5 old stars at the same time. The huge body smashed the execution platform, causing the direction of the red dog to deviate, and it happened to hit the yellow monkey into the building in the distance. What is this? Acting out. Why didn't the four of you make your debut? What happened just now may not seem unusual to ordinary people, but in front of someone with slightly stronger strength, they would never believe that the top 4 major forces in the Navy would make such an oolong act. Event. Everything, obviously, they agreed with Lei Luo's idea and did it on purpose. Come on, take 4 high-ranking Navy officers down to heel. Aim's flat voice sounded, as if he didn't care about what was happening in front of him. Oh, that's right. Suddenly, the figure of Lei Luo flew back. In the past few days, I will establish a new naval force in the East China Sea called the Alliance of Peacekeepers. Everyone is welcome to join us. After the words fell, Lei Luo turned into a golden light and disappeared, but his words were spread throughout the world through live broadcast. Alliance of Peacemakers. The 4 Garps smiled at each other, and looked at the direction of the East China Sea. Chapter 310_Hope. Lei Luo, this word originally only represented the strong in the pirates and the navy, is now spread throughout the world, whether it is a Tianlong person, an ordinary person, or a Murloc family, everyone is Akatsuki. The Alliance of Peacekeepers, a group that strives to build an era of great peace that ignores race and class, has also become a destination for everyone. The sea above Fishman Island. What? You promised to join us, how can you suddenly go back on it? Is it because we are going to fight the BIGMOM pirates? Luffy, who hugged Jinbei tightly, couldn't understand why he suddenly changed his mind. Elsewhere, Nami put down the newspaper in her hand and stepped forward to punch Luffy in the head. Jinpei, we will respect your decision, after all, that place has the same aspirations as Princess Otoheim. Thank you. After watching the Straw Hats leave, Jinbei turned around, and in the east where the sun was rising, he seemed to see the old empress who represented kindness in the past. On the Wanli sunshine at this moment, Saro and Sanji, who have always been quarreling, actually had a long-lost tranquility. Hey, Stinky Cook, does that Wenshike family have anything to do with you? Well, my former home. Facing Solo's sudden questioning, Sanji just took a deep puff of cigarette and talked about his childhood. So, the only thing I care about is my sister, which means that Lei Luo should be my brother-in-law now. Solo, who was short-circuited by these emotional problems, drank the wine in his hand, chose not to say anything, and just quietly accompanied Sanji. Livzauto, to be honest, this meeting, I already know the gap between me and you and Luffy. Since we are going to fight with Auntie, if I die, will you feel bored? Suddenly, Sanji lit another cigarette, looked at the calm sea, and said slowly. Che, if you die, will it affect me becoming the world's #1 swordsman? That's it, that's good. I hope you can get your wish in the future. When I defeat Hokage, I'll go to Allbule when I'm bored, and see if that Sea of Legends really exists. But then, what would you do if I died? I continue to look for my Sea of Legends, but in the process, I will let Frankie build me a knife, and then by the way defeat Hokage to become the #1 swordsman. East China Sea. With the arrival of Lei Luo, the East China Sea has become the hottest area in the 4 seas, and a large number of people have found the island with the flag of peace. Not good. Admiral Fujitora is here with more than a dozen warships. Gorgeous ran in front of Lei Luo who was fishing and said in a panic. The next moment, on the deck of the lead warship, there appeared a figure that all navies were once very familiar with. Fujitora, long time no see. Lei Luo was unprepared, as if he was still an admiral of the navy, and then moved a chair and sat beside Fujitora. On this warship, there are many familiar faces of him. Those people are all the old men who had been born and died with him in the North Sea. Fujitora's trip was obviously in a certain name to send people for him. Hey, at least you can show it to the people above, otherwise it will be difficult for me and Marshal Akainu to deal with it. Ha ha ha, I don't care about this. What you want is your answer. It turned out that before Lei Luo set off on the moon to find Analu, he had a long talk with Fujitora, and each explained his own understanding of true peace. In the end, the two came to the same conclusion that only by eliminating discrimination between classes and races can the so-called true peace be achieved. As long as there is enough time, you and I will sooner or later establish an era of peace in our hearts, and now you are not so adventurous, even at the risk of disrupting the entire world. Fujitora said earnestly. He didn't want a person who shared his ideals to disappear like this. Hearing this, Lei Luo just smiled. With the existence of Tianlong people, Lord Yimu and the 5 old stars, the identity of the navy alone is not enough to establish peace. This world is bound by a disordered rule, and underneath it is endless chaos. Since you want to change everything, you must jump out of it. Only in this way can you shake the deep-rooted ancient tree. Why don't you do it like this? You and I bet once, if the number you roll is bigger than me, then someone will give it to you. I will go, if the number you roll is smaller than me, then you will go with me. Of course, if the number is if it's even, let's go to war. After the words fell, Fujitora took out 2 sieve cups from nowhere, each with a dice. Fujitora likes to gamble, and every gamble will be lost. Lei Luo is very clear about this. Lei Luo will naturally not refuse his kindness. Dang 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 dang. After looking at the numbers under the sieves, Fujitora didn't show any expression, just looked at Lei Luo quietly. Fujitora, it's 5 o'clock, so I'll take people away. Thank you for your hard work this time. Lei Luo laughed and waved to the anxious group of people in the distance, then said goodbye and walked off the warship. Whoosh. The moment Lei Luo just set foot on the island, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind behind him. This sieve of yours is for you. It wasn't until Fujitora left with all the warships and disappeared into the sea that Lei Luo opened his palm with lingering fear. Subconsciously, he seemed to have used too much force to take the sieve, and the creaking sound seemed to be broken. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I said that day. Lei Luo looked at the sieve with the case removed in his hand and said softly. He already knew what these people meant. It was still a sieve, but it was a sieve made of ice cubes. On top of it, there was 1 point in the shape of a pitch-black fist, 2 points formed by 2 Buddhas, 3 points formed by 3 points of golden light, and 4 trees. There are 4 dots made of grass, 5 dots dotted with lava, and 6 dots where the word, full, can be vaguely seen at the end. If Shanks broke his arm to save Luffy at that time and pressed him on the New World, then now, Lei Luo alone, the entire navy is in order to realize the hope of peace. Master Lei Luo, you fell into a big fish. No, it should be a dragon to be exact. Just as Gedges had just finished these words, thunder suddenly broke out in the air, and dark clouds rolled over the surface, which seemed to herald the coming of a storm. This most ferocious dragon in the world will be our most powerful ally. Chapter 311 Whitebeard Remnant. With the passage of time, more and more strong people gathered on the island. Among them, Lei Luo was most surprised by Smog, who blatantly announced his withdrawal from the navy. As for why the world government has always let the Peacemakers alliance go unchecked, this is only a superficial phenomenon, and there will be some small moves secretly. After all, once the 5 old stars ordered a large-scale war, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction and protests from the masses. Just imagine, once this happens, people's definition of the alliance of peacekeepers will inevitably surpass the world government. If Lei Luo reaches an agreement with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, then the world will really change. However, what the 5 old stars did not expect was that the alliance of peacemakers and the Revolutionary Army had long since formed an alliance. The former was responsible for dealing with pirates and the navy, while the latter promoted the idea of freedom and equality. Ding! System task trigger. Destroy the legend. Destroy the legend. For every 4 Emperor pirates killed, you will get a God-level lottery point *1, and if you kill one of the 4 Emperors, you will get a God-level lottery point *1. This is the task issued by the system last month, and the content makes Lei Luo very big. Originally intending to develop in a wicked way in the East China Sea, he spent a few years to create an army of Grandmaster the 8 Inner Gates fully dressed in combat uniforms, but he received the task of fighting the 4 emperors. Moreover, what left Lei Luo speechless the most was that in this mission, one of the 4 emperors had to be killed within 3 months before the battle could follow, otherwise it would be considered a mission failure. The 100 Beasts pirate ship, the captain is Guy, and the bounty is as high as 4.6111 billion. There is no need to say much about its strength. Even if you don't say anything about Guy, each of the 6 Linkong sons under his command has a bounty of over 100 million, and above them, there are 3 more terrifying disasters, and the bounty starts at 1 billion. Yuhi's pirates, Captain Shanks, has a bounty of 4.0489 billion Bailey, and this is only the Navy's estimate. After all, Yuhi's is not the kind of existence that harms one party everywhere like Guy. In addition, the difference between the Yuhi pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates, as well as the combat power and number of cadres, it is no exaggeration to say that the 7 highest level cadres of the Yuhi pirates have no real battles. Libby's 3 disasters are definitely beyond compare. The BIGMOM pirates, captained by Charlotte Lingling, has a bounty of 4.388 billion. Although her strength may be much worse than the above 2, her devil fruit ability is definitely the most difficult and deadly. Moreover, Auntie has many children. Although the top cadre, Desert Zhongxing, is slightly less powerful, but because of the relationship of marriage, Auntie's sphere of influence is still the most extensive emperor. In this way, my goal seems clear. That's right, after thinking for a while, Lei Luo locked his ultimate goal on the Blackbeard pirates. As the most established 4 emperors, Blackbeard's bounty is only half of the other 3 emperors, and his crew members are all bounty before reaching the 100 million level, so don't be imprisoned in the underwater prison, presumably in terms of strength not to be afraid either. The most important point is that when Blackbeard became the 4th emperor, he stepped on the shoulders of the Whitebeard pirates, and this can completely make up for the lack of fighters for Lei Luo. An island in the New World in the second half of the Great Route. Lei Luo came here alone, looking at the tombs of Whitebeard and Ace in front of him, and just sighed silently. Whitebeard, as a remnant of Roger's era, Ace, as Roger's son, the existence of the 2 of them, in the final analysis, is to promote the arrival of a new era. Hey boy, get out of the way and leave us alone. That's right, people who used to be in the Navy are not welcome here. Looking at the sound, Lei Luo's heart was filled with anger, but more helplessness. Those who speak vulgarly are all the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the big names in the New World, but now, they are living a life of drunkenness and dreaming all day long, relying on the effect of alcohol to numb their nerves. No wonder you were defeated by Blackbeard, and you want to come. Go away. Before Lei Luo could finish speaking, a blond man in his 40s picked up the wine bottle beside him and smashed it. Blackbeard touches the source of anger in each of them. It's ridiculous. Margao, who is known as the Phoenix, is also a waste in the end. It's a pity that Whitebeard still regarded you as the most cherished family members before his death. I think that except for Ace, every one of you present is garbage and unworthy of it. Called the son of Whitebeard. Lei Luo's tone was full of sarcasm and ridicule, but it seemed that Tick was not mentioned this time, and Margao and his party did not respond, and they were even scolded so willingly. His brother was killed by another brother, and then the most respected father in his life was also the head of the dead and that person. In the end, they wanted to avenge the two, but they found that they were not opponents at all, and they suffered a disastrous defeat. And also made the other party become the Emperor of the Sea in one fell swoop with the help of this understanding. Such a ridiculous experience happened to the alcoholics in front of them. A series of blows had already made them not know how to face the world. Now I have already quit the Navy and established the Peacemaker Alliance. This time, I want to invite you to join my alliance and destroy the Blackbeard pirates with me. Lei Luo said tentatively again, but the only response to him was the empty wine bottle that followed, and the cold angry gaze. It seems that the Whitebeard is really old. It's okay to have a bad brain, and my eyes are still blind. Otherwise, how can I recognize you scumbags as sons? After being rejected over and over again, Lei Luo didn't bother to continue wasting time here, but just as he said a word and was about to leave, there was a sudden gust of wind breaking behind him. Boom! Lei Luo didn't do any dodge, but chose to cast iron blocks to resist the person's sneak attack. If you say something bad about Dad again, I will tear your mouth apart. Now get out. The unpleasant smell of alcohol lingered in the sky. Lei Luo, who frowned slightly, glanced at the Yuhi-looking Margao who appeared beside him, and a thought was born in his heart. Since you can't wake up, wake up. However, we must first use words to stimulate the fighting spirit in Margot's heart. You've been with Whitebeard for 30 years. You've learned this over the years. It seems that Whitebeard is not as powerful as I thought. Oh, by the way, Whitebeard must have been beaten by 1010. Otherwise he wouldn't have so many scars on his body, and he even called it a sign that he never ran away. Chapter 312_Condition. Did you go back to your hometown to be a doctor in the name of protecting Whitebeard's legacy after you ran out of money to buy alcohol for a while? Lei Luo is completely the plot of the original book, but it is set at this time. The ridicule is obviously far better than filial piety and gratitude, especially when his tone suddenly changes to surprise. Ah, I forgot, the son is like the father. What kind of thing a father is? You can tell from the son, the Whitebeard never escapes. I think it's all giving up, the wound in front of him is scratched by himself huh? What about you, Margao? From Lei Luo's mouth, sentence after sentence of ridicule towards the Whitebeard popped out. At this moment, not only Margao, who had his back to him, but even other people stood up and glared at Lei Luo. If eyes can kill, Lei Luo can say without hesitation that he has been killed tens of thousands of times by the group of people in front of him. Sure enough, Daddy was a coward. Don't you even have the courage to take action against me? Lei Luo sneered, and between the slowly raised right hand, a laser light gradually condensed, and the target was Whitebeard's tomb. Call out. The golden light flickered and was fleeting, but the final result was not the collapse of the tomb, but the splash of blood. Looking at Margao, who was seriously injured by relying on his body to forcibly take the blow, Lei Luo couldn't figure out why he didn't use the ability of Devil Fruit to heal himself. Could it be that his power of regeneration was taken away by Blackbeard? You know, the current Blackbeard pirates are very famous hunters. The ability of the stealth fruit was forcibly plundered by them. Lei Luo suddenly thought of something, and another laser beam shot out, and the target was still Whitebeard's tomb, but the result was still the same. Marco used his own flesh and blood to block the blow. In that case, Lei Luo smiled. This time, the laser light was still aimed at Whitebeard's tomb, but just as it was about to touch Marco, the golden light suddenly turned and shot towards Ace's tomb. Boom! With this loud noise, Ace's tomb shattered, revealing Ace lying quietly in it with a big hole in his chest. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Seeing that his brother's tomb was destroyed, Margao roared, and his original body was replaced by blue flames between the mortal and the breath, and even his form became the structure of a bird. Whoosh! Margao's speed is extremely fast as a blue lightning, but no matter how fast the lightning is, how can it be compared with light? Lei Luo, who easily avoided the blow, saw a claw burning with blue flames, constantly magnifying in his own eyes. This is the performance of observation Hokage being suppressed and his next move being predicted by the opponent. Raising his hand suddenly, Lei Luo, who received Margao's blow, only felt that his arm was cut with a blade, and the pain caused by the torn muscles made him gasp in breath. Golden Light Curse. Lei Luo, who was accidentally injured, directly used the Golden Light spell to protect his body, which made him start to pay attention to the shadows behind him. After all, he didn't want to end up being surrounded by everyone. Too slow. Haven't you eaten? Is this what Whitebeard taught? It's the same trash as him. Lei Luo, who was dodging Margao's attack, was still relying on words to deeply stimulate the emotions of the white-bearded remnants. Only when the endless anger broke out completely, could he hope to guide them out of their self-degeneration. As his anger continued to burn, Margao's attacks became more severe and heavy. His body moves were never sloppy, and his shots were vicious and decisive. Whitebeard is an era, the most powerful and perfect man in the world. No one can slander him, not before, and not now. If there is anyone who dares to damage the reputation of Whitebeard, then the only choice is to kill Wush. Kill. Kill him. Let him kneel and apologize to Dad. Hearing the sound of killing from behind, Lei Luo didn't panic at all, just grinned, and the incomparable conqueror's Hokage was instantly released, ignoring everyone's mind. Boom, boom, boom. Watching his brothers fall to the ground one by one, Margao's alcoholism completely sobered up, and the opponent's strength is definitely at the level of the four emperors. Are you awake? If you are awake, don't sleep, and join me to fight Blackbeard Tiki. Lei Luo snapped his fingers lightly, and Margao shuddered at that moment. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was still sleeping on the ground at the beginning, and the wine bottle in his hand hadn't been thrown out. At this moment, Lei Luo, who was standing in front of everyone, has a strange red yui color in his eyes. What happened just now? Is your fruit ability? Margao, who has not yet converted from fantasy and reality, rubbed his temples. Although the alcohol had receded, the ambiguity in his mind had not disappeared for a while, which made Margao not knowing what to say for a while. Yes, I can make others dream through my fruit ability. All of you, I have cast demonic illusion. Facing the answer given by Lei Luo, Margao chose not to believe it. After all, everything that happened just now was too real, even the soreness and numbness from his hands and feet, which was obviously only after a battle situation that arises. However, when he saw that Ace's tomb had not been destroyed, he believed Lei Luo's words. You said you were going to exterminate Tich. Is this true or false? Margao suddenly asked. In this situation, he was always thinking of avenging his father and his dead brothers, but in terms of combat effectiveness, the gap between the two sides was still too huge. I need your help, whether it's collecting information about the Blackbeard pirates or during the war, so are you willing to join my Peacemaker Alliance? Lei Luo invited Margao, and at the same time, this sentence will also be used by other members who will experience various challenges in their dreams. To join or not to join, that is the question. As far as the former is concerned, there is no harm in joining the Alliance of Peacemakers, and there are even many benefits. But if you don't join, it is estimated that you will not be able to lead your remaining companions to realize the ideal of revenge. I choose to join you, but I have one request. Tich's head, we must let a few of us chop. After pondering for a while, Marco nodded. Chapter 313_Kill at a glance. On the vast expanse of the sea, a battleship with a giant log on each side is slowly moving forward. Above it, there are 3 slightly depressing skulls looking to the left, front, and right. And this is the latest 4 Emperor's force, the Blackbeard pirates. Ha ha ha, how come the white-bearded remnants are like a clown who has been defeated by Lei Luo, the leader of the Alliance of Peacemakers? Poison Q, known as the God of Death, looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the sarcasm on his face was self-evident. It's that kid named Lei Luo again, he seems to be very active recently. On the other side, Shiliu, who was still wiping the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand, said calmly. Lei Luo has been paid attention to by Blackbeard and his party for a long time, especially his devil fruit, which is almost identical to Kyabu, has long been regarded by Tich as a possession. But now, when they mentioned this name again, they didn't pay too much attention, and it was all because of the defeat of the Margao people. Boom! With the roar of a cannonball, the Blackbeard pirate ship shook violently, and the captains who noticed the enemy attacking flashed their extremely tacit figures and rushed to the deck. Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be Brother Xiao Ma. Why are you so eager to give your fruit ability? The evil King Pizarro did not hide the ridicule in his heart, and the frivolous words did not put the enemy in front of him in the eyes at all. A group of remnant soldiers and defeated generals riding on the broken pirate ship. Such a combination cannot establish any relationship with the powerful, but this is still the only remnant left by Whitebeard. Tich, call him out, it's time for a showdown today. Life and death. Hearing these 4 funny words, the already sickly poisonous Q laughed and leaned back and forth, and even fell off the horse's back. Who gave Margot so much courage to say such a thing? Could it be that the successive defeats have made him, who used to be the best in the world, have a death-seeking mentality? Boom! A sudden small sound entered the eardrum, and a jet-black bullet appeared on the vast sea, tearing the air and other obstacles, passing through Margau's eyebrows, and behind him, the only thing the whole ship could be regarded as a complete sea. The thief flag was shot down suddenly. At this time, there was no blood flowing out of Margau's forehead, only the blue flame slowly emerged, and the wound was smoothed out in one breath, leaving no trace. Yinyu Fan Oka, you are so anxious every time. Raising his hand to catch the falling flag, the obvious cold-killing intent on Margau's face was perfectly suppressed by him. Whitebeard, in the hearts of his sons, is a myth that cannot be desecrated, but now that the flag representing Whitebeard has been shot down, Margao, who has followed Whitebeard the longest, is indifferent, which makes Lafitte feel indifferent. There was a hint of confusion and incomprehension. What is he going to do? Margot, are you in such a hurry to seek death? Just when the 2 sides were silent, the originally blue sea was suddenly replaced by a black tide, and in the constantly lingering black aura, there seemed to be a great gravitational force that was constantly sucking everything around. At the same time, a tall figure also appeared on the Blackbeard pirate ship, facing the opposite Margao from a distance. Tich. The appearance of this figure obviously made the expressions of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates change suddenly, and endless anger seemed to burst out from his eyes, and it was about to burn the people in front of him to ashes. Hey, where did the smell of blood come from? Shiliu of Rain, who was obsessed with blood, moved his nose and turned his eyes to the eye-catching gorilla Yuhi in the endless darkness that spread like a spider web in the sea. On the Kuroshio, a corpse that had been corroded and only left with white bones slowly emerged. It was faintly discernible that it should be a shark-like murloc. That Muir! Mar exclaimed in a low voice. The cold-killing intent could no longer be suppressed at this moment, and he shrouded Blackbeard and the others. Namiel, the murloc leader of the 8th team of the Whitebeard pirates, died at the hands of Tiki the Blackbeard. If you want to fight, you can fight openly. Why send a small fish to play sneak attack? Tich smiled slightly and looked at the black-robed man who was standing beside Marco and held him back. This person has a power that makes him coveted, and an aura that makes him feel dangerous. This feeling is like an old enemy of mutual growth and mutual restraint, up and down, left and right, life and death, light and darkness. Hello, Blackbeard pirates. The man with the black robe covering his face noticed his existence and was noticed by Tiki, so he simply took off his hood and greeted the entire Blackbeard pirates with a smile. Alliance of Peacemakers, Lei Luo. For a time, Blackbeard's hands were replaced by endless black gas, and Shiryu of the Rain also pulled out the thunderstorm around his waist. Even the poisonous Q, who was screaming from the pain of falling from the deck, rushed like a chicken blood. On his old horse. There was no order for all the staff to be on guard, just because of that handsome boy named Lei Luo. Lei Luo, we have never had any intersection. I advise you to leave early with your people, don't make mistakes here. The figure of Lafitte with a pair of white wings suddenly stretched out from behind and suspended in the air, and the earnest voice was like Lei Luo's brain, which was full of some kind of magic, constantly pounding, and kept bewitching him. Hypnotism. Lei Luo sneered, raised his head and smiled at Lafitte. The eyes of Yuhi, the gorilla, instantly caught up with Raffit. Just a few seconds later, Lafitte's body trembled, tearing at his wings like a madman, gnawing at his own flesh and blood, letting the blood splatter and the flesh flying, and there is no sign of stopping. Boom. Finally, Lafitte, who was no longer human, was planted on the deck of the Blackbeard pirate ship. On his bloody face, there was an extremely ferocious smile, as if he was cruelly torturing others, and his heart was very happy. Seeing this, Poison Q, the ship doctor, rushed forward to check, but before he could get close, Lafitte suddenly opened his mouth with fresh flesh and made a bite at him. Complete mental breakdown and will torture himself to death soon after. The answer given by Poison Q surprised Tich and others. How could this happen suddenly? Why did Lafitte become like this? Could it be because of Lei Luo? Evil Eye General Lei Luo. Suddenly, in their hearts, the title that he had when he first knew about Lei Luo, who was still in the Navy, resounded. Chapter 314_War begins. Evil Eyes, a pair of eyes of Yuhi who have never appeared in the world, the most distinctive feature of the current Admiral of the Navy, Lei Luo. The report that appeared in the newspaper at the beginning kept echoing in the minds of Tich's party. Looking at the pale-faced Blackbeards and Black Thieves, Marco smiled softly. They had all experienced the special ability of Lei Luo's eyes, but compared to Lafitte, it might be a human world. Difference from hell. One lore, yes, just one look, Lei Luo is enough to kill a powerful man who shocked the world. Sure enough, Whitebeard is right. You are really a conceited and reckless person. In this case, you have no defense. The sound that suddenly sounded in his ear made Tiki's body tremble, and the dark mist instantly shrouded his body, but what was waiting for him was not an unbearable blow, but a sharp scream around him. The sixth captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Moonkiba Hunter Carter Rin de May's chest was pierced by a golden thunder spear. Roar. Just as Lei Luo was about to shoot at the next person, a roar sounded from his back. Looking back, there is no other cat Rin butterfly beauty, some just have white hair all over the body, and the cubit nine-tails fox with the silver moon logo on its forehead is glaring at Lei Luo and biting. Lei Luo, you have to pay attention. Carter Rin is the owner of the cubit nine-tails fox fruit of the animal-type phantom beast, and you must kill her 9 times to kill her. The information Margao told at that time suddenly appeared in Lei Luo's mind. A large part of the reason why the Whitebeards were defeated in the stop called the End was because Carter Rin, who had been suspended from death, suddenly burst into flames and attacked Margao seriously. Dodge to the right. Just when Lei Luo was about to continue his shot and finish off Carter Rin with only 5 tails left, Observation Haki's warning suddenly started. Roar. The cubit nine-tails fox whose left eye was scratched raised its head and roared furiously. The pain drove it to swing its sharp claws and hit the empty air somewhere without hesitation. The sound of iron objects colliding, the appearance of sparkling sparks unreasonably, and there is only one sentence that can explain all this. Shiryu of the Rain, the transparent fruit ability. What are you waiting for to solve Lei Luo? Now whoever is fighting, I will kill whoever. Tiki's angry voice sounded, and at this moment, the black tide surged on the sea, turning into a huge wave and rushing towards Margao and his party. Hatred, jealousy, hatred, fear, anxiety. In the Kuroshio, all kinds of negative emotions are constantly pouring out, and that strong gravitational force is constantly absorbing everyone's thoughts, even if they know that they enter the Kuroshio and end up only being turned into powder, but still unable to suppress the inner despair. Damn, it's this trick again. Margao snorted angrily. In order to prevent himself from being impressed by the ability of the dark fruit again, he had been prepared to directly break his elbow and use the pain to wake himself up. However, the reason why Margao dared to do this is because he has the ability to regenerate infinitely, others do not. At this critical moment of life and death, a thunder light suddenly pierced the Kuroshio and shone on the bow of the Whitebeard pirates. It was the second thunder and lightning that emerged, and then gradually spread, with tens of thousands of thunders crashing. Blast, and completely shred the Kuroshio wave. Boss, here we are. The people who came out of the negative emotions only saw a large number of men and horses in specially made battle uniforms on a ship with the word, peace, written in the distance. Thunder around the body, even if it is not shot, it is enough to imagine the strength of the two. Margao, the one who uses the sword is called Yi, and the one who saves you is called Analu. These cadres are handed over to me, and the others are handed over to my people and yours. As for Tiki, I will meet your requirements. Lei Luo waved his hand, and countless golden lights converged into 3 barriers, dividing the battlefield into 3 areas. This battle is the first battle against the 4 emperors, and also the first battle of the peace army under his command. Although the full version of the technical combat suit has not yet been mass-produced, the bloodline factor cloning technology has not yet been implemented, and the 8 inner gates is a newcomer to all talents, but Lei Luo has sufficient confidence, because in Blackbeard's team, there is still one strongest person who has not appeared, and that is the former admiral of the navy, Aoki. After fighting for so long, eat an apple. Oh, thank you. With a backhand laser cannon, Fan Oka, who was hiding in the dark, raised his gun and smashed Lei Luo into pieces. Suddenly, someone next to him handed over a big and charming Yuhi apple. However, just as the sweet juice and fresh flesh touched Lei Luo's mouth, in his eyes looking at the poisonous Q in front of him, there seemed to be 2 words written, fuck. Boom. A blast sounded, and the apple in Lei Luo's hand exploded. How could the experienced cadres miss such a good opportunity? Sharp claws, heavy punches, and long knives followed one after another. While extremely fast, they were not lacking in formidable power. All of them were blasted into the smoke. The powerful anti-shock force made even Shiryu of the rain almost unable to cover them. Stop the famous sword thunderstorm in your hand. The smoke drifted away, and Lei Luo, who was white and black on his face, silently watched the poisonous Q floating in the air with horror in his eyes. What ability is the rib surrounded by black flames? Where did the hand bone that was about to be crushed to death by poison Q come from? You can force me to use Susanoo, your strength is not bad, but why did not one person break the 100 million bounty? While waiting for Lei Luo to finish speaking, a palm the size of a boat suddenly stretched out from under the sea, and slapped Susanoo heavily. With that ruthless force, Lei Luo was lifted into the air in an instant. The shells generally drew a wave of dozens of meters long on the sea surface. PFF'd. Lei Luo, who had just stabilized his body, spit out a mouthful of blood, and even Susanoo's ribs had tiny cracks. With the physical body alone, without the blessing of the devil fruit and domineering, such a terrifying force can burst out. There is only one person in the world. Lei Luo looked up, only showing his head and 1/3 of his upper body. The figure that was already the size of a small mountain was the one who injured him. Captain of the 7th Blackbeard Pirates, the Wolf of San Juan. Hey, where did you go just now? Do you know that my bones are about to be crushed by him? The poisonous Q with a lifeless face collapsed on the deck, complaining to the wolf with a cry in his voice. Sorry, I fell asleep after eating too much, ha 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 ha. Chapter 315 Flee in embarrassment. Boom. After the silly laugh, the wolf slammed his fist into the wall of light that Lei Luo had set up earlier, and shattered it with just one blow. It looks like you've been beaten in the face. Lei Luo looked at this scene and smiled embarrassingly. It seemed that he still underestimated the combat power of the Blackbeard pirates. In the face of a giant with terrifying brute strength, it is obviously not the best choice to fight with one's own small body. Therefore, the Godzilla Sage mode is turned on. Roar. With the sound of a long beast roar, everyone in the battle turned their attention to the location of Lei Luo, which was a phantom of a monster surrounded by Yuhi Lotus. What kind of monster is that? Whether it was the Justice League, Margot and his party, or the Blackbeard pirates, they were all shocked. They had never seen this monster with an aura of ultimate destruction all over its body. Brother Yi, tell everyone to evacuate. The first to return to God, Anilu hurriedly turned into Thor, grabbed the soldiers of the Peacemaker Alliance beside him, turned into a thunderous light and passed away. The destructive power possessed by Lei Luo in the form of Godzilla is beyond the imagination of human beings. Taking advantage of the crowd's evacuation, the half-black, half-Yuhi gigantic phantom kept compressing and staring, and was finally taken back into the body by Lei Luo. At this time, his skin had completely turned into the appearance of Yuhi Lotus, and the stream beneath it was flowing. The muscles and veins of the violent blood, like the terrifying power, can be seen at a glance. Woo! A breath of steaming white air was exhaled from Lei Luo's mouth with a low sullen roar. The unbearable high temperature made the sea boil. However, the most frightening thing was that when he opened his eyes again, the endless flowing firelight replaced his eyes, and the rich and terrifying aura of destruction instantly filled the world. Without the slightest sound, the figure of Lei Luo suddenly appeared in front of the wolf. Hey, big guy, do you know how much pain you made me just now? Boom. The simple and unpretentious fist swiped, without half the power, and even hit the wolf with no pain or itch. Is this kid bluffing? Seeing that Lei Luo's attack was completely different from the aura surrounding him, Shi Liu and the others couldn't help frowning, but even so, they still didn't let their guard down. Hey, the cadres of the peacekeepers, your leader will not find out that he is defeated, so he pretends to be like this, intending to scare off the Blackbeard pirates. That's right, since you're going to escape, don't take us with you, we're going to avenge Dad. Hearing the clamor of the crowd around him, Anilu gave them a blank look, and Master Yi shook his head helplessly. This is the sadness of the weak. They cannot understand or feel what the strong do. Boom. Sensing that something was wrong, Ticha's arm shook, and the space in front of him suddenly vibrated at an extremely fast frequency, and then it exploded, dividing him and Margao. Qingzi, you still haven't shot. Blackbeard's roar resounded across the sea, and the hidden fear instantly overturned the suspicion of the weak. Swish. A biting cold wind suddenly hit, and the originally clear sky suddenly rolled with dark clouds, and crystal snowflakes fell from the sky, landing on the sea. When snowflakes meet water, they should melt, but these snowflakes are not like this, but the moment they touch the sea, they disintegrate in an instant, releasing ultra-low temperatures at the absolute zero level. Everything on it freezes. A single thought is enough to change the climate and environment, and a cold figure suddenly appeared in everyone's mind, the former Admiral Aokiku Kuzan. What are you guys waiting for? The wolf is dead, so why don't you take this opportunity to escape? Seeing that his cadres actually surrounded Lei Luo, whose body was covered with a layer of hoarfrost, Blackbeard cursed angrily. These idiots, haven't they discovered that the frozen Lei Luo is just an afterimage? You want to leave the Ice Age with just one move by Qingzi, isn't that taking me too seriously? Ah! A bleak scream came, and the coquettish Kyubi, Nine-Tails fox was instantly ignited by flames. On top of its head, stood Lei Luo looking down at everyone. Kyubi, Nine-Tails fox, born Kyubi, Nine-Tails, has 9 lives, but Carter Rin, who has 5 tails left, turned into a charred skeleton in an instant, covered by ice. Lei Luo, if you continue to shoot, Margao will die because of you. Seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, Tiki's figure appeared in front of Margao, who was accidentally frozen into an ice sculpture. He only needed to squeeze so lightly, and another torn corpse would be added to the ice layer. Call out. Lei Luo raised his hand, and a golden beam shot out, smashing the head of Fan Oka who was fleeing at the end. You can try moving it. This is Lei Luo's answer. He hates being threatened the most. Since someone does this, let's compare who has more chips. With the death of a companion, Shiryu and the others did not dare to look back. In the battle just now, none of them used all their strength. The purpose was to test Lei Luo's strength first, but who would have thought that this kid didn't play cards according to common sense, and he would make a big move when he came up. The shaking fruit ability was activated, and the space in Blackbeard's palm continued to vibrate, and that hand was getting closer and closer to Margao. At this moment, he deeply understood that if he was the one who was timid first, he would end up with no escape. Hey! Lei Luo sighed, raised his hand with 2 more laser beams, and then said, I said, you better not move. You. Looking at Pizarro and Chote who had completely lost their vitality, Blackbeard finally chose to compromise. Seeing this, Lei Luo scorned the Blackbeard below and just flicked his finger with a chuckle, and the ice sculpture that blocked Margao was cracked inch by inch. However, at the moment Margao was unblocked, a blue bird completely carved out of ice appeared out of thin air in front of Lei Luo. This is one of the green pheasant's unique tricks. Come on. Tiki didn't dare to hesitate for a second, and the shaking fruit ability was activated instantly. With him as the center, all the ice layers began to shake, and the frequency became faster and faster. With a loud bang, the ice age shattered, bursts of turbulent waves slapped the sea recklessly, and an earth-shattering tsunami hit in an instant. After a long time, the wind and waves were calm, and there were only 2 ships covered with golden light and a somewhat dissatisfied figure left on the sea. Che, are you still getting away? But, Tich, you have to remember that when you meet me next time, you won't be so lucky. Boss, where's the blonde guy? Chapter 316_Ming's defeat. Boss, where's the blonde guy? After surviving the tsunami caused by Tiki without any risk, Analu's exclamation suddenly came. Blonde guy. No, little brother. Suddenly finding that the sea below was empty, Lei Luo's figure instantly turned into a golden light and shot straight to the bottom of the sea. You guys go back first, I have something to look for some old friends. After a long time, Lei Luo, who stuck his head out of the sea, looked coldly at the place where Tich was before. There was no trace of Margot in the depths of the sea, so there was only one possibility. Tich just took advantage of the chaos and took Margot to escape. On the second day, the Navy headquarters released a major news that shocked the whole world. People like Akainu are really boring, and they finally gave me a life card of Aokiji. Lei Luo, who returned to the base camp, complained a few words, carefully put the small card in his hand into his pocket, and then turned his eyes to the calendar on the wall. However, when Lei Luo saw today's date, he always felt that something important was about to happen today. Boss, Haisha Jinping is here to visit. Under the guidance of Gedges, Jinping with a worried look walked up to Lei Luo. Jinpei, didn't I send Tina and Reiju to guard Fishman Island? Why are you so panicked? For some reason, Lei Luo always felt that Xi Ping's visit this time had something to do with the unease in his heart. Lei Luo leader, the Straw Hats fought against Doflamingo in Dressrosa, I hope you can help. Jinbei knelt down in front of Lei Luo with a plop. The Straw Hats had a big favor in reshaping the entire Fishman Island. He would never turn a blind eye to the lives and deaths of Luffy and others, but the Fishman Island still needed his protection. Luffy versus Ming brother. Before Lei Luo could clarify his intentions, a thunderstorm burst into the room, filled with silent anger. This person is Analu. Well, the thing that I feared the most still happened. Lei Luo himself did not expect that when he was still an admiral of the Navy, he had promised Ainilu that he would want Luffy to settle accounts, but later luck made people, especially now that the alliance of peacekeepers is still friendly with the Revolutionary Army. Nelahu comes, and the consequence must be that the former allies meet with each other. That's all, Analu, this time you go with me. Maybe you will see some things before your thoughts will improve. At this moment, Dressrosa, Gates, who is the live commentator of the arena, is running wildly with a weak Luffy on his back. In the shrinking birdcage, the ordinary people headed by Frankie relied on the Kailushi Castle and tried their best to prevent the birdcage from shrinking. On the other side, Zoro and Fujitora were all too. It is so. A group of defeated soldiers, just want to die. Brother Ming sneered, and the surrounding buildings slowly blurred into sharp threads, covering the warriors who came to stop him in the shape of a giant net. A tragic cry of grief continued, but Brother Ming did not stop. The speed of the bird cage's contraction was also increasing. Everyone's life was at stake, but Luffy's distance could be restored. Hey, kill her, Rebecca. There are countless transparent silk threads on Mingji's fingertips. While binding Viola in front of him, he is also urging the long knife in Rebecca's hand to continuously approach Viola's heart. No, who can help me? Rebecca desperately tried to stop her advancing body, but she tried her best, but it didn't help. She could only watch the tip of the knife get closer and closer to Viola's chest. Snapped. At this critical moment, a sturdy figure sprang out from an extremely tricky angle, smashing the long knife in Rebecca's hand with one end. Lucy. At that moment, the entire Dressrosa was shouting the name of this man. This is the hope of all of them, and will soon co-Doflamingo, the devil's straw hat Luffy. Swish. Behind the smiling Brother Ming, several big trees suddenly transformed into spikes of silk thread spirals, which penetrated Luffy's body in the blink of an eye, and blood poured out. Is this the recovery from the 10 minutes they fought so hard for you? That's ridiculous. During the speech, Brother Ming pointed abruptly at the ruins on one side with his left hand, and then there was a scream in an instant. Luo, it's not your turn yet, you'd better not move. Luffy, who was seriously injured, and Luo, who fell into a stupor again. Who else can stop Brother Ming's massacre? Fourth gear, rubber eraser, Great Ape King Gun. At some point, Luffy's figure appeared in the air, and that huge right fist the size of a house was completely tainted by Conqueror's haki. How dare you fight me in the air? It's time for all this to end. 16 holy bullets to kill God. Brother Ming laughed wildly, and everything on the entire island turned into sharp threads at the moment when his words fell, merged and condensed into 16 sharp spears shining with the golden light of God. Boom. The attacks of the two collided, and the ripples of energy continued to spread, and the huge wave formed easily lifted everyone watching the battle. This was the last blow of the two kings who tried their best. Did you see it? Brother Ming is just like you before, brutal and indiscriminate, and in the end, it is natural that everyone will resist. In the air in the distance, two figures, one gold and one blue, looked at the sunglasses that had fallen to the ground and had many cracks. They had already seen the end of the battle ahead of everyone else. Dressrosa is like the empty island before, and Brother Ming is no different from Analu. Both of them claim to be gods and rule their own country at will, even if this country was not originally owned by them. Owned territory. However, the powerful strength has already blinded the hearts of the two of them, and the mentality of being a superior person and despising everything will eventually lead them to a violent Kun road. HMPH, I've never attacked a seriously injured person, so I'm lucky for Straw Hat Luffy. Analu snorted lightly and turned into a flash of lightning. Lei Luo, who was in this situation, just smiled, and then fell into the area surrounded by a sea of fire. This is exactly where Sabo used the ability to burn the fruit to kill badgers just now. Lei Luo, why are you here? The moment Lei Luo landed, Sabo turned his head and asked. Puff quack quack. Lei Luo, I'll go take a call first, I'll talk about it later. Facing Sabo who was waving away at him, Lei Luo just nodded, and then turned his eyes to the dying Captain Badgers of the Blackbeard Pirates. No. Chapter 318_Iokiji's Proposal. In addition, the images of this battle have been spread all over the world, and all the crimes of Doflamingo have been known to the world. Boom. Just as the CP official finished speaking, the sandalwood table beside the bald 5-old star collapsed and shattered. Doflamingo, once a member of the Tianlong people, one of the 7 Wuhei under the king, controls many industries around the world, and both black and white are his world. The founder of the population auction on the number 1 island of Chambord, the clown who smuggles and sells a large number of arms in the underground world, and the secret person who provides artificial devil fruits for the beast sky. These countless titles belong directly to Doflamingo. Behind these black industries, there are the birth of slaves, endless wars and even more powerful pirates. However, the 5 old stars have always watched his small actions. The reason why they didn't arrest Brother Ming was because of the panic that Brother Ming brought to the world. First, he could better serve the Tianlong people. Second, it can unscrupulously raise people's taxes, and in addition, it can effectively contain some high-level naval officials who are single-minded about justice. But now, the fall of Doflamingo means that all this will end. Sakazuki, order the entire navy to capture the Straw Hats and Luos. Because of the influence of this incident, the 5 old stars who were involved in their interests also regained their composure. I don't need you to care about the navy, Doflamingo, don't even think about getting out of the underwater prison in this life. Akainu snorted softly, turned around and left, leaving only an unextinguished cigar on the carpet in the room. The unpleasant smell of tobacco and fur burning together made the eyes of the 5 old stars flash with a strong killing intent. Alliance of Peacemakers. Gurges, feeling the power of the 8 inner gates, you have completely ignored your devil fruit advantages. In this way, the shortcoming of turning you into a landlubber will be infinitely magnified. Do you understand what I mean? Lei Luo, who had returned from the underworld, pointed at Gedger, who was cultivating, and appeared in a secret room with a flash. Here is the most hidden secret of the entire Peacemaker Alliance. Except for the staff inside and Lei Luo himself, even Analu and Master Yi don't know anything about it. And this, all because there is a man here who should have died long ago, Vinsmoke Gadge. Master. No need to salute, this time I brought back something new, you can try to incorporate it into the super soldier bloodline factor. After the words fell, a light blue flame suddenly ignited in Lei Luo's empty palm, and in it, there seemed to be a few small people-like air masses lying there quietly. These little people are nothing else, but the souls that Lei Luo found after going through untold hardships in the underworld, the souls of the saints from another world. Lei Luo, who thought that he had come to the underworld of the pirate world with the help of accumulated corpse energy, unexpectedly found an ancient tree with 108 black and gold fruits hanging on it after walking a distance, and immediately told him, this is the underworld of the Saint Seiya world. Master, the little people you brought are not genes and cannot carry any bloodline factors. However, these little people seem to be composed of countless fragments, and there is a method of casting armor hidden in them. After some research, Jiaji frowned and said to Lei Luo, how to cast armor? Could it be the holy garment that represents the power of the constellations? Lei Luo, who suddenly thought of something, came up to the instrument in front of Jiaji, peeped at the fragments contained in the little people, and the smile on his face became more and more hideous. Jage, can you make these armors with the current technology? Lei Luo's heart pounded at the thought that soon, he would be sitting on a group of troops armed with the 8 inner gates and wearing armors that could fuse with the power of the constellations. If everything can really develop according to his expectations, then it is only a matter of time before the 4 emperors are dismounted. Master, the forging method of these armors is not difficult, just those materials. What materials are needed? Just say it, and I'll get it done. The materials needed to make these armors are the stars that make up the constellations in the universe. Stars in the universe, this concept may be a distant term for other people. It can be in front of Lei Luo, but it only takes some effort, but it is not impossible to obtain. After all, Analu once lived on the moon, and Lei Luo also obtained a secret method from the system that can be discarded in a vacuum state. No matter how bad it is, he can rely on Gedger's fruit ability to roam freely in the universe. As for the only problem now, how to bring those huge stars back. Master, these armors cannot be mass-produced, and each constellation can only correspond to one pair of armors. Gigi suddenly said a word and directly helped Lei Luo solve all the current problems. You are here to familiarize yourself with the method of forging armor, and I will be back soon. At this moment, a corner of the empty island. Admiral, Badger's life card is also. Poison Q looked at the burning paper in front of him, and didn't even dare to look up at Blackbeard, who was in a rage. A newcomer who suddenly appeared in Beihai completely broke the plan he had planned for his whole life. Even Tiki's mentality was unacceptable. In the past, the Blackbeard pirates, who used to have unlimited breezes on the sea, now only have 4 people left. With such a gap, others have already collapsed. Lei Luo, when I meet you next time, it will be your death. Tiki bit Kiba, gnashing his teeth, and said, even the fat face can't stop the bulging veins. Hey, Tiki, this is what you call evil retribution. You who betrayed your father will be beheaded by Lei Luo sooner or later. Margao, whose whole body was intact, but his spirit was extremely weak, sneered and sneered. Boom. At that moment, the whole Sky Island was shaking constantly, which was Tiki's anger. He, who originally took Margot away, wanted to capture the regeneration ability of the Phoenix Fruit, so as to make up for the drawback that the dark fruit could not be elementalized. However, just when he was about to implement the plan, he found that Margau's body could not be destroyed at all, and there was no object related to the sea tower on this huge empty island. Okay, put away your temper, and want to take revenge on Lei Luo. We just don't have the ability right now, so we must ally with other forces, and it must be at the level of the 4 emperors. I think, who should we ally with? You should know better than me, Tich. After a long time, Aokiji spoke slowly. Chapter 319_Jinbei's Crisis. Tich, do you feel that you are still qualified to form an alliance with us? On the Cake Island, the rude female voice with ultimate sarcasm laughed recklessly. The ant, who was in a good mood today, looked at the 2 short figures in front of her, sneered, and turned around to continue eating the caramel puff tower. 4 emperors. Blackbeard Tich, this kind of thing, is also embarrassed to stand side by side with the other 3 emperors. Being looked down upon by others, and not even being looked at in the eye, although Tich was very upset, he didn't show it. After all, this time he and Aokiji came here for the purpose of uniting with the Bigmom pirates, so as to complete the revenge against the Peacemaker Alliance. As for the follow-up plan. Charlotte Lingling, there is a saying I think you should have heard, the enemy of the enemy is the friend. The person who spoke was Ouchi, the former Admiral Ouchi, who was regarded as a nightmare by all pirates. A little junior even dares to call me by my first name. The ant who stopped the movement of her hands slowly turned her head, and the Conqueror's Haki and the soul spells were all activated. A former admiral of the Navy, a former crew member of the 4 emperors, who gave them so much courage, how dare to talk to the emperor? Is it Sengoku Carp or Whitebeard Newgate? At that moment, with the ant as the main body, the invisible coercion enveloped the entire Cake Island in the blink of an eye, like a stench of blood from hell, making it difficult for people to even breathe. Soul Fruit ability can deprive one of the fears of the lifespan at will. If you don't know this ability, it's fine. If you understand it, the only effect is to increase the endless fear in your heart and pave the way for the display of its fruit ability. Is this the strength of the traditional 4 emperors? Drops of cold sweat fell from the foreheads of Aokiji and Tiki. This was the only time since the 2 of them were born that they had felt death and then constantly summoned their souls before they fought. Out of the instinct of protection consciousness, Aokiji and Blackbeard released Conqueror's Haki at the same time. I only heard a loud bang in the air, the sky was covered with clouds, the wind was howling all around, and the sea was even stirred up with waves, and even the Cake Island was split in 2 in an instant, one of which was the ant and her many others. Sons and daughters, but on the other side there are only 2 figures covered with darkness and ice. Mom, let's talk to them. If you continue, the painful price you will bring is absolutely beyond your imagination. Seeing the stalemate between the 2 sides, Katakori glanced at the 2 Blackbeards with fear. When the words fell, all the previous visions dissipated, and Perospero silently used candy to repair the cake island. Tell me, what is the purpose of your alliance? Lei Luo, leader of the Peacemaker Alliance. A few months passed by, and during this period of time, the people of the East China Sea were all kneeling in the air, because every once in a while, there would be a meteor, surrounded by thunder, and streaking across the sky with dazzling light. Finally put together 108 Pluto galaxies. Putting down the last piece of the star shimmering with dark light in his hand, Lei Luo stretched his exhausted body, the long-lost refreshment kept hitting his brain, and bursts of came out of his mouth. This is something Lei Luo never thought of. He originally thought that what was stored in the villain was the method of casting holy clothes, and he immediately brought back the star fragments containing the power of the 5 powerful constellations such as Pegasus and Phoenix. Yes, but during the forging process, Jiaji accidentally discovered that the method of forging was actually created by the Underworld Holy Clothing, a underworld clothing owned by the immortal army under the command of the Underworld King. Master, during these days when you were away, a man who called himself a gambler sent a message asking you to call him back as soon as you got back. When Master Yi reported to Lei Luo what happened during this period of time, he took out a piece of belief with a dice drawn on it. Well, I see, then you can place these star fragments. After returning to his house, Lei Luo walked to a wall, tapped it lightly with his fingers, and the floor under his feet was separated, and a dark underground room with no light appeared. What did you say? On the Wanli Sunshine, Luffy and the others were shocked and seriously injured Hachi. Fishman Island was originally a territory sheltered by the Bigmom pirates. The Sun Pirates, who were born and raised on this island, also became a vassal of Big Mom many years ago. However, due to the emergence of the Peacemaker Alliance and the dream of Princess Beheim, Fishman Island has been transformed into the Peacemaker Alliance's territory. Jinping, a generation of sea heroes, led the Sun Pirates a few days ago for the sake of justice. Cake Island, in order to tell Auntie the news of quitting. Those who betray or withdraw without authorization will be killed without mercy. This is a well-known rule in the world. It belongs to the Bigmom pirate group. Even if it is his own children, once the above situation occurs, he will be stripped of his lifespan without hesitation, let alone without any blood relationship. The Sun Pirates. Damn it, the green algae head guy just got off the ship and headed to Wano country. Sanji, who knew Luffy very well, frowned. As a friend who is valued by Luffy, not to mention being arrested by the 4 emperors, even if he is executed by the Navy, Luffy will once again choose to make a scene at the Navy headquarters. So, Aokiji has prepared a big move. Lei Luo smiled sinisterly. The so-called gambler was none other than the current Admiral Fujitora. Akainu is about to fall out with the 5 old stars, so our actions must be accelerated to avoid. Report General, just received news from headquarters. Lei Luo, who was discussing with Fujitora how to fight next, heard Lieutenant General Mole's voice through the phone bug. Soon, Fujitora's voice sounded again, which was full of solemnity. Lei Luo, the Sun Pirates under your command will be executed by Charlotte Lingling in front of the world in 3 days by depriving them of all their lifespans, but you have to hold back, you can't ruin all our plans just because of a single piece. Beep, beep, beep. Still keep telling him. Fujitora, who put down the phone bug in his hand, sighed helplessly. As Jinpei, who has left the Navy and is still the captain of the pirate group, the Navy must not choose to take risks, especially when the opponent is the Bigmom pirate group, one of the 4 emperors. Hey, Marshal, contact Qingzi, our plan is going to change. After being silent for a while, Fujitora took out the phone bug that was covered in red yuhi. Chapter 320 _ Fist reappears. Analu, Yi, follow me. Gurges, you go to the Revolutionary Army and let them know that Straw Hat Luffy is about to challenge the Bigmom pirates today. Looking at the 3 figures that disappeared into the endless sea in the blink of an eye, Gurges did not dare to waste a second. Gurges, I'm Sabo, what happened? Straw Hat Luffy is going to challenge the 4 emperors Ling Ling. Time seems so insignificant in this endless sea. Seconds, minutes, and hours are just concepts. The smallest unit of time here is the sky. Just today, the BIGMOM pirates launched a live broadcast to the world, in order to use the death of the betrayal to awaken the slightly weak fear in people's hearts. Brother, I always have an ominous premonition, which seems to be related to the previous 5th emperor. In one corner, Katakuri had a serious face, and there were always messy images flashing in his mind. Is that the Straw Hat Luffy you said? It's just a hairy boy, it's so difficult to deal with a little Doflamingo, and to become the 5th emperor of the sea, he still has a long way to go, unless... Speaking of which, Perospero didn't say anything, but just smiled contemptuously. If you want to become the emperor of the sea, in addition to using time to prove your strength, there is a shortcut that everyone knows but has never succeeded in, and that is to defeat the current 4 emperors. Supernovas are indeed very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the 4 emperors, they are just 11 babies who have just learned to walk, and they can't even run. People confrontation. Just like a few days ago, several supernovas headed by Kid challenged the Uhifa pirates. In the end, they didn't last even an hour, and Kid lost an arm. Perhaps the only thing worthy of their rejoicing is that after the Yuhi pirates defeated the challengers, they never chose to take their lives, so that they were lucky enough to continue their weak lives. Second child, what do you mean by that look? Could it be that Luffy stepped on us when he became the 5th emperor? Before he could finish speaking, Perospero laughed at his whimsy in his heart. If they can be defeated by a Straw Hat Boy in front of the people of the whole world, then there is no need for the BIGMOM pirates to exist. Wu tilde. The horn of execution sounded, and along with the ground shaking, the huge ants stepped onto Shingtai. Everyone, the 4 emperors on the sea symbolize strength and power, but the last time they took action was the Whitebeard pirates more than 2 years ago, and they were defeated by the navy. The emperor is just a fake diagram. Huh. The ant smiled politely, but her words were sharp-edged. 2 years is enough for a person to make a complete change, but it should not include some kind of emotion for certain things, such as the awe and fear of the BIGMOM pirates. The Whitebeard pirates, led by Newgate, the strongest man in the world, were defeated by the navy. Later, under the leadership of Margot, the Whitebeard pirates became the stepping stone for Blackbeard to ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors. These 2 things seem to be telling the 4 of them, and the dignified 4 emperors are nothing more than that. Today, let me relive for you, what it is like to play with everyone's soul in the palm of my hand many years ago. I saw the corners of the ant's mouth rise slightly, and the mighty soul power burst out. The fluctuations that could be seen by the naked eye were unbearable even in space. The indescribable coercion was that across the screen, many people were also frightened. A cold sweat. Humans can die and their souls can be destroyed, but their spirits must not retreat, because this is the last line of defense that separates life and death. Once they are defeated, everything will vanish. Fear took root in the depths of the heart, then sprout and grow at a very fast speed, and finally attached to the blood flow throughout the body, making the whole person shrouded in despair. Boom, boom, boom. The members of the Sun Pirates stayed away from Big Mom like crazy, but no matter how they resisted, the final result was only in extreme pure panic, falling to the ground. Looking at the little white ball that appeared in her palm and her soul transformed into, the ant opened her mouth and swallowed it into her belly. The heart is beating, the body is young, and the lifespan is increasing. This invigorating and dripping feeling kept sprinting her brain nerves. 5,000 tile positive fists. Because of the loss of lifespan, Jinbei, who had become weaker, struggled to break free from the restraints, and punched the ant's knee with all his strength. Snapped. The sound of fractures sounded, but the source was Shi Ping's palm. Is this still claiming to have a straight punch that can shatter 5,000 tiles in an instant? Now you don't say armament hockey, even jumping up seems so difficult, ha 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 ha. The ant who kicked Jinping away with her feet smiled condescendingly at the camera. This is the 4 emperors, the 4 emperors who allow no one to resist. Rubber rubber, 4th gear, Great Ape King Gun. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden voice of a young man resounded through everyone's eardrums. What was even more shocking was that at the moment when the huge pitch-black fist landed on the ant's face, the previously unshakable ant actually took a few steps back. Difficulty keeping your body in shape. On the other side, a blonde man in black caught the aging Jinping, and beside him, a group of people stood impressively. Straw Hat Pirates. Bastard, dare to hurt Mom. 34 people, led by Cracker, the Minister of Biscuits, Smooch, the Minister of Juice, and Snag, the Minister of Fried Foods, swarmed over and surrounded the Straw Hats. To ask why the strongest Katakuri and the eldest son Perospero did not make a move, it was entirely because the former expected the appearance of a strong man, while the latter appeared at the commanding heights and commanded the overall situation. Come on. Katakuri looked up at the east, and his figure flashed. Fire Fist. An angry voice sounded, followed by a sea of fiercely burning flames, instantly turning the battlefield into 2 sides, standing against each other. Move, my brother, have you ever asked my fist? An ordinary water pipe can no longer be inserted into the ground from the air, and then a young man in a dress, surrounded by flames, appeared in the air, his eyes fixed on the Katakuri. Is it Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army? Looking at the person who came, Perospero's face became cloudy,